This is a world where science and magic coexist. Here, some pursue powerful magic, while others seek eternal truths that a genius in science, having traversed from another realm, began his journey as a humble librarian, wielding magic in one hand and truth in the other, forcefully kicking open the doors to a new century. Some regard him as the pioneer of magic, others declare him the founder of science. Yet, in the new century, Blair is perceived as a symbol of malevolence. Chapter 1. The Delusional Girl. Blair. Chen Luo was in a deep slumber when he suddenly felt a gentle push on his shoulder, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The dismal environment gradually roused him from his drowsiness. "What time is it?" He groggily rose from his desk, rubbing his sore temples as he inquired softly. The teacher in charge of the graduating class had a demanding role. Although he had just started his career and was expected to perform only auxiliary tasks, misfortune struck when the mathematics teacher assigned to him was involved in an accident and hospitalized. With a shortage of staff in the grade group, he was left to teach the mathematics class of senior year class 7 until the teacher recovered. Feeling a nudge from beside him, he instinctively assumed class was over. Yet once fully awake, he realized something was amiss. The person calling him had not referred to him as Teacher Chun, and the language they spoke was not Mandarin. Chen Luo glanced at the youth beside him, whose Western features left him bewildered. Having taken over the class for a month, he could not recall every student's name, yet he was certain that there was no foreign student in senior year class 7. Stranger still, he had just been sleeping at the back of the classroom, and this was definitely not a classroom. Chen Luo's pupils constricted as he surveyed his surroundings: peculiar desks, an unfamiliar room, and outside the window, towering skyscrapers had been replaced by low, European-style buildings. The black-haired, yellow-skinned students were nowhere to be seen. Instead, he found himself surrounded by youths with brown hair and blue eyes. At the front stood a foreign beauty with light brown hair and brown eyes, glaring at him with evident ire. "Blair, how dare you sleep in my class?" Her voice was as enchanting as her appearance, yet Chen Luo had no heart to appreciate it. He could ascertain that she spoke neither Mandarin nor English, yet oddly enough, he understood her perfectly, despite not knowing a third language beyond those two. Even more bizarre and horrifying was the fact that he should be in a classroom at Shijing First High School. Yet here, he was in such an odd place after merely falling asleep. And who was this Blair? Believing he was trapped in a dream, he pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain jolted him further awake, yet left him even more confused. His stupor, in the eyes of the young beauty, represented nothing short of disdain and provocation. She was evidently seething with anger. Fixating on him, she exclaimed, "Blair, are you even listening to me?" Though he did not respond to the name Blair, it was clear she was addressing him. Overwhelmed by endless questions in his mind and wishing to avoid escalating the situation, he reluctantly lifted his gaze to meet hers. "I allow you to engage in other activities during my class, provided you have completed the assignments I set." The young beauty furrowed her brow and said, "Now come up and solve this problem. If you fail to provide the correct answer, do not blame me for punishing you." As her words fell, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. "Hey, this will be entertaining. Blair actually dared to sleep in Miss Brittany's class. He deserves it. I bet even if he had a whole day, this fool Blair wouldn't figure out the answer." Yet before anything else, he had to navigate this immediate challenge. He raised his head and glanced at the slate, where a math problem was inscribed. 1 2 3 4 5 9 8 9 9 1 0 0. Familiar Arabic numerals for a senior mathematics teacher. Being tested with such trivial questions was an affront, likely something even elementary school. Students of later generations could answer without hesitation. A bell tolled from outside, and Miss Brittany cast a glance at Chen Luo, stating, "Class is now dismissed. If you can provide me with the correct answer before tomorrow's lesson, I will forgive you for sleeping in my class." As he exited, laughter erupted once more in the classroom. Did he actually figure it out? Haha, does he think he can fool Miss Brittany with a random answer? Just wait and see Miss Brittany paddle his backside. The students could hardly contain their laughter, filling the room with a jubilant atmosphere, yet none noticed the astonished expression gradually forming on Miss Brittany's exquisite face as she gazed at the answer Chen Luo had written on the board. This was merely a simple addition problem, though not difficult. It was tedious and prone to error. She had devised it to hone her students' computational skills, and based on their abilities, it would take at least until the next class to verify the results. Yet, on the board, 50-50 was undeniably the correct answer. Brittany looked toward the classroom door, muttering in confusion, Blair, could it be that he has solved this problem before? Chun Luo stood before a grand European-style building, gazing at a mirror as tall as a person, reflecting the image of a stranger. He felt as though his 9 years of compulsory education had been grossly insulted. The boy in the mirror appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with black hair and black eyes, albeit slightly fairer skin. Chun Luo raised his hand, and the boy in the mirror mirrored the action. He nodded, and the boy in the mirror followed suit evidently. The youth in the mirror was indeed him. In fact, that boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Chun Luo from 6 or 7 years prior. Yet that was an era long past at that time. Chun Luo was still in high school, while the Chun Luo before falling asleep had already graduated from university and embarked on a teaching career. Upon waking, he found himself in this strange place, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar people, and an unfamiliar name. So far, he knew nothing about this realm. The only certainty was that something incredible had transpired within him. Was this a rebirth or a transference? As he pondered this, an uncomfortable sensation filled his mind, as a torrent of information surged forth, yet he could grasp none of it. One by one, individuals emerged from the building, passing by Chun Luo. The cacophony heightened his agitation. He held his forehead, unsteadily making his way toward a quieter area. At that moment, he craved solitude. Bang! As he turned a corner of the building, Chun Luo inadvertently collided with a figure emerging from the opposite direction. Before he could utter an apology, a girl clad in a black tulle skirt clutched her forehead, glaring at him, and retorted, "Do you not have eyes while walking?" Though they had bumped into each other, Chun Luo was moving slowly. It was evidently she who had rushed without regard. Given her hostile demeanor, he had no intention of apologizing. With an impassive expression, he asked, "What if I refuse to apologize?" He had never learned the language these individuals spoke, yet strangely, when he needed to express himself, the words flowed effortlessly, as if it were his native tongue. The girl narrowed her eyes, rolling up her sleeves, and declared, "Then do not blame me." Chun Luo was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl intending to confront him? With a menacing gaze, the girl swiftly began gesturing, chanting, "Element of fire, adrift in the world, heed my summons. Element of fire." Observing the girl and her whimsical demeanor, Chun Luo felt as though his worldview had been affronted, even though it had already suffered such indignity moments. Prior, it appears she is a fool. What a pity for such a lovely visage. A look of regret crossed Chun Luo's face, and he found himself less incensed after all. Who could bear animosity towards a beautiful simpleton? Nevertheless, he took a step back, for he had indeed found himself in this perplexing place. Such occurrences defied scientific explanation. Even if this fanciful girl conjured a fireball in her palm, it hardly seemed extraordinary. Yet, until the girl completed her incantation, Chun Luo witnessed no peculiar phenomena. With a sigh of relief, he regarded her earnestness with a hint of mischief and remarked, "Do you think you are the only one capable of magic?" Imitating her gestures, he whimsically declared, "Ganara, god of darkness, Ulala, black." Chun Luo's words abruptly ceased, not due to a lapse in memory of the incantation, but because, amidst the girl's murmured incantations, he suddenly heard a resounding bang near. In the next moment, a flicker of crimson flame materialized from her palm, and Chun Luo keenly noted that with the emergence of the fireball, the temperature in the vicinity rose. Perceptibly, the girl regarded Chun Luo with a frosty glare and declared, "Impertinent wretch, it is not too late for you to apologize." Gazing at the pulsating flame in her hand, Chun Luo, ever the gentleman, bowed deeply and earnestly proclaimed, "I humbly apologize. I was remiss earlier. My dear lady, please accept my sincere apologies." Chapter 2. Parallel worlds. In the azure depths of her eyes, astonishment welled up within the young girl. She had not anticipated such a rapid shift in the demeanor of this impudent individual, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. With a soft puff, the fireball suspended in her palm flickered a few times before vanishing entirely, and as her delicate lips parted to utter a word, the previously brazen figure had already vanished from sight. Who could that be? She furrowed her brow, gazing in the direction of the departed figure, rubbing her still aching head before turning to enter the educational building behind her. In a secluded corner at the rear of the educational structure, Chun Luo leaned against the wall, the image of the girl conjuring a fireball still vividly replaying in his mind. a reality he found difficult to accept. It was akin to his struggle with the bewildering notion of awakening in this inexplicable place after a mere slumber. Within a span of mere minutes, his worldview had been jolted not once, but twice, and the swelling sensation in his mind felt as if it might split his skull asunder. Boom. At a certain moment, Chen Luo felt an explosive unraveling within his mind, followed by an inundation of information flooding his consciousness. Blair, the kingdom of Lauren, Yabo City, St. Donis Academy, fallen nobility. Laborers, science, magic, magical ineptitude, teacher Brittany, ample bosom, and snowy thighs. As his thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably into an abyss, Chen Luo ceased his mental sorting. For he had gleaned all he sought to know, including why others referred to him as Blair and how that blue-eyed girl could summon fire from her palm. Although the reasons behind these occurrences eluded him, it seemed his soul had somehow taken residence in the body of a 16-year-old boy named Blair, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful visage. Was this possession or a soul exchange? If it were the former, the students in the classroom would surely be terrified. If the latter, Chen Luo was curious whether the boy named Blair, in his familiar Earth High School mathematics class, would share the same bewilderment and trepidation. Yet, these considerations mattered little to him at present. While Chen Luo harbored a keen curiosity about magic, the memories he inherited indicated that the original owner of this body was a thoroughgoing magical inept, having failed to learn even the most rudimentary fireball spell after more than a year at the academy. Such individuals were not uncommon within the institution, for not everyone possessed an innate magical talent. Indeed, in St. Donis Academy, magic, much like mathematics, history, philosophy, and science, was merely an ordinary subject. One could aspire to be a scholar, earning the same respect as a sorcerer within the kingdom. Naturally, students aspiring to enter higher-tier institutions could not afford to be overly specialized. For someone like Blair, devoid of any magical aptitude, passing the magic examination was an impossibility, rendering St. Donis Academy their ultimate destination. Nevertheless, for the majority, gaining admission to St. Donis Academy was a considerable honor. Had Blair not possessed noble lineage, he would have never had the opportunity to study there. However, despite his noble status, he was on the brink of losing his last vestige of nobility. Ever since his barren father perished on the battlefield, Blair had struggled to survive on the meager pension provided by the kingdom, barely managing to stave off starvation by working as a laborer in the academy's library. This was all the information Chen Luo gleaned from Blair's memories. With a sigh, Chen Luo reflected that regardless of the circumstances that had brought him here, his situation was far from favorable. The chime of the bell echoed once more from the direction of the educational building, prompting him to dust off his garments before turning to retrace his steps. He recalled from Blair's memories that the last class of the morning was magic class, a subject that had once been a nightmare for Blair, yet now sparked Chen Luo's deepest intrigue. Everyone has experienced a phase of youthful fantasy. Chen Luo, too, had once dreamt of soaring through the skies on a broomstick, enchanted by the allure of such mystical powers, which countless youths had once yearned for. Nodding, he remarked, "I understand now. Thank you, Toby." Having absorbed Blair's memories, he effortlessly grasped the language and script of this world, an odd sensation that felt as if it were an innate part of him. Toby was Blair's desk mate and his only friend. Blair was scorned by his peers, not only for his poor academic performance but also for his distinctly unusual hair and eye color. In St. Donis Academy and even in Yabo City, while individuals varied in hair and eye hues, only Blair possessed black eyes and black hair. Toby, being somewhat rotund and the son of a merchant, had also faced his share of ridicule. United by their shared status of being looked down upon, the two had naturally forged a strong friendship. It is well known that there exist 4 elemental magics in the world, and all magic is founded upon these 4 elements. The magic teacher, a balding elder, stood at the podium, expounding enthusiastically as the students below struggled to stave off sleep. Chen Luo recognized that, compared to subjects like mathematics and history, magic was an advanced discipline. Even noble youths of this age had only recently begun their exposure to magic, and the esoteric principles and applications therein were often perplexing to these adolescents. According to the theories presented in magical tomes, the world's magic is categorized into 4 elemental systems: earth, fire, wind, and water, each corresponding to a fundamental magical element. Sorcerers harness these elements through incantations and gestures, channeling their mental energies to unleash a variety of spells. From Blair's memories, Chen Luo learned that magic had long been woven into the fabric of daily life in this world. The populace regarded magic as commonplace, equating it with science. However, to describe this equivalence seems somewhat inaccurate, for in the minds of the people here, magic is merely a natural law, magic is science. The education Qianluo received had been profoundly disrupted by this revelation. He even began to question whether he still resided in the universe he once knew. For the scientific principles governing the same universe typically remain unchanged. The elemental theories of earth, fire, wind, and water had been debunked by modern scientists long ago, leading him to conclude that this realm was indeed not the universe he had previously inhabited, possessing an entirely different set of scientific laws that could only account for the existence of magical elements. Thus, could the notion of parallel universes be more than mere speculation? Long after class had ended, the storm of thoughts in Qianluo's mind showed no signs of abating. He sat in his seat, his gaze vacant, his expression dazed. Toby, familiar with Blair's demeanor, understood well the torment that each magic class inflicted upon him, given his lack of magical talent. If Blair could not master even the simplest spell within a year, he would be expelled from St. Donis Academy. And if expelled, without the laborer's position in the library, he would be left unable to even satisfy his hunger. Toby rose, sighed, and gently patted Qianluo's shoulder, stating, "Blair, even if you lack magical talent and cannot graduate, it is of no consequence. You can always work with me at my father's estate. As long as I, Toby, have a loaf of bread, you shall have half." As he exited the classroom, he cast one last glance at Qianluo, reminding him, "Blair, make sure to seek out teacher Brittany. If you fail to do so, she will surely use the wooden board to smack your backside in the next class." Once Toby departed, only Qianluo remained in the classroom. Having witnessed the fireball unleashed by the young girl and experienced a transformative lesson in magic, Qianluo found his worldview fundamentally reshaped, leaving his emotions in tumult. The mere thought of conjuring a fireball from thin air was undeniably thrilling. Even though Qianluo had long surpassed the age of youthful fantasies and had not indulged in such whimsical dreams for years in this peculiar realm, such aspirations no longer seemed unattainable. Regrettably, Blair possessed no magical aptitude whatsoever. With a sigh, Qianluo glanced at the open magic textbook. Mimicking the gestures and incantations inscribed within, along with the method to commune with the fire element, he murmured softly, "O fire element adrift in the world, heed my summons and descend upon this place." Fireball technique. With a faint pop, a flicker of crimson flame materialized within the depths of Qianluo's obsidian eyes. Chapter 3. Ignite, Fireball. Lo and behold, as he beheld the orb of flame pulsating in his palm, Qianluo sprang to his feet, instinctively shaking his hand. With a soft puff, the feeble flame vanished, leaving him standing in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, he raised his hand to examine it. His palm remained pale and unblemished, as if nothing had transpired. He lingered in that state for a while before inhaling deeply and tentatively uttering, "Elemental fire that wanders the world, heed my call and descend." Fireball spell. Boom. A diminutive fireball materialized once more in his palm. This time, he was mentally prepared, and his astonishment was tempered. As he calmed himself, he gazed at the fireball with a mixture of curiosity and delight, akin to a child entranced by a new toy. The fireball hovered about a foot above his palm, radiating warmth without causing discomfort. When he attempted to touch it with his other hand, he felt an intense heat before his fingers could even make contact. It appeared that even a mage was not immune to the magic they conjured. Qianluo, having delved into Blair's memories, discovered the pertinent information. A mage could cast spells, but could not shield themselves from their own magic. This implied that he could indeed be scorched by the fireball he summoned. With a flicker of thought, he cautiously released another fireball. As he observed the fireball reappear, he tore a page from his textbook. The moment the paper brushed against the flame, it ignited instantly, reducing to ashes. In a brief span, Qianluo had undergone a plethora of paradigm-shifting experiences, to the extent that he now faced these extraordinary phenomena with a certain composure. What perplexed him, however, was that Blair possessed no innate magical talent. His mental acuity had not reached the threshold necessary to summon elemental magic. Yet, here was Qianluo, effortlessly casting fireballs. Was this due to the new soul inhabiting this body? This was merely a conjecture, for no one could provide him with the answer. Rather, he was more intrigued by the essence of magic itself. Having received a higher education, Qianluo understood that modern science continued to advance and evolve. Perhaps there existed undiscovered particles or elements in his former world, and once he embraced the theoretical underpinnings of magic, he could naturally accept the reality of its practice. While magical elements could be tenuously aligned with scientific principles, the incantations and gestures eluded his comprehension, defying any known theory and necessitating classification as a supernatural phenomenon. Nevertheless, as a logically minded individual, Chen Luo was not inclined to believe in that which he had not empirically validated. He extinguished the fireball in his palm, concentrating his focus while silently communicating with the fire elements as prescribed in the book, softly murmuring, Ganara, God of Darkness, Huzzah, fireball spell. Boom. A gentle sound resonated in his ear, and the familiar fireball reappeared. He stared in astonishment, extinguishing the fireball once more and repeating, Balala energy, Sarera, fireball spell. This time, he did not even perform the gestures, yet the fireball manifested before him once again. Come forth, fireball. Little fireball, come play. Boom. To Chen Luo's astonishment, regardless of the incantation he uttered, the gestures he made, or even in the absence of any action or words, simply by attuning his mental focus to the surrounding fire elements, he could invoke the fireball spell. This indicated that he could cast magic without the need for incantations or gestures. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the textbook explicitly stated that communicating with magical elements necessitated specific gestures and incantations. A single misstep in word or action could lead to failure in casting, perhaps due to the frequency with which he had cast the fireball spell. A light dizziness began to cloud his mind, yet this contradiction to magical theory persisted to confound him. Such a fundamental error could not possibly exist in an authoritative tome on magic. Could it be that his soul, hailing from another realm, was exempt from this world's rules? The incantations of a mage required time. The shorter the casting time, the greater the advantage. A mage capable of instantaneous spellcasting would be a veritable nightmare for their peers. Chen Luo pondered this conundrum for an extended period without resolution when he recalled another matter. The strikingly beautiful teacher, Miss Brittany, had asked him to see her after class. Given the considerable time he had delayed, he could not ascertain how she might react if she perceived him as having stood her up. He truly hoped she would not wield a ruler against him come the morrow. Fortunately, the faculty dormitory was not far. Descending the stairs, he made his way towards a nearby building to the east. The teacher's dormitory towered with spires and pointed arches, exuding a distinct Gothic charm, resembling a castle. Constructing such an edifice would require a significant fortune, yet St. Donis Academy evidently lacked for funds. Aside from noble donations, countless parents aspired to enroll their children. Upon gaining entry to St. Donis Academy, they would not hesitate to part with their gold. Thankfully, Blair's noble lineage spared him from exorbitant tuition fees, a privilege bestowed upon the aristocracy by the kingdom. Chen Luo, without inquiring further, easily located Miss Brittany's residence. After inheriting Blair's memories, he discovered that this fellow had a crush on his mathematics teacher, often lurking in the small garden behind the dormitory to spy on her room. Regarding this precocious behavior, Chen Luo could only remark that Blair had quite discerning taste. After all, Miss Brittany, only a few years their senior, was in the prime of her youth, neither overly youthful nor excessively mature. Her appearance and figure were immensely appealing to a budding young man. Of course, youthful infatuation is fleeting. Such thoughts would dissipate as they matured, only to be replaced by a deeper admiration for the now fully formed Miss Brittany in years to come. Standing before a door, Chen Luo forced himself to suppress thoughts of the more mature Miss Brittany, for Blair's obsession had begun to influence him. He raised his hand and gently knocked. The next moment, a melodious voice echoed from within. Come in. The door was ajar, and upon receiving permission, Chen Luo entered to find Miss Brittany bent over her desk, engrossed in writing. He approached and inquired, Miss Brittany, you called for me? Have a seat. She gestured to a spot beside her desk, handing him a sheet of paper and a quill. If you can solve this problem within the duration of a single class, I shall overlook your dozing off in my lesson. Earlier, she had stated that as long as Chen Luo wrote out the problem from the board, she would not hold it against him. Now, however, her stance had shifted. It seemed that the capricious nature of women was universal. Fortunately, she did not appear to be in a punitive mood. Chen Luo took up the quill, glanced at the problem, which was merely an addition from 1 to 79, and noted her lingering disbelief that he could solve the problem from the board. He shook his head, inscribed a number on the paper, and declared, done. After handing the paper and pen to Chen Luo, Brittany intended to delve into the mathematical conundrum that had perplexed her for the past fortnight. Given the student's computational abilities, it would take at least 2 classes to arrive at a solution. To ascertain whether Blair had previously encountered the problem, she deliberately altered the question. selecting the number 79 at random. Even she, at a moment's notice, could not ascertain the correct answer. However, just as she lifted her pen, Chen Luo's voice reached her ears. Turning to face him, Brittany furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "So soon?" Mathematics, in her mind, should be revered, and she vowed that if Blair were to casually fabricate a number to deceive her, she would indeed resort to a wooden board to redden his posterior. The problem was one she had devised on a whim, and she herself was unaware of the answer. Grasping the paper, she glanced at Chen Luo before inquiring, "How did you arrive at your calculation?" Having always been the one to assess her students, she was taken aback to find him subjected to an examination, particularly one of such simplicity. Chen Luo picked up his pen and a blank sheet of paper, somewhat exasperated, and explained, "For this problem, we need not add the numbers sequentially. It is evident that the sum of the first and last terms equals 80, as does the sum of the second and the penultimate term, and so forth. Thus, this addition problem can be simplified into a multiplication problem, 39 multiplied by 80, plus the remaining 40, yielding an answer of 3,160. Brittany observed his calculations, momentarily stunned, before a spark of delight illuminated her eyes. Gazing at him, she asked, "Did you devise this method on your own?" Chen Luo understood the disparity. The predecessors in another realm had lacked choices, but here, magic and science coexisted. Beyond science, there was magic, and many had allocated their skill points towards the latter, causing the advancement of fundamental sciences to be exceedingly sluggish. This was why, at the tender age of 16, Blair was still grappling with basic arithmetic. Though fabricating answers risked exposure, fortunately, this was not a monumental discovery. Chen Luo nodded, stating, "Indeed, this method significantly expedites the calculations." For Brittany, hailing from a lineage of mathematicians, she had encountered many scholars. However, those individuals, at Blair's age, certainly could not have conceived such an ingenious approach. Moreover, witnessing Blair's thought process ignited nascent ideas within her. Perhaps this algorithmic pattern could be extrapolated to broader domains. All thanks to Blair's inspiration. Mathematics is a discipline that demands innate talent, and to possess such mathematical reasoning at a young age, with proper nurturing, could herald the emergence of a new star in the realm of mathematics. Even if the likelihood was slim, she was reluctant to relinquish hope. With this in mind, Brittany cleared her throat, looked intently at Chen Luo, and earnestly asked, "Blair, do you aspire to become a great mathematician?" Chapter 4. The Invitation from Teacher Brittany. This is an endlessly profound discipline. Many comprehend the addition of numbers from 1 to 100, yet there exists but one Gauss. Indeed, with the current level of mathematics in this world, Chen Luo could easily ascend to the status of a great mathematician simply by presenting some advanced mathematical theories. However, for an ordinary individual, does the allure of becoming a magician not far surpass that of being a mathematician? Moreover, he had yet to grasp the situation he was in, leaving little room for thoughts of becoming a mathematician. It was evident to all that Blair was a magical failure, and Chen Luo nodded, acknowledging this truth. Brittany's face brightened with a smile as she continued, "Then you should also understand that even if you cannot become a great magician, you can still be a respected scholar. Being a mathematician does not require magical talent. Your aptitude in mathematics is a gift from the goddess of wisdom, and you ought not to squander it." Seeing that Chen Luo appeared somewhat swayed, Brittany gently encouraged him. "Perhaps you have not realized how exquisite your methods are. They are certainly not mere coincidence. I believe they can be applied in broader contexts." Feeling the stirrings of her teacherly spirit, Chen Luo prompted her, for instance, "If a sequence of numbers begins from the second term, and each term's difference from its predecessor equals a constant, then their sum can indeed be described by a simple formula." Brittany paused for a moment, then her beautiful eyes sparkled with illumination. Grasping Chen Luo's hand, she exclaimed excitedly, "Blair, I truly did not misjudge you. Your talent in mathematics is unparalleled. You have given me an important insight, and I must jot it down immediately." Brittany's hands were soft and delicate, but alas, Chen Luo only felt their warmth for a fleeting moment before she released him to seize paper and pen. Watching her swiftly write with a quill, he glanced at the contents of the page, knowing that she was about to derive the formula for the sum of an arithmetic series. After completing her derivation, Brittany cast it aside and turned to Chen Luo with a serious expression, saying, "Blair, you are a genius, a true genius. Your mathematical abilities must not be wasted. I assure you, you will surely shine brilliantly in the realm of mathematics." Chen Luo humbly replied, "The expanse of mathematical knowledge is vast. Each of us is but a dim star within the galaxy. In the grand cosmos above, none can truly claim brilliance. I have much yet to learn. I am pleased to hear you think this way. Brittany smiled. I can guarantee that if you study mathematics under my guidance in 2 years, even if you do not graduate from St. Donis Academy, you can still remain within the institution. I can arrange for you to take on a teaching assistant role, and should you face any difficulties in life, I can offer assistance. As a fellow teacher, Brittany's words touched Chen Luo deeply. Though young, she possessed a noble sense of ethics, and everything she did was for Blair and for mathematics. He could see her genuine passion for the subject. Such a colleague deserves respect. Standing tall, he bowed to Brittany and solemnly said, "Thank you, Teacher Brittany. Mathematics is a magnificent discipline, and I too harbor a profound interest in it." Brittany beamed. "So, have you decided to study mathematics with me? I still wish to become a magician." Chen Luo lowered his head apologetically. "I am sorry for disappointing your expectations, Teacher Brittany." Looking into Chen Luo's eyes, Brittany replied earnestly, "Blair, you must understand that without magical talent, delving into magic is merely a waste of time and a squander of your mathematical gifts. Element of fire that wanders the world, heed my call and descend here." Boom. As the fireball appeared in the palm of Chen Luo's hand, Brittany stood frozen. Incredulous, how did you accomplish that? While a person's mental strength can be enhanced through meditation, generally speaking, even an ordinary person newly introduced to magic possesses sufficient mental power to cast low-level spells like fireball. The inability to even conjure such a spell typically indicates an extremely low mental capacity, suggesting a lack of magical talent that is often deemed insurmountable through mere effort. This is nearly a universal consensus. Though not absolute, instances like Blair's were indeed rare. Chen Luo chuckled, "I don't know either. I merely took a nap during Teacher Brittany's class, and upon waking, I could cast fireball. Scholars are certainly respected. Yet the status of magicians in people's hearts is equally elevated. If one had to choose between the two, most would opt for the latter. After all, magicians are born warriors, easily accruing merit on the battlefield. Their formidable powers enable them to effortlessly obtain wealth and status. Had Blair lacked magical talent, Brittany would undoubtedly have urged him to pursue mathematics. However, since he had already demonstrated competent magical ability, becoming a magician would evidently benefit his future development. Though her expression reflected disappointment, she still gazed at Chen Luo and said, "If you change your mind, you can come find me at any time." A flicker of hope reignited in Brittany's heart as she lifted her gaze to him. "Ask away." After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo inquired, "Must one communicate with magical elements through incantations and gestures? If a magician is required to chant to interact with magical elements, then if someone were to cover their mouth during a spell, wouldn't a powerful magician become vulnerable? Would not those with innate speech or physical disabilities be unable to become magicians?" Brittany initially thought he was asking a mathematical question, and upon hearing this, she felt somewhat disappointed but still explained, "Of course, this is the most fundamental knowledge of magic. If you aspire to be a great magician, it is best to memorize the theories in the magic books." Chen Luo pressed further, "Is this true for all magicians?" Brittany nodded. "Even the mightiest of magicians require incantations to communicate with magical elements. They simply possess a deeper understanding of magic and familiarity with the elements, allowing them to chant in a shorter span of time. What if their incantation is interrupted?" "I know what you're thinking." Brittany shot him a glance. "Powerful magicians have remarkably concentrated mental strength. Their incantations are completed in mere moments. In such a brief interval, do you believe there is anything you could accomplish?" Unyielding, Chen Luo persisted, "Are there truly no exceptions? Is there anyone who can wield magic without incantations or gestures?" Brittany shook her head. "Magic is a gift from the gods. The gods taught our ancestors to use incantations and gestures to communicate with magical elements, and thus magic has been passed down through generations. Only deities might wield magic without the need for incantations or gestures." As Chen Luo stepped out of Teacher Brittany's abode, it was clear that even she could not provide a satisfactory explanation for the quandary that troubled him. Magic is indeed a divine gift, and the incantations and gestures are also bestowed by the gods. Every magician in this world must channel magical elements through these means to perform various spells. Yet Chen Luo alone does not. Could it be because he is an outsider, beyond the reach of this world's deities? Lost in a tumult of thoughts, Chen Luo exited the door and inadvertently collided with a figure approaching him. The girl, dressed in a black lace-trimmed veil dress, clutched her forehead and glared at Chen Luo after a moment of shock, exclaiming in irritation, "Why is it you again?" The place where she was struck still throbbed with pain, and now a new injury had been added. The girl's heart blazed with fury as she shifted her gestures and murmured, "Elemental fire that wanders this world, heed my call and descend." Just then, Luo swiftly covered her mouth, interrupting her incantation. Before she could fully comprehend the sudden interruption, he took off running, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Teacher Brittany had once remarked that a powerful mage could complete their incantation in a remarkably brief span of time. Clearly, that somewhat eccentric girl was not yet among their ranks. Chapter 5. The Uninvited Guest. Indeed, your answer is correct. Brittany nodded with relief and said, "Come in. I will show you a simpler method." Moments later, as Isabella gazed at the calculations on the paper, her rosy lips parted slightly in disbelief. "Is it possible to approach it this way?" she exclaimed. She had spent a considerable amount of time solving that troublesome math problem. Yet the method inscribed on the paper would yield the same answer in the time it took to sip water. Brittany smiled and remarked, "Mathematics is a wondrous discipline. It is precisely for this reason that many scholars dedicate their entire lives to it. Both you and Blair are exceptionally gifted students. I will introduce you to him someday." Isabella had noticed that the handwriting on the paper was not Brittany's. She looked up at her teacher and inquired, "Did this method originate from that individual named Blair?" Brittany nodded and replied, "Blair possesses remarkable mathematical talent, particularly in his way of thinking, which is well suited for the pursuit of mathematics. Unfortunately, he has chosen to tread a different path." If the method had been conceived by Brittany, Isabella would have felt somewhat reassured. However, knowing it was devised by a fellow student ignited her competitive spirit. She scrunched her pert nose and murmured, "Blair, I look forward to meeting you." From Blair's recollections, he knew that the dilapidated house he inhabited had collapsed a month prior due to a heavy downpour. He opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a cloth pouch, from which he extracted a long, slender item, his sustenance for the day. The 2 silver coins he possessed constituted his entire living expenses. In the kingdom of Lorland, the purchasing power of silver coins was relatively decent. But relying solely on these 2 coins for an entire month would have surely led to his demise from starvation. Working part-time provided merely a semblance of income. The primary benefit lay in the provision of food and shelter. A typical job outside could yield a monthly wage of 10 or more silver coins. Fortunately, the benefits of working at St. Donis Academy were quite satisfactory. In addition to the 2 silver coins each month, Blair received 2 loaves of white bread daily, and a storage room in the library had been designated as his temporary residence. Given the current circumstances, he could not afford to relinquish this job. Despite the alluring prospect of magic, he still had family and friends in another world. Luo shuddered to think of the impact it would have on his parents if they were to learn of his misfortune. He silently finished the bread in his hand. Though it lacked flavor, it was still far superior to the black bread that most impoverished individuals were forced to consume. To escape this world, one must first comprehend it. The deities of creation, the 4 elemental magics, the divine grace continent, the 4 great empires, the OS Empire, the 7 kingdoms, the kingdom of Lorland. This history book, though not exhaustive, provided sufficient information for Luo to glean what he sought. He had initially believed he had traversed to a small European nation. However, it was now evident that he was in an entirely different world. Legends spoke of gods who created the world and taught the continent's ancestors to wield magic, which had since been passed down through generations. Today, nearly all individuals with magical talent could learn to become mages. Of course, despite the abundance of those with magical aptitude, cultivating a mage required a significant investment of resources, leading to the profession being predominantly monopolized by the aristocracy. Institutions like St. Donis, which trained talents for the kingdom, were filled with students of noble lineage. Blair's presence there was undoubtedly thanks to a touch of aristocratic favor. Nobles typically sent their children to St. Donis Academy at the age of 15, after which they received family education. They would study for 3 years at St. Donis, with the opportunity to pursue further education at more prestigious institutions upon graduation. Blair had just entered his 2nd year, with 2 years remaining until graduation. Luo gazed at the empty classroom, his expression somewhat bewildered. At present, he felt utterly lost. His mind was in disarray, and he leaned on his desk, hoping for a brief respite. Perhaps upon awakening, he would once again see the familiar faces of the children from Class 7. All this talk of magic and deities was merely a dream. Yet reality proved disappointing. When he opened his eyes again and raised his head, he was met not with his students but with Toby's rotund face. Luo, still groggy, offered a perfunctory nod. "Did Brittany use a wooden board to spank you?" Toby inquired, a lewd expression creeping onto his face as he winked, and added, "I know you have a fondness for Brittany. If she spanked you, you would surely be pleased, wouldn't you?" "Absolutely not. I'm not a masochist," Luo replied, casting a sidelong glance at Toby. If it weren't for the fact that this rotund boy often looked after Blair, he would have been far less polite. Toby appeared disappointed by this response, shaking his head as he said, "Blair, you truly are a peculiar individual. Everyone else adores Senior Isabella, yet you seem to have a penchant for Brittany, who, while certainly beautiful, is still our teacher." After some contemplation, Chen Luo finally recalled the Isabella Toby had mentioned. This Isabella was a third-year senior, exceptionally talented and well-connected, a veritable campus belle at St. Donis Academy, and undoubtedly the goddess in the hearts of countless students. However, Chen Luo found himself in agreement with Blair's taste. What was appealing about a 16 or 17-year-old girl? How could a boy yet to fully mature appreciate the beauty of Brittany? Upon awakening from his midday nap, his head still somewhat foggy, Chen Luo disregarded Toby's whispered remarks and stretched lazily. Yet, as his gaze inadvertently swept past the classroom door, his entire being jolted awake. At that moment, a girl clad in a black gauze dress stood at the entrance, conversing with another young lady. Though the distance was considerable, Chen Luo could faintly hear the mention of Blair's name. A jolt of alarm coursed through Chen Luo as he inwardly cursed. They have come looking for him. "Toby, where is Blair?" Toby was mumbling softly when a voice from the front interrupted. He looked up to find a classmate named Linda standing before him. "Blair." Toby instinctively turned around, only to discover that the space beside him was now empty, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where did Blair go? He was just here. Isabella, Senior." Toby watched as Linda approached the door and exchanged a few words with the figure that haunted his and countless others' dreams. After hearing Linda's words, Isabella departed, visibly disappointed and angered, leaving Toby sitting there in stunned silence, his mouth agape. Soon, he identified the source of the strange sensation. Turning to Chen Luo, he noticed Toby gazing at him with a mix of sorrow, anger, and a hint of excitement, and queried, "What is wrong with you?" With a look of despair, Toby asked, "Blair, tell me honestly what happened with Senior Isabella." Chapter 6, The Magical Examination. Isabella? Chen Luo inquired, puzzled. "Who is Isabella?" "Stop pretending," Toby replied with disdain. "Sister Isabella just came looking for you." "You mean the one in the black dress at the entrance?" Chen Luo suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So she is Isabella." Isabella was a well-known figure at St. Donis Academy, revered as a goddess by many students, truly a household name. However, Blair, the precocious fellow, had eyes and heart solely for Professor Brittany, showing no interest in the illustrious Sister Isabella whatsoever. This sentiment mirrored Chen Luo's own taste. Was Professor Brittany not beautiful and alluring? Why should one be enamored with a clumsy, flat-chested girl? Toby gazed incredulously at him. "You don't even know Sister Isabella? Is there no one else in your sights apart from Professor Brittany?" Chen Luo cast a glance at the doorway, asking, "What does she want with me?" "You weren't here earlier, and Linda didn't inform me," Toby replied, his curiosity piqued. "How do you know Sister Isabella?" Contrary to Toby's fanciful notions of a poor boy encountering a beautiful princess who instantly falls for him, Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, "We had a slight conflict. She is probably here seeking revenge." "Revenge?" Toby listened in awe, then straightened up, saying earnestly, "Blair, do not tell anyone I am your friend from now on." "Why?" Chen Luo queried. With a sorrowful expression, Toby asked, "Do you have any idea whom you have provoked?" "Isabella." Toby took a deep breath and continued, "Do you know how many suitors she has at the academy? And so what? If they discover you've offended Sister Isabella, they will not let you off easily." Chen Luo looked at Toby and asked, "Are we friends, Toby?" Toby replied resolutely, "We were once, but not anymore." This treacherous fatso, Chen Luo, feeling weak, contemplated that although Toby's magical prowess was unimpressive, his physique would provide significant strength. He had hoped that an additional ally would bolster his chances. But given Toby's infatuation with Isabella, it was likely that he would deliver more kicks than assistance. Avoiding confrontation seemed wise. Chen Luo dismissively said, "This is St. Donis Academy. They cannot act with impunity." Toby stared at him as if he were foolish. "Do you know where St. Donis Academy is located?" "Beck Street." "And where is Beck Street?" "Yabo City. Isabella's father is the Lord of Yabo City." After a long silence, Chen Luo fixed his gaze on Toby and asked, "What is Sister Isabella's temperament like?" Toby shot him a sidelong glance. "Why do you ask?" Chen Luo sighed and inquired, "Do you think if I apologized to her now, she would forgive me?" Finding himself embroiled with a madwoman, particularly one from an influential family, left Chen Luo feeling quite frustrated. All he could do was keep his distance. As a requisite subject in a noble school, magic was divided into two primary components, magical theory and practical magic. The theory course taught the history of magic, the use of spells and gestures, as well as how to communicate with various magical elements. The practical course focused on the application of magic, where instructors rigorously assessed students' mastery. To prevent damage to classrooms, practical classes were held outdoors. As Chenluo and Toby ambled toward the outdoor classroom, a voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Blair, you pathetic waste of magic who can't even cast a fireball. How dare you remain at the academy?" The voice dripped with mockery and derision, provoking laughter from those nearby. Before Chenluo could react, Toby's expression hardened. He stepped protectively in front of Chenluo, glaring fiercely at a young man. "Bard, do you want to fight?" Bard narrowed his eyes at Toby and replied coldly, "This is none of your business, Toby." Toby stood his ground. "Blair is my friend. His matters are my matters. If you want to fight, then bring it on. I'll remember this. Next time, I'll settle the score," Bard retorted. But with class still in session, he dared not engage Toby. After shooting him a glare and leaving a parting threat, he hurried away. Chenluo felt a flicker of gratitude. Though Toby appeared unreliable, he proved to be loyal when it mattered. Chenluo did not take Bard's threats lightly. As the president of the university's sparring association, he knew he could hold his own against Bard and his ilk, especially given their size. Of course, facing someone like Toby, he would struggle against too, and the likelihood of defeat would increase significantly. Weight was an advantage that no flashy technique could compensate for. Chenluo draped an arm around Toby's shoulder and said, "Good friend, if Isabella comes seeking trouble, will you stand by my side?" "Of course," Toby replied, thumping his chest. "I'll try to go easy on you." Any semblance of gratitude Chenluo felt for this rotund companion evaporated instantly. Outside the classroom, on a sprawling expanse of grass, Anthony, who was balding, explained the use of the fireball spell to second-year students. The fireball spell is the foundational application of fire elements. Summoning fire elements indicates that you are, at the very least, magical apprentices. However, there is still a long way to go before becoming competent apprentices. Amidst the crowd, Bard frequently cast glances toward Chenluo, gritting his teeth. When did Blair get to know Sister Isabella? How could she possibly know someone like him? Chenluo, perceptive as ever, sensed Bard's scrutiny, but could not recall any previous conflict with him. As a student of lesser standing, he was often overlooked and frequently targeted by peers, so he paid Bard no mind and focused entirely on the magic instructor. After about 15 minutes of instruction, Anthony pointed to a distant target. "Now, I will assess your grasp of the fireball spell. You must stand behind this line and strike the target with the fireball. Just like this." Chenluo watched as Anthony's lips moved, performing a series of dazzling gestures, culminating in a massive fireball crashing into the distant target, shattering it. The target, made of iron, merely trembled under the fireball's assault, leaving a charred mark on its center. This scene tightened Chenluo's chest. He had assumed that casting spells required prolonged incantations, only to realize that the incantations and gestures could be executed in such brevity. While it was still far from instantaneous casting, it meant that unless one was engaged in close combat within 5 meters, disrupting a spellcaster's incantation from beyond that distance was nearly impossible. As Chenluo understood, their instructor, Anthony, was merely a mid-level mage. It was hard to fathom how much more familiar higher-level mages were with magical elements, thus reducing their casting time further and making them even less susceptible to interruption. No wonder Professor Brittany deemed his thoughts naive. After demonstrating, it was time for the second-year students to take their turns. Anthony stood aside, his expression impassive as he watched each student approach one by one. "Toby, you failed to summon the fireball." "Bard, well done. You successfully summoned a fireball that hit the target, but your fireball lacks refinement, scoring 80 points. "Linda, your magical gestures are still not sufficiently practiced. Otherwise, your fireball would not dissipate so quickly, scoring 60 points. "Alan, you have shown improvement since last time, earning 90 points. As the students began to cast their spells, Chenluo realized the vast disparity in their mastery of magic. It was only at this moment that he acknowledged Isabella's prowess as a senior, although she chanted slowly. Her success rate and the stability of her fireballs were unmatched by her peers. This slowness is relative. Her speed in summoning fireballs still surpassed all the second-year students Chenluo had observed. Of course, in terms of the speed of fireball casting, neither Isabella nor Professor Anthony could compare to Chenluo. No matter how swift a magician's words and actions may be, time is always required. Instantaneous casting of spells is an impossibility. In this regard, Chenluo might be the fastest man in the entire academy or even the whole Divine Grace continent. Toby looked at him in astonishment and asked, "Are you asking me?" Chen Luo realized he had posed a futile question. As two of the most inept magic students in Class 5 of the second year, Toby was just as lacking as he was. Having only managed to conjure a few sparks, albeit an improvement from Blair's previous attempts. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Professor Anthony suddenly turned around and regarded him with a look of appreciation, saying, "Well done, that was an insightful question. To become a powerful magician, mere rote memorization of spells and gestures is insufficient. One must also engage in critical thinking." Upon seeing the magic instructor turn to him, Toby immediately straightened his posture, trembling as he said, "Professor Anthony." The professor looked at Chen Luo, who stood confidently in place, with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Before explaining, summoning a fireball from a distance is not impossible. However, it requires significantly greater mental strength, something beyond the capabilities of you apprentices. In contrast, casting spells at close range is quicker and more stable. As for casting spells beyond the reach of one's mental power, that involves the forces of space, powers only a Saint Magus can invoke. Legends speak of powerful Saint Magi who could even tear apart the fabric of space to travel to another world. Even Professor Anthony's face reflected a hint of reverence as he spoke of the Saint Magus. After addressing this question, Professor Anthony turned back to observe the students' assessments, unaware of Chen Luo's unusual state behind him. Saint Magus, tearing space, another world. At this moment, Chen Luo stood there in a daze. As if struck by lightning, his mind echoing with thunderous thoughts. Professor Anthony's words pierced through the darkness like dawn's first light, rekindling a glimmer of hope in his heart, which had been teetering on the brink of despair. Chapter 7. A stunning revelation. There exists a hierarchy among magicians, categorized by the magical prowess they wield, as delineated by the Magic Association into 7 tiers: apprentice mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, great mage, mage mentor, grand mage mentor, and Saint Mage mentor. The students of St. Donis Academy are, at best, regarded as mere magic apprentices. Strictly speaking, an apprentice does not qualify as a true magician. Many of them may never ascend beyond the threshold of an apprentice mage, while the esteemed Saint Mage mentor remains a legendary figure, a distant aspiration for them. Toby was not particularly moved by Professor Anthony's words. However, upon turning around, he noticed an unusual expression on Chen Luo's face. Concerned, he inquired, "Blair, are you feeling unwell?" Assuming Chen Luo was still troubled by the magical assessment, Toby patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Blair. If you're feeling embarrassed, you can always opt out of the test like before." Chen Luo smiled and replied, "It's all right. This time, I want to give it another shot." Toby sighed, resting his hand on Chen Luo's shoulder, yet chose not to say anything further, as a student successfully conjured a fireball that struck the target. Professor Anthony glanced at the list in his hand, noting only one name remained, Blair. As a teacher, he was acutely aware of the implications of that name, Blair. The so-called magical failure. In the Divine Grace continent, magic is a divine gift bestowed upon humanity. While magical talents vary, even commoners possess some semblance of it. Those devoid of any magical affinity, unable to communicate with magical elements, are exceedingly rare. Although there are instances where individuals have cultivated their magical abilities through sheer effort, such cases are nearly non-existent. Society refers to them as the forsaken by the gods. Blair was indeed one of the forsaken, while Professor Anthony recognized this truth. He could not bear to expose Blair's wounds before others. Closing the roster, he declared, "Today's assessment concludes here. Professor Anthony, Blair hasn't been tested yet." A voice suddenly erupted from the crowd. Laughter ensued as the crowd erupted in mockery. "Blair, are you still feigning a stomachache? That excuse has been used before. Could it be that your backside hurts instead? Did Professor Brandy spank you with a ruler yesterday?" For Blair, such taunts were merely a convenient excuse. Blair, the Forsaken, could not even conjure the simplest fireball and perpetually evaded assessments with excuses, knowing that participation would only lead to embarrassment. Toby glared in the direction of the voice, his fist clenched in anger, and gestured towards Bard. Professor Anthony frowned at the student named Bard, realizing that neglecting Blair at this moment would only deepen his humiliation. He cast a disapproving glance at Bard and turned to Chen Luo, asking, "Blair, do you wish to partake in the assessment?" Although Anthony had not paid special attention to Blair, his earlier question indicated that he was not merely a rote learner of magic. He had contemplated the mysteries of the craft. Such a student deserved nurturing, yet alas, he lacked the innate magical talent. To Anthony's surprise, Blair did not evade the test this time, instead nodding with a smile, "I want to try." Bard was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, Blair, do you think a miracle will occur? His jeers prompted the crowd to erupt in laughter once more. Silence. Anthony's voice cut through the noise, and the crowd fell quiet. He then turned to Chen Luo, stating, Blair, you may begin. Nodding. Chen Luo stepped beyond the white line, facing the derisive and scornful gazes of his peers. He performed a series of gestures while softly murmuring, element of fire. Wandering in the realm, heed my call, and descend here. Fireball. Boom. Whoosh. Although Chen Luo possessed the ability to cast spells without incantations or gestures, fearing the consequences of drawing undue attention, he adhered to the traditional incantation. Nevertheless, among all the students, his pace in casting spells was unmatched, and his fireball was more than twice the size of those conjured by his peers. Clang! The fireball struck the metallic target, producing a resonant sound that echoed in the hearts of all present. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, disbelief, and wonder. Bard stood frozen, his mocking expression faltering, exclaiming, how is this possible? This magical failure. Toby stared at Chen Luo, his mouth agape in disbelief. Professor Anthony's face displayed a look of astonishment as he murmured, a miracle, truly a miracle. Approaching Chen Luo, he asked, Blair, how did you achieve this? Chen Luo looked at him and replied, I don't know. I just practiced as the book instructed, day after day, and suddenly I was able to cast the fireball. The Forsaken had regained divine favor, an occurrence not unheard of but rare, requiring a path far more arduous than that of ordinary individuals, demanding countless times more effort. Excellent. You have achieved a perfect score on this magical assessment, Anthony said, patting his shoulder. If you encounter any magical inquiries in the future, feel free to approach me. Chen Luo bowed in gratitude, replying, Thank you, Professor Anthony. After nodding, Anthony turned to the crowd, stating, That will be all for today, class dismissed. As class concluded, the crowd buzzed with conversation, watching Chen Luo and Toby depart. How is this possible? Isn't Blair supposed to be Forsaken? How could he cast a fireball? Indeed, his fireball was even larger than Bard's. In the midst of the astonishment, Bard spat disdainfully. So what? It's merely a fireball, he's Forsaken. And he will never become an apprentice mage. Meanwhile, at the classroom door, Toby gazed at Chen Luo with a complex expression and said, Blair, you've abandoned me. Chen Luo patted his shoulder, assuring him, no matter what, you will always be my friend. No, Toby shook his head, stating, Toby will always be Blair's friend, except in front of Senior Isabella. Fatty, get lost. The following 2 days were a rare respite. Chen Luo dedicated this time entirely to his studies in the library, with meals and sleep also taking place there. Aside from eating, sleeping, and a few simple tasks after closing, he devoted every moment to intensively revising magical knowledge. Upon confirming that a Saint Mage Mentor could grasp the mysteries of space, he yearned to become a powerful Saint Mage Mentor, a singular hope that sustained him in this world. Even though he recognized the slim likelihood of this aspiration, almost negligible, he remained unwilling to relinquish this solitary hope. Meanwhile, he actively sought to understand many matters of interest, such as whether the physical laws of this world align with those he was familiar with. He observed the rising and setting of the sun, the waxing and waning of the moon, and even validated the principle of free fall with 2 stones of varying sizes. Everything he witnessed indicated that, aside from magic, this realm bore little distinction from the Earth he knew. Perhaps it was merely an Earth from a parallel universe, though it was not referred to as such. Immersed in the library, Chen Luo remained oblivious to the fact that Blair, the so-called magic misfit, had awakened his magical talent and achieved a perfect score in the magical assessment, a piece of news not yet widespread throughout St. Donis Academy, yet already known by many in the second year. His speed in casting spells was remarkable, and the fireballs he conjured were impressively concentrated. Professor Anthony acknowledged his magical prowess, offering high praise for his fireball technique. While most students struggled to master even a single fireball spell, Blair had evidently emerged as the fastest and strongest among the second-year students in Class 5. Yet, his performance in other subjects remained abysmal. On Monday, upon returning to school, Chen Luo unexpectedly noticed a shift in the way most of his classmates regarded him. A few girls even smiled at him, seemingly unfazed by his academic shortcomings. Blair, with his appealing appearance, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Chen Luo of yesteryears. Chen Luo, however, harbored no interest in these girls. His sole focus was on magic. Miss Brittany had been absent from class for several days, replaced by another mathematics teacher. Chen Luo, still engrossed in his study of magical knowledge, hardly paid attention to other subjects. Lost in the world of sorcery. After a history lesson, as the teacher had yet to exit the classroom, Chen Luo habitually slipped out, only to be halted at the door by a girl clad in a black lace dress, her arms crossed and a teasing glint in her eyes. She remarked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" Chapter 8. The mystery of Loris. Chen Luo gazed at the girl blocking his path, forcing a stiff smile as he spoke. "Isabella, what a coincidence." Isabella looked at him, her expression a blend of indignation and disbelief, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I never expected you to be the Blair that Professor Brittany mentioned." She had long wished to meet the sophomore with a mathematical talent whom Professor Brittany had described. Initially, her curiosity was rooted in a spirit of competition. Yet after multiple visits to his classroom over several days, during which he always seemed to be absent, she began to suspect he was intentionally avoiding her. Upon investigation, Isabella discovered that the Blair spoken of by Professor Brittany was none other than the rude individual who had bumped into her twice that day, notorious in St. Donis Academy for being a magical failure. However, that was no longer the case. Just days prior, following an incident in a practical magic class, Blair had been dubbed the fastest man in the entire sophomore year, surpassing even most third-year students in both the speed and stability of his fireball spell. Yet, upon learning of Blair's identity, Isabella found that whether he was a mathematical genius or a magical prodigy mattered little to her. This impudent fellow had dared to cover her mouth while she was reciting a spell. Interrupting a sorcerer's incantation in such a manner was simply unacceptable. For a lady, this was an insult that could not be forgiven. With this thought, the anger that had momentarily subsided within her reignited. Chen Luo noticed Isabella's chest beginning to rise and fall, fearing she might conjure another fireball. Just then, the appearance of a striking figure in the distance offered him a glimmer of hope. "Professor Brittany," Chen Luo called out from afar. "It's Blair, isn't it? I've been looking for you," Professor Brittany said, quickening her pace towards them, a smile gracing her face. "I have something to tell you." Upon seeing Professor Brittany, Isabella managed to suppress her anger once more. Chen Luo held a deep admiration for Professor Brittany, not only because of her connection to Blair, but also because she embodied a passion for mathematics. Isabella's lips parted in astonishment as she looked at Professor Brittany. As one of Brittany's students, she understood the significance of co-authorship. Although the formula in question was not a groundbreaking discovery, its cleverness and innovative nature suggested it might even appear in future textbooks. This meant that in the future, the name Blair would be inextricably linked to every beginner in mathematics throughout the Lauren Kingdom and even the Divine Grace continent. Suddenly, a pang of jealousy welled up within her. For Chen Luo, the issue of authorship was trivial. He cared only for magic. A mere paper co-authorship held less value than a handful of silver coins. Practicing magic was a demanding endeavor that drained both mental and physical energy. With only 2 loaves of bread a day, he struggled to feel full, and Blair's meager savings couldn't last even half a month. The greatest challenge he faced in this new world was simply satisfying his hunger. Professor Brittany, seemingly struck by a thought, handed him a small embroidered pouch, saying, "This contains 50 silver coins, a reward from the Mathematics Association. I believe it belongs to you." Chen Luo's meager wages for working in the library amounted to 2 silver coins a month, making 50 silver coins equivalent to 2 years and 1 month of labor. It was no wonder that Brittany had said scholars, like mages, were respected and well compensated in this world. Of course, Chen Luo was not foolish enough to refuse. Extending his hand towards the pouch, he politely said, "I can't accept this. At least half of it is due to your efforts, Professor Brittany." At his courteous remark, the 50 silver coins suddenly seemed to dwindle by half, and Chen Luo wished he could slap himself. However, it appeared that Professor Brittany was not wealthy either, so he chose not to dwell on it. Without her, it was unlikely his paper would have garnered the attention of the Mathematics Association, let alone reach the hands of reviewers. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret over the 25 silver coins. After a moment's thought, he suddenly said, "I've been pondering lately. If a sequence of numbers begins from the second term, and each term has a constant ratio with its predecessor, could their sum also be described by a unified formula, just as in the previous scenario? With the formula for the sum of an arithmetic series already established, it was only natural that a geometric series would follow suit, especially considering the potential reward of 50 silver coins." Professor Brittany's eyes widened in sudden realization as she asked, "Are you referring to the Loris mystery?" Isabella looked utterly perplexed. What mystery? Having spent the past few days immersed in the library, Chen Luo nodded in affirmation. He had astonishingly discovered that the patterns in the development of mathematics seemed to be unified. Whether it was the ancient Egyptian Ammon's mystery, the Suanzi Swanjing from ancient China, or the Loris mystery from this world, they all revolved around geometric sequences. The Loris mystery is described as follows. Loris has 7 wives, each with 7 pockets. Each pocket containing 7 cats, and each cat having 7 kittens. The question is how many wives, pockets, big cats, and small kittens are there in total? While this may seem trivial, no one would likely concern themselves with such an absurd tally. Rather, they might be more interested in the state of Loris's health. Yet, if regarded purely as a mathematical problem, it certainly warrants further investigation. As a geometric sequence, the terms of the Loris mystery are few, and the answer can be derived by simple addition. But what if there were 10, 20, or 50 terms? If a formula could encapsulate the sum of arrays adhering to this pattern, it would represent a significant breakthrough in the field of mathematics. Unlike arithmetic sequences, geometric sequences emerged much earlier and correspond to the famous Loris mystery. If a simple formula could elucidate the Loris mystery, it would be inconceivable for the Mathematics Association not to award 100 silver coins for such a discovery. Professor Brittany pressed further. Are you saying you can formulate a solution for problems like the Loris mystery? Chen Luo nodded, replying, I've only made some preliminary progress. Professor Brittany, filled with excitement, grasped his wrist and exclaimed, let us discuss this in my room. As she led Chen Luo towards the faculty dormitory, Isabella, feeling ignored, stomped her foot before hastily following suit. Professor Brittany, possessing a solid foundation in mathematics, quickly began writing down several lines of derivation on paper upon a slight hint from Chen Luo. Observing the formula she had derived, Brittany substituted several arrays akin to the Loris mystery, arriving at the same conclusion she had reached through addition. This is simply incredible. We are on the verge of solving the Loris mystery. Professor Brittany's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Chen Luo, praising, Blair, your mathematical talent is unparalleled. Would you truly not wish to collaborate with me on mathematics? Oh, I almost forgot. You haven't eaten yet. Professor Brittany hurried into the kitchen, emerging shortly with 2 pieces of cake, offering them to Chen Luo and Isabella. Please, have something to eat while I calculate a few more times. Chen Luo accepted the cake, devouring it in 2 bites. It was the most delectable food he had tasted in days. Isabella gazed at Ms. Brittany, who was enraptured by mathematics and recognized that yet another remarkable discovery was at hand. She had anticipated that a new Brittany Blair formula might soon emerge. Previously, her competitive spirit urged her to vie with Blair, but how could she possibly compare now? She took a bite of the cake in her hand, only to find that her once favorite dessert suddenly lacked its sweetness. Chapter 9. Regaining fame. Professor Brittany was diligently calculating and verifying the formula for geometric sequences, while Chen Luo sat beside her, sensing Isabella's gaze occasionally drifting in their direction. It is wise to resolve enmities rather than exacerbate them, especially when one's adversary happens to be the daughter of the city lord. He rose to pour a glass of water for Professor Brittany, then took another cup and turned to Isabella, inquiring, Senior Isabella, would you care for some water? Isabella let out a cold snort, ignoring him. This woman is indeed petty. Chen Luo mused silently, yet he poured her a glass of water anyway, sincerely stating, previously, my unreasonable actions offended you, Senior Isabella. Blair sincerely apologizes and hopes for your forgiveness. Professor Brittany set down her pen, glancing curiously at Chen Luo and Isabella, asking, has there been some misunderstanding between you two? Chen Luo began, but Isabella interjected, a few days ago, Blair accidentally bumped into me. It seemed to be merely a trivial misunderstanding. Professor Brittany chuckled, saying, Blair must have been careless. Isabella, it's best not to hold a grudge against him. Knowing of Professor Brittany's fondness for Blair, Isabella realized that she had little recourse against him and could only sigh internally as she replied, I have long since forgotten about it. Chen Luo shot her a glance, thinking to himself, a woman's words can often be deceiving. If she had truly forgotten, why would she seek me out thrice a day these past few days? He smiled and said, Senior Isabella possesses a heart as vast as the sky. Surely, she would not hold this against me. Isabella, lacking both charm and grace, glared at Chen Luo before turning to Professor Brittany, asking, Professor, I have a question regarding magic. Professor Brittany, unperturbed, encouraged, please, go ahead. Isabella shot another irritated look at Chen Luo before asking, the incantation speed for magic is too slow. If someone is too close while I am casting, what should I do to prevent them from interrupting me? It is quite impolite to stand too close to a mage. who is usually vigilant and will not allow others to encroach upon their space easily, Professor Brittany explained. Moreover, as you become more familiar with magical elements and master your spells and gestures, your casting speed will increase. A high-level mage can release a simple fireball in an instant, so quickly that even those nearby cannot react. Isabella's face clouded with concern as she asked, "But what about when we are still inexperienced with magic?" Professor Brittany smiled, glancing at Shinluo, and said, "Blair, why don't you try to interrupt my incantation before I cast a spell?" Shinluo hesitated, shaking his head. "Is that appropriate?" Wouldn't he offend Professor Brittany? Brittany offered him a reassuring look, saying, "It's quite all right." Shinluo was not one to linger on trifles. As soon as Brittany made her first magical gesture, he raised his arm. However, he only sensed a blur before his wrist was seized, and in a whirl of motion, he found himself crashing to the ground, only to be caught by Brittany just in time. Although he had practiced martial arts in college, he had no opportunity to defend himself before Professor Brittany, who swiftly executed a perfect throw. She turned to Isabella, saying, "Often, an excellent mage is also an exceptional warrior." Shinluo noticed a flicker in Isabella's eyes at this moment, sending a chill down his spine. Due to this incident, he did not see her in math class, and his life underwent a subtle transformation following the previous paper. The co-authored paper with Professor Brittany was displayed on the bulletin board at St. Donis Academy for all to admire. From the Academy's attitude, Shinluo sensed the immense respect scholars commanded in the Divine Grace continent, particularly in the Lauren Kingdom. The arithmetic formula discovered by Brittany and Blair appeared in the mathematics textbooks of Lauren Kingdom, marking a proud moment for St. Donis Academy. Undoubtedly, Blair's name had once again gained prominence at the Academy, merely days after he had last stirred discussion. In just 2 months, he had transformed from a magic novice unable to conjure even a fireball into the fastest and strongest second-year student. Even Professor Brittany's remarkable mathematical discovery was inspired by him, leaving many curious about the tremendous changes he had undergone during the summer break. What could have catalyzed such a transformation? Professor Brittany, the magic teacher, the history instructor, and even Toby had posed this question to Shinluo. 2 months prior, he had suddenly realized that he would soon be a second-year student, and in 2 years, he would face graduation. If he could not master a fireball spell, or if he failed in any subject, he would not graduate from the academy, risking losing his library job and possibly facing starvation on the streets. It was then he understood that he could no longer drift aimlessly. Thus, over the past 2 months, he immersed himself in rigorous study, meditated daily to enhance his mental fortitude, and diligently pursued magic, ultimately achieving the progress he displayed today. Blair worked as a janitor in the library, which remained open even during the summer, and he spent the entire vacation there, justifiably so. Days later, during a mathematics assessment, he produced the only perfect score in the entire second-year cohort, dispelling any lingering doubts about his capabilities. It truly seemed that Blair was indeed different from before. Of course, even as Blair temporarily claimed the title of the fastest and strongest second-year student, being a person abandoned by the divine, significant progress in magic remained elusive. Most believed that mastering the fireball spell was the extent of his potential. The authorship of that paper evoked envy among all students and many teachers at the academy, who found it hard to believe in the mathematical prowess of a second-year student. Their envy lay not in his abilities but in Brittany's attention towards him. Undoubtedly, Professor Brittany was an exceptional scholar. Anyone deemed worthy by her could potentially attain greatness akin to Blair. This question had been posed to him multiple times by Professor Brittany. Yet a person's focus is finite. Shinluo harbored a singular ambition to become a saint mage as swiftly as possible, even if he was still far from that goal. With a sigh, he lamented, "But Professor Brittany, my father's greatest wish before his passing was for me to become a great mage." Chapter 10. The unusual Isabella. Despite the numerous individuals within the academy who speculated that his name graced that paper solely due to his association with Professor Brittany, a wave of sour gossip circulated. However, some began to greet him proactively. When he encountered female classmates along the way, they would smile at Shinluo. Even junior students approached him, inquiring about his experiences with magic and mathematics, for to them, magic and mathematics were far more daunting than any monster. Senior Blair, your magical prowess is remarkable. Are the rumors of your lack of magical talent false? One junior girl queried. Shinluo smiled gently and replied, "No. My magical aptitude is indeed quite poor. I merely dedicate the time others spend sleeping to meditation." Encouraged by his words, the girl departed, and soon another classmate approached, asking, "Blair, could you help me with this math problem?" After explaining the solution to her, a charming girl came forward, saying, "Blair, my math grades are dismal. Could you assist me in improving them after school at my family's estate? I can offer compensation," though Chen Luo understood that their change in attitude was primarily due to his potential to become a respected scholar. He recognized it as a natural inclination. He was no longer an inexperienced youth. He had learned to navigate social interactions. Naturally, he did not dismiss their requests outright, provided their intentions were innocent. Yet he sensed ulterior motives from the girl before him. For such individuals, he typically opted for a clear refusal. With a smile, he inquired, "May I ask how much you intend to offer as compensation?" The girl, sensing his willingness, brightened and replied, 5 silver coins a month. After attending to several girls, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief when no one approached him further. Turning around, he found Toby staring at him in a daze. Chen Luo glanced at him and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Toby shook his head, his expression suddenly serious as he declared, "Blair, I've decided to follow you from now on." Toby genuinely cared for Blair, so Chen Luo accepted him as a subordinate without hesitation. On the other side of the classroom, Bud observed Chen Luo, who had just been surrounded by girls, and spat disdainfully. "I wonder what stroke of luck Blair has had to earn Professor Brittany's favor and such attention." After he spoke, those around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, Blair was fortunate. They whispered about him spending time in the library, while in truth, he merely spent his days sleeping or covertly admiring Professor Brittany. How could someone once deemed the class's most inept suddenly rise above them all? As for Blair's perfect score on the math test, many attributed it to Professor Brittany's favoritism. Except for Bud, many in the class and academy shared this sentiment. They were unwilling to admit that they were outperformed by someone they considered a fool, eagerly awaiting the day Blair would tumble from his newfound pedestal. In the midst of their whispers, a sudden commotion erupted. "It's Senior Isabella. What brings her here?" They wondered. "Is she looking for Blair?" Bud and the others' gazes fixated on Isabella, eventually narrowing down to a specific spot in the classroom. The expressions of most boys shifted, with Bud and his companions displaying anger and resentment. Isabella, the goddess in the hearts of countless, sought out Blair. In St. Donis, her presence always incited a stir. And as she entered the classroom, Chen Luo was already aware of her arrival. Truth be told, apart from her modest stature, her beauty was undoubtedly among the finest in the academy, complemented by her prestigious lineage and excellent academic performance, making her the focal point of attention. Yet, Chen Luo remained highly cautious of her. Although Isabella claimed to disregard their past grievances, he had discerned through their previous confrontations that she was exceedingly petty. Were it not for Professor Brittany, she likely would not have treated him with such civility. Given their mutual acquaintance through Professor Brittany, Chen Luo regarded her with a sidelong glance and inquired, "What brings you here?" Isabella regarded Toby and asked, "Is that so?" Toby promptly stood, clutching his stomach, and declared, "Blair, I suddenly have a stomachache. Let us discuss the fireball spell tomorrow." Witnessing Toby abandon him at such a critical moment, Chen Luo regretted his earlier decision to accept him as a subordinate. Unsure of her intentions, Chen Luo nodded and said, "If you have something to say, please proceed." Isabella replied, "I've heard you possess considerable magical talent. Perhaps we could have a friendly duel." Chen Luo shook his head. "I only know one fireball spell. You would do better to seek another." "Since you're unwilling, very well," Isabella responded, then suddenly added, "I have a secret to share with you." "What secret?" Chen Luo asked instinctively. Isabella leaned closer to his ear and, after a considerable pause, whispered, "I'll tell you next time." With that, she laughed softly and exited the classroom. This woman had come to their classroom merely to exchange a few words. Just as Chen Luo prepared to resume his reading, he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The classroom had grown significantly quieter. He turned to observe, noticing the girls gazing at him in astonishment, while the boys regarded him with reddened faces. Not far off, a girl gasped, incredulously exclaiming, "Did Senior Isabella just kiss Blair?" In the eerie silence of the classroom, her words carried far, and Chen Luo heard them clearly. Realization struck him, and he thought with alarm, "Oh no, I've been set up." At the classroom entrance, Isabella paused, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing her delicate features as she murmured, "Impertinent fool. Prepare to face the consequences." Chapter 11. The magical consultant. One must never offend a woman. This is a truth that transcends any universe. Isabella, possessing both beauty and an illustrious lineage, is regarded as a goddess by all students in the school. She maintains an air of superiority and has never shown any affinity towards any male. If she were to suddenly exhibit warmth towards Chen Luo, would it not render him the target of all the other boys' enmity? a clever ploy to use another's hand to exact revenge, constrained by the reputation of teacher Brittany. She could not retaliate against Chenluo directly, thus resorting to this stratagem. By merely appearing close to Chenluo, she would naturally position him against all those who admire her. Moments before class, Toby rushed in, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Chenluo, incredulously exclaiming, "Isabella Sr. kissed you?" Within mere minutes, even Toby, who had been absent moments earlier, was aware of the news. Undoubtedly, this was a scheme Isabella had meticulously orchestrated. Toby clutched his chest in mock despair, lamenting, "Blair, you have stolen my goddess. My heart aches." Chenluo shot him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "I have no desire to converse with a traitor." Toby's feigned sorrow instantly transformed into a grin as he chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Blair, do not take offense. Someone like me could never dream of Isabella Sr. She is with you, and as a friend, I am happy for you. By the way, when will you teach me the fireball spell?" Chenluo patted his shoulder, saying, "Once you are no longer in pain before Isabella." Toby's jaw dropped in astonishment as he stammered, "You no longer even refer to her as senior. You truly have. Did she really kiss you?" At St. Donis Academy, there are no prohibitions against young love. Students at 16 are on the brink of adulthood, and pursuing romance is their liberty. Yet, the proud Isabella, the Academy's prodigy, choosing to associate with the ordinary and unremarkable Blair, left many baffled. Even though Blair had shed the title of magical failure and displayed an unusual aptitude for mathematics, the Academy was too modest. The talents within it would scarcely register in the wider realm of the Lauren Kingdom. For Isabella, she could undoubtedly find a better choice. The dissemination of this news catapulted Blair into fame. However, unlike previous occasions, this time he gained notoriety because of Isabella. The girls grew increasingly curious about Blair, pondering what qualities he possessed that could capture Isabella's heart. Meanwhile, the boys, particularly Isabella's unseen suitors, marked Blair as their primary adversary. Chenluo noticed that after the incident, several boys in class, led by Bud, regarded him with a menacing glare. Chenluo found himself perplexed. Was Isabella truly foolish? What advantage could she gain from this? She spread rumors that were equally detrimental to her, merely to seek revenge for a fleeting kiss? At this moment, in the third-year classroom of St. Donis Academy, Isabella sat in her seat, a smirk of triumph gracing her features. Most eyes in the room were fixed upon her. The girls wore expressions of confusion and curiosity, while the boys bore looks of sorrow and disappointment. However, lost in her ingenious scheme, Isabella failed to notice a girl sitting beside her, who could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned over to inquire, "Isabella, are you truly dating Blair?" Isabella's brows furrowed as she retorted, "How could I possibly date that rude fellow? Who told you such nonsense?" "Everyone is saying it," the girl replied, casting Isabella a strange glance. "They say you just visited Blair's classroom and kissed him." "What?" Isabella sat frozen in her seat, her complexion paling gradually. She finally realized that, in her quest for revenge, she may have committed a foolish act. The rumor of Isabella dating a second-year student spread like wildfire, igniting a storm at St. Donis Academy. At the center of this tempest, Chenluo now walked the streets of Yabo City, heading towards the Magic Association. The ability to communicate with magical elements and cast spells without incantations or gestures had delighted him for a time, instilling hope that the path of the Holy Mage, while distant, was not without promise. However, in the subsequent days, as he delved deeper into the study of magic, it felt as though cold water had been poured over his head, extinguishing his fleeting pride. The principles of magic in this world appeared to necessitate the use of mental strength, combined with incantations and gestures, to communicate with magical elements, thus unleashing various spells. While Chenluo had bypassed the steps of incantations and gestures, the path of mental fortitude offered no shortcuts. It required gradual, steady advancement. Although the transition from a magical apprentice to a junior mage seemed to entail merely a single level, the criteria for being recognized as a junior mage included successfully casting at least one basic fire spell. This meant that Chenluo needed to simultaneously conjure and maintain control over 10 fireballs, yet he could hardly manage to release 2 at present. While the incantations and gestures for communicating with magical elements were simple, mastering magic required more than mere communication. One must also learn to control the elements, a feat that was virtually impossible without a teacher's guidance. This was one reason why magic was largely monopolized by the nobility. For an ordinary family, being able to afford basic sustenance was already a challenge, let alone hiring a magician. The pursuit of magical knowledge demanded considerable time and effort, and human energy is finite. Most magicians tend to specialize in a particular school of magic, seeking depth rather than breadth. Despite Chen Luo's exemption from incantations and gestures, he still required a mentor to master the control of magical elements. Time, therefore, was a luxury he could not afford. Thus, clutching his meager 30 silver coins, he resolved to seek a teacher at the Magic Association. Magicians are indeed a profession before sending their progeny to the academy. Many nobles and merchants pay fees to hire magicians from the Magic Association, referred to as magical consultants, allowing their children early exposure to magic. Chen Luo had previously learned that the remuneration for magicians was paid monthly, during which time any inquiries regarding magic could be directed to their magical consultant. In the lobby of the first floor of the Magic Association, a girl of about 15 or 16 greeted Chen Luo, clad in the association's uniform. She smiled at him and inquired, "Sir, are you looking to hire a magical consultant?" Chen Luo nodded, "Indeed." The girl's smile remained, and she continued, "May I ask if you have a specific level of magician in mind? Naturally, the higher the magician's rank, the better. However, Chen Luo understood that hiring a more accomplished magician would likely come at a steeper price. After some contemplation, he replied, "A senior magician." "Very well," the girl responded, her voice sweet. "The fee for a senior magical consultant is 10 gold coins per month. Would you prefer to pay now or after meeting the magician?" Chen Luo felt the 30 silver coins in his pocket, paused for a moment, and asked, "What about a junior magician?" The girl maintained her polite smile and patiently replied, "A junior magician requires 5 gold coins, while a basic magician only needs 2. I apologize for the intrusion." Chen Luo offered a smile to the girl before turning on his heel and walking decisively out of the Magic Association. Chapter 12. A change of heart considering his meager earnings of 2 silver coins per month from his menial work at the library. Hiring a senior magical consultant would require over 40 years of relentless effort. Suddenly, he found himself disinclined to strive for such an arduous path. This, however, was merely the remuneration a student could afford. Within a single month, a magician could easily serve as a consultant for multiple individuals simultaneously. It was nothing short of extortion. Chen Luo finally grasped why so many aspired to become magicians. Beyond the pursuit of personal power, being a magician signified a life free from the burdens of material concerns. Conversely, this also implied that, not only could he not afford a senior magician, but even a junior magical consultant was beyond his means, even without hiring a consultant. Merely accessing magical tomes and literature at the Magical Association required a monthly fee of 1 gold coin. The textbooks only covered the most fundamental principles of magic, sufficient for students to become competent apprentices. Chen Luo's ambition, however, was to become a saint mage, necessitating exposure to more profound magical knowledge and theories, which could only be found within the Magical Association. With a mere 30 silver coins in his pocket, he could scarcely cover the basic monthly fee. In this alternate world, Chen Luo was acutely reminded of the significance of wealth. The expense of hiring a magical consultant far exceeded his expectations, and aside from co-authoring papers with Professor Brittany, he had no viable means of earning money. As Chen Luo exited the Magical Association, not far away, in a loft belonging to the Mathematical Society, an elderly gentleman with graying hair perused a submitted manuscript entitled General Solutions to the Louse Problem. Blair, Brittany. The name seemed familiar. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he suddenly recalled something, flipping through a nearby journal, where he found the most prominent line reading, General Formula for Summation of Arithmetic Sequences, authored by Brittany, Blair. The stark reality of his inability to afford a magical consultant dampened Chen Luo's spirits, rendering him somewhat irritable. Even during Professor Brittany's mathematics class, he found it difficult to concentrate, his gaze vacant and unfocused, as he pondered how to swiftly procure a senior magical consultant to resolve his current magical dilemmas. After class, Toby, noticing Chen Luo's unblinking stare at the podium, waved his hand in front of Chen Luo's eyes, saying, "Blair, stop staring. Professor Brittany has already left." Regardless, he would not abandon this shortcut to learning magic. If necessary, he would set aside his current tasks to gather some funds. Toby looked at Chen Luo with bewilderment, questioning, "I just don't understand. Isabella is so beautiful. Why do you, Blair, have a preference for Professor Brittany?" Chen Luo cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Isn't Professor Brittany beautiful?" Toby opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Professor Brittany was lovely and certainly on par with Isabella. Not only Blair, but even they often stole glances at her, yet she was still their teacher. Only Blair seemed utterly entranced by Professor Brittany, oblivious to this harsh reality. Toby patted his shoulder, advising, Blair, as a friend, I urge you to let go of this infatuation. Professor Brittany is not only a respected scholar, but also a senior magician. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her? Chen Luo dismissed Toby's comments. Although he and Blair both regarded Professor Brittany as more enchanting than Isabella, it did not imply he wished to pursue her. Romantic entanglements were the most bothersome distractions, as they could hinder his magical studies. For Chen Luo, nothing was more paramount than the pursuit of magic. Lost in thoughts of financial matters, he suddenly seemed to realize something and turned sharply to Toby, asking, What did you just say? Blair was the most gifted student she had encountered. His mathematical talents were unparalleled, and his ingenious reasoning and meticulous calculations were qualities essential for any mathematical scholar. He was still young, and with proper guidance, he was sure to leave an indelible mark on the annals of mathematics. Unfortunately, his aspirations lay elsewhere. Brittany understood that his family's circumstances were not favorable, and becoming a magician was a far superior choice for him than pursuing academia. As a teacher, she could not impose her expectations upon her students' lives. Just as she entered the dormitory building, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Professor Brittany, you have a letter. Another female teacher handed her a letter stating, It is from the Mathematical Society. Brittany smiled and nodded, saying, It must pertain to the general solution to the louse problem. The louse problem? The other mathematics teacher exclaimed in astonishment. As a mathematics instructor, she was well aware of the louse problem, despite its long-standing existence. Mathematicians unanimously believed that there ought to be a straightforward solution. In other words, the mathematical community held that a general formula existed that could directly resolve the louse problem. Yet no one had been able to discover it over the years. Consequently, many had begun to question the existence of such a solution in recent times. If someone were to find this formula and solve the louse problem, it would undoubtedly be a monumental discovery for the mathematical community, and the solver's name would be immortalized in the history of mathematics. She gazed at Brittany in disbelief, asking, Have you found the solution formula for the louse problem? As Brittany entered the dormitory, Daisy's face reflected envy. Not only was Professor Brittany younger and more beautiful than her, but her achievements in mathematics far surpassed her own. Daisy realized that she would likely spend her entire life merely as a mathematics teacher at St. Donis Academy, while Brittany had the potential to become a great scholar, remembered by future generations. Even if Brittany were to accomplish nothing else, solving the louse problem would suffice to grant her immense glory. Daisy shook her head, reflecting in her heart whether the gods favored women like Professor Brittany. Why had Blair never exhibited such mathematical brilliance during his first year in her class? Instead of feeling elated, Brittany now felt a tinge of disappointment. The thought of a mathematical prodigy like Blair not shining brightly in the field was not only her loss, but a loss for the entire mathematical community. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Brittany opened it to find a figure standing there. The distinction between first and second authors was of little concern to Chen Luo. He nodded, acknowledging his understanding. It was then that Professor Brittany inquired, By the way, do you need something from me? Chen Luo looked up at Professor Brittany, speaking earnestly. Professor Brittany, I wish to learn mathematics from you. Chapter 13. Dear Senior, upon Chen Luo's request, Brittany was momentarily taken aback, seemingly incredulous, as she asked, Blair, what did you just say? He looked up at her earnestly, declaring, Ms. Brittany, I wish to learn mathematics under your guidance. This announcement brought her more joy than receiving recognition from the Mathematics Society or an invitation to the upcoming salon. Yet, curiosity compelled her to inquire. But didn't you say that becoming a great magician was your father's greatest wish during his lifetime? Chen Luo's expression turned solemn as he replied, I will honor my father's last wish and study magic diligently, but I do not want to live with regrets. I have a passion for mathematics, and I even feel that in my past life, I was a mathematics teacher just like you, Ms. Brittany. Grasping Chen Luo's hand, Brittany exclaimed with delight, Blair, I am truly thrilled that you feel this way. Come in quickly. In the familiar confines of the room, Brittany looked at him with utmost seriousness and stated, Blair, you must believe in your talent. As long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, I am certain that your name will be etched in the annals of mathematics. Chen Luo nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you, Ms. Brittany. I will certainly strive to do my best. Without hesitation, Brittany added, Of course, you may ask me any questions regarding magic as well. Thank you, Ms. Brittany. Chen Luo replied respectfully with a bow, just as he was about to leave when he heard her voice call out from behind. Stop. Turning around, he found Brittany with her arms crossed, gazing at him with a look of suspicion. Blair, you wouldn't be wanting to learn magic from me under the pretense of studying mathematics, would you? That is simply implausible. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, responding, if it burdens you, I could consult Mr. Anthony instead, but I believe that spending more time with you, Ms. Brittany, would be far more convenient than asking Mr. Anthony. That won't be necessary, Brittany interjected, waving her hands dismissively. From now on, whether it's mathematics or magic, you can always come to me. Do not forget, I am a senior mage, while Mr. Anthony is merely an intermediate mage. Brittany was well aware that Blair possessed considerable magical talent. He might not be one abandoned by the gods. Should Mr. Anthony take a liking to him and entice him to study magic, all her efforts would be in vain. She could not allow that to happen. To this end, she even made a few rather disrespectful comments about Mr. Anthony, despite the fact that her magical prowess indeed surpassed his. Chen Luo nodded obediently, assuring her, I understand. Henceforth, any questions I have will first be directed to you, Miss Brittany. Brittany looked at him, reminding him, remember, though Miss Brittany was older than both Blair and Isabella, Chen Luo's mental age surpassed 16, perhaps even a couple of years beyond hers. Thus, he never truly regarded her as a teacher from the outset. In reality, she was merely a young woman who had just embarked on her career. I'll drink on my own. I'm heading to Ms. Brittany's, he said, waving his hand. Toby, puzzled, asked, school's already out. What do you intend to do with Miss Brittany? Chen Luo replied, starting today, I will be studying mathematics under her. Toby's mouth fell open, staring at Chen Luo in disbelief. Blair, are you trying to develop feelings for Ms. Brittany? What about Isabella? Put away your filthy thoughts. I'm here solely to learn. Chen Luo said, tapping him lightly on the head. Besides, Isabella and I are entirely innocent. Toby's face lit up with excitement as he asked, so, can I continue to like Isabella? You cannot. That woman, Isabella, is not someone to be trifled with. A person like you, with no status or background. She could easily crush, Chen Luo warned, looking out for his well-being. Moreover, as his subordinate, Toby ought to align with his stance. Toby gazed at Chen Luo, his expression forlorn. With Miss Brittany, that is not enough. You also wish to possess Isabella. Blair, you truly are greedy. To Chen Luo, both Ms. Brittany and Isabella were merely a teacher and a classmate, respectively. He was fully aware that he would ultimately leave this place. However, reality often proves to be far harsher than one imagines. From that day forth, Chen Luo began his mathematical studies with Ms. Brittany, which meant that beyond his regular classes, he would attend additional tutoring sessions with her every day after school. Unfortunately, Isabella was also a student of Ms. Brittany, rendering her not only his mathematics teacher, but also his mentor. In other words, from this moment on, Isabella had become his senior. As Chen Luo knocked on the door and entered Ms. Brittany's room, he found Isabella already seated. She glanced up at him and frowned, asking, what are you doing here? Brittany emerged from the bedroom, looked at Isabella, and said, my apologies, Isabella. I forgot to mention that starting today, Blair will also be studying mathematics with me. As the senior, please take good care of him. Isabella stared at her in shock, asking, what? Ms. Brittany, are you saying he will also be learning mathematics with you? Brittany nodded, saying, though Blair is only in the 2nd grade, he possesses extraordinary mathematical talent. His approach to problem solving is something you could learn from, Isabella. Since realizing she had made a foolish mistake, Isabella wished that she would never have to see the one who had offended her again. Yet, she never anticipated that he would become one of Ms. Brittany's students, which meant she would have to see him every single day. However, she could not overturn Ms. Brittany's decision and could only nod glumly, saying, I understand, Ms. Brittany. Brittany walked to the blackboard and instructed, Blair, sit beside Isabella. I will commence the lesson now. Chen Luo took a seat next to Isabella, who shot him a glare, shifting her chair slightly away. Chen Luo chose to ignore her, focusing his gaze directly on the blackboard. Today, Ms. Brittany was teaching trigonometry, a topic typically covered in the latter half of the 3rd grade. Even though she was only covering the basic concepts, Isabella remained utterly bewildered. Of course, this material was equivalent to what middle school students in the future would learn regarding elementary trigonometric functions, and Chen Luo could elucidate it even better than Ms. Brittany. Nevertheless, he listened attentively. After about an hour, Brittany set down her chalk and announced, that will be all for today. I will assign you both a few practice problems, and you will have a day to contemplate them. Please submit your solutions to me before class tomorrow. Chapter 14. The bet. Isabella's expression shifted abruptly. And just as she was about to explain, Chen Luo interjected, it's just a rumor, entirely unfounded. Miss Brittany, please disregard their nonsense. Isabella's countenance froze. Although he voiced her thoughts, his eagerness to distance himself from her was perplexing. Did he find it shameful to be associated with the beautiful Isabella? Despite knowing that Chen Luo was merely clarifying a misunderstanding, her anger inexplicably intensified. Brittany glanced between Chen Luo and Isabella, then smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. I have no intention of hindering your relationship. The pursuit of love is a personal freedom and right. Just ensure that your studies are not adversely affected by it. Watching Isabella exit, Brittany wore a look of surprise, turning back to Chen Luo to inquire, Blair, do you have any conflicts with Isabella? Chen Luo felt unjustly accused. These rumors were instigated by her, yet she was the one seething. Women, it seemed, were indeed incomprehensible. He recounted the events leading to his fallout with Isabella to Miss Brittany, hoping her mediation might ease the situation. From a pragmatic standpoint, he had no desire to offend the daughter of the city lord. Isabella's status was precarious in both Yabo City and St. Donis Academy, and entanglements with her could lead to innumerable troubles. The path of the holy mage was already fraught with challenges, and he wished to avoid any additional complications. After listening, Brittany shook her head slightly, advising, Blair, I think you ought to sincerely apologize to Isabella and beg for her forgiveness. While she may be somewhat headstrong, her heart remains kind. Chen Luo's face registered surprise. From Brittany's expression and words, it appeared the matter was more serious than he had anticipated. Noticing his confusion, Brittany asked, Blair, you do understand that a lady's lips symbolize purity, right? They should not be touched by any man other than her husband. At that moment, Chen Luo grasped why Isabella clung to this issue so adamantly. In ancient Huaxia, a girl's feet symbolized chastity and were not to be displayed to men, let alone touched. He recalled reading about a woman who, upon being seen barefoot by a man, had severed her own foot and was subsequently hailed as a paragon of virtue. Clearly, in this world, lips held the same significance. Though such customs were remnants of feudalism and not worth upholding, understanding this cultural nuance illuminated why, given Isabella's temperament, she had shown remarkable restraint by not resorting to self-harm. Nodding in acknowledgement, he said, I understand now, and I will sincerely apologize to Isabella. For a lady, being touched on the lips by a man constituted an unforgivable affront, even if Chen Luo believed that Isabella and the concept of a lady were incongruous. He understood the importance of taking responsibility and demonstrating courage in admitting his faults. To express his sincerity, he spent 10 silver coins on a delicately crafted bracelet as a token of apology. For someone of his modest means, parting with those 10 coins was painful. Yet he deemed it worthwhile to avert greater trouble. Regrettably, Isabella appeared to harbor a strong aversion towards him. He had attempted to see her twice in the third-year classroom, but had failed, even though she was present. However, as fellow students of Miss Brittany, Isabella was obliged to share a room with him for an hour after school each day. Today, Miss Brittany had some teaching commitments and left them with assignments before stepping out. Chen Luo completed the 5 challenging problems she had set in 10 minutes. Glancing over to see that Isabella had just finished the 3rd question. Setting down his pen, he addressed her, Senior Isabella. She glanced up briefly before turning away with a stoic expression. Chen Luo placed a small box on her desk and said, Regarding the unintended offense from a few days ago, I sincerely apologize. This is a small gift. I hope you will accept it. Isabella was incensed not only by Chen Luo's prior affront but also by his attitude. Throughout her life, no one had ever treated her with such disrespect. Were it not for Miss Brittany, Chen Luo would have already felt the brunt of Isabella's ire. Because of their shared connection with Miss Brittany, Isabella felt constrained in her response. Seeing Chen Luo's earnest demeanor, she cast a dismissive glance and replied, I won't accept your gift. For Miss Brittany's sake, let us consider our grievances settled, but do not bother me again. Upon noticing that the box contained a spellbook, Isabella realized that he had completed all 5 problems assigned by Miss Brittany, while she herself had only just finished the 4th. Although the exercises were different, Blair's tasks were relatively simpler. Nevertheless, Miss Brittany had set questions appropriate for their current grade level, and for second-year students, these problems were indeed quite challenging. This realization sparked a flicker of resentment within her, yet she could not deny that Blair possessed a mathematical aptitude that perhaps surpassed her own. Beyond magic, this world placed significant emphasis on science, a discipline that explored the laws governing the universe. It was evidently more complex than mathematics or history, and students at St. Donis Academy would not encounter this subject until their 3rd year. Chen Luo had yet to attend a science class. However, he had little interest in the matter. He had systematically understood that aside from the incomprehensible magic, the scientific principles of this world mirrored those of Earth, albeit at a significantly slower pace of development. The advancement of science here was comparable to that of mathematics, possibly even lagging behind the intellectual standards of medieval Europe. For those yet to grasp the laws of free fall, this was a matter of pursuit. However, just days prior, Chen Luo had conducted an experiment with 2 stones to validate the physical laws of this world, which confirmed that, despite the existence of wondrous magic, the law of free fall still applied. Thus, his answer to the question was that if the well were infinitely deep, neglecting friction, the larger stone would never catch up to the smaller stone. Clearly, Miss Brittany held a differing opinion. After placing down the 2 sheets of paper, she turned to Isabella and said, "Isabella, you must have just learned about the law of free fall. Why don't you explain this problem to Blair?" Isabella shot Chen Luo a glance before reluctantly stating, "The ancients have asserted that the velocity of a falling object is proportional to its mass. The heavier the object, the faster it falls." Chen Luo looked at her and asked, "Senior Isabella, have you personally verified this?" The law of free fall had been taught in their first science class, deriving from conclusions reached by the ancients thousands of years ago. Isabella rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "The greater the mass, the faster the fall. This is an ancient truth, common knowledge that requires no verification." Chen Luo countered, "Is what the ancients said always correct?" With her hands on her hips, Isabella exclaimed, "Blair, how dare you question the ancients?" Chen Luo remained unfazed, asserting, "Science demands rigor. Our approach to it must be equally meticulous. A truth that cannot withstand scrutiny is not a truth at all. Are you suggesting that the ancients were mistaken?" Isabella crossed her arms, regarding him with a mocking expression. "Dare you make a wager?" Chen Luo had merely mentioned it in passing. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of magic and harbored no inclination to assist them in establishing a new scientific paradigm. In response to Isabella's provocation, he dismissively waved his hand and remarked, "Gambling is not a commendable pursuit for a student." Isabella retorted, "I wager a gold coin." Chen Luo glanced at her, questioning, "Do you truly believe I lack that solitary gold coin?" With a sardonic smile, Isabella replied, 10 coins. A small wager adds a touch of excitement." Chen Luo turned to Brittany, smiling as he said, "Teacher Brittany, would you kindly bear witness for us?" Chapter 15. Reconciliation for Chen Luo. The prospect of 10 gold coins was a considerable temptation. It signified that he could afford to borrow magical tomes from the Magic Association, delving into more profound magical theories. Coupled with the guidance of his free magical consultant, Professor Brittany, he would soon be untroubled by the challenges of mastering magic. At that moment, the fortune-bringer, Isabella, appeared significantly more enchanting in his eyes. A wager with Isabella could potentially spare him 4 decades of labor. Indeed, the significance of choices often surpasses that of sheer effort. Professor Brittany, aware of Chen Luo's financial situation, shook her head and cautioned, "Blair, you should reconsider. 10 gold coins is no trivial sum." Chen Luo smiled and replied, "I have already made my decision." Isabella and Professor Brittany's understanding of this fundamental physical phenomenon was flawed, precisely as Chen Luo had anticipated. In another realm, Aristotle's erroneous theory of free fall dominated academia for nearly 2 millennia, only to be overturned by Galileo at the close of the 16th century. Frequently, individuals are constrained by common sense and authority, reluctant or wholly disinclined to challenge them, even when the verification process is as simple as tossing 2 stones. With a resigned glance, Brittany regarded him but refrained from intervening. While confidence is certainly commendable, excessive arrogance can be detrimental. Encountering minor setbacks in youth can be profoundly beneficial for one's future. The trio exited the dormitory, where Isabella picked up 2 stones of varying sizes from the garden, weighed them in her hand, and turned to Chen Luo, saying, "The weight difference between these stones is approximately a factor of 2. You still have time to reconsider." Chen Luo signaled her to proceed. For Isabella, 10 gold coins were inconsequential, yet the prospect of embarrassing Blair was utterly delightful to her. This desire stemmed not only from a previous slight but also from a simmering jealousy born from her mathematical suppression. With a look of derision, she lifted 1 stone to her chest level and released both simultaneously. According to the laws of free fall they had just studied, the heavier stone should reach the ground first. However, to her astonishment, after a brief moment, both stones fell from the same height and landed almost simultaneously. A look of incredulity spread across Isabella's face, and after a brief pause, as if struck by a realization, she turned to Chen Luo and inquired, "Are you meddling with me? Did you use a levitation spell on the larger stone?" Almost immediately, she recognized the folly of her question. Levitation was a basic wind spell. only accessible to magic practitioners of at least novice level, and even she could not perform it, let alone Blair. Impossible. I felt no wind element, Brittany remarked, her gaze fixed on the stones below. Could it be a matter of insufficient distance? It must be, Isabella asserted confidently. The scientific laws in textbooks could not possibly be erroneous. The ancients could not have been mistaken. The notion that an object's rate of descent is independent of its mass was as unbelievable as the idea that the continent of divine grace was not the center of the world. She retrieved the stones and declared, "Professor Brittany, please watch from below while I try again from the rooftop." Brittany shook her head, stating, "There's no need for such trouble." With a few swift gestures and a subtle movement of her lips, the stones in Isabella's hands began to levitate gracefully upwards. Qianluo watched Brittany with envy. Levitation, a basic wind spell, could only be performed by novice mages. The wind element enabled objects to escape the pull of gravity, much like what Brittany was demonstrating now. Intermediate mages could wield flight spells, a highly practical form of magic. Even those who did not specialize in wind magic typically learned it. Advanced mages were considered formidable in a broader sense, as their invisible wind blades could strike with lethal precision. To be hit by a wind blade was often fatal or grievous, and the stealthy nature of wind mages made them exceptional assassins. Qianluo was acutely aware that. Despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, Professor Brittany was an advanced mage, possessing mastery over at least one high-level spell. In contrast, he could merely employ a gentle breeze spell to stir dust and leaves, tidying the classroom. Brittany elevated the two stones to the rooftop of the dormitory and then ceased her levitation spell. Bang! Bang! The larger stone struck the ground before the smaller one. And both Qianluo and Isabella heard the distinct sounds. This outcome aligned with Qianluo's expectations. The longer the stones lingered in the air, the more significant the effects of friction became. Though the impact of friction was limited, the stones did not land simultaneously, and the brief interval could easily be mistaken for a single sound. According to the laws proposed by the ancients, the time taken for the smaller stone to reach the ground should evidently have been double that of the larger stone. Isabella stood utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had witnessed firsthand that the theoretical principles presented in her science textbook, the truths posited by the ancients, were indeed incorrect. Brittany's mouth fell open in astonishment. She comprehended far more than Isabella. While her own engagement with science was limited, she understood that the refutation of the law of free fall would undoubtedly incite a revolution within the scientific community. This monumental discovery was destined for the annals of history. She looked at Qianluo, her lips parting as she asked, "Blair, how did you discern that the law of free fall was erroneous?" Qianluo shrugged and replied, "I encountered this law in my textbook, so I decided to test it with two stones. And then I discovered that the pattern of free fall differed from what was stated in the book." Isabella and Brittany were momentarily speechless. The simplicity of the process contrasted sharply with the shocking outcome. One could only anticipate the waves that would ripple across the scientific pond upon this monumental revelation. The truths upheld for centuries could be overturned with merely two small stones. Yet, throughout that millennium, no one had dared to undertake such an endeavor. This was both perplexing and a testament to Blair's uniqueness. How many sages and scholars had overlooked this elementary error? Why was it he who uncovered it? This was likely beyond mere fortune. Brittany's expression grew increasingly serious. The implications of disproving the law of free fall far exceeded the resolution of the lost problem. The thoughts of that ancient sage were still revered by numerous schools of thought. Overturning the law of free fall was far from a trivial task. She gazed intently at Qianluo and solemnly stated, "Blair, you may not yet comprehend the significance of these two stones. Simply disproving the law of free fall can establish your renown within the scientific community. If you can formulate a correct law of free fall, I predict that in the near future, the third-grade science textbook will feature the Blair law of free fall." Had it not been for Isabella's insistence on the wager, Qianluo would not have wished to divert his focus towards such matters. However, he found himself committed and nodded in agreement, saying, "The new law of free fall requires further refinement, and this is not solely my accomplishment. It is a collective effort by the three of us." "No. The credit belongs to you, Blair. I merely helped you toss two stones," Brittany countered, glancing at the still-dazed Isabella, then added, "However, if you are willing, you may collaborate with Isabella to refine the new law of free fall." Being alongside Isabella signifies the transformation of the Blair law into the Blair-Isabella law. However, Qianluo is indifferent to such matters, especially since she owes Isabella a favor and seizes this opportunity to repay her. "I believe I also require the assistance of Senior Isabella." Qianluo gazed at Isabella, smiling as she inquired whether Isabella would be willing. This invitation not only implies that she will witness the birth of a new law but also participate in it, potentially leaving her mark on the annals of scientific history. The thought of an Isabella law is indeed exhilarating. The task of refining and proposing a new law of falling bodies is the first assignment bestowed upon Chenluo and Isabella by Professor Brittany. Although it leans more towards a scientific inquiry than a mathematical one, such interdisciplinary endeavors are not uncommon within academic circles. Moreover, she earnestly cautioned Chenluo and Isabella against disseminating this matter without her consent. Chenluo comprehends Professor Brittany's intentions, recognizing that it is her means of safeguarding them. After all, even Galileo faced considerable challenges when revising the law of free fall. Challenging the wisdom of predecessors and overturning truths in contemporary times would invite significant resistance. Such resistance is beyond the capabilities of two mere students from St. Donatus Academy, and even Professor Brittany may struggle to surmount it. Isabella, however, did not consider this aspect. Her thoughts were solely consumed by the prospect of a law bearing her name. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she envisioned that day, casting aside any grievances she harbored against Chenluo. After all, this venture was a stroke of luck for her. Feeling somewhat gratified, she patted Chenluo on the shoulder and remarked, "If anyone in the academy bullies you in the future, just tell your senior, and I will stand up for you." As long as she did not invite trouble upon herself, Chenluo felt utterly satisfied. The wager had concluded, and it was evident that she had emerged victorious. Chenluo raised her arm, extending her fair hand toward Isabella. Isabella, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Chenluo maintained a stoic expression as she replied, "Pay up." Chapter 16. A warning. Isabella cast a sideways glance at Chenluo, pulling a white pouch embroidered with flowers from her waist and tossing it to him carelessly. "No need to count. There are exactly 10 gold coins." Chenluo examined the coins within the pouch. Though his expression remained impassive, his heart was filled with joy. This was indeed a stroke of fortune, enabling him to access more advanced magical knowledge at the Magic Association and alleviating his pressing concerns regarding Isabella's wager. Losing 10 gold coins to Chenluo seemed to affect Isabella not at all. She gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Will there truly be a Blair Isabella law in the future?" Chenluo tucked the pouch away and replied, "If you wish, you may take the lead." Isabella's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she looked at him, asking, "Are you willing to follow behind me?" Although the content of the law of gravity would remain unchanged, the order of names carried significant weight. The Blair Isabella law bore far more prominence than the Isabella Blair law, as people would more readily remember the first name, relegating the latter to mere accompaniment. Chenluo nodded, stating, "Provided you are willing to part with another 10 gold coins." Isabella placed her hands on her hips, frowning as she regarded him. "Blair, what about your principles?" While she too desired her name to precede his, she possessed her own dignity. Her earlier words had been spoken in jest, and she was taken aback by Blair's apparent indifference. Did he not understand that such a distinction was an honor not to be shared lightly among scholars? Were it anyone else, Isabella might have suspected they coveted her beauty and were attempting to curry favor. Yet Blair's gaze seemed to linger on Professor Brittany far more than on her. Chenluo was unconcerned with fame or glory, not due to a lack of ambition, but rather because he found gold coins to be far more practical. 10 gold coins would afford him nearly a year's worth of study materials at the Magic Association. His unwavering composure ultimately stirred a sense of curiosity within Isabella. If he dismissed the prospect of achieving worldwide renown, what then did he truly value? In that moment, she found herself intrigued by this man before her. "Blair, what is your ideal?" she inquired. Chenluo pondered for a moment before casually replying, "A holy mage." Isabella paused, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "You, a holy mage? There are none even in the kingdom of Lorland. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to become one?" The title of Holy Mage was legendary within both the kingdom of Lorland and the continent of Divine Grace. She had only heard of it but had never encountered anyone who had attained such a status. For someone abandoned by the divine, Blair's aspiration was less a dream than a fanciful delusion. Chenluo merely smiled and turned to leave. To Isabella, it might have been a mere jest, yet for him, it represented the only glimmer of hope. Without argument or explanation, as she watched him depart with an air of indifference that belied the seriousness of his words, Isabella stood rooted in place, eventually shaking her head and muttering, "What a peculiar fellow." To her, Chenluo's ambition was but a jest. Yet the thought of a forthcoming law bearing her name filled her with delight. Toby, upon spotting Chenluo, appeared as though he had seen a savior. Quickly rising to exclaim, "Blair, just in time. I have only a few problems left that I can't solve." Come help me. Perhaps tomorrow. I have an errand to run, Chen Luo replied, eager to visit the Magic Association now that he had gold coins in his pocket. After tidying up his textbooks, he planned to leave the school. Agreeing with Toby, he exited the classroom, only to be confronted by several figures blocking their path. Toby, glancing at the person at the forefront, stood beside Chen Luo and clenched his fists, declaring loudly, "Bard, what do you want? Looking for a fight?" The one obstructing their way was none other than Bard, with whom they had clashed just days prior. From Blair's memories, Chen Luo learned that Bard was a bully from Class 5 of the second year, and he had often been a source of torment for Blair. Bard cast a disdainful glance at them and replied, "This time, I'm not here to seek you out." He and his companions parted to allow someone to step forward. Senior Fiki. Toby trembled at the sight of the newcomer, his face paling. Instinctively, he began to retreat. But after a moment's hesitation, he stood his ground beside Chen Luo. "You are Blair?" Chen Luo regarded the individual before him with calm detachment, asking, "Is there something you require?" Fiki's brow furrowed. He was taken aback by Blair's composure and nonchalance. Due to his status, very few at St. Donis Academy spoke to him in such a manner. Moments later, Fiki's expression relaxed as he looked at Chen Luo, coldly stating, "Keep your distance from Isabella. She is not someone you can afford to approach." With that, he dismissed Chen Luo with a glance and turned away with an air of nonchalance. Bard shot Chen Luo a warning look. Although his expression hinted at reluctance, he followed Fiki out. Once they had departed, Toby leaned against the wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chen Luo turned to him and asked, "Who is Fiki? You don't even know who Senior Fiki is?" Toby's face displayed disbelief before he seemed to recall something, shaking his head. "Never mind. It's clear you only have eyes for Professor Brittany." Chen Luo cast a glance in the direction of Fiki's departure, inquiring, "Are you afraid of him?" "Who isn't?" Toby sighed before adding, "He hails from the Howard family, which holds considerable influence in Yabo City. The Duke of Howard is a prominent figure in the numerology faction, and some teachers at the academy are members of that faction. Senior Fiki is the youngest son of the Duke. If you offend him, you won't last long at St. Donis Academy." Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless. Though he and Isabella had reconciled, the rumors surrounding her had evidently persisted, transforming the once beloved wealthy fairy Isabella into a cursed beauty. However, he had never intended to pursue Isabella in the first place, so Fiki's threats held little weight for him. Yet, Fiki's warning about not approaching Isabella had come a bit too late. Toby looked at Chen Luo earnestly, advising, "Blair, you need to be cautious. A few months ago, a senior offended Fiki and was expelled shortly thereafter." "I understand," Chen Luo replied, though he was not one to shy away from trouble. He preferred to avoid it, especially as a newcomer in this world. It would be wise to maintain a low profile, unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to offend anyone. However, if some individuals proved obstinate, he was not one to be easily intimidated. He turned to Toby and asked, "Do you know where I can find a tailor?" Of course, Toby nodded before asking, "Why do you want to know?" Chen Luo's clothing was tattered and worn, which was difficult for someone who valued cleanliness and tidiness. Previously constrained by financial limitations, he had recently come into a small fortune from Isabella and intended to visit a tailor to have several new outfits made, as well as to replace his bedding. Toby led Chen Luo to a tailor shop. After taking Chen Luo's measurements and calculating the costs, the tailor eventually looked up and said, 5 garments and a set of bedding will total 60 silver coins. A deposit of 30 silver coins will suffice. Clothing and bedding crafted from exquisite silk are regarded as expensive luxuries here, accessible only to the nobility. Fortunately, Chen Luo's purse has swelled slightly today, alleviating some of his financial concerns. He retrieved Isabella's coin purse from his pocket and handed over a gold coin. Toby, aware of Chen Luo's financial situation, was about to inquire about the source of such wealth when he suddenly caught sight of the white purse adorned with golden threads and floral embroidery. He stood frozen in place, murmuring, "Blair, where did you acquire this purse?" Chapter 17. Andre's shock. The concept of keeping a mistress is not uncommon in the Kingdom of Lauren. Although the laws of the realm dictate that all citizens must adhere strictly to the principle of monogamy, requiring even the king and nobility to comply, such arrangements are surprisingly prevalent within the upper echelons of the aristocracy. As long as one does not brazenly register 2 individuals, it is generally not considered a legal infraction. Some nobles even view it as a fashionable trend. This practice extends beyond the nobility, particularly among high-ranking sorcerers and renowned scholars. "Put away your sordid thoughts," Chen Luo shot a glance at Toby and remarked. This was one from Isabella. Toby eyed the coin purse in Chen Luo's hand and sighed, concern etched on his face. Blair, although I am unaware of what transpired between you and senior sister Isabella, you cannot dismiss Fiki's words. He also harbors feelings for her, and you cannot compete with him. Though Toby may have been somewhat unsavory, his genuine concern for Blair was evident. Chen Luo had observed Toby's unwavering stance beside him when Fiki had blocked their path. To reassure him, Chen Luo patted his shoulder and comforted, "Do not worry. You know that my affections lie with Professor Brittany." I knew it. Toby's face lit up with an expression of certainty, and he gazed at Chen Luo with eager anticipation. "Since you do not fancy senior sister Isabella, may I have her coin purse?" "Absolutely not." Toby's face fell with disappointment, yet he persisted, asking, "Then may I at least touch it?" Chen Luo regarded him, inquiring, "Can you possibly be any more lecherous? If I cannot touch it, may I at least give it a sniff? Just once. Get lost." In the hall of the Magic Association, a young girl with bright eyes, clad in a fitted uniform, stood at the counter, looking at Chen Luo with a smile. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" Chen Luo, with clear intent, addressed the girl he had encountered previously. "I would like to apply for a library card." "Certainly," the girl replied, her professional smile unwavering. "Please present your magic certification." Chen Luo paused, suddenly recalling that the Magic Association was exclusively accessible to sorcerers. One needed to be at least an apprentice magician to obtain a library card. Just half a month ago, Blair, who could not even conjure a fireball, was ineligible. However, times had changed. Now, all Chen Luo needed to do was have his magical level certified by the association. He looked at the girl and said, "I have yet to obtain a magic certificate. Where can I have my magical level certified?" The girl's smile remained intact as she inquired, "Are you seeking certification as a magic apprentice?" Chen Luo nodded. "The certification for magic apprentices is located on the second floor." The girl exited the counter, gesturing for Chen Luo to follow her. The Magic Association occupies a vast area, and even the branch in Yabo City boasts a hall spanning nearly 1,000 square meters with over a dozen counters. However, due to the scarcity of magicians, there were not many people present. Following the girl, Chen Luo ascended the stairs to the second floor and traversed 2 long corridors until they reached a door. The girl knocked, and an elderly voice resonated from within. "Come in." Inside the room, 2 elderly men clad in wizard robes awaited them. The girl curtsied to the one in the crimson robe, saying, "Lord Andre, Mr. Blair is here for his magic apprentice certification." Earlier, while ascending the stairs, the girl named Jasmine had already inquired about Chen Luo's name and the magic he wished to certify. Chen Luo's gaze fell on the elderly man in the crimson robe, noting the 2 silver threads embroidered on his robe, indicating his specialization in fire magic as a mid-level sorcerer. The other elder, dressed in a blue robe adorned with 2 silver threads as well, specialized in water magic and was also a mid-level sorcerer. Sorcerers differentiate their magical affinities by the color of their robes and their levels by the number of silver threads. Apprentice sorcerers have 1, mid-level sorcerers have 2, and so forth. Sorcerers are not limited to studying a single magical affinity. However, due to the constraints of human capacity, it is nearly impossible to delve deeply into 4 different magical schools simultaneously. Once one becomes a mid-level sorcerer, it is customary to specialize in a single school to achieve breakthroughs more swiftly. Blair, Andre, engaged in conversation with a colleague, glanced at Chen Luo and shook his head. "You're only now seeking certification as a magic apprentice. You'll be lucky to become a mere junior sorcerer in this lifetime." His words were harsh, yet Chen Luo remained unfazed. Andre's observation was accurate. Many noble sons had achieved their apprentice certifications much earlier, and compared to them, the fact that he was already 16 made him quite the latecomer. Jasmine looked to Andre and asked, "Lord Andre, shall we proceed to the testing chamber?" "No need. We can do it here." Andre waved his hand and turned to Chen Luo. "Since you are here, you must wish to certify your fireball spell, correct?" "Yes," Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. The certification for magic apprentices requires the casting of any apprentice-level spell, such as fireball, water sphere, gentle breeze, or earth shield. Fireball, however, is generally favored for its superior offensive capability, making it the first spell most choose to learn. Andre stood from his chair, instructing, "Cast your strongest fireball at me with utmost speed." Chen Luo glanced around, uncertain. "Right here?" Seeing Chen Luo's apprehensive expression, the other mid-level sorcerer in the blue robe chuckled. "Do not fret. Do you think your little fireball could harm Andre? If he instructs you to attack, then do so. Do not waste time." Chen Luo nodded. Focusing on the mid-level sorcerer, Andre, Standing 5 meters away, Shinluo was not yet capable of consistently casting spells at that distance. However, given his swift casting speed, he could nearly achieve instantaneous results over such a short span. Of course, to avoid being seized for research, he still needed to maintain the appearance of performing magical gestures and incantations. His lips moved silently, forming intricate gestures with his hands. Almost instantaneously, he pointed at Andre and declared loudly, "Fireball." This technique was something he had learned from Professor Brittany. Magical incantations do not necessarily require vocalization, as silent recitation can yield the same effect, provided one is proficient with the spell. What appeared to be a lengthy process transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment the water mage's words fell from his lips, a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, materialized from thin air and hurtled toward Andre. For a mid-level sorcerer, the certification process for an apprentice was exceedingly simple, and Andre's mind was scarcely engaged with the novice before him. Thus, when the fireball appeared before his eyes, he failed to react in time. A wave of heat washed over him, and his expression shifted dramatically. He barely had time to exert his mental control over the fireball, hastily sweeping his voluminous robe sleeves to dissipate it. However, sparks ignited upon his robe, which immediately caught fire. With a startled gasp, the mid-level water mage, Brady, summoned a curtain of water in record time, enveloping Andre entirely, and swiftly extinguished the flames engulfing his robe. At this moment, Andre was in a rather disheveled state, completely devoid of the earlier cold demeanor. His magical robe was marred by extensive charred patches, with several areas even bearing gaping holes, and a few strands of his hair had been singed. However, he paid little heed to these physical misfortunes. Although the fireball spell was not particularly potent, the speed with which his opponent commanded the fire elements surpassed even his own capabilities. To Andre, it was evident that his adversary must be a highly skilled sorcerer. He raised his head, his eyes filled with trepidation as he gazed at Shinluo, exclaiming loudly, "Which esteemed individual is playing a jest upon Andre?" Chapter 18. The Chosen One. The girl named Jasmine stared blankly at the scene before her, struggling to believe her eyes. A mere apprentice mage had managed to cast a fireball spell that struck Lord Andre, an intermediate mage? Her gaze shifted to Shinluo, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion and astonishment. Shinluo, too, was taken aback. Like Master Anthony, Andre was an intermediate mage. At this distance, even if he cast magic at lightning speed, it should not have been able to harm him. Could it be that Andre's status as an intermediate mage was somewhat inflated? He looked at Andre with a puzzled expression and asked, "What do you mean, my lord?" Andre regarded Shinluo with a skeptical gaze. He had been startled as well, instinctively assuming that the person before him was a high-level mage. However, once he regained his composure, numerous doubts flooded his mind. If this individual truly were a high-ranking mage, the power of the fireball should not have been so feeble. Moreover, the mental energy he had sensed earlier was only at the level of an apprentice mage. Most importantly, he appeared far too young. A 16 or 17-year-old high-ranking mage was simply inconceivable in the Divine Grace continent, even if he had begun practicing magic in his mother's womb. It would be impossible. After all, Andre himself had lived a lifetime, and he was merely an intermediate mage. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Shinluo and commanded, "Cast the fireball spell at me again." Shinluo wasted no time and promptly summoned another fireball, directing it toward Andre. Puff. This time, as the fireball approached Andre, it simply exploded and vanished. Shinluo's expression shifted as he realized that a powerful force emanated from Andre, causing him to lose control over the fire element in an instant. A hint of astonishment crossed his face as he murmured, "Is this the disparity in mental strength?" High-level mages could not only unleash more potent spells but could also strip lower-level mages of their control over magical elements, rendering their spells ineffective. This created an insurmountable chasm between the levels of mages. Today, Shinluo had come to a profound understanding of this reality. On the other side, Andre's demeanor softened slightly. After dispelling the fireball, he clearly recognized that while the boy's spellcasting speed was impressive, it was ultimately superficial, rooted in the capabilities of an apprentice mage. Yet, it was precisely this revelation that intensified his astonishment. An apprentice mage exhibiting the casting speed of a high-level mage signified something remarkable. He was acutely aware of this. In addition to an extraordinary familiarity with incantations and gestures, the boy's speed in communicating with magical elements was astounding. Andre had tested countless apprentice mages, and while Blair's speed in reciting incantations and executing gestures was not the fastest, his ability to summon magical elements was undoubtedly unparalleled. This indicated an extraordinary affinity between his mental energy and magical elements, allowing him to summon them from the surrounding space at an extraordinary pace. Such an ability, in simpler terms, could be described as magical talent. Some individuals might never cast a single fireball in their lifetime, lacking any magical aptitude, often referred to as the Forsaken Ones. Others might succeed in their first attempt at learning magic, demonstrating both speed and stability in their spellcasting. These individuals possessed exceptional magical talents and were regarded as the favored ones by the divine. Clearly, the young man before them belonged to the latter category. Andre suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, turning to Jasmine and saying, "Jasmine, he has passed the assessment. Please assist him in obtaining his credentials." Upon Blair's entrance, Andre had already noticed the emblem of St. Donis Academy adorning his chest. A mere apprentice mage had nearly caused a blunder for him, an intermediate mage. Should this incident be revealed, few would believe it. Indeed, but what a pity, sighed Brady, the water mage beside him, who had witnessed the earlier events. What a shame his magical talent is squandered. He began learning magic too late. The two intermediate officials of the Magic Association would not regard an apprentice mage with much concern, yet the talent he exhibited had left them both astounded. Had such an individual been born into a magical family, he would undoubtedly have been groomed from a young age, making it possible for him to become an intermediate mage by the age of 16. Although Blair possessed exceptional talent, his late start in learning magic would ultimately limit his achievements. Andre changed out of his singed magical robe and remarked, had he been born into one of those families, decades from now, the Lauren Kingdom might have gained a grand archmage. An exaggeration, perhaps? Brady chuckled. Yet with his talent, had he begun studying magic a decade earlier, he might have already matched your and my prowess, with the potential to become an archmage in the future. Now, it seems he may only reach the level of a grand mage. Grand mage. Andre's face reflected a sense of melancholy as he sighed. You and I, in this lifetime, may only ever attain the level of intermediate mage. It's quite enviable. These young ones. After witnessing the young man's magical talent, Brady appeared somewhat despondent as he nodded. Indeed. I've heard that a young lady from the Stern family became an intermediate mage a year ago at the age of 20. Her talent rivals that of the boy we just saw. Comparing the young lady of the Stern family to the boy seemed rather unfair. Chen Luo, oblivious to the conversation between the two officials of the Magic Association after their departure, had successfully completed the apprentice mage test. The girl named Jasmine then assisted him in obtaining his credentials. Additionally, Chen Luo received a magical robe that belonged to him. Jasmine handed Chen Luo the apprentice mage credentials, a gentle smile gracing her face, revealing two shallow dimples as she remarked, "Mr. Blair, you're actually the same age as me." Chen Luo smiled in return and inquired, "May I now obtain my borrowing permit?" Of course, Jasmine nodded eagerly, adding, "The fee for borrowing is 1 gold coin per month. Please wait here for a moment while I assist you." Chen Luo handed over the credentials and the gold coin to Jasmine, who then dashed off with haste. The rules of the Magic Association dictated that anyone with a borrowing permit, regardless of whether they borrowed any materials within the valid period, would need to renew their fee upon expiration. Chen Luo did not wish to waste time and planned to visit the Magic Association's library today. "Thank you." After confirming the library's location with Jasmine, Chen Luo left her a silver coin as a token of appreciation, waving goodbye with a smile. Although the services provided by the Magic Association were complimentary, Jasmine had run around with him today, which was no small feat. A silver coin was a modest gesture of gratitude. After all, Chen Luo's own salary was merely 2 silver coins per month. Jasmine sat at the counter, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed dreamily at the silver coin before her. Noble mages rarely tipped her. Her salary at the Magic Association was decent, earning her several silver coins monthly, so 1 silver coin was not insignificant to her. However, at that moment, her thoughts were not on the coin. She had guided many individuals through the apprentice mage test, yet the events of today were unprecedented. The boy named Blair had left her thoroughly astonished, and he bore none of the haughtiness typical of mages. Speaking with him was a delightful experience. He was the first to give her a silver coin, and also the first to express his gratitude. What a peculiar individual, the young girl pondered to herself, until someone approached the counter outside. She then collected her thoughts, rose to her feet, and adorned her face with a professional smile, softly saying, "Esteemed Sir Mage, how may I assist you today?" Chapter 19. Chen Luo's conjecture. The incident where the fireball spell was dispelled by Andre did not weigh heavily on Chen Luo's mind. High-level sorcerers, endowed with formidable mental prowess, possess the capacity to directly usurp the elemental control of lower-tier mages. This phenomenon intensifies in correlation with the disparity in their levels. The greater the difference, the more pronounced the suppression of the lower-tier mage. While novice mages may manage to resist this influence to a slight degree, magic apprentices find themselves nearly obliterated in the presence of intermediate sorcerers. Similarly, when a novice encounters a high-level mage, the outcome is often the same. Consequently, in confrontations with higher-ranking sorcerers, few would foolishly engage in a direct magical duel. Adept battle mages compensate for this gap with martial skills, while those lacking proficiency in close combat and of lower magical rank can only hope for mercy. However, for Qinluo, the notion of level suppression was but a fleeting concern. Communicating with magical elements requires time, and the act of a high-level sorcerer seizing elemental control is, at its core, also a form of communication with magical elements, necessitating incantations and gestures. Yet, Qinluo required none of these. Had he not been considerate of Andre's reputation, he could have easily struck a fireball at his face the moment he made his first gesture. As the adage goes, unbreakable speed prevails. In many instances, swiftness is indeed an advantage. Each city's magic association boasts its own library, serving as one of their vital sources of income. Sorcerers visit these associations not merely for level certification. Like Qinluo, the majority come to peruse the library's resources. After all, while the monthly fee of 1 gold coin for access may seem exorbitant, it pales in comparison to the cost of hiring a magical consultant. Aside from these two avenues, no other means exist for them to access magical knowledge, as not everyone has the privilege to attend a school. In the northeast corner of the Magic Association, Qinluo found the library's entrance. After presenting and pledging his borrowing card at the door, he smoothly entered the library. The reading room was modest in size. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by 4 towering shelves brimming with books. These shelves contained resources pertaining to the 4 elemental schools: earth, fire, wind, and water, with a considerable number of individuals congregated before each shelf. A cursory glance revealed that nearly all were magic apprentices. Although one could not discern a sorcerer's rank at a glance, their magical robes provided a clue upon achieving the status of novice sorcerer. The Magic Association would embroider a silver thread upon their robe's chest during certification. In contrast, magic apprentices wore robes devoid of such embellishment. Furthermore, magic apprentices did not belong to any specific elemental school, so their robes varied in color: earthy yellow, fiery red, watery blue, and windy green. While magic apprentices donned black robes, Qinluo's gaze swept the room, devoid of any hues but those of the black-robed apprentices. Among the 4 shelves, the one dedicated to fire magic attracted the most individuals. This was primarily due to the fireball spell's unparalleled potency among the early spells, making it the preferred choice for all magic apprentices. Generally, it is only upon advancing to novice sorcerers that apprentices begin to explore other elemental magics based on personal interest. Thus, Qinluo deduced that many near the other shelves were likely on the cusp of reaching the novice level. After a brief pause to survey his surroundings, Qinluo made his way to the shelf housing fire magic tomes. While he harbored an interest in the other 3 elemental magics, he understood the principle of not overextending oneself. Only by mastering the stable control of 10 fireballs would he be worthy of studying advanced magic. Presently, he struggled to control even 2 fireballs, and his goal was to increase the number he could command. Fortunately, the Magic Association's resources were remarkably comprehensive. For the fireball spell alone, there were detailed accounts of methods for communicating with fire elements, techniques for flame control, insights from high-level sorcerers, and more. Additionally, the progression from a single fireball to dual fireballs, then to multiple fireball spells, including various permutations of the fireball technique, could all be found in meticulous detail, knowledge unattainable from his textbooks. After a cursory examination of the shelf before him, Qinluo realized the value of the gold coin he had spent. The ability to control more fireballs and unleash advanced magic requires not only the requisite magical skills and knowledge, but, most crucially, mental fortitude. The latter holds far greater significance than the former. The common method for sorcerers to enhance their mental strength is through meditation. The augmentation of mental capacity is a protracted journey, devoid of shortcuts, reliant heavily on diligence in addition to innate talent. The texts and materials within the Magic Association's library are non-circulating and can only be studied on-site. Qinluo selected a tome titled Introduction to Magic and leaned against the shelf to read. Although the principles of magic had been discussed by Professor Anthony, the explanations within this introduction to magic were far more intricate than those in his textbooks, revealing several concepts not previously covered. Professor Anthony had once articulated that the world comprises four fundamental magical elements: wind, water, earth, and fire, which serve as the foundation for all magic. This text elaborated on that notion, positing that these four elements not only underlie all magic, but also constitute the very essence of all matter. Every other element is a combination and transformation of these four in specific proportions. In Chen Luo's view, this assertion was patently absurd. The theory of the four elements mirrors certain ancient Greek philosophies, which were subsequently debunked by science. Even within a world imbued with magic, everything outside of magic remained akin to the world he knew. However, Chen Luo bore no scorn for the scholars of this realm. Concepts that seemed self-evident to him had required centuries of effort to unearth in another world. The theory of the four elements was still deemed accurate until the late 18th century. And it wasn't until the late 19th century that the ether was considered a medium for light propagation, a concept traceable to ancient Greece over 2 millennia ago. This erroneous understanding lingered in the minds of people for centuries. Science progresses through a continuous process of revision and correction. Had he not housed another soul within him, his comprehension of matters would likely not surpass that of the locals. The library of the Magic Association was a treasure trove, far surpassing the resources available at St. Donis Academy. The vast array of magical materials opened a new door for Chen Luo. However, consulting the resources at the Magic Association proved more challenging than he had anticipated. Much of what was revered as truth in the texts appeared erroneous to him. He could not accept everything he read without discernment. Chen Luo constantly needed to discern which principles were genuine magical laws and which were the author's misconceptions. Of course, not all understandings in this world were regressive. Their grasp of most natural laws was inferior to that of the medieval period in another world. Yet, centuries prior, the denizens of this realm had recognized that the composition of air was not singular but comprised various substances. It is noteworthy that in another world, as late as the 17th century, air was simplistically regarded as a singular substance. This understanding arose because the inhabitants of this world could communicate with magical elements. Although they had not fully comprehended the essence of air, the fundamental operations of casting spells involved locating the elemental constituents from the surrounding air. Their constant interaction with the atmosphere had afforded them a comprehensive understanding of its composition. The process of meditation is, in essence, a dialogue with the elemental forces of magic. It requires the practitioners to disperse their mental energy and wholeheartedly engage with the magical elements that permeate the world. This is a journey of familiarization with these elements. Over time, their mental prowess becomes increasingly attuned to the elemental forces, significantly accelerating their ability to cast spells. Concurrently, their mental strength gradually enhances throughout the meditation process. Although meditation appears straightforward, merely sensing the magical elements surrounding them, it is, in reality, a complex endeavor. The space surrounding the mage is not solely filled with magical elements. It is also rife with impurities that bear no utility in spellcasting. These impurities are referred to as elemental impurities. The mage's task is to discern the magical elements amidst this clutter, a feat that proves challenging for apprentices. After all, the magical elements do not bear labels that identify them as such. The realm of mental perception is one of chaos. Should they mistake these impurities for magical elements, they would inevitably fail to conjure spells. Fortunately, Master Anthony has long instructed them on how to connect with the fire element even in a space filled with impurities. Both magical elements and elemental impurities possess their own distinct qualities, enabling them to be easily differentiated based on these characteristics. Chen Luo, who has mastered the fireball spell, can instinctively locate the fire element within an environment saturated with impurities. As he lay in bed, a sudden realization struck Chen Luo, and his eyes flew open. He became acutely aware of an oversight he had previously ignored. The common understanding of elemental impurities among the populace appears fundamentally flawed. Chen Luo recognized that what they deemed as impurities in the air were, in fact, various gases that compose the atmosphere. A bold hypothesis blossomed in his mind. If elemental impurities are gases, could it not be possible that the four primary magical elements are merely variations of elements that do not exist in another universe? The atomic number of the wind element is the lowest, rendering it the lightest. The fire element follows, succeeded by water, with the earth element being the heaviest. Might it be that the various schools of magic arise from a series of chemical reactions based on these four elements? As for the elusive concept of mental energy, it could simply be regarded as a genetic endowment of the human race in this world. Once the seed of this hypothesis was planted in Chen Luo's mind, It took root and began to flourish, leading to an emergence of further enigmas. What are the chemical principles underlying the fireball spell? Does the combustion process require the presence of oxygen? What distinguishes the water condensed by the waterball spell from that found in nature, given that soil is a mixture? Is the earth element not a pure substance? Regarding the wind element, Qianluo had witnessed teacher Branny using it to levitate stones. Could it be that the wind element is a gas with a density even lower than that of hydrogen? Chapter 20. The mutated fireball spell. These were merely Qianluo's conjectures. The true nature of magical elements eluded him. He could only speculate that they were as ubiquitous in reality as hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron. Yet, the periodic table could not accommodate them. Qianluo's knowledge of chemistry was limited to high school level, and he lacked the capability to rearrange the elements. Furthermore, the existence of mental energy and the gestures of incantation were mysteries he could not fathom. These were but his irresponsible hypotheses, and there remained an abundance of complexities he struggled to comprehend. The magical elements of this world were undoubtedly more intricate than he could envision. No one could provide answers to Qianluo's speculations. With only the ability to cast a fireball spell, he had no means to validate most of his theories. However, he could conduct a modest experiment concerning the fireball spell. Once the thought took root in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Qianluo rose from his bed and stealthily exited the library, making his way to a garden behind the teaching building. The hour was late, and the night was silent, enveloping him in darkness. The rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze sent shivers down his spine. He had no desire to venture into such a desolate place unless absolutely necessary. His concern was that if he failed to control his magic within the confines of his room, it could lead to dire consequences. If a fire were to break out in the storage room, he would be left without a place to sleep. And the library was not a responsibility he could afford to bear. He seated himself on a stone bench and summoned a fireball at his leisure. Then, he retrieved a glass vial he had prepared earlier and slowly placed the fireball in his palm. This was to test his hypothesis regarding whether fire magic required oxygen to combust. To his astonishment, the fireball within the glass vial began to diminish, gradually fading away. Despite his mental energy remaining intact, he repeated the process several times, with identical outcomes. It was only when he removed the vial and conjured another fireball that it resumed a stable and continuous burn in his hand. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Qianluo's eyes as he murmured, "It indeed requires oxygen." This implied that the fireball spell was, in fact, a reaction between some unknown element and oxygen. Although he could not identify this element, grasping the principle unveiled a layer of mystery surrounding the magical elements. If the fireball spell was likely a form of oxidation reaction, it must adhere to the characteristics of such reactions. With this thought, a bold idea ignited in Qianluo's mind. He conjured another fireball without encasing it within the glass vial. Instead, while controlling the fireball spell, he dispersed a portion of his mental energy to gradually gather a substance that ranked second in the air's composition. Other mages regarded this substance as an element impurity, believing it to be of no use and detrimental to their communion with magical elements. Yet, Qianluo knew well that this was no mere impurity, it was oxygen. Without this element, even the mightiest archmages would suffocate. Mages not only wielded control over magical elements but also over elemental impurities. However, few would squander mental energy on such seemingly trivial matters. Nevertheless, Qianluo recognized the profound significance of this endeavor. Managing to control the fireball spell while simultaneously condensing oxygen was no small feat. It was nearly the limit of his control, causing the fireball to waver slightly. He cautiously brought the condensed oxygen close to the fireball. The moment they touched, the fireball erupted into violent fluctuations. Qianluo meticulously directed his mental energy to stabilize the fireball, preventing it from collapsing in his palm. As the two merged, a flicker of blue light began to emerge from the originally red fireball. This blue hue spread rapidly, and in an instant, the fireball in his hand transformed entirely to blue. Complete combustion? Qianluo stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief before his expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he flung the fireball away. Unlike the warmth of the red fireball, the instant it turned blue, he felt a searing pain in his palm. Boom. The fireball he cast struck a towering tree before him, and in the next moment, a conflagration engulfed the tree. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty tree was reduced to ashes. Was this still the fireball spell? Though it was now morning, memories of last night's blue fireball sent chills down Qianluo's spine. The fireball spell was classified as an apprentice-level fire magic due to its relatively minor potency, posing little threat to a normal person. Merely leaving a charred mark on a tree was deemed a successful execution of the spell. Who could have anticipated that the power of a fully combusted fire element could be so formidable? In mere moments, a tree over 10 meters tall was reduced to cinders before his eyes. Had Shenluo not sensed the impending danger, he might very well have become the first mage to perish by his own fireball spell. The magnitude of this fireball spell could easily be classified as advanced magic. Remembering the events of the previous night left him feeling apprehensive. Initially, he had intended to verify the explosive potential of a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen ignited by magic. But after experiencing such a perilous moment, he decided to set that plan aside. After all, curiosity pales in comparison to the value of one's life. Last night, Shenluo had hardly slept, and as he contemplated the characteristics of magical elements, he began to suspect that magical elements were not merely the substances listed on the periodic table. Rather, they were interwoven with these substances. The mutated fireball spell, born from the union of fire elements and oxygen, illustrated this point. Furthermore, the abundance of fire elements near volcanoes, the richness of water elements around rivers and lakes, and the omnipresence of air and earth elements were not mere coincidences. It was no wonder that people regarded the four elements as the very foundation of the world. As Shenluo's thoughts wandered, Toby entered the room, muttering, "I heard that last night a high-level mage burned down a phoenix tree at the academy. They're investigating it now. I wonder which high-level mage was so bored." Shenluo cleared his throat, opting for silence. Toby sat beside him, eagerly stating, "I wish I could become a high-level mage too. A man should aspire to be a great mage. I have no desire to inherit my father's decrepit estate." Toby's dream was to become a great mage, yet he had yet to successfully cast a fireball spell. As he rambled on to himself, he suddenly turned to Shenluo and asked, "Blair, what is your dream?" After the incident with Isabella, Shenluo refrained from voicing his aspiration to become a holy mage and replied calmly, "To graduate from St. Donis Academy." Toby looked somewhat surprised and whispered, "I thought your dream was to be with Teacher Brittany. When I asked you last year, you said your dream was Teacher Brittany. What of Teacher Brittany?" A melodious voice came from behind, as Isabella smiled at him and asked, "May I sit here?" "Of course." Toby nodded vigorously, scuttling away while casting Shenluo a lewd glance. Isabella settled beside Shenluo, extending her slender hand and saying, "Give it to me." "What?" Shenluo cast a glance at him and remarked, "I do not recall borrowing anything from you." "My gift," Isabella interjected, "the one you presented to me when you apologized." Furrowing his brow, Shenluo inquired, "Didn't you say you didn't want it?" While Isabella had indeed expressed disinterest in the bracelet, she had retained 10 silver coins for him, which Shenluo had intended to return after school that very day. "I have changed my mind. I desire it now." "Is that not permissible?" Shenluo, disinterested in further debate, retrieved the exquisite box from his backpack and casually handed it to her. Isabella held it in her hands, refraining from opening it immediately. She understood that given Shenluo's financial circumstances, he could not have gifted anything of substantial value. If she were to open it here, it might embarrass him. Following the incident with the falling object, her perception of Shenluo had undergone a complete transformation. Setting aside their minor grievances, they shared a common mentor, rendering their relationship at St. Donis Academy one of the closest. Furthermore, her thoughts lingered on the Blair-Isabella gravitational law. Shenluo was preoccupied with his mutated fireball technique while engaging in a casual conversation with Isabella, his mind far from the discussion of the gravitational law. As Bud stepped into the classroom, he instantly spotted Isabella seated beside Blair, animatedly conversing with him. This sight darkened his expression immediately. What on earth was the nature of the relationship between the beautiful senior Isabella and that insufferable Blair? Why was she seeking him out again? Could it be that they were truly involved? It seemed plausible, especially since he had just witnessed Blair presenting Isabella with a gift. The surrounding chatter reached Bud's ears, further souring his mood. To him, senior Isabella resembled a goddess from the sacred mountain, though he had never entertained the notion of winning her affection. He firmly believed that she should never be associated with someone as worthless as Blair. Even the mere thought felt like a grave insult to the goddess. He cast a glance in Shenluo's direction, snorted disdainfully, and exited the classroom, heading towards the third-year teaching building. Chapter 21. The treasure girl. The azure fireball bestowed upon Shenluo a significant revelation. Magic and science are not inherently antagonistic. Moreover, the potency of last night's blue fireball was undoubtedly not the zenith of fireball spells. However, Shenluo presently lacked the requisite strength to validate the conjectures swirling within his mind. The more formidable the magic, the more it must be confined within controllable parameters. Uncontrolled magic transforms into a calamity for the mage. With Chen Luo's current mental prowess, attempting to multitask while casting magic was perilous. He could not yet claim mastery over the enhanced fireball. Furthermore, to unleash an upgraded fireball spell, he first needed to conjure a red fireball before he could begin to gather oxygen, which meant his magic could not be instantaneous. The absence of prolonged incantations and intricate gestures was Chen Luo's advantage. Yet, in augmenting the spell's power, he forfeited his singular edge. He resolved not to divulge the matter of the mutated fireball spell to anyone, for it was his greatest trump card. The might of the blue fireball, coupled with his casting speed, could render even intermediate or advanced mages defenseless, provided he could shorten the casting duration, a challenge he needed to address. For the time being, Chen Luo set aside thoughts of the blue fireball, focusing instead on increasing the number of fireballs he could summon. Mastery over 10 fireballs would signal his readiness for certification as a novice mage. Yet, he could currently control only one. Attempting to summon a second would significantly diminish his control over the first, resulting in its collapse. Chen Luo recognized this as a consequence of his insufficient mental strength. However, he knew that there were shortcuts to learning magic. Throughout history, countless individuals had refined the most rudimentary forms of magic, including clever applications of mental energy that could lower the mental threshold required for certain spells. Yet, such knowledge remained a closely guarded secret within any family and was unattainable even at the Magic Association. Today, with teacher Brittany absent, Chen Luo completed a few exercises and, feeling bored, glanced at Isabella, who was deep in contemplation. He casually inquired, "Isabella, how many fireballs can you summon simultaneously?" Without lifting her head, Isabella replied nonchalantly, 9. Despite being aware of Isabella's exceptional talents in mathematics and magic, Chen Luo was still taken aback to learn she could control 9 fireballs at present. Did this not imply that she could become a novice mage before graduating from St. Donis Academy? Even among their aristocratic peers, who had been exposed to magic for quite some time before enrollment, achieving novice mage status at 17 was a remarkable feat. It dawned on Chen Luo that she had indeed been holding back against him from the outset. While he perceived numerous flaws in her magic, such as the sluggishness of her incantations and the slow communication with magical elements, her mental fortitude was something Chen Luo could not yet rival. After feeling somewhat disheartened by Isabella's prowess, he chose to remain silent and resumed practicing his fireball spell. Unfortunately, each time he attempted to conjure a second fireball, his control over the fire element would teeter on the brink of collapse. Thus, it was evident that he needed to enhance his mental strength before he could manage more fireballs. Chen Luo sensed that his mental fortitude was advancing at a pace far surpassing that of the average person. The day of mastery would not be far off. It is widely believed that mental strength correlates with the power of one's soul. Chen Luo harbored some inkling as to why his soul's strength was extraordinary. Each time he contemplated this, his emotions grew complex. Once Isabella finished her homework, she observed Chen Luo practicing his fireball spell for some time. After a brief period, a sly smile flickered across her face as she turned to him, asking, "Would you like to control 2 fireballs at once?" Chen Luo met her gaze, and Isabella continued, "Your first fireball spell is quite stable. According to the textbook steps, you would require at least 2 months to achieve simultaneous control over 2 fireballs. I can help you accomplish this much sooner." The magic taught at the academy could not compare to the profound education of the aristocracy. With Isabella's distinguished lineage, it was natural that she possessed knowledge of magical techniques unknown to others. However, Chen Luo was skeptical that she would freely share such secrets, as even within towering families, such knowledge was strictly forbidden from dissemination. In this regard, it seemed that even teacher Brittany could not rival her. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Luo cast a wary glance at her and inquired, "What do you require of me?" Magic, indeed, appeared to be Blair's Achilles heel. Isabella mused, crossing her arms triumphantly. "First, call me sister and let me hear it." "Sister?" Isabella gazed at Chen Luo, once again struck by his lack of principles and boundaries. How could someone like Blair exist in this world, given that Isabella was slightly older and his senior in the same discipline? Addressing her as sister was hardly an embarrassing matter for Chen Luo. What truly mattered to him was the shortcut to elevate his fireball spell. Isabella intended to test him first before revealing her actual request, never anticipating that his prompt address would leave her momentarily flustered. After a lengthy pause, she cleared her throat and stated, "I will teach you. But you must promise me that any new discoveries akin to the law of falling bodies will not be concealed from me." Without hesitation, Chen Luo readily agreed, "No problem." A smile graced Isabella's fair visage as she raised her hand, saying, "It's a deal." Chen Luo frowned slightly and replied, "Is that really necessary?" "Absolutely." Isabella shook her head resolutely. "A pact is witnessed by the gods. Should you renege, the gods will punish you. In this world, a pact is akin to a vow in another realm, and the gods' punishment bears a resemblance to divine retribution for violations. While the gods may not always have the time to intervene, they instill a psychological pressure on those reluctant to uphold their promises." Since Isabella was insistent, Chen Luo acquiesced. He extended his right hand, intertwining his fingers with hers, declaring, "I, Blair, hereby forge a pact with Isabella. Should I breach it, I willingly accept the gods' punishment." Their fingers intertwined, a gesture signifying the binding of their agreement. Isabella's fingers were slender and delicate, smooth to the touch, as Chen Luo grasped her hand. A fleeting ripple coursed through him, though he quickly regained his composure. The sensation of holding hands with Isabella was entirely distinct from that of his female friends, and a faint blush flitted across her cheeks, causing her to silently regret her impulsive decision. After completing the ritual of their pact, she cast a glance at Chen Luo and instructed, "Watch closely." As she murmured incantations, her hands wove intricate gestures. At the conclusion of her final motion, 9 fireballs of various sizes abruptly materialized around Chen Luo. With a hint of pride, Isabella glanced at him and said, "The key to simultaneously releasing multiple fireballs lies in the dispersion of mental energy. Now, I shall teach you the techniques for dispersing your mental focus." As Isabella elucidated, Chen Luo gradually comprehended that although the essence of her fireball spell mirrored that of the textbook, the process exhibited marked differences. The universal theory of magic posits that a singular force can overcome numerous challenges, epitomized by the summoning of fireballs one at a time. This method, however, is fraught with drawbacks. It demands an extensive duration and requires a formidable mental capacity to sustain the initially conjured fireball. Yet, its advantages are equally apparent. Any apprentice of magic, provided they possess sufficient mental acuity, can effortlessly elevate the potency of their fireballs. Isabella's approach, on the other hand, is characterized by ingenuity. She eschews conventional techniques, instead opting to partition her mental energy into several segments, simultaneously conjuring multiple fireballs. This simultaneous nature implies that while the traditional method succeeds in summoning a single fireball, she has already manifested 10. Nevertheless, this technique is not without its significant flaws. Dispersing mental energy equates to multitasking, necessitating the simultaneous communication with numerous magical elements, thus testing one's innate magical talent. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. If he could indeed disperse his mental energy to release multiple fireballs at once, might he not also gather some oxygen and hydrogen in tandem? Although this presents a greater challenge, could it not enable him to achieve the instantaneous manifestation of a blue mutated fireball? Whenever he found himself in a predicament, Isabella would invariably appear at the opportune moment. She was far from a mere source of trouble. She was, in reality, his treasured gem. Chapter 22. The interception. Isabella astutely noticed the change in Chen Luo's gaze. With her arms crossed, she regarded him warily. "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing," Chen Luo replied, shaking his head. Internally, he was resolute in his desire to embrace Isabella's long legs. He continued, "While this method may summon multiple fireballs more swiftly, it seems rather unstable." Chen Luo had observed that the fireballs summoned by Isabella varied in size, clearly indicating an irregularity. Isabella let out a cold snort. "Do you think everyone can achieve this? Even with a certain level of skill, dividing one's mental energy into so many parts requires talent. Someone like me is already quite remarkable." Chen Luo understood this point. The talent required to disperse mental energy was not the same as that for magic. It resembled the ability to multitask. It reminded him of drawing a square with one hand while drawing a circle with the other. Yet it was undoubtedly far more complex than that. This was a shortcut on the path of magic. While it might not hold much value for others, it was immensely beneficial for Chen Luo. It completely resolved the issue of the excessive time required to cast the mutated fireball spell, granting him a semblance of self-preservation in this chaotic world. Without gestures or incantations, a magic apprentice capable of instantaneously unleashing advanced spells could make any who underestimated him pay a heavy price. However, Chen Luo did not become arrogant. His mental energy was still too weak. The mutated fireball spell could only catch opponents off guard. When confronting a high-level mage, it was likely that the opponent would not afford him the opportunity to act. A wind blade from a primary wind mage would be beyond his capacity to defend against. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. As a mere magic apprentice, why provoke high-level mages? Moreover, such mages were not common in this world. To date, he had only encountered one, Miss Brittany. Reflecting on Miss Brittany, Qinluo belatedly grasped a terrifying realization. Although she was their teacher, she was merely 21 years old. Not much older than Qinluo and Isabella. She was evidently not newly promoted, indicating that she had become a high-level mage at 20, if not earlier. What does it mean to be a 20-year-old high-level mage? The two elderly members of the Magic Association, their beards white with age, were merely intermediate mages. Compared to her, what magic prodigy could be considered anything but mediocre? Qinluo found it perplexing. With Ms. Brittany's prowess, she could have pursued greater opportunities within the Magic Association or more prestigious academies. Why then? Had she chosen to be a mathematics teacher in a small place like Yabo City, leading a life of financial struggle? Perhaps it was merely her love for mathematics. But that was her choice, and Qinluo had no right to interfere. He cast aside these distracting thoughts and began to gradually disperse his complete mental energy, as Isabella had instructed. Yet, in the next moment, a hint of confusion crossed Qinluo's face. He had anticipated that dispersing his mental energy would be as challenging as Isabella had described, but as he followed her technique, dividing his mental energy into 2, then 4, he encountered no obstacles. This was entirely different from his first attempt at casting the fireball spell. Qinluo was well aware that this success was due to the techniques Isabella had just imparted. Isabella observed him with a sense of pride. It took me 3 days to learn how to split my mental energy into 2 parts. I initially failed, but if you practice my method for a month, you should be able to release 2 fireballs simultaneously. Bang! Just as her words fell, 4 fireballs suddenly appeared before her. These 4 fireballs were of equal size, hovering steadily in front of her, burning brightly and continuously. Qinluo withdrew his gestures, gazing at the 4 fireballs with a smile. It was not that he could only divide his mental energy into 4 parts. Rather, any further division would render each fragment insufficient to summon a fireball. Isabella's eyes widened, her lips forming an O shape as she pointed at him, incredulous. How did you accomplish this? Qinluo extinguished the fireballs and replied, I simply followed your method to divide my mental energy into 4 parts, allowing me to summon 4 fireballs. Hearing him casually state this, Isabella felt an impulse to strangle him. It had taken her 3 days to split her mental energy into 2 parts, and 3 months to barely manage 4. Yet, Blair had achieved in such a short time what had taken her months. Not only that, but his fireballs were remarkably stable and similar in size, indicating his precise control over his mental energy, something even she could not match. Despite being often hailed as a genius, the term felt inadequate in Blair's presence. It left her blushing. What a person abandoned by the gods. This fellow was clearly favored by them. Suppressing her envious feelings, Isabella patted his shoulder and said, Not bad. Keep up the good work. As they both exited the dormitory, Qinluo waved to her, saying, Goodbye, Senior Isabella. His attitude towards her had improved significantly. After all, who would treat their treasured girl with indifference? Goodbye. In contrast to Qinluo's buoyant demeanor, Isabella's voice sounded weak, revealing her disappointment. After mathematics, Qinluo had dealt her another heavy blow in magic. Having only recently learned the fireball spell, he could now unleash intermediate fireballs, suggesting that it would not be long before he caught up to or even surpassed her. Isabella shot him a glance, gritting her teeth. She was determined not to be outdone by a younger student. Clearly, she needed to work harder. As Qinluo watched Isabella depart, he paused on the stairs. Emerging from the shadows of the faculty dormitory was Fiki Howard, wearing a smirk as he regarded Qinluo. Blair, I recall warning you. It seems you did not take it to heart. As he stepped forward, 3 others emerged from the shadows, encircling Qinluo in a triangular formation. Being new here, Qinluo was reluctant to court trouble, but that did not mean he feared it. Especially now that Isabella had transitioned from being a source of trouble to an invaluable senior who could aid him in magic. Looking at Fiki, Qinluo replied with a smile, Apologies, but I have a habit of not paying attention to men. Fiki's expression froze, and even the trio behind him displayed disbelief. They had never expected the timid Blair to utter such words to Fiki. Was he out of his mind? Fiki's gaze shifted to Qinluo, and a smile broke across his face. Excellent. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. He clapped his hands and turned, leaving with a flourish. Yet, after taking a few steps, he paused and casually remarked, Bard, teach him the rules of St. Donis Academy. With that, he strode away, his figure quickly disappearing. Qinluo turned to Bard and inquired, What rules does St. Donis Academy have? You'll find out soon enough, Bard chuckled. throwing a punch at Chen Luo's face. During his time in university, Chen Luo had ascended to the position of the Martial Arts Association president due to not only his looks, but also the recognition of his strength by all. While he might struggle against a ruthless outlaw, he was certainly capable of handling 2 or 3 small thugs. Bard and his companions positioned themselves in front of him and to his sides. As Bard's fist swung towards him, Chen Luo instinctively took a step back, swiftly following up with a leading straight punch. This was one of the fundamental combinations in Sandho. The impact resonated as Bard clutched one eye, staring at Chen Luo in disbelief. However, the sharp pain radiating from his eye quickly transformed his astonishment into fury as he bellowed, "Get him." The other 2 finally reacted, simultaneously throwing punches at Chen Luo. Yet, Chen Luo, possessing substantial practical experience, was swifter than their responses. He pivoted, delivering a decisive kick that felled one opponent, and met the other's punch with a left knee strike to the abdomen. Aside from Bard, one assailant was sent crashing to the ground, while the other doubled over, clutching his stomach and retching. Bard, who had been about to charge forward, halted abruptly, staring at Chen Luo in terror. Just moments ago, Chen Luo's counterattacks had flowed seamlessly. Was this truly the incompetent Blair he had known? At that moment, Bard noticed Blair bent over, cradling his knee, visibly in agony, realizing his comrade was also injured. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he shouted, "Let us go together." However, just as the 3, disregarding their pain, prepared to rush at Chen Luo once more, they suddenly felt their feet leave the ground, their bodies levitating slowly into the air. Floating above the ground, fear etched across their faces, they flailed their limbs in desperation. Not far away, Teacher Brittany glared icily at the trio, her voice cold as she inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 23, The Edwin Award. As Brittany approached, the expressions of Bud and his companions turned ashen. It dawned on Bud that something felt amiss. It was not they who had been assaulting Blair, but rather Blair who had been striking them. This realization deepened their pallor. Brittany cast a sharp glance at the trio and, with a wave of her hand, they gently descended to the ground. She then turned her gaze to Chen Luo and inquired, "Blair, why are you alone here? Where is Isabella?" Chen Luo smiled and replied, "Bud mentioned he would teach me the rules of St. Donatus Academy, and just as Ms. Brittany arrived, they hadn't yet had the chance to instruct me." At this, Bud's face turned ashen. The 3 of them, feeling a chill, retreated a distance, filled with regret for heeding Fiki's advice, enduring a beating without reason, and now facing the possibility of severe repercussions from the academy. Ms. Brittany regarded the 2 elders and introduced Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, this is Vice Dean Urchel, whom you should know, and this is Vice President Calvin from the Mathematics Society." Chen Luo offered a slight bow, greeting them, "Good day, Vice Dean Urchel, Vice President Calvin." The 2 elders looked at Chen Luo with intrigue, particularly Calvin, who scrutinized him and nodded, saying, "To assist Miss Brittany in solving the louse riddle is indeed a sign of a promising mathematician." Brittany promptly corrected him, "Vice President Calvin, I believe you've misunderstood something. The louse riddle was solved independently by Blair. I merely assisted him in writing the paper." Calvin looked at her, shaking his head slightly, and remarked, "Resolving the louse riddle will significantly aid you in this year's Edwin Award selection. It is also an honor for the Yabo City branch. If you are willing, the branch will wholeheartedly support your bid for the Edwin Award." Vice Dean Urchel addressed Brittany, saying, "Ms. Brittany, I think you should reconsider this matter. It holds great significance for both you and the Academy." Brittany pondered for a moment and turned to Calvin, asking, "Could it not be Blair?" Calvin shook his head, stating, "He is still too young and has not yet achieved the substantial results you have in mathematics. Even if he solved the louse riddle, he would not be eligible for the award." Brittany looked at Chen Luo, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she said, "I believe that in 2 years, the Edwin Award will undoubtedly belong to Blair." Calvin sighed, asking, "So, are you saying that you intend to forego it?" Brittany nodded, affirming, "This honor rightfully belongs to Blair." Vice Dean Urchel displayed a look of regret, while Calvin echoed his sentiment, saying, "In that case, the society respects your choice." Chen Luo, unable to contain himself, finally asked, "May I inquire about what exactly has transpired?" The discussions regarding the louse riddle and the Edwin Award seemed to involve him, yet left Chen Luo in a state of confusion. After an explanation from Vice Dean Urchel, Chen Luo grasped the situation. The Edwin Award, established decades ago, is a prestigious accolade in the field of mathematics, awarded annually to scholars who make significant contributions. The louse riddle, a problem that has perplexed mathematicians for centuries, represents a milestone event in mathematics. This year's Edwin Award is to be granted to the scholar who resolves the Louse riddle, a well-deserved honor. The crux of the matter lies in Brittany designating Chen Luo as the first author of the Louse riddle solution, thereby disqualifying herself from receiving the Edwin Award. Chen Luo, a newcomer, lacks substantial achievements apart from the Louse riddle, making it equally improbable for him to win the award. The Edwin Award is conferred by the kingdom, and Brittany's potential recognition would bring honor to both the Academy and the Yabo City Mathematics Society, prompting the two to earnestly persuade her to claim the title of first author of the paper, which she firmly declined. Calvin looked at Chen Luo and remarked, "I must say, your teacher is exceptionally kind to you." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo inquired, "If I may be so bold, what is the monetary value of the Edwin Award?" Calvin appeared taken aback momentarily before shaking his head. To receive the Edwin Award is an immense honor for a scholar. To measure it in gold coins would be an affront to its significance. So there is no monetary reward? Chen Luo pondered. Calvin nodded. While there is no prize money, there is. Chen Luo decisively shook his head, stating, "Regarding the Louse riddle, I merely proposed an idea. The true calculations were conducted by Ms. Brittany. Therefore, I cannot accept this honor. An award without a prize means little." While the Edwin Award might represent an irreplaceable honor for other scholars, it holds no such weight for Chen Luo. Honor cannot be spent as currency, and he would rather devote his time to contemplation. Moreover, his motivations for aligning with Brittany were not entirely altruistic. Under the guise of learning mathematics, he sought to study magic with her, which already felt like a betrayal. If he did not make amends, he would struggle with his conscience. For a mathematician, the Edwin Award signifies acknowledgement and prestige. Brittany's willingness to forego such temptation and relinquish readily attainable glory prompted Chen Luo to reflect on his own ability to do the same. After all, they would not be offering him any gold. Furthermore, the elder had just mentioned that even if Chen Luo were the first author of the paper, he would likely be ineligible for the award due to insufficient contributions. Thus, it would be better for Brittany to receive it. Brittany regarded Chen Luo, furrowing her brow. "Your perspective is what truly matters. Even without me, you would eventually arrive at the same conclusion." Chen Luo shook his head, asserting, "My insights were inspired by Ms. Brittany's teachings. Ultimately, the credit belongs to her." Calvin observed their exchange with a peculiar expression. They had witnessed many instances of friendships and mentor-student relationships fracturing over issues of credit. Yet here were two young individuals deferring to one another in the face of great honor, a sight he had never encountered before. What particularly moved him was their youth. Both Brittany and this student named Blair were at a stage in life where their minds were most agile, heralding boundless potential. Their names were destined to be inscribed in the annals of mathematical history, and indeed, they were already on that path. After a moment's contemplation, Calvin suddenly proposed, "Perhaps there is another way. Joint authorship?" Brittany exclaimed in surprise, "Are you suggesting that I and Blair be co-first authors in our application for the Edwin Award? But there has never been a precedent for this. Just because it has not occurred before does not mean it cannot happen," Calvin replied with a smile. "The Louse riddle has endured for so long that many mathematicians have begun to doubt its authenticity. Your contributions are significant and irreplaceable. The Mathematics Society could easily make an exception in this instance. Then let it be decided thus." Before Brittany could utter a word, Dean Archer promptly declared, "Regardless of whether you attain the Edwin Award, you are the pride of St. Donis, and the Academy takes great pride in you." Brittany furrowed her brow, poised to respond, when Chen Luo tugged at her sleeve. Despite her unparalleled intellect and magical prowess, Professor Brittany exhibited a certain naivety in specific matters. The Edwin Award was not solely a concern for her and Chen Luo, it also bore significance for St. Donis Academy and even the Arbo City chapter of the Mathematical Society. Should she persist in her singular viewpoint, she would risk alienating numerous individuals. Ultimately, Brittany refrained from further comment, as both President Calvin and Dean Archer achieved their respective objectives. Dean Archer took his leave, casting a cold glance at Bard and his companions, and solemnly commanded, "You three, come with me." Chapter 24. Bard's reminder. Blair, you should not have done that. When only the two of them remained, Brittany gazed at Chen Luo and remarked, "The discovery of the Rouse riddle solution, though not a groundbreaking development, resolves a historical conundrum of extraordinary significance in the annals of mathematics. This achievement belongs solely to you. You ought not to share this glory with others." Chen Luo was acutely aware that, in both spirit and ideology, he was profoundly at odds with most individuals in this world. The so-called academic accolades, in his estimation, paled in comparison to the method of dispersing mental focus taught to him by Isabella. Yet, his sentiments were lost on Isabella, as well as on Professor Brittany. He looked at Professor Brittany with a faint smile and replied, "Professor Brittany is not just anyone. Blair." Brittany reached out, attempting to call him back. But his figure had swiftly receded into the distance. She stood there, a hint of helplessness etched on her face, before eventually shaking her head and turning to enter the dormitory. In the past, Blair had taken this job out of necessity, as he had nowhere else to turn and desperately needed the 2 silver coins each month to sustain himself. Now, however, Chen Luo was not lacking in funds and could access the library of the Magic Association at any time. Consequently, this job felt somewhat superfluous and a tremendous waste of time. He was determined to resign promptly, yet the only complication lay in the fact that without the library's storeroom, he had no place to go. Before quitting, he needed to secure alternative accommodation. Chen Luo was almost certain that the recent delay in the academic journal was due to the Mathematics Association's efforts to persuade Professor Brittany to participate as the primary author in the Edwin Award selection. The Edwin Award was a prestigious accolade within the mathematical community, representing not only Professor Brittany, but also bestowing honor upon St. Donis Academy and, by extension, the Apollo City Mathematics branch should she win. As Chen Luo entered the classroom, every gaze, including Toby's, was fixated upon him. Although accustomed to being the center of attention as a teacher, he was unsettled by the expressions that danced in their eyes. He made his way to the end of the corridor, intending to wait until class commenced before entering. Meanwhile, the classroom was abuzz with chatter, as if discussing some riddle. The Rouse riddle. I've heard of it. It's a conundrum that many esteemed scholars have failed to solve. How could Blair possibly have done so? Need it be said? He must have benefited from Professor Brittany's guidance. Is Blair truly more formidable than those scholars? Damn Blair. What kind of sorcery has he cast upon Professor Brittany? Standing at the corridor's end, Chen Luo could only hear the cacophony from within the classroom until, suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. You scoundrel! Your family supports you at St. Donis for you to engage in brawls? I'll beat you to a pulp. Chen Luo turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a disheveled middle-aged man confronting Vice Dean Urchill, wielding a sturdy wooden stick to strike another individual. Bard stood there, devoid of his former arrogance, his expression blank as he endured the beatings. The middle-aged man appeared to be Bard's father, and judging by his attire, it was evident that the Bard family was not well off. In truth, aside from the nobility, even moderately affluent families would find their resources severely depleted after sending their children to St. Donis. After delivering a dozen strikes with the stick, the middle-aged man turned to Vice Dean Urchill and implored, "Please, sir, do not expel him. We worked so hard to get him here." A look of regret crossed Urchill's face as he replied, "I'm afraid Bard's behavior has been intolerable, egregiously violating the rules of St. Donis Academy. We have no choice but to expel him." Although St. Donis Academy imposed strict penalties for student altercations, expulsions were typically reserved for severe consequences. The issue lay in the fact that Bard's victim was likely to be the recipient of the Edwin Award. Had it not been for Blair's insistence the previous day, St. Donis Academy would undoubtedly have missed out on this prestigious honor, leading to Bard facing a much harsher punishment than usual. The middle-aged man's face drained of color as he clenched his teeth, kneeling before Vice Dean Urchill and pleading, "Please, I beg of you." Bard's eyes were bloodshot, his nails digging into his flesh as he trembled and murmured, "Father." Urchill displayed a look of helplessness and cast a wind spell to prevent the middle-aged man from kneeling, preparing to speak when suddenly, Chen Luo approached. He bowed slightly to Vice Dean Urchill and said, "Good morning, Vice Dean." Seeing Chen Luo, Urchill's face brightened. "Good morning, Blair." Chen Luo smiled, and then turned his attention to Bard, inquiring, "What has happened to you, Bard?" Urchill explained, "Bard has grossly violated school regulations, and the Academy intends to expel him. Rest assured, Blair, anyone who breaks the rules will face appropriate consequences." Chen Luo shook his head and replied, "While Bard and I have had minor disagreements, I don't think the Academy should impose such a severe punishment on him." Bard's head jerked up in disbelief, staring at Chen Luo. Through Blair's memories, Chen Luo had gathered that, despite Bard's somewhat arrogant demeanor, he had not committed any egregious offenses within the Academy. In fact, his presence had, to some extent, shielded Class 5 from being bullied by other classes. As for the conflicts between Blair and Bard, Chen Luo regarded them as mere child's play. Given that Bard was not inherently malicious, he deserved a chance for redemption. Naturally, regardless of the punishment the Academy decided to impose on Bard, it was initially none of Chen Luo's concern. However, Witnessing the father's desperate actions prompted Qianluo to intercede on his behalf. This evoked memories of his own father, stirring a profound longing for a world he had long concealed deep within his heart. Upon hearing Qianluo's words, the middle-aged man's face lit up with hope as he grasped Bard's arm and exclaimed, "You should thank Vicestein, Urchill, and Blair, having endured such tumultuous times." Bard appeared dazed as he murmured, "Thank you, Vicestein, thank you, Blair." The bell for class rang just then, prompting Vicestein Urchill to glance at the two and say, "Go to class." "Goodbye, Vicestein." Qianluo nodded slightly and walked slowly toward the classroom. Bard trailed behind him, and just as they reached the classroom door, he could no longer contain himself and asked, "Why?" Bard lowered his head, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a subdued tone, "Thank you, Blair." Qianluo chose not to respond further and strode into the classroom. Bard watched his retreating figure, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Suddenly, he stepped forward and warned, "Blair, be cautious of Fiki. He will not let you off easily." His uncle is the Academy's Vicestein. Having been inexplicably targeted by a spoiled brat, Qianluo naturally sought to uncover Fiki's background. In truth, he had already conducted thorough research on the Howard family behind Fiki, their faction, and the ideologies they espoused, while Qianluo had no desire to provoke them. Should Fiki persist in his foolishness, Qianluo would not hesitate to demonstrate to him what true cruelty entails. As Toby was about to inquire Qianluo about the Rouse mystery, he suddenly caught sight of the smile on his face, and an inexplicable chill coursed through him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Chapter 25. A new abode. After observing Qianluo for a considerable time, Toby could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Blair, is what they say true?" Qianluo replied casually, "What is true?" "That riddle. The Ross riddle?" "Yes, that one." "Blair, have you truly solved it?" "Sort of." Toby's expression conveyed both shock and confusion. Although he had no clear understanding of what the Ross riddle entailed, he had heard others mention it. It was a conundrum that countless scholars had failed to unravel. The resolution of the Ross riddle would be a monumental milestone in the annals of mathematics, with Blair's name inscribed upon it. Just 2 months prior, Blair had never passed a math exam. While others claimed Blair merely basked in Brittany's glory, Toby, as his desk mate, knew well that Blair had transformed into someone entirely different. Another individual shared this realization with Toby. Bud, sitting in his seat, appeared somewhat dazed. Blair's performance in magic class, the punch delivered to him yesterday, and the words spoken before Dean Urchill had completely overturned Bud's perception of him. Regardless of the reasons behind these changes, one undeniable truth remained. The current Blair was no longer the helpless victim of bullying he once was. Beside Bud, another student listened to the discussions in the classroom and scoffed. "What's so impressive? If it weren't for Professor Brittany, Blair would be nothing." Bud shot him a glance and retorted, "Even without Professor Brittany, his magic is still the strongest in the class. Your scores in magic class don't even measure up to half of Blair's." The individual stared at Bud in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. Bud, who had always harbored disdain for Blair, was now defending him. Qianluo, eyes closed, could sense the unfolding situation. Only Isabella could evoke such a reaction. Since Professor Brittany had tasked them with correcting the law of falling bodies, Isabella had sought out Qianluo more frequently than before. "You've given up the Edwin Award?" Compared to others who remained oblivious, Isabella was well informed about the intricacies of the Ross riddle. The significant discovery rightfully belonged to Blair, which was why Professor Brittany had designated him as the primary author of the paper. Just moments ago, she learned from Professor Brittany that Blair insisted on relinquishing the title of first author, a decision that entailed forsaking an honor that few would willingly abandon. Had anyone else made such a choice, Isabella would have deemed them insane. Yet, through her growing familiarity with him, she discovered that Blair seemed indifferent to everything except magic. Isabella arrived just as Qianluo was about to consult her on a matter. Initially, he believed that the method she had taught him for dispersing mental energy involved drawing circles with one hand while drawing squares with the other. However, upon deeper reflection, he began to suspect that it was not so simple. The techniques for communicating with fire elements were indeed similar. Thus, summoning multiple fireballs would amount to drawing circles with both hands. Achieving the simultaneous release of fire magic and water magic would truly demonstrate a mastery of duality. After all, fire and water were distinct elements, each requiring its own method of manipulation. Qianluo's blue fireball was a fusion of fire and oxygen elements, making it more akin to the latter in principle. Therefore, even if he could conjure 4 fireballs simultaneously, producing a blue fireball was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had made significant progress since the beginning. Yet, none of the magic texts he had perused mentioned this phenomenon, as it appeared no one had ever attempted to cast two different types of magic simultaneously. He turned to Isabella and inquired, "Can you perform the water ball spell?" Isabella shot him a glance, and after a brief incantation, a water ball materialized in her palm. Chen Luo pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you release both the fireball and the water ball simultaneously? How could that be possible?" Isabella regarded him as if he were foolish. How can a magician simultaneously cast spells from two different schools? Due to his hands being concealed beneath the table, only Isabella witnessed this scene. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she regarded Chen Luo with an almost incredulous gaze, exclaiming, "Blair, are you even human?" Isabella's reaction solidified Chen Luo's conviction that ordinary people in this world could only communicate with one type of magical element at a time. This revelation implied that even if he imparted the principles of the blue fireball to them, they would be incapable of executing it. The combustion of fire and oxygen was intensely vigorous, necessitating precise control over both elements. Attempting to have two individuals independently manage the fire and oxygen elements would likely result in self-immolation. This truly epitomized the concept of duality. Chen Luo sensed that his ability to achieve this might stem from an unknown transformation within his soul. He could cast spells without the need for incantations or gestures, likely due to this very reason, while there might be others in the world capable of performing such feats. He was uncertain if anyone else shared his exemption from the constraints of incantations and gestures. "Carl, is there something you need?" Chen Luo recognized the elderly gentleman as the overseer of library logistics. It was Carl who had assisted Blair in securing his position, and he generally treated him with kindness. Carl's expression bore a hint of seriousness as he regarded Chen Luo, asking, "Blair, have you offended someone?" Chen Luo paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he asked, "Uncle Carl, what has transpired?" Carl sighed and replied, "Blair, starting tomorrow, you can no longer work in the library. I heard this is an order from a certain Vice-Dean." Aside from Bud, Chen Luo had not directly offended anyone at St. Donis Academy. However, the number of individuals he had indirectly antagonized through his association with Isabella was countless. During the rampant rumors about his relationship with her, many boys in the academy harbored intense resentment towards him. Among them was the already encountered Feichi Howard. Bud had warned him that Feichi had an uncle who was a vice-dean at St. Donis Academy, and the influence of the Howard family was one of the reasons Feichi could act with impunity at the academy. Concern etched on Carl's face as he continued, "Blair, I managed to negotiate 3 days for you. You must leave in 3 days, regardless of whom you have offended. It is imperative that you seek their forgiveness within this time frame. If they are determined to expel you from the academy, no one will be able to assist you then." Chen Luo regarded Uncle Carl with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Carl. I understand." Chen Luo was well aware of Feichi's intentions. Had it been the previous Blair, losing his library job would have meant not only homelessness, but also the loss of his only source of income, leaving him to starve on the streets without any need for Feichi's interference. However, the current Chen Luo was free from such concerns. Yet, he recognized that this was merely the beginning of Feichi's vendetta. Once he vacated the school, a cascade of troubles would inevitably follow. Although Chen Luo had long intended to resign from the library, he did not wish to confront Feichi's relentless harassment. Given Feichi's apparent leisure, Chen Luo would not hesitate to provide him with a bit of diversion. Carl had secured 3 days for him, and while it was too late to seek housing today, he planned to address his living situation the following afternoon after class, simultaneously delivering a gift to the Howard family. Before proceeding, he needed to request a leave from Professor Brittany. In the faculty dormitory, Brittany gazed at Chen Luo and remarked, "This evening, I intend to take you and Isabella to an important academic exchange. Is there any pressing matter that cannot wait until tomorrow?" Chen Luo held little interest in the academic gathering. He first needed to resolve his housing situation, lest he find himself sleeping on the streets the following night. He looked at Brittany, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, Professor Brittany, but I have resigned from my job at the library, so I can no longer stay on campus. I urgently need to find accommodation elsewhere. Indeed, the library position could be somewhat distracting. It may be for the best that you have stepped away from it." Brittany nodded in agreement. Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, I have an empty room here that is usually unoccupied. Why don't you simply move in with me?" Chen Luo was taken aback, casting his gaze toward a small room adjacent to Brittany's bedroom, murmuring, "Is that really permissible? Why would it not be?" Brittany appeared to have just grasped the advantages of the situation, a smile illuminating her face. This way, you can ask me any questions you may have at any time. We can also discuss mathematical queries whenever needed. And weren't you also interested in learning magic from me? This arrangement would facilitate that even more. Observing the beaming Professor Brittany, Chen Luo opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from uttering any words of refusal. The prospect of having an esteemed sorceress available for consultation on magical matters was akin to possessing a personal, high-level magical advisor. Who could resist such an enticing offer? Chapter 26. Academic Salon. In regard to Chen Luo moving in to live with her, teacher Brittany exhibited an enthusiasm that surpassed even Chen Luo's own. It must be said that the benefits afforded to the instructors at St. Donis Academy are indeed generous. The small room adjacent to teacher Brittany's bedroom, albeit slightly smaller than her own, is considerably more spacious than the storage room Chen Luo had previously occupied. After Chen Luo finished arranging his belongings and made his bed, Isabella arrived fashionably late. Dressed in a black evening gown, her already slender figure was accentuated, lending her an air of grace. Aside from precocious individuals like Blair, which youth has not harbored an ideal of an Isabella in their heart, Isabella seemed to have a penchant for black. When Chen Luo first encountered her, she was clad in a black tulle dress, and today's gown served to further highlight her exquisite demeanor. Standing at the entrance of Chen Luo's room, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Blair, what are you doing?" Teacher Brittany approached and replied, "Blair has resigned from his position at the library, and starting today, he will be living with me." Upon hearing this, Isabella's lips parted in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Brittany appraised Chen Luo from head to toe and asked, "Blair, do you have anything more appropriate to wear? Tonight marks your first attendance at such a salon. It's best to dress formally." Although Chen Luo had ordered several outfits, they were all casual wear, and he realized he did not possess a formal gown. He pondered for a moment and asked Brittany, "Would a wizard's robe suffice?" Brittany nodded, saying, "If you have a wizard's robe, that would certainly work." Earlier, Chen Luo had observed that the wizard's robe, as a symbol of a mage's identity, was quite favored among practitioners of magic. Teachers wearing these robes were a common sight around the academy, and it was not unusual to encounter wizards garbed in them on the streets. It was Chen Luo's first occasion wearing his wizard's robe since acquiring it. The black robe of a magic apprentice bore a resemblance to formal attire, and after changing into it, he stepped out of his room to find Isabella conversing with teacher Brittany. Can one release spells from two different schools simultaneously? Brittany pondered Isabella's question and, after some consideration, shook her head. Communicating magical elements requires concentrated mental effort. The methods of communication for different elements vary, and few can accomplish the simultaneous interaction of two types of magical elements. Isabella glanced at Chen Luo with disbelief. Even teacher Brittany cannot do it? After a moment's thought, Brittany replied, "I shall give it a try." She murmured a few incantations while swiftly gesturing, and at a certain moment, upon opening her eyes and extending her hands, a red fireball and a transparent water sphere materialized simultaneously in her palms. Shaking her head, teacher Brittany remarked, "It seems it is not as difficult as I imagined." Isabella, glancing between Brittany and Chen Luo, wore a dazed expression, feeling both bitter and disheartened. Having witnessed Blair's ability to release two spells at once just the day prior, she had consulted several of her acquaintances, including a third-year magic instructor and two senior magical consultants, yet none, including the two senior mages, could manage to cast both fireball and water sphere simultaneously. The inexplicable feat Blair was capable of, coupled with witnessing teacher Brittany's dual-element spellcasting today, left her questioning whether her magical aptitude fell considerably short of both Blair's and Brittany's. When Chen Luo observed teacher Brittany casting both water and fire spells simultaneously, he too was taken aback. If teacher Brittany could release dual-element spells like himself, did that imply she could conjure an upgraded version of the blue fireball? While theoretically possible, he mused that in this world, aside from himself, it was unlikely anyone would pursue such superfluous endeavors. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he had already strolled over to join the two. With Chen Luo clad in a black wizard's robe and Isabella adorned in a black evening gown, the visual harmony they presented was quite pleasing to the eye. Teacher Brittany, observing the pair side by side, felt an inexplicable sense of compatibility between them. Shaking her head with a smile, she remarked, "It is getting late. Let us proceed." Suppressing the astonishment brought on by teacher Brittany, Chen Luo followed her out of St. Donis Academy. The academic salon was once again hosted by the Mathematics Society, taking place at a manor located outside the city. This monthly gathering, organized by the Yabo City Mathematics Society, aims to provide a platform for mathematical scholars to exchange ideas. Such salon events are common among various societies and are held quite frequently, deepening Chen Luo's appreciation for the rich academic atmosphere in the Kingdom of Lauren. Participants in the academic salon, aside from himself, were allowed 2 additional attendees. Typically, the invited scholars would bring along their students or mentor, who, even if they could not partake in discussions, could still gain exposure to the scholarly community. Evidently, this was Isabella's first experience at an academic salon. As she trailed closely behind teacher Brittany, her wide-eyed curiosity evoking doubt in Chen Luo regarding the authenticity of her title as the city lord's daughter. In contrast to Isabella's demeanor, Chen Luo remained composed. To him, meditating at home to enhance his mental acuity was far more meaningful than attending such gatherings. Upon arriving at the manor, Brittany presented the invitation, ushering Chen Luo and Isabella inside. The grand pathway, adorned with a red carpet, was already populated by numerous figures. As the 3 traversed the carpet and entered a towering, magnificent structure, Calvin, the vice president of the Mathematics Society, approached with a smile. "Miss Brittany, it is a pleasure to see you again. I was just speaking with a few old friends about you." He gestured toward a group further away. "If you're willing, I would like to introduce you to them." Following Calvin, teacher Brittany departed, leaving Chen Luo and Isabella to find a seat. This manor, belonging to a noble in Yabo City, had clearly been meticulously prepared for the salon. With clean and tidy tables adorned with paper and pens as well as an array of exquisite food, Chen Luo settled into a chair and glanced around. Noticing several tables surrounded by people, both men and women, engaged in lively discussions or fervently jotting down notes, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This was precisely the purpose of the academic salon. The majority of Yabo City's mathematical scholars gathered here, where the collision of ideas often birthed new concepts capable of advancing the entire mathematical community. Chen Luo picked up a fork and sampled a piece of roasted meat, pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. After days of monotonous meals consisting solely of bread, he had grown weary of it, and the presence of roasted meat, vegetables, fruits, and wine at the salon, all complimentary, was by far the aspect of the gathering that pleased him the most. In recent days, Chen Luo had become acutely aware that the issue of sustenance must be addressed promptly. A life sustained solely by bread was one he could no longer endure. For Isabella, attending this academic salon for the first time, the rich scholarly atmosphere captivated her, compelling her to frequently turn her head to observe her surroundings. Just moments ago, her glasses brimming with wine had completely emptied, and the plates filled with roasted meat, vegetables, and fruits were now barren. Isabella stood frozen, watching as Chen Luo, oblivious, speared the last piece of apple with his fork and brought it to his mouth. Flushed with embarrassment, she exclaimed, "Blair, are you a pig?" Chapter 27. Fiki's gift. Chen Luo set down his fork and wiped the corners of his mouth before turning to Isabella, shaking his head in response. Isabella, hands on her hips, expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, "Ms. Brittany brought us here not for you to indulge in food." This fellow was utterly embarrassing Ms. Brittany, and as his senior, Isabella felt a flush of shame. As Isabella wrestled with her embarrassment and anger, a figure approached from a distance. Fiki Howard, with a smile on his face, addressed Chen Luo, saying, "Isn't this Junior Blair? What a coincidence, we meet again." Chen Luo keenly observed that as Fiki drew closer, a barely perceptible look of disdain flitted across Isabella's face. So it was Fiki, the senior. Chen Luo smiled back at Fiki and remarked, "I must thank you, Senior Fiki, for the library matter. I was just contemplating a reason to resign, and it seems you have conveniently provided one." Fiki's smile faltered, his expression shifting between light and shadow. The library situation had been orchestrated through his uncle, the vice president of St. Donis Academy. As a student there himself, he had to tread lightly, but if Blair lost his position at the library and left the school, he had countless ways to exact his revenge. What surprised him was how quickly Blair had connected the dots and appeared so unfazed by it all. Isabella, with a look of confusion, turned to Chen Luo and asked, "What library matter?" Chen Luo shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. This was merely the beginning. Fiki leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Remember what I told you. Keep your distance from Isabella." Though his voice was quiet, it was not discreet enough to avoid Isabella's ears. Startled, Isabella furrowed her brow and coldly responded, "Fiki, my affairs are none of your business. Blair, let us go." She grasped Chen Luo's wrist in anger and stormed away. Watching them depart hand in hand, Fiki's pupils constricted as he muttered, "Blair, it seems I truly underestimated you." Isabella hurriedly pulled Chen Luo into a corner and then released his wrist, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, Blair. It's because of me that you got involved with Fiki." Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Even without Fiki, I intended to resign soon. The library job is quite draining. So you have actually done me a favor this time." Isabella perceived this as Chen Luo's attempt to comfort her and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Fiki can't do anything to you." Chen Luo had never been one to sit idly by. Had it not been for Miss Brittany bringing him here tonight, he would have already initiated actions against the Howard family. He took a seat at a new table in the corner, spearing a piece of apple with his fork, and inquired, "What is Fiki doing here?" Isabella rolled her eyes and replied, "It's all because of his brother. Douglas Howard is a prodigy from the Howard family, already making significant contributions in the field of mathematics at such a young age. He is a renowned scholar in Abbott City. In this realm, the status of scholars was incomprehensibly high compared to what Chen Luo had known before. In another world, while scholars were indeed respected, they often remained obscure, overshadowed by the sensationalism surrounding celebrities. The scandals of stars garnered attention far exceeding that of groundbreaking scientific discoveries. However, here, the esteem for scholars reached an unimaginable height for Chen Luo. Knowledge was revered as if it were magic, and scholars who contributed significantly to scientific progress were respected universally, irrespective of nationality. Even royalty and nobility showed them due deference. The abundance of scholars led to the emergence of countless schools of thought. Scholars with shared ideas and interests banded together, forming various factions that wielded immense political and economic power, with the number school being one such entity. The Howard family was a pillar of the number school, granting them considerable influence within the mathematical community. To a certain extent, Isabella's father, the Lord of Abbott City, also had to show the Howard family some respect. Chen Luo took another bite of salad, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused, "Douglas, the number school. Human cognition varies. Different individuals perceive the same phenomena through diverse lenses. Some believe everything is composed of water, others of fire, while some attribute the essence of existence to wind and earth. Conflicting perceptions lead to contention, while shared beliefs foster unity. This is how the earliest schools of thought emerged. The origins of the number school can be traced back centuries, representing a fusion of politics, academia, and religion. Members of the number school possess an inherent reverence for numbers, advocating that all things can be quantified, and any entity in nature can be accurately expressed through numerical values. This reminded Chen Luo of the Pythagorean school in another world. Both the Pythagorean school of ancient Greece and the number school in this realm shared similar doctrines, asserting that all things are measurable. While the Pythagorean school made significant contributions to mathematics, they also fell prey to a monumental error. Their understanding of numbers was limited to integers such as 0, 1, 2, 3, and rational numbers expressed as ratios of integers, confidently believing that these encompassed all numbers. However, future generations recognized that integers and rational numbers were merely subsets of the broader concept of real numbers, which also included irrational numbers like n2. This realization eluded mathematicians in ancient Greece over 2 millennia ago. The first to uncover this issue was Hippasus, a student of Pythagoras, who demonstrated that the diagonal of a square with a side length of 1 could not be expressed as either an integer or a ratio of integers. This revelation undermined the foundational beliefs of the Pythagorean school, inciting panic among its adherents, who feared their theories could not resolve this quandary. In an attempt to silence dissent, the Pythagorean followers executed Hippasus by binding him to a stone and casting him into the Aegean Sea. His discovery was monumental, leading subsequent mathematicians to expand the concept of numbers to encompass the entire realm of real numbers. This allowed humanity to finally recognize that numbers include both rational numbers and irrational numbers. The Pythagorean school's viewpoint was the prevailing ideology of mathematics at the time, and Hippasus's discovery precipitated a crisis of understanding, igniting a significant upheaval in the history of Western mathematics, known as the First Crisis of Mathematics. In this world, the number school espouses principles akin to those of the Pythagorean school, yet they too have committed a similar error. Likewise, Chen Luo could swiftly dismantle the core tenets of the number school with just 3 simple lines, artificially instigating a mathematical crisis within this realm. The core argument has encountered a significant issue, which poses a devastating blow to a particular school of thought. Moreover, this numerical sect possesses certain religious attributes, and a grave error in faith could lead to the complete disintegration of the entire school. At that point, The entire sect and the Howard family will be ensnared in an unavoidable tempest. Can Fiki hope to escape? This is the gift that Chenluo intended to present to Fiki. Alas, the meticulously prepared gift had yet to be delivered before it was brought here by teacher Brittany for the academic salon. Isabella, having circled from a distance, cast her gaze upon Chenluo, noticing his apparent distraction, and inquired with curiosity, "Blair, what occupies your thoughts?" Chenluo shook his head and replied, "Nothing." Isabella studied him for a moment before suddenly stating, "Blair, do not forget our agreement. Should you conceive any new ideas, you must share them with me." Her curiosity was piqued regarding the peculiar and unconventional notions residing in Chenluo's mind. Isabella glanced into the distance and remarked, "Teacher Brittany is engaged in conversation with several vice presidents. There is a significant likelihood she will receive the Edwin Award this time. Many scholars are eager to meet her, and she will not be free for some time." Upon mentioning this matter, Isabella turned her gaze toward a certain direction, and her face broke into a smirk of schadenfreude. Initially, the Edwin Award was likely to be Douglas's. The Howard family had already begun preparations for celebration. However, just days ago, he resolved the Lao's riddle and gained the support of the Mathematical Association, which could very well snatch the award from Douglas. The members of the Howard family must be furious. Ha ha ha. Due to Fiki's entanglements, she harbored little fondness for the Howard family. As Isabella laughed heartily, a light sound of surprise interrupted her. "Oh, Isabella, is this your little boyfriend?" Chapter 28. Taking action upon hearing a voice from the side, Isabella turned her head and frowned, saying, "Be quiet, Alice. Blair is my junior, and he is also a student of Professor Brittany." A young girl in a purple evening gown approached gracefully from behind and naturally sat beside Chenluo and Isabella. She gently extended her hand to Chenluo and smiled. "Good evening, Junior Blair." Chenluo was somewhat taken aback. In this world, it was quite rare for women to offer a handshake to someone they had just met unless they were very close. However, since she had already extended her hand, Chenluo obliged and offered a brief handshake in return, politely saying, "Good evening, Senior Alice." Isabella cast a glance at Chenluo and let out a faint, disdainful snort. Chenluo noticed that Isabella seemed to harbor some dislike for Alice, which was not difficult to understand. Beautiful women often held a natural enmity toward one another. Furthermore, Alice's gaze toward Isabella during their handshake had carried a hint of provocation. It was intentional. These two women were clearly at odds. Alice was indeed quite beautiful, though she fell slightly short of Isabella. However, her figure, accentuated by a plunging neckline beneath her evening gown, was something Isabella could not compete with. Alice's charm lay somewhere between Isabella and Professor Brittany. While young boys were often enamored with Isabella, Alice seemed to attract the attention of more mature men. Isabella paid Alice no mind and turned to Chenluo, stating, "Professor Brittany has instructed that you should refrain from speaking recklessly outside. If you have any new thoughts, you must communicate them with us first." "Understood," Chenluo nodded. He was aware of Professor Brittany's concerns. Matters between academic factions were sometimes not merely scholarly but also personal, which explained why she had not allowed them to immediately revise the law of free fall. Clearly, she had already advised Isabella on these matters. Chenluo was not one to engage in idle chatter, and since Isabella did not initiate conversation with Alice either, the atmosphere grew awkward. After a brief moment, Alice stood up to take her leave. "Goodbye, Junior Blair." "Goodbye, Senior Alice." "Humph, goodbye, Senior Alice." Isabella looked at Chenluo with contempt and said, "You seem utterly entranced. I see you wish to follow Alice." That foolish woman had evidently fallen into Alice's trap. Chenluo shook his head and retorted, "Why would I want to follow her?" Isabella replied indignantly, "You see a beautiful girl and want to follow her just like those despicable fellows." Chenluo glanced at her and asked, "Is she more beautiful than you?" Isabella froze, uncertain of Chenluo's intentions, and tentatively inquired, "Is she not?" "No," Chenluo replied. "Not one to lie. If something was true, it was true. If it was not, it was not." Isabella was not asking who had the larger bosom. But in terms of looks, Alice indeed fell slightly short of her. Had someone like Fiki or another uttered such words, Isabella would have thought they were flattering her. However, since it was Blair who said it, and all evidence indicated that he lacked any chivalry and would not flatter her due to her status, the crux was that Blair did not like her. Hence, he spoke from the heart. Indeed, those who spoke the truth were invariably likable. When Isabella looked at Chenluo again, she found him unexpectedly agreeable. "You do have an eye for beauty," she remarked with satisfaction. "Some even say Alice is the most beautiful at St. Donis Academy. What do they know? Chen Luo interrupted Isabella, shaking his head. Clearly, it is Professor Brittany. Disregarding Isabella's momentarily bewildered expression, he shifted his gaze to another direction. In the next moment, he raised an eyebrow, slowly standing up and walking toward a certain direction. Isabella, still fuming, noticed his silent departure and immediately stood up, asking, "Blair, where are you going?" This question was too difficult. I have tried countless methods and still cannot solve it. If this problem were so simple, it would not have circulated to Yabo City. It would have long been resolved by the scholars of the royal capital. Douglas, you should give this problem a try. If you can solve it, you will have a better chance at this year's Edwin Prize. Douglas was rather unfortunate. This year's Edwin Prize had originally seemed certain, but the sudden appearance of Miss Brittany, who resolved the lost mystery at this critical moment, changed everything. At a table in the manor, several young individuals were engaged in fervent discussion. Listening to their debates, Douglas Howard maintained a calm demeanor, merely smiling faintly as he remarked, "The lost mystery holds significant importance. Miss Brittany's accomplishments are remarkable and have propelled the advancement of the entire history of mathematics. Even I cannot compare to her. The Edwin Prize should rightfully be awarded to her." Though his expression remained composed, the fist he tucked within his sleeve was already tightly clenched, and the veins on the back of his hand were visibly protruding. Others might think he still had a chance at the Edwin Prize, but Douglas was acutely aware that the Yabo City Mathematical Association had vigorously recommended Brittany to the main committee. This year's Edwin Prize had become unattainable for him. He had prepared for this Edwin Prize for an exceptionally long time. The prize is awarded only to mathematicians who achieve results within the year, and he had dedicated 3 years to this endeavor, releasing all his research findings this year, with some assistance from his family, several key figures in the mathematical community, and even leveraging the influence of the Mathematical Association. After such extensive preparation, he had believed the Edwin Prize was undoubtedly his. Yet, unexpectedly, a contender like Brittany emerged, rendering his years of effort futile. How could he possibly accept this? Taking a deep breath, Douglas forced himself to suppress the anger bubbling within. A young woman beside him glanced at Douglas, her admiration for him unmistakable. She pouted and said, "It's merely luck. Even the president has stated that your mathematical talent has surpassed his in his youth." "Who is Brittany? I have never even heard of her before this." "Did any of you know Brittany?" The crowd shook their heads. One individual, catching a glimpse of a figure passing nearby, exclaimed, "She seems to be Brittany. Vice President Calvin just referred to her that way." The young woman turned to Douglas, who cast a shadowed glance in Brittany's direction and nodded slightly at her. Brittany had just met several vice presidents of the Mathematical Association and was entangled in conversation with a few scholars when she was intercepted on her way to join Blair and Isabella. She looked at a young woman before her and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Debbie," the woman replied, studying her. "You are Brittany, the one who solved the lost mystery?" Brittany's keen intuition sensed a trace of hostility from the woman before her. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she replied, "I am Brittany. Miss Brittany solved the lost mystery, which even many university scholars could not. You must possess profound insights into mathematics." Debbie regarded Brittany and picked up paper and pen from the table, handing them to her. "May I ask Miss Brittany a question?" As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice, ensuring her words reached the ears of the surrounding scholars. "Brittany, the one who solved the lost mystery? It is rumored that this year's Edwin Award is likely to belong to her." Surrounding scholars, upon hearing Debbie's words, have ceased their discussions and gathered around. Brittany, a newcomer in the mathematical realm of Yabo City, has piqued their interest, and they wish to seize this opportunity to become acquainted with this rising star and witness her prowess. As Debbie gazed at the crowd enveloping Brittany, her smile radiated even more brightly, playfully inquiring, "I wonder if Professor Brittany has delved into the 9 bridges problem?" The 9 bridges problem? Wasn't this conundrum unsolvable even by the esteemed scholars of the capital? Debbie was certainly putting her in a tight spot. It is no wonder, considering that Brittany had seized the Edwin Award from Douglas by leveraging the Rouse riddle, and everyone was aware of Debbie's fondness for Douglas. In the distance, Calvin and several elders observed the scene with a hint of displeasure, muttering, "Debbie is going a bit too far." Meanwhile, the expressions of the other elders conveyed intrigue, one of them chuckling softly, remarking, "This problem is no trivial matter. I wonder how this young lady will respond." At the center of the crowd, Brittany looked at the paper and pen that Debbie extended, her brows knitting together. She had been studying the 9 bridges problem for some time, yet to no avail, unable to ascertain a solution or prove its impossibility. Accepting Debbie's offering would only place her in an awkward predicament. However, with Debbie's provocation and the multitude of eyes upon her, declining would also be a source of embarrassment. All eyes, including those of Debbie and Douglas, were fixed on Brittany. The once bustling atmosphere had fallen into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Miss Brittany, could it be that? A smile emerged on Debbie's face, and as she began to speak, her words trailed off abruptly. At that moment, the paper and pen in her hand were taken by a fair hand. Chinluo, having pushed through the crowd, stepped forward from behind Brittany, calmly taking the items from Debbie and stating softly, "I believe this level of inquiry does not require the assistance of my teacher." Chapter 29. Did you understand? With a soft thud, a piece of apple that Isabella had just speared with her fork tumbled to the ground. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed ahead, exclaiming, "Blair." It was he. Among the crowd, Alice also displayed a hint of surprise. The second-year mathematical prodigy, author of the Blair theorem and the Rouse problem, and his current emergence. All of this indicated that this junior possessed ample reasons to command her attention. The sudden turn of events left Brittany momentarily stunned, but her expression soon shifted. And she hurriedly exclaimed, "Blair." Just as her words escaped her lips, another voice interrupted. Debbie glared at the interloper before her and snapped, "Who are you?" "I am a student of Professor Brittany. My name is Blair," Chinluo replied calmly as he regarded the woman before him. "Professor Brittany's time is precious. If this is merely a matter of such triviality, there is no need to trouble my teacher. I shall address your queries in her stead." The purpose of the academic salon was to facilitate discourse among scholars. Mathematicians gathered to explore problems and exchange ideas, while novices often sought the guidance of established scholars. However, the number of eminent scholars was limited, and their energies finite, rendering them incapable of resolving every inquiry. Thus, their disciples would often step in to elucidate doubts. Or perhaps the disciples deemed certain questions too simplistic to warrant their teacher's attention. The young man named Blair evidently belonged to the latter category. At that moment, the crowd's collective assessment of him was unanimous, arrogant, utterly arrogant. What did he mean by merely such a trivial matter? Did he not realize that it was precisely such a matter that had perplexed several eminent scholars at the headquarters of the Royal Mathematical Society, confounding all researchers in the Kingdom of Nolan? This very issue had stumped everyone present, including themselves. In the background, an elderly gentleman observed Chinluo, his brow slightly furrowed, and remarked, "Which young rascal is this, so unaware of his limitations?" Calvin regarded Chinluo with an expression of curiosity and whispered, "Let us watch. Perhaps this young fellow might indeed create a miracle." Brittany looked at Chinluo, her gaze a mix of surprise and concern. Chinluo offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I will be quick." He then turned to Debbie and the others, asking, "Could you make some space?" Debbie shot a cold glare at Chinluo but reluctantly yielded a vacant table. She had no faith that the obscure Brittany could resolve the 9 bridges of the royal capital problem, let alone her young and seemingly inexperienced student. After all, this problem had stymied countless mathematicians, even the most distinguished among them. Could he truly contend against the entirety of the mathematical community on his own? If an answer to the 9 bridges problem were to be uncovered this evening, it would undoubtedly be the most significant achievement of the academic salon. Though it seemed preposterous that a novice disciple could unravel a conundrum that had baffled all eminent scholars, was this not the very allure of mathematics? The goddess of wisdom is not impartial. All mathematical researchers must concede that talent, though seemingly intangible, does indeed exist. The fruits of their lifelong endeavors may not surpass the casual efforts of others. Beneath the vast expanse of mathematical stars, countless geniuses have emerged, illuminating the night sky with their brilliance. Now the focal point of the gathering, Chinluo calmly grasped a quill and began to sketch a peculiar diagram on paper. The so-called 9 bridges problem, as discussed by the scholars, shared a kinship with the well-known 7 bridges of Königsberg problem, both belonging to the realm of Eulerian paths. The 7 bridges problem, a celebrated classical mathematical enigma of the 18th century, had been solved by Euler, one of history's greatest mathematicians. Remembering Euler, Chinluo could not help but recall Euler's mentor, Bernoulli, and Bernoulli's teacher, Leibniz. Euler had a student named Lagrange, who later took on a disciple named Cauchy, names that had once haunted Chinluo during his university years. To this day, he could not shake off the shadows cast by their influence. Euler not only resolved the 7 bridges problem, but also pioneered a new branch of mathematics, graph theory and geometric topology. Simultaneously, he classified and summarized various related questions, leading to widely recognized conclusions known collectively as Euler's theorem. Since then, problems that once perplexed many great mathematicians had become mere exercises for elementary mathematics, though Qin Luo had no interest in teaching these scholars elementary problems. He felt obligated to uphold Professor Brittany's dignity. Setting aside his thoughts, he refocused on the diagram, aware that while the Eulerian path problem was straightforward, it encompassed a significant mathematical concept, abstracting a complex real-world issue into an appropriate mathematical model. This line of thought had only begun to sprout in the 18th century, and given the current state of mathematical development in this world, it might take several centuries or even millennia for such modern ideas to emerge. A scholar nearest to Qin Luo, who had observed him sketching the diagram, found himself in a state of confusion until he heard the explanation. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed. To think it can be approached this way, simplifying a complex real-world problem into geometric figures, what an exquisite idea. The surrounding scholars, also familiar with the 9 bridges problem, crowded around the table. Upon examining Qin Luo's diagram, they immediately recognized it as a simplification of the very problem at hand. In a matter of moments, the majority of those present had set aside their initial disdain for the young man. Regardless of whether he could solve the 9 bridges problem, the sheer brilliance of his reasoning earned him the respect of all. This had already propelled the 9 bridges problem forward significantly. Douglas maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion, while Debbie's expression soured as she glanced at Qin Luo, saying, "You, please hold your tongue." Just as she began, another individual interrupted her. Disregarding Debbie entirely and looking at Qin Luo with an inquisitive gaze, "Please, continue." Debbie's face flushed crimson, yet she dared not speak further. The interlocutor was a renowned scholar from Yabo City, of higher standing than even her elders. In summary, the 9 bridges problem of the imperial capital remains unsolved. After concluding his explanation, Qin Luo turned to Debbie and the others, inquiring, "Did you understand?" Chapter 30, The Mathematical Prodigy. The conundrum that had perplexed the entire mathematics community was effortlessly unraveled by a student from St. Donata's College. The astonishment this revelation brought her far surpassed the shock of learning that the Edwin Prize, which rightfully belonged to Douglas, had been claimed by Brittany. Debbie stepped back, biting her lip, eager to voice her thoughts. However, the atmosphere in the salon was already electrified by Qin Luo, and the exhilarated scholars did not afford her the opportunity to speak. Incredibly, the 9 bridges problem was found to be unsolvable. What a brilliant notion! The intricate 9 bridges problem was resolved through this line of thought, rendering it so simple that even a novice child could grasp it. Truly, he who unraveled the Reyes mystery could not be stumped by the 9 bridges problem. Our city of Yabo has produced a young mathematical genius. What sort of instructor could cultivate such a student? Miss Brittany is so young, and indeed, mathematics belongs to the youth. After elucidating the 9 bridges problem, Qin Luo astutely observed a shift in the gazes of the surrounding scholars towards him and Miss Brittany, with many faces reflecting newfound respect. This problem, seemingly straightforward, had baffled numerous mathematicians of the 18th century until Euler intervened. The mathematical prowess of the divine grace continent is, by contrast, at least 18 blocks behind that era. In this realm, strength and knowledge command respect. Whether one aspires to be a powerful magician or an erudite scholar, both paths are met with admiration, though the ascension of magicians is notably more challenging. Consequently, most individuals opt for the latter, fostering an academic atmosphere that far exceeds Qin Luo's expectations. A segment of the onlookers shifted their attention to Qin Luo and Brittany. If solving the Reyes mystery merely introduced them to the public eye, the resolution of the 9 bridges problem formally earned them the esteem of these scholars. Undoubtedly, in their eyes, this young Minerminty duo had emerged as rising stars in the realm of mathematics. "Mr. Blair, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Miss Brittany, may I pose a small query?" "Pretty lady, might I inquire whether you are married?" "Mr. Blair, do you have a partner?" In the distance, Isabella glared at the crowd surrounding Qin Luo and Brittany, biting into an apple with frustration, muttering, "Disobedient fool." After finishing the apple, she slumped into a chair, appearing quite dejected. Over the past few days, she had gradually come to terms with the fact that Blair's mathematical talent perhaps surpassed hers. Yet she never anticipated that a problem unsolved by Brittany and so many scholars, even those from the capital, would be resolved by him. Could it be that Blair, this unromantic, rude, and principled individual, is indeed a rare mathematical prodigy? As a senior, it was a matter of considerable embarrassment to be surpassed by her junior. Having never been one to concede easily, she initially hoped to catch up to Blair through hard work, only to realize that, unbeknownst to her, she could no longer even see his back. Isabella clenched her teeth in determination, Since there was no hope of surpassing Blair in mathematics, she would have to place her hopes in magic. After all, she could already conjure 9 fireballs, and mastering a basic spell would qualify her for the novice magician certification. While Blair was merely a junior magician capable of summoning 4 fireballs, Isabella resolved to expedite her studies in basic magic. Meanwhile, Alice, adorned in a violet evening gown, gazed at the figure surrounded by the crowd, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Brittany found herself at the center of attention. Somewhat fatigued by the onslaught of inquiries, yet her gaze would occasionally drift towards Chinluo. She had believed in Blair's exceptional mathematical talent, but she had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Admittedly, whether it pertained to the arithmetic series, the Reyes mystery, or the capital's 9 bridges, none of these were overly complex problems. Once the key points were understood, any scholar present could solve them with ease. Yet, the reality was that, including the esteemed scholars from the capital, no one had grasped them. The essence of the problem lay there, waiting for the discerning eye to uncover it. This was a disparity in thought, a gap in talent that could not be bridged by mere effort. His approach to problems was distinct from all others. His mind was astutely agile, and his methods were remarkably ingenious. He seemed born for mathematics. In that moment, as his teacher, Brittany felt an immense pressure. Moreover, recalling the scene where Chinluo had stood protectively in front of her during an awkward moment stirred something within her. Despite being a high-ranking magician, she too required protection at times. Surrounded by a throng of scholars, Chinluo felt overwhelmed as they clamored to introduce themselves. While self-introductions and questions were one matter, the unexpected romantic overtures were quite another. Chinluo had not come to this world to pursue romantic entanglements. His goal was to elevate his magical prowess, striving to become a holy mage and leave this place as swiftly as possible, with no time for sentimental pursuits. Furthermore, judging by the appearance of the scholarly couple, their daughter was hardly a vision of beauty. The arrival of Calvin, the vice president of the Yabo City Mathematical Association, offered Chinluo a moment of respite. "Good evening, President Calvin. It is a pleasure to meet you." Once Calvin appeared, the crowd finally dispersed from Chinluo, gravitating towards him instead. As the vice president of the Yabo division of the Mathematical Association and a senior scholar of significant influence, Calvin commanded great respect among mathematical researchers. With a slight smile, he exchanged a few words with Brittany before turning his gaze towards Chinluo, cheerfully inquiring, "Mr. Blair, may we converse privately?" Eager to escape the current predicament, Chinluo readily replied, "Certainly." Calvin nodded and gestured towards Brittany with gentlemanly courtesy, saying, "Miss Brittany, this way, please." The crowd watched enviously as the two followed Vice President Calvin, having established themselves as the undeniable focal points of the evening's academic salon. Douglas, seated in a corner, wore a rather sullen expression. Before the St. Donatus student solved the 9 bridges problem, he had been the center of attention among the scholars. Now, discussions revolved solely around the 9 bridges problem and this new mathematical method, leaving him in obscurity. Within the estate, Calvin led the way, with Brittany and Chinluo following. She turned to him and quietly asked, "When did you come to understand the 9 bridges problem?" To claim he had been able to solve such a problem since he was 10 would be too extraordinary. Chinluo pondered and replied, "Last night." Brittany shot him a reproachful glance, exclaiming, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" There was a hint of playful annoyance in her tone, and Chinluo couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of her usual stern demeanor, it could not alter the reality that she was merely a young woman in her 20s, who, at times, revealed her youthful nature. Chinluo, unable to stifle a laugh, said with a hint of helplessness, "I had originally intended to converse with Teacher Brittany today, but before I could even inform you, I found myself here." Chapter 31, The Medal of Honor traversing through 2 elongated corridors. Calvin led Chinluo and Brittany to a secluded chamber. Upon entering, Chinluo discovered several individuals already awaiting their arrival. Apart from 2 vice presidents, the remaining attendees were senior stewards of the Mathematics Society, individuals whom Brittany had encountered earlier. Calvin proceeded to introduce each of them to Chinluo, who politely nodded in acknowledgement, though the intricate names eluded his memory. After the introductions, Brittany turned to Calvin and inquired, "President Calvin, did you summon us for a particular reason?" Calvin smiled, gazing at Chinluo and Brittany, and replied, "I would like to invite both of you to join the mathematics branch of Yabo City." As Calvin spoke, Chinluo instantly grasped his intent. In this world, numerous societies exist, including the Magic Society, Mathematics Society, Science Society, Medical Society, Astrology Society, and Alchemy Society, among others. This likely stems from the pronounced academic atmosphere here, where each society attracts a plethora of scholarly elites and possesses abundant academic resources. Generally speaking, any scholar of repute would opt to join a relevant society, where they can engage in intellectual discourse and share resources, significantly benefiting their long-term development. Scholars procure resources from the societies, and conversely, these scholars represent a form of resource for the societies. For instance, the Magic Society extracts a portion of the remuneration from magical consultants as a commission, while the Mathematics Society and Science Society also have their own revenue streams. The relationship between scholars and societies is one of mutual benefit. However, entry into any society is not as simple as one may wish. Each has its own prerequisites, and within the societies, factions may arise based on differing ideologies or regional affiliations. Even the former instructor, Brittany, lacked the qualifications to join the Mathematics Society, making Chen Luo's invitation as an obscure individual all the more remarkable. Through the Yabo City branch, they would gain access to more resources and enjoy the services of the Mathematics Society. Similarly, the Yabo City Mathematics branch would require their research contributions to enhance its own prestige. Calvin's invitation to Blair was undoubtedly influenced by the significance of the 9 bridges of the royal capital. Consider the gravity of the situation. Problems that countless branches, including the main society in the royal capital, could not resolve were addressed by the Yabo City branch, which would be monumental for its reputation. After Brittany conveyed this intricate relationship to Chen Luo, she asked, "Blair, what do you think?" Chen Luo shook his head dismissively, responding, "I defer to teacher Brittany." Deep down, Chen Luo was reluctant to join the Mathematics Society, perceiving it as a potential drain on his time. Even with membership, the allure of fame, wealth, and power did not entice him, as he remained indifferent to such pursuits. After all, the Mathematics Society is not the Magic Society. Its scholars are not acknowledged by the Magic Society. In the realm of magic, one can rarely purchase what they need with money. The profound magical knowledge that Chen Luo sought must be earned through contribution. To obtain assistance in magic, he would either need to find a formidable wizard to mentor him or join the Magic Society and contribute to its endeavors, the latter of which was currently unattainable due to his limited capabilities. Thus, he could only acquiesce to teacher Brittany's wishes. Brittany observed Chen Luo, perceiving the unreserved trust in his eyes. Moreover, as scholars, they would eventually need to join the Mathematics Society. This invitation from the Yabo City branch was a rare opportunity. After careful consideration, she turned to Calvin and stated, "I agree. The existence of academic salons primarily serves to provide scholars with a platform for exchange. Furthermore, the Yabo City branch intended to recommend her for the Edwin Award, undoubtedly preparing thoroughly for this endeavor." It was not until the reappearance of Calvin and several vice presidents of the Mathematics Society that the attendees were reminded of this matter. Listening to the discussions surrounding him, Douglas's previously sullen demeanor brightened slightly, a smile beginning to grace his lips. Calvin's voice, augmented by the winds of magic, resonated in the ears of everyone present. At that moment, regardless of their prior engrossment in contemplation or hushed discussions, all eyes turned toward Calvin. As expected, once Calvin concluded his remarks, an eruption of applause erupted from the audience. Under the adoring gaze of Debbie, Douglas's face illuminated with a smile as he stepped forward from the crowd. The proposer of the Brittany Blair formula, one of the resolvers of the Ross Enigma, and the solver of the 9 Bridges Dilemma, he is. Calvin's voice was steady as he declared, "Lord Blair." In the midst of the crowd, Douglas's steps gradually halted, and the piece of fruit that Isabella had painstakingly speared fell to the ground along with the fork. Chapter 32. The youngest honorary scholar. Goodness, my dear Lord Blair. It is not Douglas. Debbie gazed anxiously at Douglas, her eyes filled with palpable resentment as they drifted towards the front where Brittany and Chen Luo stood. Isabella observed Chen Luo, torn between joy and sorrow, joy for her junior and mentor who had received such an esteemed accolade, and sorrow for herself. As from this day forth, among the trio of Brittany's disciples, 2 would be honorary scholars, leaving her as the sole exception. The typically confident Isabella found herself grappling with an unusual sense of inferiority. Aside from Ms. Brittany, none of the over 10 mathematics instructors at St. Donis Academy had ever attained such honor. In essence, Blair's stature in the realm of mathematics had eclipsed that of all the Academy's math teachers, with the sole exception of Ms. Brittany. It was fortunate that his mathematics instructor was Ms. Brittany. Had he been in another class, one could only speculate on the sentiments of his mathematics teacher. At that moment, a woman beside her turned to ask, "Alice, Is this Blair also a student of St. Donis Academy? Are you acquainted with him? Alice shook her head, replying, "This is our first meeting." She nodded, her gaze towards Chun Luo revealing a hint of curiosity as she addressed her aunt. "Aunt Keisha, I understand." The news was simply astonishing, beyond comprehension. Prior to this evening, many preferred to refer to the Brittany-Blair formula as simply the Brittany formula, and it was widely accepted that the Rouse problem had been resolved by Brittany, with Blair merely receiving the recognition as a gesture to uplift her student. However, after tonight, such notions would undoubtedly dissipate. Though Blair was merely a student of St. Donis Academy, like his mentor, he was an exceptionally talented scholar. The Rouse problem would not be their final challenge. In the years to come, the names Brittany and Blair would likely be mentioned in tandem on multiple occasions. Douglas's accomplishments merely built upon the foundations laid by his predecessors, whereas Blair tackled challenges that remained unsolved even by the most esteemed scholars of the present day. Moreover, age has never been a determinant of capability within the mathematical community. Clap, clap, clap. Following a brief silence, the hall erupted into scattered applause. The sparse clapping gradually swelled into a thunderous ovation, enveloping the entire venue as the atmosphere of the salon reached its zenith once more. "Congratulations, Lord Blair. You shall be the pride of the Mathematics Society of Yabo City." Behind Calvin, an elder observed the enlivened crowd and quietly inquired, "Calvin, is this truly warranted? Do you have such faith in him?" "I do not know." Calvin shook his head. "I have merely perceived something within him. Something I have yet to witness in even the most venerable scholars." "What is that?" the elder inquired, shaking his head in response. "Nothing specific. I have seen it." Calvin gazed at him, slowly articulating, when he relinquished the title of first author for the Rouse problem and during his explanation of the 9 bridges problem. I observed his eyes. The stature of scholarship was once again affirmed, prompting Chun Luo to reflect on the remarkable environment that nurtured scholarly growth in this world. Isabella's gaze towards Chun Luo was now devoid of reverence. She scrutinized him with a judgmental stare, asserting, "You have breached our agreement." It was an unforeseen circumstance. Chun Luo anticipated Isabella's pettiness would not allow her to let this slide. They had an arrangement wherein Isabella would teach him magical techniques unattainable through textbooks or the Magic Association, while Chun Luo would share his knowledge with her. The underlying reason, however, was that Ms. Brittany had instructed Chun Luo not to speak freely outside, delegating Isabella to supervise him. He merely believed it unworthy to bully the pioneers of mathematics in this primitive era once he applied himself. Even the most junior or senior honorary scholars would find themselves bowing before him in submission. While mathematics in this world generally progressed along the prescribed path, there were numerous discrepancies. For instance, the general solution to the Rouse problem and the concept of irrational numbers had gone unnoticed for far too long, whereas branches such as geometry and trigonometry had begun to unveil hints of modern mathematics. "Just say whether you desire it or not," Chun Luo suggested, regaining his composure as he regarded Isabella. "Perhaps I could offer you my share?" Chapter 33. The Inquiry of Chun Luo. Congratulations to Junior Blair for becoming an honorary scholar. Alice approached Chun Luo, a hint of envy in her voice. "How many dream of becoming an honorary scholar? Junior Blair has achieved what many cannot in a lifetime at such a young age." Chun Luo shook his head, modestly replying, "I merely had good fortune." Though Chun Luo preferred solitude, he found Alice, a fellow student, to be consistently polite and her requests reasonable. He casually handed her the box. Cough, cough. Isabella, with a stern countenance, incessantly cleared her throat beside Chun Luo. With a cold huff, she snapped, "Mind your own business." Chun Luo, having previously speculated, now confirmed that the relationship between Isabella and Alice was more than mere rivalry between two attractive women. They were likely adversaries within the academy. Hence the palpable tension upon their encounters. Wishing to avoid the conflict between them, Chun Luo seated himself at the opposite end of the table, relinquishing the battlefield to them. However, it was evident that Alice had no intention of leaving. Due to Isabella's previous foolish actions, many at St. Donis Academy still believed the rumors, with numerous classmates speculating about a potential pairing between Chun Luo and Isabella. Isabella shot a frosty glance at Alice and retorted, "What does this have to do with you?" Chun Luo shook his head, asserting, "Isabella and I are innocent." He hoped Alice would depart soon, sparing him from the crossfire of two women, but to his dismay, Alice not only stayed but also sat beside him, picking up paper and pen to solicit his help with a math problem. As Isabella's expression soured and her fists clenched, Chun Luo felt a twinge of dread. He understood that his future interactions would be with Isabella, not Alice. and it would be unwise to offend his treasured companion for Alice's sake. Just as he contemplated an escape, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Is that Miss Alice? I didn't expect to see you here tonight." Feichi Howard approached leisurely, extending his hand to Alice with a smile. "Good evening, Miss Alice." As he offered his hand, a flicker of fervor flashed in his gaze. Though Alice may not have enjoyed Isabella's popularity at St. Donis Academy, she still attracted many admirers. Possessing a charm that even Isabella lacked, Alice regarded Feichi's outstretched hand with a gentle smile, responding, "Aunt Xiao advised me to broaden my horizons, so I accompanied her here." Alice shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I still have a few questions for Junior Blair." Feichi grinned. "My brother Douglas is also here. If you have questions, you may consult him as well." Alice declined. "The problem I wish to discuss with Junior Blair concerns the 9 bridges. No one understands it better than him." Feichi's expression darkened at last. He could not fathom what was so special about Blair. Isabella liked him, and now Alice refused him for the same reason. He glared at Chen Luo with disdain, scoffing. "What is so great about the 9 bridges? He has just a mixed blood with black hair and eyes." Alice stood up, indignantly stating, "Feichi, how can you speak of Junior Blair that way?" Isabella slammed her hand on the table, pointing at Feichi, furious. "Say another word." Isabella glared fiercely at Feichi before turning to Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, ignore him." Chen Luo regarded Feichi with a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. He recognized many traits in Blair that he found unappealing: lewdness, cowardice, lack of ambition, but his unique hair and eye color pleased Chen Luo greatly. In this world, Chen Luo cherished few things, yet there were certain boundaries that must not be crossed. Feichi remained unaware, Alice was oblivious. And even Isabella did not grasp the significance of black hair and eyes to Chen Luo. It represented more than mere color. Isabella noticed Chen Luo's silence and, though he seemed unperturbed, his tranquility instilled a sense of dread within her. She gazed at him, concerned. "Blair, it's all right." Chen Luo slowly rose, placing himself before Isabella, addressing Feichi. "Do you dare to bet with me?" Feichi scoffed, casting a dismissive glance. What could you possibly wager? Though Isabella felt a twinge of gratitude, she frowned at Chen Luo. "Blair, you need not involve yourself." Alice glanced at Chen Luo, astonished. Could it be that he truly has feelings for Isabella, prompting him to challenge Feichi? Such stubbornness. Is he trying to play the hero? Feichi regarded Chen Luo, his gaze shifting. With a cold laugh, Feichi replied, "What shall we bet?" Feichi scrutinized Chen Luo. Had he not uttered the latter part of his sentence, he would have likely refused, fully aware of his own limitations. However, he was taken aback by Chen Luo's audacity to allow him to seek assistance from anyone. Was he truly attempting to confront the entire Howard family? Not to mention the entire mathematical community, single-handedly? Regardless, even if he were to lose, the stakes were not particularly high. A grin spread across Feichi's face. "I accept your wager." Chen Luo promptly seized a quill and sketched a square on the paper, drawing a diagonal line. He cast aside the quill and looked at Feichi, stating, "This is a square with a side length of 1. What is the length of its diagonal?" Isabella's expression shifted dramatically, urgency in her voice. "Blair, have you lost your mind? Don't you realize that the Howard theorem was discovered by Feichi's ancestor?" Chen Luo was well aware that the Howard theorem referred to the Pythagorean theorem, which, in this world, was first discovered by a prominent mathematician of the Howard family. Feichi initially expected Chen Luo to present a challenging problem to perplex him, but upon hearing the question, he could not help but laugh. "Blair, I suggest you consult Professor Branny regarding the contents of the Howard theorem. You have lost." He laughed heartily. The square of the diagonal length of a square with a side length of 1 is 2, a universally acknowledged fact. Feichi furrowed his brow. No one had ever posed such a question to him before. According to the Howard theorem, the square of the diagonal length of a square with a side length of 1 is indeed 2, yet he had never pondered what that number truly represented. It was evident that no integer's square equaled 2, but in a short span, Feichi could not find 2 integers whose squares summed to 2. Generally, people would denote this number by placing a symbol in front of 2. He looked at Chen Luo, asking, "You mentioned I could seek assistance from anyone?" "Certainly." Chen Luo nodded. Both Isabella and Alice can attest to that. Isabella shot Chen Luo an incredulous glare. Was he siding with Feichi or standing with himself? "Just wait." Feichi shot a glance at Chen Luo before striding towards Douglas and the others. Douglas is a mathematical prodigy of the younger Howard generation. In Feichi's eyes, he is certain to unravel this conundrum. At that moment, it will mark the redemption of the Howard family's disgrace. Isabella was on the brink of exasperation, furiously exclaiming, "Blair, What on earth are you doing? Chen Luo wore a smile, responding, let us take a look. This was originally a gift he had prepared for the Howard family, and he thought it would take a few more days to present it. He never anticipated Fiki's prompt cooperation. Chen Luo was not concerned about Fiki enlisting formidable external assistance. For within the realm of mathematics here, it is unanimously accepted that integers and their ratios can represent all numbers in existence. However, the quandary of expressing the square root of 2 is one that neither Fiki nor even Chen Luo himself could resolve. If the square root of 2 could indeed be represented as the ratio of two integers, then in another realm, the first mathematical crisis would never have unfolded. In truth, Chen Luo's intention was to anonymously submit this issue, which could incite a mathematical crisis, to the mathematical society. Yet, this revelation would not only affect the number theorists in the Howard family, but it would also, to some extent, wound the sentiments of all mathematicians. He was uncertain whether the mathematical society would choose to conceal this matter. He had contemplated leveraging Alice or Isabella to bring this issue to light, but ultimately, he discarded that notion. Others had already encroached upon his territory. He was unaccustomed to standing behind women, at least not at this moment. Chapter 34. The fear of Douglas. As Chen Luo followed Fiki towards Douglas, Isabella remained silent, evidently upset with him. Alice wore a contemplative expression and, after a moment, turned to Chen Luo and inquired, Blair, what exactly is that number? Chen Luo shook his head. I do not know. Alice regarded him for a moment but refrained from pressing further. She had also been pondering this question earlier. However, when they typically represented the square root of 2, they used a simple symbol as a substitute, never considering the need to actually discover that number. After all, it was a rather cumbersome task. Their instructor had informed them that they merely needed to understand that this number could be expressed as a ratio of two integers, leaving the specifics of those integers to the scholars to contemplate. Douglas sat alone in a corner, his fists clenched, his expression exceedingly grim. Brother, so you are here. Just as Douglas was preparing to leave prematurely, Fiki approached with a look of surprise. What is it? Douglas replied curtly, his mood soured to the extreme, leaving little room for warmth towards his younger brother. I made a bet with that fool Blair. Fiki excitedly recounted the earlier incident to Douglas. With a sneer, Fiki continued, that simpleton merely seeks to attract Isabella's attention. Brother, could you assist me with this problem? This time, I intend to turn his honor into disgrace. Douglas no longer felt the urgency to leave. Although the problem posed by Blair might be quite challenging, many of his friends were present at tonight's salon. Even if they could not solve the problem, it would bear no significant consequence. Douglas looked at Fiki and asked, what is the problem? Fiki quickly replied, what is the length of the diagonal of a square with a side length of 1? Douglas paused, taken aback. He had expected Blair to present a more difficult challenge to perplex Fiki and had even prepared to seek assistance from friends. Yet, this question, to him, was hardly a challenge at all. Furrowing his brow, he looked at Fiki and said, you do not know the answer to this question? As a member of the Howard family, if Fiki dared to claim ignorance of the Pythagorean theorem, he would likely face severe repercussions from their father. Fiki hastily explained, Blair asked me to express the square root of 2 as a ratio of integers. Douglas gave Fiki a sidelong glance, then sat down again, taking up paper and pen. Just wait. Though he had not previously explored this problem, he reasoned that apart from integers, any number could also be expressed as a ratio of integers. With a bit of time, he would surely discover this number. While this would not strip Blair of his honor, it could certainly render him a disgrace among scholars. He seemed to brush aside the earlier wager, uncorking a bottle of unopened red wine and leisurely savoring it while seated. Chen Luo's tranquility appeared to have a calming effect on Isabella, reminding her of the 2 stones that had upended her understanding. It was with those stones that Chen Luo had overturned the conclusions of the ancients and deceitfully acquired 10 gold coins from her. She scrutinized Chen Luo, asking, Blair, do you know something? Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to adopt an authoritative tone befitting a senior. Many at St. Donis Academy referred to her as senior, but only Blair was her true junior. As a senior, Isabella felt entitled to reprimand him in place of their instructor, Brittany. Noticing that Chen Luo made no move to pour her a drink, Alice took it upon herself to retrieve a clean goblet, filling it shallowly, and seated herself on either side of Chen Luo with Isabella. Occasionally, her gaze shifted towards Chen Luo, filled with confusion and uncertainty, as she began to find this younger scholar increasingly inscrutable. Meanwhile, Fiki had anticipated that Douglas would swiftly provide him with an answer, yet after a considerable wait, Douglas remained engrossed in calculations. Fiki glanced at the leisurely Chinluo and could not help but lean closer to Douglas, asking, "Are you not done yet?" Douglas, furrowing his brow, snapped irritably, "Do not speak." He had initially expected the task to progress smoothly. Expressing a number as a ratio of integers was something a novice mathematician would do. For someone of his burgeoning reputation, it felt like a personal affront. However, despite employing various methods, Douglas could not arrive at the desired answer, which left him increasingly agitated. Fiki, cowed into silence, remained unperturbed in his heart. He was even convinced that given a little time, he could derive the answer himself. Meanwhile, Douglas, deeply engrossed in his calculations, began to feel an unsettling panic. He was alarmed to discover that he could not accurately express the length of the diagonal of a square with a side length of 1. The mathematical community and the Howard family held the belief that everything could be measured. Any entity in nature could be precisely articulated through numbers. This notion struck him as utterly absurd, and Douglas quickly dismissed such a heretical thought. He raised his head and called out to his peers nearby, "Debbie, Beck, Benson, come over here." Recognizing the limitations of an individual's capabilities, he resolved to harness the collective strength of 4 to unearth this elusive number. The three approached, and a young man named Benson glanced at him and asked, "Douglas, what is the matter?" Douglas handed them a sheet of paper, saying, "Take a look at this problem." Benson scanned the paper and then looked back at Douglas with surprise, saying, "You cannot be serious. Have you forgotten the Pythagorean theorem? It states that." Suppressing his rising frustration, Douglas insisted, "Just read the problem." The three of them took another look, then settled down beside Douglas. Benson shook his head and remarked, "This is a problem so trivial that even your brother could solve it. You actually asked us for help? Douglas, I think you need to take a break." Though he said this, he picked up a pen and began to calculate. Debbie and Beck remained silent, diligently working on the problem. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Isabella had finished her glass of wine, and even the entire bottle had been consumed by the three of them. Growing somewhat impatient, she glanced towards Douglas and the others, asking, "Why have they not finished yet?" Beside Douglas, Fiki grew anxious, his legs numb from standing still. Yet he dared not interrupt Douglas and the others. As he scanned the room, he spotted a familiar figure standing near a group of scholars. Glancing back at Douglas, he steeled himself and strode over, saying, "Uncle Duke, I have a question I would like to ask you." Though Duke was not a member of the Howard family, he had close ties to them and was an honorary scholar of the Mathematics Association. Since Douglas and the others had yet to arrive at a conclusion, Fiki decided to seek Duke's assistance. However, at that moment, Fiki remained oblivious to the fact that his brother Douglas sat there, his expression filled with profound fear, his grip on the quill trembling. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 35. The catastrophe of the Howard family. No one could truly comprehend the dread that enveloped Douglas at this moment. Everything in existence can be measured. Every entity in nature can be accurately expressed through numbers. This notion was posited by the ancestors of the Howard family and forms the very core of the numerical school of thought. The Howard family's current prestige and status are attributed to his father, the Earl of Howard, who was one of the leaders of this mathematical faction. As long as the numerical school endures, the Howard family can maintain their glory. However, today he discovered a length that could not be precisely quantified, which signified a profound error in the foundational beliefs of the numerical school, suggesting the existence of numbers beyond integers and those rationally expressible decimals. The numerical school is not merely a mathematical doctrine. It encompasses mathematics, philosophy, and politics. Mathematics serves as its cornerstone and faith, and now, with its foundation crumbling, their beliefs have shattered. This blow is catastrophic for both the numerical school and the Howard family. One can only imagine the fervent criticism that would arise from rival factions should they learn of this revelation. The numerical school and the Howard family might be facing an unprecedented crisis. Douglas was engulfed by an overwhelming terror. The very thought of this information spreading sent tremors through his body. No, this secret must never escape. At a certain moment, Douglas abruptly lifted his gaze towards Chinluo, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. He could not resolve this dilemma, but he could eliminate the one who posed the question. Blair had uncovered the fatal flaw in the numerical school. For the honor of the Howard family and the stability of the numerical school, he must die. At that moment, Fitch approached with a smug expression, declaring, "Brother, I have already consulted Uncle Duke about that question. Several of Uncle Duke's friends are helping out, and this time, Blair is doomed." Douglas followed Fitch's gaze to see Duke and several scholars deeply engrossed in calculations, surrounded by numerous others. A chill coursed through his spine, nearly causing him to collapse. "You fool, what have you done?" Douglas's eyes widened in fury as he struck Fitch across the face, his voice nearly a roar. The sound echoed sharply as Fitch spun around from the force of the blow, half of his face swelling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Douglas in fright, stammering, "What's happening?" Isabella, who had been observing Douglas and the others, nearly leaped from her seat. She had just witnessed Douglas deliver a slap to Fitch that sent him spinning. What bewildered her further was the expression of utter fear on Douglas's face, as if he had encountered something terrifying. However, her shock was only beginning to unfold. "How is this possible?" exclaimed a scholar at a nearby table, slamming his palm down. His face contorted with rage. "What kind of number is this?" Another scholar clutched his hair in frustration, muttering, Why can't we find it?" In the distance, a scholar overturned a table, shouting, "This cannot be. There cannot exist a length that cannot be measured by numbers. There must be some mistake. Where has it gone wrong?" Chen Luo observed the scene with calm detachment. The moment Fitch accepted the wager, he anticipated such chaos. While the belief that everything can be measured is a tenet of the numerical school, it has also become a consensus within the mathematical community. The emergence of irrational numbers does not only threaten the Howard family and the numerical school, it also jeopardizes the faith of these mathematicians. A similar upheaval occurred in ancient Greece with the discovery of the square root of 2, plunging countless scholars into panic and self-doubt. That incident eventually resolved with the acceptance of irrational numbers, which mathematicians subsequently labeled the first mathematical crisis. Understanding is a continuous journey. Individuals must discard outdated notions and embrace new ideas. Each crisis and disaster in science fosters innovation and progress. Eventually, the world will recognize the existence of irrational numbers. Chen Luo merely expedited this revelation. Amidst the sudden upheaval, numerous scholars began to mutter to themselves, appearing almost mad. Isabella, clearly frightened, grasped Chen Luo's sleeve. Her complexion pale as she asked, "Blair, what is wrong with them?" Chen Luo's objective had been achieved. He shook his head and replied, "Let us depart." As those around them seemed to descend into madness, Isabella, eager to leave, nodded in agreement. "Let us find Professor Brandy." Alice watched the unfolding scene in astonishment, her gaze finally settling on Chen Luo. The peculiar wager between Blair and Fitch had filled her with confusion. Her attention had been fixated on Fitch since earlier. She had witnessed Fitch approach Douglas, only to receive a heavy slap in return. She also saw Fitch seek assistance from the scholars, who subsequently lost their composure. What sort of question could provoke such inexplicable consequences? Alice found herself unable to fathom it, turning to Chen Luo with disbelief, asking, "Blair, what have you done?" In a corner of the salon, voices rose in loud exclamations, laughter mingled with tears, and tables were overturned, drawing the attention of all present. What had happened to Duke? Was Dawn going mad? What could be so impossible that they were searching for? The scholars, bewildered and alarmed, instinctively moved towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, Calvin and 2 other vice presidents furrowed their brows, gazing in that direction. What transpired over there? They must investigate. Just as Brandy finished answering a scholar's question, the ruckus in the distance drew her attention. As she prepared to approach, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist from behind a pillar. Isabella pulled Brandy behind the column, urgency in her voice. "Blair has caused a great disaster. Professor Brandy, we must leave." Half a divine moment later, Calvin set down his quill, his face pale as he turned to the elder beside him, asking, "Have you found it?" The elder, sweat beading on his forehead, shook his head in fear, replying, "No." Apart from Calvin and the elder, panic was etched on the faces of all the scholars present. They had just made the astonishing discovery that the diagonal length of a square with a side length of 1 could not be accurately articulated using existing numbers. How terrifying was this revelation? Mathematics is a meticulous discipline. If their understanding of numbers is fundamentally flawed, what have they been researching all these years? This dreadful realization plunged the gathered mathematicians into profound disarray. The elderly man beside Calvin trembled as he set down his quill and murmured, "This is a calamity for the Howard family, a catastrophe for the numerical school." The numerical school posits that all things are measurable. Any entity in the natural world can be accurately expressed through numbers, serving as the theoretical cornerstone of the discipline. This dreadful revelation will plunge ordinary scholars into despair. Yet it threatens to shatter the very foundation of the numerical school and obliterate its faith. Calvin shook his head, his pallor betraying his distress, and said, "No. This is a disaster for the entire mathematical community. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and inquired, "What of Lord Blair?" A servant behind him turned pale and stammered. The attendant reported that Lord Blair has fled. One might liken the relationship between authors and readers to a marketplace. A seller may offer apples today, attracting readers who relish them, yet after a spell, if the seller grows weary of apples and begins to sell pears, they will appeal to those who favor pears. The seller cannot compel apple enthusiasts to consume pears, nor can apple aficionados impose upon the seller to continue offering apples. The categorization of history represents my apples. My preferences may change from yesterday to today, and from today to tomorrow. Similarly, abstaining today does not signify a lifelong aversion. For readers, engaging with literature is a form of entertainment, yet for us authors, it is both a vocation and a way of life. The genre in which we write, the methods we employ, and the lifestyles we choose are solely the prerogatives of the author. Since the inception of this book, I have encountered numerous assertions such as, "You must write history. You can only write history," or "What you have penned is not fantasy. Fantasy should be written thus." In the future, I shall dismiss such remarks, which strike me as profoundly foolish, with a complete ban. I may have digressed somewhat, but it was necessary to express my thoughts. Lastly, let me address the book itself. This is not a conventional Western fantasy novel. While magic will serve as a central theme, it will not encompass the entirety of the narrative. I intend to weave the history of mathematics and foundational sciences, as well as the evolution of human intellect, into the storyline. Initially, I feared that readers might find it incomprehensible, yet it appears I have grossly underestimated your sophistication. Chapter 36. A sleepless night in the expansive and brightly lit hall, Alice found herself surrounded by a multitude of individuals. Among them were the 3 vice presidents of the Aber City Mathematics Society, several senior stewards, and a host of esteemed scholars renowned within Aber City. Even her most respected Aunt Xia could only stand in a corner. Alice had never experienced such a scene before, her palms clammy with nervous sweat. Calvin, with a grave demeanor, turned to her and inquired, "Miss Alice, you were in close proximity to Lord Blair earlier. Do you comprehend what has transpired?" After listening to Alice's response, Calvin exchanged a glance with an elderly gentleman beside him, a bitter smile gracing his face. The Howard family had indeed embroiled themselves in a considerable predicament. First, Douglas and his associates had made things difficult for Miss Brittany, and then Fitch had foolishly provoked and insulted Blair. Did they truly believe that the esteemed scholar capable of unraveling the Reyes mystery and addressing the Nine Bridges problem was easily intimidated? From the moment Blair had stood up for his mentor, Calvin realized he was not one to suffer indignities in silence. However, he had not anticipated that when he finally acted, it would deliver a devastating blow to the Howard family and the mathematical community. The discovery of this enigmatic number had utterly dismantled the foundations of their mathematical theories, a blow so severe that it could lead to the collapse of their entire school of thought. Long before the midnight hour, Douglas and his companions had vacated the premises. The Howard family was likely in disarray. What infuriated and exasperated Calvin and the others was that the young Blair had dragged the Howard family and the entire mathematical realm into a quagmire of panic before stealthily absconding, leaving the Mathematical Association to grapple with the greatest trouble. Until this matter was resolved, chaos would persist within the mathematical community. Calvin took a deep breath and addressed the other 2 vice presidents. "Tomorrow morning, we shall visit St. Donis Academy." During the mathematical salon that night, a devilish number had been uncovered, one that neither belonged to the realm of integers, nor could it be expressed as a ratio of integers. This contradicted the tenets of their mathematical school, for it was believed that no length could exist that could not be represented by a number. The only explanation was that the Howard family and their mathematical school had erred. Beyond integers and rational fractions, there existed other numbers. Should this prove true, the mathematical school would face its gravest crisis since its inception. Failure to address this issue could result in the disbanding of their institution. As the clock struck late into the night, none within the Howard family could find rest. All were fervently scribbling in their chambers, striving to uncover this number under the guidance of mathematical theory, hoping to navigate the family and their school through this crisis. In Douglas's room, he sat hunched over his desk, tugging at his hair in frustration, muttering, "Father, grant me a little more time. I am certain I can find this number." "No need to search any longer." Lord Howard shook his head and replied, "The devilish number cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers. It is beyond your reach." Douglas looked up at him, incredulity etched on his face. "Father, you..." "I have known of this matter for quite some time." Lord Howard looked back at him. stating, "Your brother Abel was the first to discover it." Brother Abel. Douglas's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment washing over him. Is he not missing? Abel Howard's name was well known throughout the mathematical community. At the age of 20, he had received the Edwin Prize, and at 21, he had become an honorary scholar of the Mathematics Association, heralded as the youngest genius in the field. He had been the pride of the Howard family. Yet, 3 years prior, during an outing, Abel had mysteriously vanished, and no trace of him had ever been found despite the family's and association's efforts to locate him. 3 years had passed, and the family had tacitly accepted that he had met with misfortune. During this time, Douglas had begun to shine, emerging as the new prodigy of the Howard lineage, gradually being seen as the future leader of the family. Regardless of the accolades bestowed upon him, Douglas was acutely aware of the chasm separating him from true genius. He swallowed hard, struggling to ask, where is Brother Abel now? Deep within the Howard estate lay a forbidden area, one that no member of the family could enter without Lord Howard's express permission. Several low buildings were concealed in the deepest shadows of the trees, and within the innermost room, a light glimmered. Inside, a young man sat at a desk, leisurely perusing a mathematical journal. Creak. The door was pushed open from the outside, yet the young man did not raise his gaze, casually inquiring, "Have there been any interesting discoveries in the mathematical realm these past few days?" The article on the Reyes mystery from yesterday was quite intriguing. I hadn't anticipated such a scholar in Aber City. I would love to meet him. By the way, has anyone solved the 9 bridges problem? I can't shake the feeling that it is fundamentally unsolvable. Douglas stood behind Lord Howard, regarding that figure in disbelief. Brother Abel. Abel Howard lifted his head, his gaze meeting the doorway, a faint smile gracing his lips. Douglas, dear brother, it has been quite some time. Lord Howard regarded him, speaking softly. Tonight, someone has already proven that the 9 bridges problem is indeed unsolvable. Abel's expression brightened with interest. Who proved it? I must see their method of proof. It was the solver of the Reyes mystery, Lord Howard replied. A smile spread across Abel's face. I would very much like to meet this young scholar. Lord Howard observed him, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. From this moment forward, you are free. Abel's body jolted slightly, his gaze slowly shifting to Lord Howard. Lowering his head, Lord Howard could not meet his son's eyes, murmuring, I once confined the devil you had been released from. Tonight, another has set it free. Abel fell into a lengthy silence before gradually rising. Fixing his gaze on Lord Howard, Father, I have long maintained that truth cannot be contained. Even if you imprison it, it will shine through the cracks of the window. At St. Donis Academy, within the faculty dormitory, Chen Luo stretched his weary legs and innocently remarked, Ms. Brittany, have you ever considered that perhaps integers and their ratios cannot represent all numbers? Brittany inquired, such as the square root of 2? Chen Luo nodded. This was an unintentional discovery of mine. He lowered his head, adding, I will not pursue it further. Brittany nodded, stifling a yawn. Well then, it's getting late. Blair, you should head to bed. I will calculate a bit longer. Miss Brittany, please rest early and don't stay up too late, he replied. Isabella indeed acted as a little undercover agent for Ms. Brittany, though her intent was to protect him. Chen Luo, in response to Brittany's admonition, obediently acknowledged, I understand. Brittany paused momentarily, her voice softening. Also, thank you for tonight. Chen Luo recognized she was referring to the 9 bridges problem, merely smiling and waving. Good night, Miss Brittany. Good night. Chen Luo reclined upon his bed, free from the musty odor that had pervaded the storage room. Instead, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of that which enveloped teacher Brittany lingered in the air. He swiftly succumbed to slumber, experiencing his first restful sleep since arriving in this realm. However, for many mathematical scholars in Yabo City, including Brittany, this night proved to be one of wakefulness. Chapter 37. Heartfelt breakfast. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Chen Luo gradually opened his eyes. Since arriving in this world, he had been beset by troubles, with the myriad of new experiences keeping his heart in a constant state of tension. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a comfortable slumber. After casting a simple water spell for his morning routine, he stepped out of his room. In this realm, magic serves purposes beyond mere combat. It offers great convenience in daily life. Fire magic is employed to kindle flames, water magic for cleansing, wind magic for tidying up, and earth magic for construction. For the mages of the Divine Grace continent, such applications have become second nature. On Brittany's desk lay a thick stack of manuscript paper, and as Chen Luo casually flipped through it, he discerned that she had likely toiled late into the night. The emergence of irrational numbers would dramatically challenge the beliefs of mathematicians in this world, something that future middle school students would find entirely commonplace. Yet here it would upend the entire understanding of mathematics. However, the square root of 2 cannot be expressed as a ratio of 2 integers. Despite her numerous attempts, Brittany's efforts had ultimately been in vain. The door to Brittany's bedroom was firmly shut, indicating she had yet to rise. Chen Luo exited the dormitory, heading out of the faculty residence. Since his university days, he had cultivated the habit of morning exercises, rarely missing a day unless the weather was inclement. The body is the foundation of revolution, and he had no intention of letting his health falter before becoming a holy mage. In truth, should he encounter a grand mage, the outcome of a duel between an apprentice and a high-ranking mage would be uncertain, even if faced with a grand mage. Should Chen Luo muster the resolve to risk severe injury, he could inflict considerable harm upon his opponent. The fusion of science and magic, along with the amalgamation of material and magical elements, could amplify the power of apprentice spells by hundreds or even thousands of times. With no training facilities available at the academy, Chen Luo resorted to running laps around the school. St. Donis Academy is situated at the heart of Abo City, surrounded by bustling activity. After completing his morning exercise, he suddenly recalled a matter and made his way towards a street located to the east of the school. In Blair's memory, there seemed to be a market there. Markets are indispensable in a city, bustling with various transactions daily, providing all manner of necessities. After browsing the market, Chen Luo found himself with a large bag filled to the brim. Having retained a considerable amount of gold coins from Isabella, he resolved to enhance his quality of life and did not intend to economize. Money could be earned again, but he could no longer subsist solely on bread. To improve his meals, he purchased a ceramic pot for cooking rice, several kitchen utensils, various spices, and ingredients. Additionally, he commissioned an iron pan from the blacksmith. Although the people of this world had begun using vegetable oil, the habit of stir-frying with iron pans had yet to take root. The culinary methods on the Divine Grace continent primarily involve boiling and roasting. Bread serves as the staple food, accompanied by the occasional porridge, consumed twice daily, year after year. This was true for both the impoverished and the nobility, though the latter enjoyed more refined dishes and had the luxury of consuming meat more regularly. Chen Luo was uncertain how long he would remain in this world, but he knew that enduring a diet of mere bread would drive him to despair. Having purchased numerous items today, he had spent a significant amount of time, so he did not acquire too many ingredients. He prepared 2 fried eggs, 2 slices of ham, and cut some fruit, intending to enjoy this as his breakfast. Initially, he had considered making porridge, but given his current level of mental energy, casting a fireball to fry an egg and cook ham was manageable, whereas simmering porridge proved a bit beyond his capacity. Of course, this required precise control of magic, something most apprentice mages could not achieve. At least a novice mage would be necessary. Although Chen Luo's mental energy did not quite reach that of a novice mage, his command over the fireball spell was comparable to theirs. Cooking with magic not only satisfied his appetite but also served as practice, yielding a delightful dual benefit. What a tantalizing aroma! Just as Chen Luo hesitated whether to call Brittany, the door to the adjacent bedroom suddenly swung open. Brittany, clad in her nightgown, rubbed her bleary eyes and stepped out of her room. The pink nightgown did little to conceal her alluring figure, the hem resting at thigh level. Her slender legs swaying before Chen Luo unexpectedly. "I made breakfast. Brittany, remember to eat it while it's hot. I have to go to class now." Chen Luo nearly fled the scene, and only upon exiting the dormitory did he realize, with a twinge of sorrow, that he had not even had a chance to taste the breakfast he had painstakingly prepared. Meanwhile, inside the room, Brittany glanced down at the appetizing breakfast spread before her, unable to resist the temptation to sit at the table. The food before her exuded an enticing aroma, far more appealing than plain white bread. Abandoning her plan to venture out for bread, she took a bite of the fried egg and then a slice of ham, her eyes suddenly sparkling with surprise. Blair can actually cook. Yet, he seemed not to have eaten any himself. Why was that? After some time, a well-dressed Brittany finally emerged from her bedroom, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks. Shaking her head, she reminded herself, he is still just a child. He is still just a child. Though only a few years her junior, he was her student, and in Brittany's eyes, he did not qualify as a romantic interest. However, this incident had made her realize that the dormitory would no longer be exclusively hers, prompting her to reconsider her actions. Lost in thought, her gaze drifted back to the breakfast before her, her mind becoming somewhat chaotic. Blair's breakfast was infinitely more delicious than plain bread. It seemed he possessed a certain talent for cooking. If only she could enjoy such breakfasts daily. Oh well. Let us consider this a heartfelt breakfast from him. After a busy morning that ultimately benefited Brittany, Chen Luo felt somewhat disheartened as he walked toward the classroom with an empty stomach. Nevertheless, he had no intention of purchasing plain white bread. In this world, bread comes in various grades. The impoverished consume unrefined black bread, which is not only hard but also unpalatable, capable of serving as a brick after just a couple of days. Better than black bread is white bread, made from wheat flour that has undergone a single refinement, yielding a softer and tastier product, the daily staple of most nobles. As for the finest bread, crafted from multiple refinements and baked with honey and cream, even affluent nobles would go bankrupt eating it daily. Primarily, such bread could not be acquired even with wealth. Chen Luo yearned to sample it. But such delicacies were not available at the market. Blair, wait for me. Chen Luo, still hungry, had not yet reached the classroom when a familiar voice called out behind him. Chapter 38. The twin beauties of the academy. Isabella nodded and said, I will come find you after class. Just as Chen Luo had finished interacting with Isabella, a striking figure emerged from a distance. Alice was not wearing the purple evening gown from the previous night. Instead, she donned a slightly form-fitting outfit that accentuated her enviable figure. At just 17, it was hard to imagine how she would blossom in the coming years. Alice looked at Chen Luo and smiled. Good morning, Blair. Just as Chen Luo opened his mouth to respond, a peculiar sound resonated in his ears. This left him feeling quite embarrassed. Having expended considerable energy preparing breakfast without consuming anything, his stomach audibly protested. Isabella glanced at him, remarking, Blair, are you a pig? You ate so much last night. And you're hungry already? Alice couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a delicately crafted lunchbox from her crossbody bag, opened it, and handed it to Chen Luo, saying, Blair, why don't you have my lunch? I brought 2 pieces of bread. We can share. The mere mention of bread made Chen Luo feel queasy, and he initially wanted to decline. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the lunchbox, a delightful blend of honey and cream, compelled him to glance inside. There lay 2 exquisite cream-filled breads, each adorned with a sprinkling of raisins. His throat instinctively moved, and he hesitated, saying, Isn't this inappropriate? Alice smiled and replied, I can't possibly eat it all by myself. Just consider it a favor for me. Blair. In the Nolan Kingdom, it is considered quite ungentlemanly to refuse a lady. Besides, who could resist the allure of honey cream cake? Accepting the lunchbox from Alice, Chen Luo said, Thank you, Alice. Not far away, Toby observed Chen Luo standing closely beside Isabella, intimately holding Alice's hand, and he froze on the spot. He looked up ahead and couldn't help but slap his own face, muttering, I must be dreaming. Alice's honey cream bread was rather small. After finishing it, Chen Luo was not entirely full, but his hunger had diminished significantly. This made him appreciate the sister he had only met twice even more. Alice embodied the ideal of a noble lady, gentle, generous, and polite, unlike someone who was impulsive, reckless, and spoiled, lacking the qualities expected of a senior. Isabella and Alice were renowned as the twin beauties of the academy. Through his brief interaction with Alice, Chen Luo began to understand why her popularity at St. Donis was not inferior to Isabella's. Aside from being slightly more beautiful than Alice, Isabella did not possess any remarkable advantages. Alice was also a beauty in her own right. The reason her popularity did not surpass Isabella's was that she appeared more mature and lacked the youthful charm that Isabella possessed. However, Alice's gentle, insightful nature was something Isabella did not have. Most importantly, her figure was astonishingly stunning. The distinction between Isabella and Alice was clear when Chen Luo felt hungry. Isabella would mock him for being a pig, while Alice would share her honey cream bread with him. Goodbye, Blair. Goodbye, Alice. Blair, I will come find you after class. Don't wander off. As class was about to commence, Chen Luo parted ways with Isabella and Alice at the classroom door and entered the class alone. Isabella shot a glance at Alice, huffed softly, and made her way to the third-year section upstairs. Alice, however, paid her no mind and watched as Chen Luo entered the classroom, her expression thoughtful. Her curiosity about this Blair stemmed initially from the rumors regarding his association with Isabella, her greatest rival at St. Donis Academy. They were nearly equal in family background and academic prowess. Isabella had a slight edge in looks, while Alice surpassed her in figure, making them roughly equal overall. Alice was intrigued by what kind of person Isabella liked. Until the previous night, when she had the chance to interact with Blair, she realized that the relationship between him and Isabella was not as many had speculated. although the rumors of their relationship were unfounded. Alice observed something even more astonishing about him. The solver of the Rouse mystery, the youngest honorary scholar of the Mathematics Society, who had perplexed the entire mathematical community, casually resolved the 9 bridges problem that had baffled countless esteemed scholars and academics with a simple question posed to Fiki, plunging all present into madness. The serious yet fearful expressions on the faces of the vice presidents of the Mathematics Society from the previous night were still vivid in her memory. He was the youngest honorary scholar in the field of mathematics, possessing the potential to become an esteemed academic. Alice understood the weight of the title academic. It stood above honorary scholars, representing the pinnacle of wisdom in their disciplines. Each academic was a treasure to humanity, revered in any city or country. Would Blair become such a person? Alice gazed toward the second year, 5th class, her eyes filled with confusion and deep curiosity. When Chenluo arrived at the classroom, many students had already gathered. As soon as he sat down, Toby rushed in through the back door, eagerly looking at Chenluo as he asked, "Blair, who were you with outside just now?" Toby continued, "I know Isabella, but who was the other girl?" Chenluo replied, "Alice." Toby's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chenluo, asking, "When did you meet Alice?" "Last night." Seeing Toby's mouth agape, his face beginning to show a lewd expression, Chenluo quickly added, "I met Alice at an academic salon that teacher Brittany took me to." Toby pressed on, "What were you doing just now? I saw you holding Alice's hand." Chenluo explained, "I hadn't had breakfast, so Alice shared her cake with me." Toby looked at him with a peculiar expression. Both Alice and Isabella were regarded as the 2 goddesses of St. Donis Academy. It seemed unlikely that a girl would share her breakfast with a male she had only just met. Chenluo's connection with Alice must be more than it appeared. Toby licked his lips and asked, "Was Alice's cake delicious?" Chenluo nodded. "It had a honeycream flavor. It was quite nice." "Was it big?" "It was pretty big." Suddenly, Chenluo turned to Toby and asked, "What are you talking about?" Toby looked back at him and replied, "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the cake." "So am I." Understanding dawned on them, and Toby gave Chenluo a mysterious smile. Just then, he glanced toward the classroom door and exclaimed, "Teacher Brittany is here." Chapter 39. The devil Ms. Brittany's teaching method was far from rigid. She often nurtured her students' ability to collaboratively solve problems. After assigning a question, she encouraged free discussion among the students. Brittany cast him a glance and settled at the podium, picking up a quill and immersing herself in thought. Clearly, she had not relinquished the issue from the previous day. Chenluo understood well that once mathematical and scientific researchers became ensnared in a conundrum, it was exceedingly difficult for others to assist unless they themselves experienced a revelation. However, while the question of irrational numbers might provoke anxiety among mathematicians, once they accepted the reality, mathematics would inevitably continue on its normal trajectory. Shaking his head, Chenluo chose not to dwell on Ms. Brittany and instead focused on the ongoing class discussion. This discussion was organized in groups of 6, with Chenluo and Toby, along with 2 girls named Linda and Triss from the front rows, forming a discussion team. The last 2 members included Bud, with whom Chenluo had previously clashed, and Bud's desk mate. Toby held a poor impression of Bud, having been bullied by him previously, yet he found it curious that Bud, who usually mocked them, was particularly subdued today, sitting quietly. As long as Bud did not instigate trouble, Toby would not provoke him. He glanced at Chenluo, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Blair, where did your bread come from? It wasn't there earlier." Chenluo tucked away the bread and replied, "It's leftover from yesterday." Toby did not think much of it, glancing at the problem on the board, shaking his head as he said, "Ms. Brittany's questions today are really difficult. I have no idea where to start." Linda shot him a glance and retorted, "As if you've ever had a clue before." Toby, feeling challenged, looked at Linda and asked, "I don't, do you?" Another girl named Triss looked at Chenluo and inquired, "Blair, do you have any ideas?" As a teacher for a senior class, Chenluo found these elementary mathematics problems trivial. He had been contemplating a more complex issue. He nodded dismissively and said, "A little." Triss' face lit up with admiration as she exclaimed, "Blair, you're amazing. Can you explain it to me?" Toby and Linda's gazes turned to Chenluo. Previously, they had all struggled with such class discussion problems, merely passing the time with idle chatter. However, ever since Blair had unexpectedly excelled, he had consistently provided explanations for these challenging problems. Chenluo's thoughts were interrupted by Triss, so he began to explain the problems on the board. Not long ago, he had triumphed over numerous competitors to secure the position of a mathematics teacher for a prominent high school. In terms of teaching ability, Ms. Brittany did not match him. His experience allowed him to navigate the grand challenges he faced the previous night with ease. Such minor matters were naturally well within his grasp. With Chun Luo's clear and insightful explanations, the complex mathematical problems swiftly became comprehensible to the five of them. So that is how it is. It's actually that simple. Blair is so impressive. Toby observed Chun Luo with a look of astonishment, unable to restrain himself from saying, Blair, how's your mind structured? I feel like you explain things even better than Ms. Brittany. I can't understand your lectures at all. Chun Luo smiled but remained silent. Ms. Brittany was an excellent scholar, remarkable in her research, yet she might not necessarily be a great teacher, a common reality. Linda scoffed and mocked Toby, saying, You think Blair is like you, with a head full of nonsense, while others might not know what occupied Blair's mind. Toby, as his closest friend, certainly did. He knew that Blair's mind was filled primarily with thoughts of Ms. Brittany, with mathematics occupying only a tiny corner. However, this was a secret that Blair could not divulge. Facing Linda's scornful gaze, Toby grinned and said, Who said that? My mind is filled with thoughts of you. You're not allowed to like me. Linda's face flushed, but then she suddenly recalled something, her anger flaring as she retorted, You rotten Toby. You're calling me garbage. Toby countered, Aren't you? Linda's face turned crimson as she exclaimed, You're infuriating. Just wait until after school. I'll turn you into a roasted pig. As Toby and Linda bickered fiercely, the attention of some classmates shifted toward them. To avoid drawing Miss Brittany's attention, Triss quickly interrupted and changed the subject, saying, Did you know? Something significant happened in the math club yesterday. Triss's grandfather was a junior steward in the Math Society of Yabo City, and they all knew about this development. Linda shot Toby a fierce look before asking Triss, What happened? Linda rolled her eyes and added, What's the big deal? I heard something about a nine-bridge problem that even the great scholars can't solve. Not quite. Triss pursed her lips and whispered, Because of that problem, the Math Society urgently convened hundreds of scholars last night, and they couldn't solve it all night. By this morning, dozens of scholars withdrew from the number theory, and I heard that 2 honorary scholars even quit the Math Society overnight, vowing never to study mathematics again. Really? Linda paused, asking, Why? Trish shook her head and replied, I heard my grandfather say that this issue seems related to number theory. That problem proves that the principles of number theory are flawed. Not all numbers in the world can be expressed solely as integers or ratios of integers. And those 2 honorary scholars have spent their entire lives proving the correctness of number theory, so when its principles were overturned, they withdrew from the Math Society, abandoning number theory and vowing never to study mathematics again. My grandfather also said that if this problem spreads, it will throw the entire mathematics community into chaos. Linda did not grasp the significance of this matter. She merely stuck out her tongue and murmured, Isn't it just one problem? Is it really that serious? At that moment, Triss seemed to remember something and looked at Chun Luo, asking, The scholar who proposed that problem is also named Blair. It's the same as Blair's name. I almost thought it was you. Chun Luo. Linda waved her hand dismissively, saying, Triss, what nonsense are you talking? That scholar just has the same name as Blair. The academic salons invite only renowned scholars. Do you think Blair could participate in such events? Chun Luo maintained his silence. Linda and the others treated this matter as a jest, but only Bud cast a glance at Chun Luo, as if he had come to a realization, his face displaying shock as he murmured, Number theory, the Howard family, Fiki. Academic salon, Blair. Toby's eyes widened. Among them, only he knew that Chun Luo had indeed attended the academic salon the previous night. He slowly turned to Chun Luo, softly asking, Blair, was it you? The truth could not be concealed forever. Chun Luo neither affirmed nor denied it. One problem had compelled the Math Society to summon hundreds of individuals overnight, leading dozens of scholars to withdraw from number theory, with 2 honorary scholars quitting the Math Society and vowing never to study mathematics again, creating turmoil in the entire mathematics community. Toby swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face as he muttered, Blair, are you the devil? Chapter 40. A sensation on campus. Cirrus was recounting the rumors she had heard from her grandfather, who served as a steward in the Mathematics Society, to Linda and others. As a second-year student at St. Donatus Academy, she was merely a part of the mathematics division and an honor scholar. Matters of such significance in the mathematical world felt distant to her. Although she had gleaned from her grandfather that an unprecedented crisis had emerged in the mathematics community over the past few decades, perhaps even a century, it bore little relevance to her own life. What truly occupied her thoughts was whether Blair would accept her invitation to visit her family's estate. To be honest, Blair was quite handsome. In the past, when he was labeled as a magical failure, Cirrus had scarcely paid him any heed. But now, everything had changed. It was common knowledge that Blair was far from a failure and was likely to become a great scholar. What girl would not wish for her husband to be a distinguished wizard or scholar? She needed to be proactive, lest she be outdone by the other girls in her class. Despite the rumors swirling about Blair and senior Isabella, given Isabella's prestigious lineage, a relationship between her and Blair seemed utterly implausible. Just as teacher Brittany had left, Isabella slipped in through the back door. Upon entering the classroom, she regarded Chen Luo with a look of astonishment, inquiring, "Was last night's incident caused by your question?" It was evident that Isabella, like Cirrus, had already received some forewarning. Otherwise, such an expression would not have crossed her face. In truth, some events had even taken Chen Luo by surprise. For instance, 2 honor scholars, struck by the irrational numbers, had hastily resigned from the Mathematics Society, vowing never to engage with mathematics again. Their insistence on validating the erroneous theories of the mathematics division had rendered decades of research futile, leaving an indelible psychological mark. Truly a tragedy. Isabella, having gleaned the answers she sought from Chen Luo's expression, appeared even more startled. Upon learning of the events at the Mathematics Society the previous night, she was genuinely terrified. She had never anticipated that a seemingly trivial question from Blair could inflict such devastation on the mathematics division, prompting honor scholars to abandon their mathematical pursuits and labeling the incident a catastrophe for the mathematics community. The very instigator of this turmoil, Blair, was being branded by scholars as the devil of the mathematical realm. I had no inkling it would unfold this way, Chen Luo shrugged, distancing himself from the responsibility. Throughout the annals of mathematical history, he should be seen as a propeller of progress, having expanded the concept of numbers to the entire realm of real numbers, solidifying the foundation of mathematics, an undeniable contribution to the discipline. In any light, he ought to be viewed as a positive figure. Yet, the way Isabella looked at him was far from that of admiration. After receiving confirmation from Chen Luo, Isabella departed in silence. Though she had a multitude of thoughts and questions, she was at a loss for words. Chen Luo maintained his composure, although he had inadvertently instigated a mathematical crisis. Truth would eventually surface. Whether it was he, Chen Luo, or someone else like Zhang Luo, Wang Luo, Tang Ning, or Li Yi, the truth would come to light. The discovery of irrational numbers was beneficial for the progression of mathematics as a discipline, and in the long run, it would prove advantageous for the entire mathematical community. In this upheaval, the greatest losers were undoubtedly the mathematics division and the Howard family. Even if the division did not face obliteration, it would suffer irreparable damage. After all, they were not merely a mathematical school. Their foundation lay in numbers, intertwined with philosophical and religious connotations. A simple acknowledgement of error would not suffice to mitigate the ensuing repercussions. Chen Luo should be wary of retaliation from the Howard family and the mathematics division. Those who undermine the foundation of a school are often met with dire consequences. However, the current Chen Luo was no longer the old Blair. If they were to act unwisely, it was uncertain who would truly face the flames. Linda, with her loose tongue, spread the gossip rapidly after class. In no time, the events from the previous night's mathematics salon had become the talk of the school. What? There are actually numbers that cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers? Impossible. That is not what the textbooks say. Could the textbooks be wrong? Once, she too had pondered whether the square root of 2 could truly be expressed as a ratio of integers, and now she lamented being outpaced by someone else. Come on. Last time you claimed you solved the Rouse problem. If you're that incredible, why not compete for the Edwin Prize? Unlike the muddled Blair, Chen Luo remained acutely aware of his objectives and could discern priorities. In the academy, he was diligent in his magic classes and equally attentive in Brittany's mathematics lessons. Aside from that, he often found himself meditating during literature and history classes, which were typically dominated by the teacher's lectures. He had far less interest in the literature and history of another world than in magic. With his head bowed, he apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor Hank. I forgot to complete yesterday's assignment." Hank, gazing at the young man before him, felt a surge of frustration. If Blair were still the same old failure, it would be one thing, but now he had achieved perfect scores in mathematics, magical theory, and practical magic, while consistently failing history. This left Hank, as the history teacher, feeling quite discontented. Hank furrowed his brow and asked, "Blair, Do you harbor any grievances against me? The history teacher was evidently out of sorts today. Just as Chen Luo pondered how to navigate the situation, a student approached the classroom door, knocking and announcing, "Teacher, I'm looking for Blair." The student hesitated for a moment before continuing, but Vice Dean Archil, it was still class time. Even Vice Dean Archil's presence was of no consequence. As soon as Hank finished speaking, Archil entered, accompanied by several figures from the mathematics division, casting a dark look at Hank and stating solemnly, "Professor Hank, please allow Blair to step outside for a moment." Vice Dean Archil, Vice Dean Allen, Vice Dean Hill, Vice Dean Philip spotting the four figures at the classroom door. Hank felt his legs weaken, barely managing to steady himself against the desk. At the door stood the four Vice Deans of St. Donatus Academy, excluding the ever-elusive headmaster. The piercing gazes of the four high-level wizards fell upon Hank, causing the mere junior wizard to go pale, his heart racing. Among the Vice Deans, Chen Luo recognized only Archil. He had no idea what they wanted with him until he noticed Calvin, the vice president of the ABO City Mathematics Subdivision, standing behind Archil. What was destined to happen had indeed come to pass. Chen Luo looked at Hank and asked, "Professor Hank, may I step outside?" "Yes, of course." Hank wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Blair, please hurry. Don't keep the headmasters waiting." Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the fifth-grade students, Chen Luo slowly exited the classroom. Inside, a wave of murmurs erupted. It was the Vice Deans. What could they possibly want with Blair? Had he gotten himself into some grave trouble? What sort of calamity could warrant the presence of four Vice Deans? Who was that behind the headmasters? That Vice President Calvin in the classroom. Cirrus gazed at the figure at the door, her face a mask of confusion as she murmured, "Why is Vice President Calvin here? Is he here to see Blair? Blair, Blair, Blair." In a fleeting moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Triss's mind. A look of astonishment spread across her face as she exclaimed, "Could he be the very Blair?" Chapter 41. The pioneer Dean Archer was the only one among the four Vice Deans of St. Donatus Academy that Chen Luo recognized. After leaving the classroom, he merely exchanged greetings with him. The other three Vice Deans, 2 men and 1 woman, were elderly individuals with graying hair. The expressions of 1 man and 1 woman were filled with peculiar astonishment as they regarded Chen Luo. They could hardly fathom that the 3 vice presidents and over 10 committee members of the Mathematics Association had come early in the morning to seek out a second-year student. They had heard whispers about what this Blair student had done the previous night, and even now, it seemed utterly absurd to them that such a young lad could have instigated a crisis that affected the entire mathematical community. As for the last individual, his gaze towards Chen Luo was layered with various emotions: confusion, shock, resentment, disbelief, and a deeply hidden fear. Dean Archer fixed a complex gaze upon Chen Luo and said, "Mr. Blair, Vice President Calvin and the others wish to discuss certain matters with you. Please accompany us." In the spacious conference hall of St. Donatus Academy, all extraneous individuals had been excluded, leaving only the 4 vice deans and 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association present. This assembly was truly magnificent in the city of Yabo. Regardless of their individual ranks, the 4 vice deans were all high-level mages, while among the 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association, 1 was also a high-level mage and 2 were intermediate mages. Only Chen Luo stood as a mere apprentice mage. Once seated, Chen Luo maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze steady, remaining silent. After a brief pause, Calvin could no longer contain himself and sighed, "Lord Blair." Chen Luo looked at him, puzzled, and inquired, "President Calvin, what is it that you require of me?" Feigning ignorance, Calvin and the other 2 vice presidents nearly erupted in indignation at his words. Did he truly not know why they sought him this early? The question he posed at the academic salon the previous night had plunged all scholars into panic, casting the mathematics community and the Howard family into an unfathomable abyss, costing the Yabo City Mathematics Division 2 esteemed scholars and unleashing disaster upon the entire mathematical realm. Yet here he stood, unfazed, asking them what they wanted. Resisting the urge to chastise him, Calvin, once composed, looked at Chen Luo and said, his tone laden with complexity, "Lord Blair, you have unleashed a devil." With Calvin having laid the matter bare, Chen Luo found no further reason to pretend. He smiled at Calvin and asked, "President Calvin, is it customary in your mathematical community to refer to truth as a devil?" Upon seeing Chen Luo's expression, Calvin realized he had undoubtedly reached a conclusion of his own. Even he could not suppress a hint of tension as he asked, "That number, it truly cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers?" "Not just that number," Chen Luo nodded, "the square root of 2, the square root of 3. The square root of 5 all cannot be precisely expressed as a ratio of integers. There are infinitely many such numbers, and if you require, I can provide you with the proof. Calvin's face turned pale. So, we have been mistaken for hundreds of years? Being wrong for hundreds of years is hardly uncommon. There are those in the scientific community who have erred for thousands of years. To err is human, Chen Luo replied. Clearly, this is not a grave mistake. We merely need to redefine this class of numbers and expand the scope of numbers. Mathematics is fundamentally a process of continual discovery and rectification, is it not? Calvin pondered for a moment, his complexion gradually regaining color. Although this represented a crisis for the entire mathematics community, it was not insurmountable. Indeed, as Blair had stated, by simply redefining this previously unrecognized class of numbers, mathematics could become even more refined. This was both a disaster and an opportunity for the mathematical community. However, after this event, he could no longer take certain matters for granted. Tentatively, he looked at Chen Luo and asked, integers, the ratio of two integers, combined with this class of numbers, should encompass all numbers in the world, correct? The Rouse's conundrum, the 9 bridges problem, the devil's number, since last night. No one could afford to underestimate this young scholar. His contributions to mathematics were undeniably worthy of the Edwin Prize. In fact, Calvin now felt that the Edwin Prize was unworthy of him. The discovery of the devil's number and the reconstruction of fundamental mathematical principles would etch his name indelibly into the annals of mathematical history, to be revered by future scholars. Chen Luo smiled and remarked, who knows? Perhaps in a few hundred years, someone will overturn our conclusions. But for now, at least, it remains true. The emergence of irrational numbers had already caused scholars considerable distress. If Chen Luo were to introduce the concept of imaginary numbers to them now, even more might withdraw from the Mathematics Association, forsaking the discipline altogether. Calvin remained silent for a long while before suddenly rising and respectfully bowing to Chen Luo, stating, Lord Blair, the mathematics community will forever remember your contributions. The other 2 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association also stood and bowed to Chen Luo. This gesture transcended age, status, or magical rank. It was a heartfelt expression of gratitude from them as mathematical scholars to a pioneer who had propelled the advancement of mathematics. Though Blair was young, nearly an apprentice mage and a student of St. Donis Academy, he was deserving of their homage. Dean Archer looked at Chen Luo, his eyes bright with admiration. The Rouse's conundrum, the 9 bridges problem, the youngest honorary scholar, the perfecter of mathematical foundations, such a figure emerged from their St. Donis Academy. If the institution were to promote this, it would significantly enhance its reputation and the quality of its student body. As if struck by a sudden realization, he turned to the individual beside him and said, Vice Dean Philip, I hope you will not harbor resentment towards Mr. Blair for this. I believe the dean would also prefer not to see such discord. As his words fell, the gaze of the 3 members of the Mathematics Association, including Calvin, converged on Philip. Philip Howard sighed, looking at Chen Luo with no lingering resentment. He shook his head and said, This is the victory of truth. The numerical faction was born of the pursuit of truth and perished in its name. It has nothing to do with Mr. Blair. At that moment, Chen Luo realized that this Vice Dean Philip must be the uncle of Fiki, which explained the discernibly different gaze he had cast upon him compared to the others. Chen Luo shook his head and said, There's no need. I have already found new accommodations. Philip nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy, and said no more. The appearance of the devil's number had severely impacted the numerical faction. As of this morning, nearly 100 scholars had already withdrawn from it. And this was merely the beginning. The Howard family, which had thrived on the numerical faction, now faced imminent decline as the faction waned. This matter, though instigated by Blair, was not a defeat inflicted by him. Rather, they had succumbed to truth itself. The discovery of this class of numbers held immense significance for the mathematical community. Just as Calvin was about to speak again, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Most present were high-level mages, keenly sensing the disruption of magical elements in the air. The 4 vice deans simultaneously rose and approached the conference room door, where they beheld a dozen committee members of the Mathematics Association suspended in midair, flailing about chaotically. Brittany stood at the entrance, her face as cold as ice, demanding, What have you done to Blair? Chapter 42. Doubt Ms. Brittany, please remain calm. Blair is perfectly fine. Archer observed the junior and intermediate mages floating in midair and felt an overwhelming headache. He quickly intervened. As a senior mage specializing in wind magic, even he was perplexed. He could not fathom how the young Ms. Brittany had achieved such mastery, especially when he himself had only ascended to senior mage status at the age of 50. This often left him lamenting the years he felt he had squandered. Chen Luo exited the building and was met with the spectacle of everyone suspended in the air, alongside the menacing expression of Ms. Brittany. Amused yet exasperated, he quickly assured, "Ms. Brittany, I am unharmed." Upon seeing Chen Luo, Brittany finally relaxed, beckoning the others down and approaching him with a question. "What did they want from you?" Calvin stepped forward, looking somewhat awkward. "Ms. Brittany, we merely wish to inquire about a question concerning Lord Blair. We mean no harm to your student." The entire continent of Divine Grace maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards academic plagiarism. If an author were found guilty of such an act or of misrepresenting academic achievements, imprisonment would ensue. Strictly speaking, the discovery of irrational numbers was not solely Chen Luo's achievement, but given that this was a different world, it represented the intellectual legacy of another realm, and thus no one was competing with him for recognition. Chen Luo looked at Calvin and replied, "I will do my best." Though he wasn't currently in need of money, he realized that living off his winnings from Isabella was not a sustainable option. He aspired to enhance his quality of life. Without a plan to generate income, he would soon find himself back to subsisting on plain bread. Calvin pondered for a moment before continuing, "What about the 9 bridges problem?" Adhering to the principle of maximizing potential earnings, Chen Luo nodded and replied, "I will endeavor to complete it soon." At that moment, he found himself envious of the mages. It was no wonder that many chose the path of magic rather than academia, for the financial rewards for mages far surpassed those of scholars. After Calvin departed, Vice Dean Archer regarded Chen Luo with admiration, nodding, "Lord Blair, St. Donis takes pride in you." Archer had refrained from elaborating, having only learned that morning about the events that transpired at the mathematics salon the previous night. While the ongoing crisis in the mathematical community was not something to be widely disseminated, the emergence of 2 honorary scholars at St. Donna's Academy was indeed a source of pride that warranted promotion. After offering Chen Luo a few encouraging words, he departed alongside the other 3 vice deans. As Philip Howard left, his gaze upon Chen Luo was laden with complexity, void of resentment. It was filled instead with wonder and sorrow. The mathematical realm often witnessed the rise of prodigies like him, shining brightly in the night sky, while once luminous stars gradually dimmed. Under his brilliance, the glory of the numerical faction seemed forever lost. Brittany crossed her arms, observing Chen Luo intently. "Blair, do you not wish to explain anything to me?" Isabella was merely a pretext for Chen Luo to avoid the topic, and it was clear that Brittany had easily fallen for his diversion. Curiously, she inquired, "Blair, do you truly have feelings for Isabella?" Chen Luo shook his head, replying, "I simply do not wish to see Fiki pursue Senior Isabella. You need not deny it. At your age, such feelings are quite normal." Brittany smiled, suggesting, "If you genuinely care for Isabella, pursue her boldly. However, given Isabella's esteemed lineage, your chances may improve if you achieve recognition as a prominent scholar." Chen Luo was momentarily speechless. It seemed Brittany was resolute in her belief and did not accept his denial. Suddenly, Brittany's expression shifted as she regarded Chen Luo thoughtfully. "Wait a moment. Your willingness to wager against Fiki using Isabella as collateral, allowing him to seek help from anyone, indicates that you are aware this problem is beyond Fiki, Douglas. In the Howard family, you have long known that the square root of 2 cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers, which is why you bid against Fiki, knowing he would inevitably lose, and the Howard family and the numerical faction would suffer defeat." Chen Luo gazed at Brittany in confusion. "Ms. Brittany, what are you talking about?" Brittany looked into Chen Luo's innocent eyes, her resolve wavering. To her, Blair's mathematical talent represented an innate brilliance. He consistently discovered what others could not, perceiving aspects that eluded others, whether it was the Rouse conundrum, the 9 bridges, or the discovery of new numbers. He had a knack for it all. The wager with Fiki might have stemmed from youthful bravado rather than the complexity she had imagined. Observing the bewildered and innocent Chen Luo, a wave of guilt washed over Brittany. How could she harbor doubts about her student, who had placed such unwavering trust in her? Unable to meet his gaze any longer, she stammered, "It's nothing. You should hurry to class." Chen Luo smiled and waved. "Goodbye, Ms. Brittany." Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Luo finally exhaled deeply. A 21-year-old honorary scholar, a 21-year-old senior mage, Ms. Brittany was not only astonishingly powerful, but also possessed a meticulous mind. A stark contrast to Isabella's naive charm. Thankfully, Chen Luo's mental fortitude and acting prowess had prevented him from revealing any flaws in her presence. This situation was exacerbated by Calvin and the others' ostentatious behavior, with the 4 vice-deans of St. Donna's Academy congregated at the classroom door. Onlookers might easily assume he had committed some grave offense. The Rouse Conundrum, the Edwin Prize, the 9 Bridges Problem, the Devil's Number. The students of Class 5, including history teacher Hank, did not believe Chen Luo had committed a crime, but recognized the significance of his accomplishments. By himself, he had instigated panic within the mathematical community, nearly toppling an entire faction and driving the Howard family to the brink of despair. Fiki's arrogance in the academy stemmed from the immense power wielded by the numerical faction and the Howard family, 2 seemingly insurmountable giants in the eyes of other students. With but a single question, Blair had caused these titans to crumble. Just a month prior, he had been regarded as the class's most hopeless student. Undoubtedly, following this incident, even if he achieved minimal success in magic, his future in mathematics was exceedingly bright. The continent of divine grace had no shortage of formidable mages. Centuries hence, names of great archmages would fade from memory, while the contributions of extraordinary scholars to the advancement of human knowledge would endure. In a brief span, the remarkable shift in Blair's demeanor rendered the teachers disinclined to teach and the students inattentive. Toby, seated beside Chen Luo, cast him a complex glance. He sensed that the Blair he had walked alongside just a month ago was now drifting ever farther away. Chapter 43, Combined Magic. Having experienced the role of a teacher, the scrutiny of dozens of eyes was but a trifling matter for Chen Luo. While basking in the glow of attention, he pondered the intricacies of magic. Regarding dual-element magic, he had contemplated a certain possibility the day before. The greatest utility of dual-element magic was not merely to showcase a fireball in one hand and a water sphere in the other. Instead, it should have more intricate applications. For instance, if one were to heat a water sphere with fire magic before casting it, bringing it to a boiling state, it would release a scalding water sphere, instantly augmenting the power of the water spell severfold. Traditionally, the water sphere spell was deemed somewhat superfluous among water apprentices. On one hand, it was undeniably convenient for tasks such as washing one's face, yet on the other, its sole function was cleanliness, rendering it ineffective for combat. Even if struck directly by a water sphere, the damage inflicted would be negligible, except, of course, when wielded by a high-level mage, as the impact of low-level spells executed by an advanced magician could be vastly different. However, if a mage were to unleash a boiling water sphere, its potency might rival that of a fireball. Moreover, combining wind and earth magic could summon a sandstorm, while seemingly of little consequence. It could serve as an excellent auxiliary in group battles, significantly impairing the enemy's visibility. Likewise, merging fire magic with earth magic would transform fire rain and meteor spells into fiery meteors, nearly doubling their destructive capacity. The combination of water and earth magic could create swamps, while the fusion of earth and wind could yield both formidable defense and powerful offense. Chen Luo's blue fireball was, in essence, a form of combined magic, not merely an amalgamation of magical elements, but a fusion of fire elements with elemental impurities. From another perspective, as fire requires oxygen to burn, extracting oxygen or concentrating inert gases such as nitrogen and carbon dioxide could greatly hinder fire mages. Furthermore, considering the general populace's limited understanding of air, directly removing oxygen from the atmosphere could potentially suffocate an opponent. To Chen Luo, magic should not be a rigid concept. He had already realized the potential of combined magic, yet this insight had yet to dawn upon the mages of the Divine Grace continent. Perhaps others had entertained similar thoughts, but the number of those capable of mastering dual elemental magic was exceedingly scant, demanding exceptional mental acuity. It was a game reserved for geniuses. Even if he were to disclose the principles behind his findings, widespread adoption would be implausible. What Chen Luo was undertaking had never been accomplished in the annals of magical history. He had no precedents to guide him, navigating the unknown terrain alone, experimenting to discern which elements he could control and which he could not. "Mr. Hank, I'm looking for Blair," came a voice from the classroom door, interrupting Chen Luo's contemplations about innovative magic. He turned to see Fiki standing at the entrance, glancing at Mr. Hank, inquiring, "May I step out?" In an unusual display, Mr. Hank beamed and replied, "Of course." Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at Fiki, rose from his seat, and walked toward the door. Upon seeing Fiki, Toby's expression shifted. The Howard family had suffered immense losses due to Blair, and was Fiki here to seek retribution? Hesitation flickered across his face, but in the next moment, he stood up and followed Chen Luo out of the classroom. In the corridor outside Class 5 of the second year, Fiki stood with his head bowed, paler than a ghost. The previous night had plunged him into the darkest depths of despair. A significant number of the Mathematical Society's members had collectively withdrawn, and 2 esteemed scholars from his family had renounced their affiliation, vowing never to study mathematics again. Confronted by the insurmountable despair of the dreaded number, he had heard his father's sighs and witnessed the panic and helplessness of his family's elders. The Mathematical Society was finished, and so was the Howard family. All of this stemmed from the bet he had made with Blair. In that moment, Blair appeared to him as a devil incarnate. As Chen Luo exited the classroom, he spotted the pale-faced Fiki with a young man beside him. The youth was of average height, with an unremarkable appearance and a sickly pallor, save for his bright, clear eyes. He regarded Chen Luo with a smile and said, "I am Abel Howard, pleased to meet you, remarkable young man." Following the events of the previous night, the Howard family had brought Fiki to meet him, and Chen Luo was uncertain of their intentions. After exchanging greetings with Chen Luo, Abel turned his gaze to Fiki and said, "Fiki." Fiki trembled, looking at Chen Luo, and bowed his head, saying, "Blair, I am sorry. I was wrong." Chen Luo, oblivious to their motives, glanced at him and replied, "At this point, I cannot save the Mathematical Society or the Howard family. Not that I could. Even if I wanted to, this is a price you must pay." The young man regarded him, shaking his head with a smile, saying, "Young man of truth, you misunderstand. The salvation of the Mathematical Society and the Howard family lies solely with us. I merely wish to meet you and allow Fiki to apologize." Chen Luo turned to Fiki and said, "In the future, do not pursue Isabella. Otherwise, I still have a few questions that remain unanswered." Fiki shuddered and quickly replied, "Blair, all past matters were my fault. I will keep my distance from Isabella henceforth." He was genuinely afraid. A single question had nearly led to the downfall of the Mathematical Society. If he were to pose a few more, the Howard family would be finished. Chen Luo gave him a dispassionate glance before turning to re-enter the classroom. Abel watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing his features as he softly uttered, "Thank you, young scholar." As Chen Luo reached the classroom door, he found Toby standing there, his gaze fixed intently in the direction Fiki and Abel had departed. His expression was one of disbelief as he asked, "Was that Abel Howard?" "Indeed." Toby nodded vigorously, saying, "Before you." He was heralded as the most likely to become the next scholar, but he later disappeared, and people presumed he was dead. By the way, what did he want with you? Who knows? Chen Luo shrugged. He sensed no malice from Abel. As for the true purpose behind his bringing Fiki, only Abel knew. Toby, puzzled, queried why. To practice magic together earlier, Chen Luo replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Do you not wish to be able to cast a fireball by the time you graduate next year? Toby faltered for a moment, excitement lighting up his face as he asked, Blair, do you intend to share your secrets of studying magic with me? In that moment, Toby had followed him out without hesitation. From that point onward, Chen Luo had genuinely recognized Toby as a friend, not merely as Blair's acquaintance, but as Chen Luo's friend. Blair was Blair, and Chen Luo was Chen Luo. Blair was the inept mage of St. Donis Academy, while Chen Luo was a lost soul in a foreign land. Though this friend was exceedingly crude, he was undoubtedly trustworthy in critical times. Toby's greatest aspiration was to become a remarkable magician. In his heart, he believed that Blair, who had managed to elevate himself from the very bottom of the class, a mere novice who could not conjure even a spark, to the swiftest and strongest individual in the entire second grade in such a short span of time, must possess some secret to mastering magic. If he could learn from Blair, perhaps he might even ascend to the position of the second fastest and second strongest in the class. The mere thought of this possibility sent shivers of excitement through him. Chen Luo shook his head and said, I'm afraid that's not feasible. Toby stared in bewilderment and asked, Why? Chen Luo replied, Because I am currently living with teacher Brittany. Toby's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Luo. Have you and teacher Brittany progressed to that stage? Don't get the wrong idea, Chen Luo stated calmly. It's merely cohabitation. I am here for the purpose of study. Toby looked at him earnestly and asked, Blair, search your conscience. Are you truly studying? Chen Luo shot him a sidelong glance and inquired, If not, then what? Chapter 44. A terrifying talent. After school in the morning, Chen Luo walked out of the classroom, heading towards the teacher's dormitory under Toby's envious gaze. The storage room in the library was cramped and reeked unpleasantly, failing to evoke a sense of home. However, his new residence was markedly different, though modest in size. It radiated warmth. He wished that the earlier incidents of the day would occur less frequently. The benefits for teachers at St. Donis Academy were commendable. with each individual granted a dormitory equivalent to a two-bedroom apartment, complete with a private kitchen and bathroom, which further pleased Qinluo with his new abode. Despite the scientific knowledge being quite rudimentary, many fields lagging behind even the European Middle Ages, the living facilities were relatively advanced. Each city boasted sewage systems, and the streets were remarkably clean, devoid of any foul odors, a stark contrast to the medieval European practice of disposing waste directly in the streets. This improvement was largely attributed to the application of magic, and Qinluo felt fortunate to have arrived in such a world, where at the very least, the environment was tolerable for a modern individual with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Brittany stood at the kitchen door, gazing at Qinluo with curiosity, inquiring, "Blair, do you intend to cook at home?" Qinluo nodded, replying, "This way, I can cook while practicing magic." Brittany's concerns eased. All students at the academy aspired to become powerful mages or esteemed scholars, with no one wishing to become a mere cook. If Blair sought to practice fire magic through cooking, it was hardly surprising. However, she had to admit that Blair's culinary skills were quite impressive. Today's breakfast far surpassed the bread she usually consumed. Qinluo glanced at Brittany and said, "If you find my cooking to your liking, I shall prepare an extra portion in the future." In Brittany's worldview, the purpose of eating was merely to satiate hunger. Yet, after tasting Blair's breakfast, she began to sense that dining could also be a source of enjoyment beyond mere sustenance. If she could indulge in Blair's culinary creations daily, she would happily forego her usual bread. Although she was internally enthusiastic, her modesty prevented her from immediately agreeing. Instead, she hesitated. "Would that be an inconvenience for you?" "Not at all." Qinluo shook his head, smiling. "In fact, cooking for two is easier than cooking for one. If you dislike my cooking, then I would find it more troublesome." "Well, then I shall dine with you at home from now on." Brittany nodded, adding, "I can pay you with silver coins." "If you say that, I would feel remiss to stay here," Qinluo replied. "Since you have graciously allowed me to reside here rent-free, how could I accept your silver, Miss Brittany?" After pondering, Brittany did not insist, saying, "If you require any ingredients, do let me know. I will purchase them." Brittany's financial situation was rather strained. Although teachers at St. Donis Academy earned a decent salary, the generally low agricultural yield on the Divine Grace continent meant that many seemingly ordinary ingredients were exorbitantly priced. Her modest salary might barely suffice for their meals. Qinluo, of course, could not voice such thoughts. Instead, he turned to Brittany and asked, "Ms. Brittany, is your major in wind magic?" In a world devoid of refrigerators, perishable ingredients could quickly degrade in quality, prompting Qinluo to consider creating a magical icebox for preservation. However, ice magic could only be wielded by advanced water mages. While Qinluo could produce ice without magic, it was cumbersome and not long-lasting. Magical ice creation was the most efficient method. Brittany listened to Qinluo's description and asked, "Do you seek a box made of ice?" Qinluo nodded, stating, "I needed to preserve ingredients." Brittany murmured, performing several gestures Qinluo had never seen before. In an instant, he witnessed water elements swiftly coalescing in the air, immediately freezing and causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Qinluo stared in awe, his lips parting in speechlessness. If magical apprentices were akin to high school students, then junior mages would be comparable to university undergraduates in another world. High school students study a wide array of subjects: language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, geography, only scratching the surface of each. At university level, students specialize in their fields of interest, dedicating themselves to a singular discipline. The more advanced the magic, the longer the casting time and the greater the difficulty in mastering it, leading mages to abandon the study of other magical disciplines after attaining junior status to focus on a specific area, thereby progressing further along the path of magic. Qinluo had initially assumed that Ms. Brittany was a senior wind mage, as he had observed her robe adorned with 3 silver lines resembling waves on the left side of her chest. However, ice magic could only be mastered by senior water mages. This indicated that Ms. Brittany was at least a dual-element mage, a feat as challenging as earning 2 doctoral degrees in entirely unrelated fields. Even more astonishing, she was only 21 years old, in another world. A 21-year-old with dual doctoral degrees would raise suspicions that they existed merely to fill a quota. Qinluo now shared a similar sentiment. Brittany waved her hand in front of his face, asking, "Is this what you envisioned?" Qinluo slowly nodded, observing the hollow, lidless icebox before him, saying, "Precisely." Brittany clapped her hands, remarking, "The ice created from the water elements can only last a day. After that, it will dissipate." However, We can simply regenerate it each night. At that moment, Chen Luo was unconcerned with such details. He looked at Brittany, questioning, Ms. Brittany. With your remarkable magical talent, why do you remain at St. Donis? While the position of mathematics teacher at St. Donis Academy was respectable, given her prowess and gifts, joining the Magic Association would surely elevate her status. Chen Luo could not fathom why she would choose to stay here. Because I enjoy it here. Brittany replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. I'm quite hungry, so let us get started. How can I assist you? Could you please help me wash the vegetables? I didn't tea by firewood this morning, and I'll need your assistance to boil the water in the pot. Brittany was reluctant to delve deeper into that topic, and Chen Luo chose not to pursue it. The choice of profession was hers alone. He had purchased a considerable amount of kitchenware that morning but had not procured many ingredients. Assessing what remained, he concluded he could only prepare a vegetable porridge. The Divine Grace continent boasted a variety of ingredients. Some were familiar to Chen Luo, while others were entirely new. In theory, the nobility should have access to superior culinary experiences, yet primitive cooking methods often led to wastefulness. After washing the rice, Chen Luo prepared to add it to the pot once the water boiled, casually turning to witness a remarkable scene. A vibrant crimson flame danced above. As the water in the pot began to boil, the vegetables prepared by Chen Luo were enveloped by another orb of water, suspended gracefully in the air. Meanwhile, teacher Brittany effortlessly employed wind magic to dispel the lingering aroma of smoke from the kitchen, humbling herself to a cheerful tune from her homeland. She embodied a spirit of lightheartedness and ease. Yesterday, Isabella had imparted a significant revelation to her, the realization that different schools of magic could be harmoniously intertwined. By sequentially communicating various magical elements, a sorcerer could simultaneously unleash spells from 4 distinct realms. Chen Luo stood there, utterly astonished. In that moment, he profoundly recognized that learning mathematics from teacher Brittany was the most prudent decision he had made since his arrival in this world. Chapter 45. The Celestial Disciple. The nutritional value of vegetable porridge is quite substantial. After starting work, Chen Luo resided alone in the teacher's dormitory and often prepared this porridge for himself. Of course, what attracted him was not merely its nutritional benefits, but the convenience of its preparation. He simply needed to saute the rice to a certain degree before adding his preferred vegetables and simmering it over low heat. With Chen Luo's mental prowess, he could only conjure a fleeting burst of intense flame, sufficient for stir-frying, yet he had yet to master the sustained and stable application of magic like Professor Brittany. This was not a matter of skill, but rather required formidable mental strength. Professor Brittany, a true high-level sorceress, could maintain her fire magic without it interfering with her other tasks. Half an hour later, as the aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, Brittany curiously inquired, Blair, when did you learn to cook? Even though she hadn't tasted it yet, the delightful fragrance assured her that the porridge must be exquisite. Chen Luo filled a bowl for himself and replied, I just experimented when I had some free time. Just as he picked up his spoon, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Soon after, Isabella entered, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was momentarily taken aback. Brittany and Blair were seated at the dining table, seemingly ready to enjoy their meal, and the enticing aroma made her swallow hard. Brittany glanced at Isabella and cheerfully asked, Isabella, have you eaten yet? Would you like to sample Blair's culinary skills? Isabella had just eaten a piece of bread and initially intended to decline. But the alluring scent that greeted her at the door compelled her to nod in agreement, saying, sure, reluctantly. Chen Luo stood up and served Isabella the last bowl of porridge, having originally reserved it for himself since he had eaten much that morning. Little did he anticipate that Isabella would arrive seeking a meal. During their meal, Isabella posed several magical inquiries to Professor Brittany, while Chen Luo remained silent. The meal concluded swiftly, and noticing Isabella's lack of inclination to wash the dishes, Chen Luo could not impose the task on Brittany, so he took it upon himself. Fortunately, after mastering the water ball spell, tasks like washing dishes became remarkably simple. Over the past few days, Chen Luo had come to understand that while water elements resemble water in form and properties, they are not water. Summoned from the void, they dissipate shortly thereafter. As Brittany and Isabella cleared the table, she turned to Isabella and asked, so, what do you think of Blair's cooking? It's decent, Isabella replied, absent-mindedly caressing her slightly protruding belly, suppressing the urge to lavish praise on Chen Luo. After all, he had already garnered enough accolades at the salon the previous night. Any additional praise might inflate his ego to an unbearable extent. Meanwhile, as Chen Luo washed the dishes, he silently lamented the added burden of cooking for more people. Those who frequently prepare meals know that cooking for two is simpler than for one, and for 3, even easier than for 2. However, the challenge lay in the fact that an extra mouth to feed meant more responsibilities. Chen-Luo was already struggling to support Professor Brittany. If Isabella continued to join them, he would soon find himself resorting to bread once more. Chen-Luo glanced at Professor Brittany with a sense of resignation, only to find her winking at him. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended her well-intentioned scheme. Both he and Professor Brittany were impoverished, whereas Isabella was a small fortune in her own right, lavishly spending gold without a second thought. Rather than Chen-Luo supporting both Brittany and Isabella, it would be more advantageous for Isabella to support them. However, that was not entirely accurate. Isabella would contribute financially, while Chen-Luo would provide labor, a perfectly reasonable exchange. Sharing a knowing glance with Brittany, they both smiled. Realizing that Blair had understood her intentions, Brittany felt relieved. Unlike other students, Blair and Isabella were her disciples, and she genuinely welcomed the prospect of their relationship deepening. Isabella's vivacious nature complemented Blair's steadfast demeanor perfectly. As a teacher, she would not overly meddle in her students' romantic lives, but since Blair had an affection for Isabella, she could create opportunities for them. Whether Blair could seize those moments was left to his own discretion. Judging by his reaction, he clearly grasped her thoughtful intentions. Brittany's words caught Isabella off guard. The St. Donis Academy was not particularly close to her home, so she typically remained at school for lunch, subsisting on bread or cake brought from home. Clearly, neither bread nor cake could compare to the deliciousness of Blair's cooking. Brittany's invitation aligned perfectly with her desires. Chen-Luo, of course, was not foolish enough to discuss finances with Isabella at this juncture. First, he needed to entice her to join him, treating her to delightful meals. Over time, she would likely feel compelled to contribute rather than take advantage of his hospitality. Although Isabella sensed something peculiar in Chen-Luo's words, she genuinely wished to grow taller. Her aspirations were modest. She did not dream of attaining the height of Professor Brittany, but rather hoped to be closer to that of the detestable Alice. After feigning hesitation for a moment, she finally nodded and said, "Well, all right then." Under Chen-Luo's earnest invitation, Isabella formally joined their ranks. However, this was not Chen-Luo's true objective. After enjoying Chen-Luo's meal, Isabella claimed his bed, lounging on the neatly arranged sheets, with the afternoon sun streaming through the window, casting a warm glow upon her. At that moment, Isabella resembled a languid cat. Leaning against the doorframe, Chen-Luo addressed her, "Isabella, Senior." Having indulged in a hearty meal, Isabella lay on the soft bed, resting her head on Chen-Luo's pillow. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, making her reluctant to open her eyes. And she lazily asked, "What is it?" Chen-Luo intended to discuss the matter of authorship on a paper. While this would not bestow them with significant honor, it would pave the way for their future endeavors. He had just conversed with Professor Brittany about this issue. Although he initially contemplated attributing the second authorship to his mentor, Brittany had declined to be named. As a genuine mathematical scholar, she had even turned down the Edwin Prize, making her current decision unsurprising to Chen-Luo. With the notion of keeping the benefits within their circle, Chen-Luo deemed it only fitting to offer this opportunity to Isabella. Of course, he planned to sweeten the deal with a couple of enticing incentives before proceeding with his intentions. Just as Chen-Luo finished speaking, Isabella, reclining on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The 9 bridges problem was a century-old conundrum that even great scholars had failed to resolve, yet Blair had managed to tackle it. Following the conventions of the mathematical community, this problem would henceforth be known as the Blair 9 bridges problem. Suddenly overwhelmed by immense joy, Isabella found her fatigue dissipating. The mathematical world had already been shaken by Blair's recent discovery of new numbers, and earlier that morning, Isabella had mused whether such numbers might eventually be termed Blair numbers. This thought had stirred a pang of envy within her. Would future mathematics textbooks be filled with Blair's name, Blair's theorem, Blair's problem, Blair's numbers? Reflecting upon it now, it was conceivable that they might share the spotlight. Especially since Blair had only her as a senior and Professor Brittany was unwilling to be named their S. One more thing. Chen-Luo leaned against the door and continued, "What does Isabella, Senior, enjoy eating? Tomorrow morning, I will buy some of your favorites at the market." Isabella's eyes glazed over, momentarily consumed by the overwhelming happiness that clouded her mind. Chapter 46. The disciple behind closed doors. In a fleeting moment, Chen-Luo's slightly gaunt figure radiated brilliance in Isabella's eyes. She recalled her previous misconceptions, believing him to be rude, lacking grace, and devoid of principles. With nothing but gold coins in his sight, a wave of profound shame surged within her. Observing Isabella's expression, Chen Luo realized he had skillfully ensnared her emotions. In that instant, he felt akin to a cunning fox revealing its tail to the unsuspecting maiden on the bed. Isabella suddenly lifted her head and inquired, "Ah, are those foods expensive?" Chen Luo nodded slightly. "If it is merely white bread, it would be quite affordable. However, the fare reserved for nobility is rather costly." His words were truthful. To merely stave off hunger, a few silver coins could sustain one for a month. Yet, indulging in culinary delights daily would indeed be a financial burden, sufficient to bankrupt an average minor noble. Without hesitation, Isabella retrieved her purse, pouring forth a pile of gold coins, and presented them to Chen Luo, asking, "Is this enough? If not, I shall provide more tomorrow." A hint of hesitation crossed Chen Luo's face as he replied, "But this is your money, Isabella." She waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Regardless, this money is not for you. It is meant for me and teacher Branny to procure ingredients." "Very well, thank you, Senior Isabella." Chen Luo accepted the gold coins from her delicate hand, estimating there to be a dozen or so. It would suffice for their sustenance for quite some time. However, despite having obtained the coins through legitimate means, he couldn't shake the feeling of being financially supported. But this was certainly not the case. There are no free lunches in this world. This was merely Isabella's advance payment for her own provisions, as she was still in her developmental phase. Subsisting solely on bread lacked nutrition. Chen Luo felt a sense of duty to care for her well-being. As her only junior, he bore this responsibility. Ultimately, he successfully rationalized away his disordered thoughts, reminding himself that they were merely fellow disciples. Why should he harbor any ulterior motives towards Isabella? She, having wealth, considered him, and they were merely complementing each other's needs. The notion of financial support was utterly mundane. With this perspective, he felt significantly more at ease. "Blair, Isabella, come out here for a moment." Just as Chen Luo stored away the coins, Branny's voice resonated from outside. Isabella climbed off the bed, and together with Chen Luo, they exited his room. Without a second thought, Isabella declared, "I wish to major in wind magic, just like teacher Branny." Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at her, wondering if she was aware that Branny had already attained an advanced level in water magic. This indicated that she was at least an advanced dual-element mage, possibly even a triple-element one. Wind magic, while immensely powerful in later stages, does not significantly enhance combat prowess before one becomes an advanced mage. Branny regarded Isabella and continued, "Moreover, as a girl, it is vital to protect yourself. You might consider earth magic, as its defensive capabilities are the strongest among the four elements." Isabella resolutely replied, "The robes of earth magic are simply too unappealing. I believe I can become an outstanding wind mage, just like teacher Branny." Branny nodded, not intervening in Isabella's choice, and said, "Your mental strength is already quite formidable. In a couple of days, I shall begin teaching you the levitation spell." The levitation spell, a basic wind magic, allows a mage to lift objects of a designated weight to a specified height, enabling them to pass the assessment and become a formal junior wind mage. Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Isabella could potentially become a junior mage before graduation. At her age, she was already considered a magical prodigy. After all, many individuals spend decades struggling at the apprentice level. Once Branny finished speaking, she turned to Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, which element do you intend to focus on?" Chen Luo had pondered this question before. Among the four elements, fire mages were the most numerous, primarily because, although fire magic was not the most potent, it was stable and balanced. From the apprentice level, fire magic already inflicted a degree of damage. And as one's magical level increased, so too did the power of their spells. In contrast, while wind and water magic exhibited remarkable capabilities in later stages, especially wind magic, which posed significant challenges for opponents at the same level due to their profound understanding of wind elements and swift movements. These two elements primarily served supportive roles in the early stages. The earth element fared only slightly better than wind and water. Not everyone could achieve the status of an advanced mage at the age of 20, like teacher Branny. Most mages, throughout their entire lives, never reach her current level. Consequently, there were few mages who specialized in wind and water magic. In fact, the combined number of mages from the other three elements was less than that of fire mages. For Chen Luo, his ability to communicate and manipulate magical elements with ease rendered the choice of specialization less critical. His greatest obstacle in learning magic lay in his mental strength. Given ample time, he wished to explore all four elements. However, he could not divulge this to teacher Branny. After some contemplation, he replied, "I suppose fire magic." This was a rather moderate choice, aligning with the preferences of most mages. Chen Luo's decision was anticipated by Branny, who nodded and remarked, "Most mages choose to specialize in fire magic. The apprentice spells of fire magic require little technique, and you have already learned them. Your sole focus now should be to enhance your mental strength and, like Isabella, to swiftly complete your junior mage certification." Chen Luo nodded, affirming, "I understand, Teacher Branny." Branny paused for a moment before looking at him again and said, "That you became my student to study mathematics, it seems you also aspire to become an exceptional mage. Being a scholar and a mage need not be mutually exclusive. Besides mathematics, I can teach you some magic as well. You may study magic alongside Isabella henceforth." Branny gazed at Chen Luo, fully aware of her desire for her students to achieve greater success in mathematics. Yet, she understood that becoming a powerful mage was his dream. As a teacher, how could she bear to extinguish her students' aspirations? Blair was a student she held in high regard, and she hoped he could pursue what he loved alongside his studies. No one understood better than her the exquisite feeling of engaging in one's passions. Chen Luo had awaited this affirmation for quite some time, especially after witnessing her strength and talent, which reinforced his conviction. To become a dual-element, or even multi-element advanced mage by the age of 21, Teacher Branny's gifts transcended the limits of ordinary mages. She was indeed a true darling of the gods. Learning magic from her would provide him with far more than he could acquire in the classroom. Without hesitation, he nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Branny." Isabella was not merely a student of mathematics under Teacher Branny. She also learned magic from her. From this moment forward, Chen Luo and Isabella stood as equals, both students of Branny. As co-disciples of Teacher Branny, their relationship transformed into that of fellow practitioners. With this bond of shared learning, mutual assistance became a natural expectation, eliminating any notions of financial support. Chapter 47, Martial Arts Within the Confines of the Living Room. Chen Luo and Isabella sat upon the sofa, attentively listening to Professor Brittany impart her wisdom regarding magic. With a contemplative gaze directed at them, she began. "Magic is a divine gift, and anyone endowed with magical talent should not squander it. However, as competent sorcerers, you must not place too much trust in magic alone." Without pausing, she continued to elucidate for Chen Luo and Isabella. "As I have previously mentioned, although the gods have granted us the ability to wield magic, the lengthy incantations and intricate gestures often leave sorcerers unable to cast spells in critical moments." After demonstrating a fireball spell with deliberate incantation and gesture, she further articulated, "A sorcerer who cannot cast spells in time is no different from an ordinary person. To compensate for this limitation, many sorcerers also train in martial arts to prepare for close encounters. An exceptional warrior is not necessarily an exceptional sorcerer, but a truly skilled sorcerer is undoubtedly an adept warrior." Chen Luo recognized the truth in her words, having heard them before. This limitation would gradually diminish with the enhancement of magical proficiency, allowing for swifter spellcasting, yet for magical apprentices, the one who resorts to magic first in a fight often finds themselves at a disadvantage. Despite Toby's dismal magical performance in class, he was, in fact, one of the strongest boys, second only to Chen Luo in combat. The time it took for Bud to cast a fireball spell would allow Toby to knock him down 8 times. In reality, Toby would likely have subdued him before he could finish the incantation. It was evident that Brittany had not yet forgiven Chen Luo for covering her mouth during her spellcasting. As he feigned attentiveness, deliberately ignoring Isabella's gaze, Professor Brittany regarded Chen Luo and Isabella, speaking earnestly. "In many situations, the ability to fight is more crucial than magic itself. I hope you come to realize this sooner rather than later. Hence, before teaching you magic, I intend to instruct you in martial arts." Chen Luo had already witnessed Brittany's prowess in combat. Having trained in Sansho for several years, he could manage multiple opponents of similar stature in open spaces. Yet he felt utterly outmatched by Brittany. In truth, engaging with her would result in an instant defeat. This was the formidable nature of wind sorcery. Its swiftness combined with exceptional combat skills rendered its practitioners nearly invincible among their peers. Standing, Brittany cast a levitation spell, moving the furniture to the corners of the room and clearing a substantial area. With a gentle breeze spell, she swept away the dust before turning to Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, attempt to strike me." Chen Luo promptly shook his head, fully aware of his limitations. Despite Brittany's innocent and charming appearance, she could incapacitate him without the use of magic. Brittany, observing his hesitation, reassured him, "There is no need for fear. I merely wish to illustrate the fundamentals of combat. I assure you, I will not truly harm you." "I'll go first, then. I've just learned a bit of martial arts. Please let me know where I may falter." Isabella eagerly volunteered, looking at Chen Luo with a playful challenge. Brittany, noticing this as an opportunity for Chen Luo to interact with Isabella, nodded in agreement, cautioning, "Very well. But Isabella, be careful not to injure Blair." "Rest assured, I shall show restraint," Isabella replied, her excitement palpable. She then turned to Chen Luo, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Blair, are you afraid of me as well?" A wise individual understands the situation, accurately assessing their own strength, knowing when to be cautious and when to advance. Charging forward recklessly is the mark of a fool, while retreating in all circumstances is a sign of cowardice. Clearly, Chen Luo felt confident enough to engage with Isabella. Thus, he stepped forward to face her, saying, "I kindly ask you, Senior Isabella, to show mercy." Isabella, brimming with anticipation, imagined the scene of Chen Luo begging for mercy beneath her prowess. The moment he stepped forward, she launched her attack. This time, she was determined to make him regret silencing her last time. Chen Luo swiftly retreated, evading Isabella's initial strike while seizing her wrist. With his other hand, he paused momentarily before placing it upon her delicate neck. Applying gentle pressure caused Isabella to lose her balance and fall backward. This maneuver resembled a grappling technique. Though he had not formally studied it, he had learned a few useful moves. With her wrist captured and neck held, a slight exertion from Chen Luo would send Isabella tumbling. Just before she hit the ground, Chen Luo shifted his grip to support her neck, preventing a fall. To Brittany, this scene appeared as if Chen Luo was half-squatting, with Isabella lying in his embrace, their gazes locked in a moment filled with unspoken emotion. Looking down at the bewildered Isabella, Chen Luo apologized. "My apologies, Senior Isabella." Brittany quickly stepped forward to assist Isabella, gazing at Chen Luo in astonishment. "Blair, have you had prior martial arts training?" "I merely glanced at some books," Chen Luo replied sheepishly. "I learned just a little from them." Isabella stood in a daze, her expression blank, as she grappled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. The blow to her ego was devastating, leading her to believe she would forever be overshadowed by Blair. Reflecting on Chen Luo's combat techniques, which she had never witnessed before, Brittany regarded him with intrigue, stating, "Blair, this time I will not use magic. I invite you to attack me again." Chen Luo, at best a martial arts enthusiast, knew that with Brittany employing wind magic, she could easily overwhelm him as she had done with Isabella. However, if she refrained from using magic and relied solely on martial arts, he might possess a fighting chance. After all, the most daunting aspect of Brittany was her remarkable speed. Should he be granted an opportunity to react, he might not necessarily falter. Nodding in determination, he addressed Brittany earnestly. "Professor Brittany, please be cautious." Before he could finish his thought, he assumed a combat stance. Yet, it was then that the anticipated confrontation fell short. Chen Luo had presumed that, given his skill, he could hold his ground against Brittany without her employing wind magic. However, reality proved otherwise. This time, he managed to endure only 10 seconds before finding himself in Brittany's embrace, much like he had done with Isabella moments earlier. Chapter 48. The symbol of evil in the aftermath of his second encounter with Professor Brittany. Following an inevitable and devastating defeat, Chen Luo's illusions were shattered, leading him to confront a harsh reality. Setting aside Brittany's astonishing magical talent, her combat skills were undeniably at a professional level. Many may lack an understanding of what professional truly means, but Chen Luo was acutely aware. One must never challenge others' livelihoods with mere hobbies. Someone like Chen Luo, who had dabbled in a few years of Sanda, would find himself on his knees pleading for mercy within mere seconds when faced with a true professional fighter. This was a blatant demonstration of the dominance of expertise over amateurism. Chen Luo was certain that Professor Brittany had undergone extensive and formal combat training, and that it had spanned several years. Otherwise, no matter how gifted she was, it would be impossible for her to overpower him so swiftly without at least a decade of dedicated practice. It was clear that ordinary families lacked the means to receive magical education from a young age, let alone combat training. A 21-year-old dual-system advanced magician and a 21-year-old combat expert, such a juxtaposition spoke volumes. Chen Luo looked up at Brittany, feeling an even greater sense of mystery surrounding her. Curiosity aside, he knew that if Brittany chose not to divulge her past, he would not pry into it. Brittany was both his teacher and roommate. Regardless of her identity or origins, that fact would remain unchanged. As Brittany helped Chen Luo to his feet, a look of astonishment crossed her face as she remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Blair's combat style appears to be a comprehensive system of fighting. Could it be that you have created this new system yourself?" Chen Luo was taken aback. Not only was Brittany powerful, but her insight was piercingly acute. With just a few moves, she discerned that this was not a series of isolated techniques. but rather a distinct combat style that diverged from this world's magical and combat systems. Naturally, he could not claim it was his own creation, even if he could. Brittany would hardly believe him. If he were capable of such innovation, it would have been Brittany who found herself pinned beneath him moments ago. Chen Luo sensed a profound significance in Isabella's gaze, a steadfastness intertwined with determination. His intuition told him that her fervent desire to master combat techniques was not solely for the sake of becoming an exceptional magician and warrior. She may very well aspire to one day overpower him, just as he had done to her, to avenge her earlier humiliation. Based on his understanding of Isabella, this speculation was not entirely unfounded. In the realm of divine grace, while magic dominated, the gradual recognition of its shortcomings had led to the evolution of combat techniques to compensate for the slow casting speed. Unlike magic, which primarily served long-range engagements, combat techniques had flourished over centuries, giving rise to various schools of thought. Just as Earth boasts Sanda, Taekwondo, Tai Chi, and Wing Chun, so too did this world have its own diverse combat styles, each with its unique emphasis yet sharing commonalities. The principal distinction between combat techniques here and martial arts in another realm lay in their ability to integrate with magic. Wind mages executed swift movements. Ice mages could conjure sharp ice blades at will, fire mages infused weapons with fiery elements, and earth mages could coalesce earth elements into formidable armor, yielding astonishing defensive capabilities. This fusion of magic and combat not only mitigated the weaknesses of magic but also enhanced combat techniques, granting warriors ranged attack capabilities and magicians close-quarters combat skills, gradually developing a combat system that was utterly distinct from those found on Earth. While Sanda was indeed a form of combat technique, Chen Luo preferred not to delve deeper into this topic. Looking at Professor Brittany, he sheepishly admitted, "It's not exactly my creation. I've merely experimented with various ideas after reading extensively." "It's of little significance." Brittany shook her head, stating, "No, your combat system appears to possess greater practicality. Had that been a battlefield confrontation, Isabella would have met her demise at your hands." Isabella lowered her head, feeling as though she had taken a hit to the heart. Sanda was inherently a highly confrontational combat skill, and had Chen Luo possessed the prowess of a professional, he might not have succumbed to Brittany's superiority. He smiled and replied, "I've only managed to devise a few techniques." Brittany did not linger on the matter, saying, "It's getting late. You both should head to class. From now on, I shall instruct you in combat and magic at this time every day." As they made their way to the classroom, just before parting ways, Chen Luo suggested, "Isabella, if you're free after school, shall we go grocery shopping together?" Isabella waved her hand in acknowledgement, signaling her agreement. Having a junior who surpassed her in every regard was indeed a rather humbling experience. Who truly was the senior here? Chen Luo felt it necessary to introduce Isabella to the cost of living in Yabo City, although she trusted him implicitly. Certain matters were better illuminated in the light of day to prevent her from suspecting that he might be using the pretense of grocery shopping to exploit her financially. Before classes commenced, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Chen Luo sat at his desk, overhearing many students still discussing the events of the previous evening. Through Sui, who shared that her grandfather held a position in the Mathematics Association, he learned of the aftermath of the salon incident, the emergence of irrational numbers. While not a significant issue for other mathematicians, had shaken the foundations of the number school, delivering a substantial blow to both the school and the Howard family. The immediate consequence of this incident was that within a single night, a multitude of scholars withdrew from the number school, causing its overall strength to plummet from a prestigious university faction to a modest one. As the news spread, this decline was likely to continue. Even if the number school did not dissolve entirely, it would lose its former glory, dwindling into a minor faction. This highlighted the most fatal flaw of schools that relied on philosophy or religion for cohesion. Once their tenets were overturned, their foundational beliefs crumbled, leading to the disintegration of the entire institution. In contrast, those schools focused purely on mathematical research would remain largely unaffected as long as they updated their knowledge in a timely manner, experiencing only a temporary period of confusion and panic. To everyone's surprise, the Howard family, confronted with the inexplicable nature of the square root of 2, candidly acknowledged their mistake and promptly corrected their erroneous claims. They declared to the entire mathematical community that, in addition to integers and numbers expressible as ratios of integers, a third category of numbers existed. The previous assertions of the number school were incorrect, and they were willing to accept their errors and amend them, though the Howard family's statement did not completely salvage the number school. It mitigated the impact of the situation and preserved a portion of its influence. Another matter related to the Howard family also stirred considerable controversy among scholars. The academic atmosphere in this world was evidently much more favorable than that of another realm. At least the number school openly admitted its faults rather than resorting to imprisoning Chen Luo and casting him into the sea. Truth cannot be concealed. The discovery of irrational numbers represented both the demise and rebirth for the Howard family and the number school. Of course, the fate of the number school and the future trajectory of the Howard family were of little concern to Chen Luo. What troubled him most was that, despite being the discoverer of truth, a witness to history, and a driving force behind the advancement of contemporary mathematics, he was indubitably a positive figure. Yet he learned from Sui that some scholars, whose beliefs had been shattered by Chen Luo's revelations, secretly branded him as the harbinger of evil, the embodiment of wickedness. Chapter 49. Home normal individuals, often referred to as harbingers of evil or symbols of wickedness, likely do not possess a cheerful disposition. Chen Luo, too, was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. Yet upon reflection, he realized that an ordinary person would hardly engage in actions that could dismantle the very foundation of a belief system. The fact that he had neither been bound nor cast into the sea to feed the fish could be deemed a fortunate outcome, leading him to find solace swiftly. The reason today was not the day for such considerations was due to his plans for the afternoon. After school, he had arranged to accompany Isabella and teacher Brittany on a shopping expedition for ingredients. Since it was a collaboration between the three of them, Chen Luo could not afford to be self-centered. Women inherently possess a fascination for shopping. However, this does not extend to the procurement of vegetables. Teacher Brittany and Isabella ventured off to browse, leaving all decisions in Chen Luo's capable hands. This was a reflection of their usual habits. It was not only Isabella and Brittany. For all individuals in this realm, food was merely a means to sustain life. Given the already primitive and barbaric methods of cooking, few sought to indulge in culinary pleasures. In matters of sustenance, Chen Luo's perspective diverged significantly from theirs. The Chinese, at their core, embody an unyielding passion for food. He could reside in a storeroom, don the tattered garments of Blair, yet he could not subsist solely on bread 3 times a day, even if it were Alice's delightful cream bread. If eating were merely a matter of satiating hunger, what meaning would life hold? After completing the shopping for ingredients, Chen Luo visited the blacksmith, where he found the iron wok he needed had been crafted. Additionally, he procured a few pairs of chopsticks from the carpenter. Compared to Western utensils, the ancestral tools were far more intuitive to use. For Chen Luo, mastering magic was undoubtedly a priority, as he aspired to reach the exalted rank of a saint mage. Nevertheless, life should also be imbued with a touch of elegance, even in this unfamiliar world. One must not neglect the pleasures of the palate, such as the inherent romanticism of the Chinese spirit. After accomplishing these tasks, he devoted some time to locating Isabella and teacher Brittany in a boutique specializing in women's accessories. Isabella had purchased a lovely white hat adorned with lace and a feather of indeterminate origin, exuding an air of refinement. For reasons unknown, the women here seemed to have a peculiar fondness for hats. During academic salons, Chen Luo had observed many women donning extravagant headwear, likely a trend among the nobility. Teacher Brittany acquired a purple scarf that complemented her well. As Chen Luo walked alongside the two, they attracted envious glances from numerous men. This shift in attention prompted Chen Luo, who initially intended to prepare a simple noodle dish for dinner and then meditate, to reconsider his plans. Isabella was, after all, his benefactor. If she were dissatisfied with his culinary skills, he would have to rely on selling papers to sustain himself and teacher Brittany. Given that Brittany's financial situation was equally precarious, as she had not charged him rent, he felt reluctant to ask her for money. To win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach. Chen Luo knew that only by winning Isabella's affections could he secure her financial support. Thus, for the afternoon meal, he poured all his effort into crafting dishes that showcased his culinary prowess. For the three of them, Brittany, Isabella, and himself, he prepared 4 dishes along with a soup. The 2 meat dishes included braised fish and lotus leaf chicken. Not having located any chili peppers in the market and being aware that the local diet favored milder flavors, he hesitated to prepare anything too spicy. After all, if he displeased Isabella, she might withdraw her support, and he could find himself without a second benefactor. The 2 vegetable dishes comprised a stir-fried vegetable common in this region and hand-torn cabbage. The soup was a mushroom broth that Chen Luo simmered for over an hour, ensuring it would be ready when all the dishes were complete. Outside, Brittany was instructing Isabella in combat techniques. Chen Luo approached the window and called out, "Teacher Brittany." "Senior Isabella, dinner is ready." As Isabella approached the door, ready to enter, She suddenly inhaled deeply, puzzled by the unfamiliar aroma. It was a scent she had never encountered before, not floral, nor the pleasant fragrance of teacher Brittany, but an enticing aroma that made her mouth water uncontrollably. Not only did Isabella react, but Brittany, too, could not suppress a slight movement in her throat upon catching the scent. They both turned their gazes toward the table laden with dishes, a stark contrast to the bread they were accustomed to. These were foods they had never seen before. What followed could only be described as a whirlwind of consumption. Chen Luo's culinary skills might have been average, yet the outcome had long been anticipated. This was not mere self-assurance, but rather a firm belief in the excellence of traditional Chinese cuisine. Food is regarded as the essence of life. Throughout history, the Chinese have pursued culinary perfection, and in this era, where sustenance is often reduced to mere survival, Chen Luo possessed the invaluable knowledge accumulated by countless gastronomes over centuries. After the meal, Isabella reclined comfortably on the sofa, unconsciously caressing her slightly protruding abdomen, lacking all semblance of ladylike decorum. Chen Luo could not help but steal glances at her. Isabella often labeled herself a lady, yet both Alice and teacher Brittany exhibited far more grace. After all, a true lady would not touch her stomach in the presence of a gentleman. Sensing Chen Luo's gaze, Isabella's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "What are you staring at? It's all your fault." It seemed excessive to blame the chef for the deliciousness of the food when she felt she had overindulged, and her sentence trailed off abruptly. Chen Luo hastily averted his eyes, realizing that staring at a lady's midsection was the behavior of a scoundrel. The 4 dishes were devoured entirely, with not a drop of the mushroom broth remaining. Isabella patted her belly contentedly, convinced that her 10 gold coins had been well spent. Until today, she had never imagined such delectable sustenance existed. The chefs in her household were limited to baking bread and cakes, or curing fish. They never utilized mushrooms for soup, as they were typically reserved for roasting. She had once believed that honey cream cake was the pinnacle of culinary delight, never considering the vast differences in flavor that could exist among similar dishes. This was Brittany's first experience with such distinctly different cuisine as well. But she displayed far more restraint than Isabella. Once reaching a satisfied 6/10 fullness, she set down the utensils she had learned to call chopsticks. For the previous 20 years, she had been accustomed to using knives and forks, finding them convenient for cutting bread and meat alike. Chinese cuisine, however, necessitated the use of chopsticks. Brittany observed Chen Luo wielding the slender wooden implements with dexterity, and soon she attempted to emulate him. Initially, she struggled to control them, but her skills improved rapidly. Though not yet as adept as Chen Luo, she found herself maneuvering the chopsticks with increasing ease. Isabella, too, learned quickly, overcoming her initial difficulties until the table was graced by the sight of 3 pairs of chopsticks deftly at work. Though Brittany and Isabella's movements with the chopsticks were still somewhat clumsy, to Chen Luo, there was an undeniable warmth in the scene. In a world predominantly populated by individuals with light hair and blue eyes, where those with dark hair and eyes were deemed outliers, it was a rare and cherished moment to share a meal with 2 companions, using chopsticks to enjoy a home-cooked meal. For the first time, Chen Luo felt a sense of belonging in this unfamiliar realm. After Brittany finished washing the dishes and neatly arranging them, she turned her gaze toward Chen Luo, momentarily taken aback. In Brittany's heart, her brilliant student has always embodied rationality, possessing a maturity and composure that is rarely seen at their age. She had never witnessed such an emotion flicker in his eyes. This sentiment was not foreign to her, as it occasionally manifested within her own being. Gazing out the window, Brittany softly remarked, "He must be longing for home." Isabella, perplexed, murmured, "But isn't this his home? Alone in a foreign realm." Although Chen Luo forcibly buried certain emotions deep within, he occasionally found it impossible to suppress his yearning for home. Fortunately, after a restful slumber, that melancholic feeling dissipated. Toby arrived today earlier than usual and appeared particularly spirited. Once seated, he exclaimed excitedly, "Blair, I just saw Senior Alice again." Chen Luo opened his mathematics textbook and casually inquired, "Aren't you fond of Senior Isabella?" A hesitant expression crossed Toby's face as he replied, "Though Senior Isabella is more beautiful, Senior Alice is truly remarkable." Just then, Alice entered through the back door of the classroom, a smile gracing her features as she looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, what were you all saying about me just now?" Chapter 50. The Senior Slayer. Toby slowly turned around, his gaze falling upon Alice, who stood just behind them, his expression turning blank. Alice smiled gently and said, "It's no trouble at all. If Blair Jr. likes it, I can bring it to you every day." Although honey butter bread is delightful, consuming it daily could become tiresome. Moreover, Chen Luo was no longer alone. He He was responsible for preparing breakfast for 3. Ever since Isabella savored Chen Luo's culinary mastery last night, she had decided to dine at school for all her meals. Chen Luo had no objections, as she had paid for it, having accepted her gold coins. He felt obliged to cater to her appetite, a fundamental principle of decency. Looking at Alice, Chen Luo politely replied, "Thank you, Alice Sr., but there's no need. I merely forgot to bring the bread yesterday." Alice smiled again, not insisting further, instead lightly waving her small notebook and asking, "Blair Jr., may I pose a few mathematical queries?" Chen Luo nodded, saying of course. It would be quite ungracious to refuse such a reasonable request, especially after having enjoyed her bread just the day before. Furthermore, it was common for girls to approach him under the pretense of seeking help with their studies. Alice stepped closer, inquiring of Toby, "Could you?" "I'm leaving right away," Toby said without hesitation, swiftly vanishing from Chen Luo's sight. Alice seemed genuinely there to seek assistance, posing several mathematics questions that were indeed challenging for a third-grade level. Chen Luo, out of professional habit, relished the process of explaining problems, particularly mathematical ones. After listening to his explanations, Alice remained silent for a while before exclaiming, "Blair is truly a mathematical genius. Our math teacher could not clarify it as well." Chen Luo humbly replied, "It is Alice Sr.'s quick wit that makes it easy." As he concluded the discussion, the class was about to commence. After thanking him, Alice departed the classroom. No sooner had she left than Toby slipped in. As soon as he sat down, he could not contain his curiosity. Blair, what did Alice Sr. want from you?" Chen Luo replied, "She asked me about some math problems. Didn't you hear?" Toby, with a look of disbelief, said, "Alice Sr. hails from a family of mathematicians. They boast several scholars. What could she possibly need to ask you about? And she even wants to bring you breakfast daily. What exactly is your relationship with Alice Sr.? Does Isabella Sr. know? Does Miss Brittany know? Out of the 3 of them, who do you like the most?" Chen Luo ignored Toby's rapid-fire questions. It was indeed peculiar that Alice sought him out for help when her family was filled with scholars. Their acquaintance was minimal. Yet she seemed eager to deliver him lavish honey butter bread daily, as if they were longtime friends. Had he not known his own burgeoning reputation in the mathematical circles of Yabo City, he might have thought that Alice was sent by her family to befriend him. Perhaps even to compete with Isabella for his affections. Since Isabella's recent folly and the bet that transpired with Feichi at the salon, rumors of a romance between Chen Luo and Isabella had grown rampant in St. Donis. After all, they were frequently seen together, appearing as if they were a couple in love. With Isabella's affections for him, and now Alice seemingly entranced, it was no wonder that the other girls felt disheartened. They lacked the confidence to compete with Isabella and Alice, regretting that they had not recognized his worth before he became so accomplished. Chen Luo had little time to heed the whispers around him. He had much to accomplish. Calvin had urged him to finish those 2 papers, which he had completed. And with the weekend approaching, he planned to deliver them. Additionally, he intended to visit the Magic Association during the weekend. He did not wish to squander the monthly coin fee for borrowing books. As for Toby, having promised to assist him, Chen Luo felt it necessary to invest some effort. Toby's magical talent was rather mediocre, and since Chen Luo shed the title of a magic failure, that label had fallen upon Toby. To date, while everyone else in the class could conjure fireballs of varying sizes, Toby could only manage a few sparks. This was undoubtedly linked to his laziness, but it was evident that his aptitude for magic was rather average. "Have you tried magic from other disciplines?" Chen Luo inquired, realizing he could not alter Toby's inherent talent and would have to approach the situation from a different angle. The 4 fundamental magical elements differ in affinity among individuals. Some are more attuned to fire, while others resonate with water. Typically, these differences are minor, but some individuals are naturally predisposed to a particular element, possessing affinities that far surpass others, resulting in exponential ease in mastering spells of that type. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in tens of thousands. In educational settings, instructors generally teach fireball spells for convenience in management and assessment, as magic apprentices do not specialize until they become junior mages. No. Toby shook his head, admitting that he could not even cast a competent fireball spell and had never attempted magic from the other 3 elements. With time to spare, Chen Luo had self-studied the apprentice spells from the other 3 elements beyond fireball spell, provided one's mental fortitude was sufficient. Most individuals could cast these spells on their first attempt, albeit with minimal potency. Chen Luo himself exhibited no disparity in affinity across the 4 magical elements. He could instantaneously conjure fireballs, water spheres, gentle breezes, and earthen shields. If there were a rating system for elemental affinity, he would surely rank at the highest level. Looking at Toby, he suggested, why not try the apprentice spells from the other 3 elements? The spells from those disciplines were not included in the textbooks, and Shinluo had learned them only after consulting Ms. Brittany. He shared the incantations, gestures, and methods to communicate with the other 3 elements with Toby. After countless attempts, Shinluo ultimately concluded that Toby's magical aptitude was indeed quite limited. He showed minimal affinity for any of the 4 elements. Among them, his affinity for water and wind was even less than that for fire, while he demonstrated a slightly stronger, albeit still limited, connection to earth. He could barely envelop his fist with a layer of earthen armor, which at least provided greater striking power than a few errant sparks. Patting Toby on the shoulder, he encouraged, focus on enhancing your mental fortitude. Perhaps you may consider specializing in earth magic in the future. Toby felt disheartened by the reality of his lackluster magical talent. Even with diligent effort, he found it challenging to achieve the same accomplishments as those more gifted than him. Indeed, those with greater innate talent often worked harder, leaving Toby to question the value of his own efforts. With a magical aptitude that fell below average, it was evident that Toby would struggle to become a high-ranking mage through sheer perseverance alone. While it is true that history has seen a few legendary magicians of modest talent achieving great accomplishments, their number is exceedingly scarce, and the effort they exerted is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As the school bell rang, Toby, with a heavy heart, bid farewell to Shinluo and exited the classroom, his head bowed low. Suddenly, with a loud thud, he accidentally collided with another student who fell to the ground. The young boy, having scraped his backside against the stones, was on the verge of tears as he pointed an accusatory finger at Toby, exclaiming, "You blind fool, Toby." In his own disheartened state, Toby did not even glance in the boy's direction and continued to walk away. This enraged the boy further, and after surveying his friends who helped him up, he pointed at Toby and shouted, "Get him." Although St. Donis Academy forbids students from fighting, it was evident that Toby had instigated the situation. Almost as soon as the boy's words left his lips, his companions charged at Toby. Frustrated and unwilling to tolerate further provocation, Toby furiously dropped his backpack and rushed toward the group. At that moment, Shinluo, who had just exited the classroom, witnessed the unfolding scene. Toby, standing at a mere 5 feet 7 inches tall, yet weighing approximately 200 pounds, was in an entirely different league than the 4 boys who attacked him. Despite his slightly slower pace, the punches thrown at him had little effect, and a gentle collision from Toby was sufficient to send his opponent sprawling. Remarkably, he even managed to coat his fists with a layer of earth-like armor before engaging. So while he initially endured a few blows, his retaliatory strike was powerful enough to force one opponent to bend over, incapacitated and on the ground. By the time all 4 boys lay defeated, Toby looked down at them from his towering height, menacingly asking, "Do you wish to continue?" The boys shook their heads vigorously and scrambled away in retreat. Toby picked up his backpack, dusted himself off, and turned to wave at Shinluo, saying, "Blair, see you tomorrow." Shinluo gazed at him thoughtfully for a moment before inquiring, "Have you ever considered becoming a warrior?" Chapter 51. The Superfluous Magic in the Continent of Divine Grace. A magician is merely a profession, albeit one that, like that of a scholar, holds a lofty status and is revered by society. While the status of a warrior is not quite on par with these two, it nonetheless belongs to the upper echelons of society. After all, warriors more readily accumulate military achievements, ascend to knighthood, and may even be granted noble titles, thereby fundamentally altering their identities from mere merchants. With Toby's magical aptitude, it is highly improbable that he could ascend to the rank of a top-tier magician in his lifetime, and the prospect of becoming a scholar is even less likely. However, if his ambition is to become a warrior, his modest magical talent suffices. Indeed, unless absolutely necessary. Magicians typically avoid close combat, while warriors do not engage in distant fireball exchanges with their foes. As long as he passes his magic courses, he will graduate smoothly from St. Donis and embark on a more advanced path as a warrior. Yet, based on Shinluo's understanding of Toby, his desire to become a magician stems not from a genuine passion for magic, but rather from a desperate need to prove himself. Having endured too many cold glances at school, for him, the journey to becoming a formidable warrior is far more attainable than that of an advanced magician. The following day was a day of rest. Shinluo rose early, prepared breakfast for teacher Branny, and then departed from the school. His first stop was the Mathematics Society, where he submitted 2 papers to Calvin. He then declined Calvin's invitation to accompany him to the royal capital for several important meetings and left the Mathematics Society without hesitation. This reluctance to join the Mathematics Society arose from the realization that becoming a mathematical scholar would not only fail to provide substantial assistance but would also burden him with trivialities. Although an elevated status would afford him some conveniences in his magical studies, the time lost in the Mathematics Society would render the endeavor futile. If he were to join any society, it should be the Magic Society. The matter of irrational numbers had already spread through the words of scholars from Yabo City, causing widespread panic among them. To promptly mitigate the impact of irrational numbers, Calvin needed to travel to the headquarters of the Royal Capital Mathematics Society at the earliest opportunity to submit Chen Luo's paper. After leaving the Mathematics Society, Chen Luo made his way directly to the Magic Society. Upon arriving at the front desk, he did not encounter the young lady named Molly, however. He had no pressing matters to address on this visit. Bypassing the front desk, he entered the library of the Magic Society. Although he had a senior magical advisor like Teacher Branny, his understanding of magic had transcended the conventional practices of magicians in the continent of divine grace. Since discovering the possibility of combining magical elements with material elements, as well as the potential for cross-system magical applications, his research into magic had taken an increasingly peculiar turn. Nonetheless, under Branny's guidance, and armed with the magical techniques he had cunningly acquired from Isabella, Chen Luo had become quite adept at casting elementary magic. His current objective was to enhance his mental fortitude, striving to attain the level of a novice magician. However, the enhancement of mental power cannot be achieved overnight. It requires meditation and continuous magical practice. In pursuit of expediting his magical progression, Chen Luo had even resorted to utilizing magic in cooking, pushing the limits of his mental training to the extreme. A monthly fee of 1 gold coin merely granted him the privilege of accessing the library's first floor, where he could peruse various tomes. Here, he could discover the incantations and gestures for apprentice magics of all schools, methods for communicating with the 4 elements, and various techniques for casting basic spells. For magic apprentices, the knowledge gleaned from this library is sufficient for them to successfully advance to the rank of novice magician. However, for Chen Luo, who already had Teacher Branny, the resources here held little value. What truly piqued his interest lay on the second floor of the library, a section not accessible to the majority. Much like the Mathematics Society, scholars wishing to benefit from the society's resources must join and contribute. The Magic Society, however, enforces even stricter requirements. To gain access to additional resources within the Magic Society, one must first become a member. The pathway to membership is straightforward. When a magical apprentice advances to the rank of novice magician, they become eligible to join the Magic Society. Subsequently, they may choose to become a magical advisor or complete tasks for the society to earn contributions, thus gaining access to corresponding resources. There exists another method that imposes no restrictions based on a magician's level or prowess. The 4 schools of magic have evolved into a relatively comprehensive system, with each school and tier of magician corresponding to specific spells. For instance, the fireball spell for fire apprentices, the water curtain spell for novice water magicians, and the wind blade spell for advanced wind magicians are well known to magicians. However, the exploration of magic is boundless. These spells, long since commonplace, were the fruits of extensive research by previous generations of magicians. Subsequent magicians have built upon this foundation, constantly seeking improvements. Today, various forms of magic, through the concerted efforts of countless individuals, have approached perfection. Enhancing and refining existing magic, even by a mere increment, constitutes a significant advancement for magicians, shortening the casting time of established spells, bolstering their stability, amplifying their power, or proposing entirely new spells. Achieving any of these feats qualifies one for membership in the Magic Society. After careful consideration, Chen Luo resolved to pursue the latter path. His combination magic, while not entirely novel, evidently boasts greater power than the ordinary water ball spell, thus qualifies as an enhancement of existing magic. Of course, he has no intention of revealing a word about the upgraded blue fireball. This is his current trump card, and he would never relinquish it to the Magic Society. Even the enhanced version of the water ball spell, which has seen a slight increase in potency post-boiling, is not something everyone can master. The ability to cast combination magic necessitates a dual focus capability akin to that of Chen Luo and Teacher Branny, allowing for simultaneous casting of dual system magic, an ability rarer than magical genius itself. Aside from Chen Luo, who else can achieve instantaneous spellcasting? The time required for a magician to cast dual system magic far exceeds that of single system spells. Moreover, the fireball spell's potency is already sufficient. There seems little reason to squander time and mental energy upgrading the water ball spell. with the time that could be spent enhancing the water ball spell. He could easily cast multiple fireballs instead. To Chen Luo, the upgraded water ball spell is fraught with drawbacks. Thus, for the overwhelming majority of magicians, it is essentially a frivolous spell, serving as a perfect stepping stone for Chen Luo's entry into the magic society. Chen Luo is acutely aware of the pros and cons of combination magic. While it can indeed enhance magical power, the preparation time is excessively lengthy, rendering it unsuitable for practical combat. After all, the issue of casting time is inherently a critical weakness for magicians, and combination magic exacerbates this weakness severalfold. Nevertheless, his method does indeed amplify the water ball spell's power. The inability of others to wield it stems from their lack of innate talent, and the lengthy preparation time is hardly his fault. His creation is of exceptional quality. It's merely that others cannot utilize it. Having firmly resolved his course of action, Chen Luo was not oblivious enough to proceed under the guise of Blair. As a mere magical apprentice, he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Were it not for Fiki's incessant probing of his limits, he would not have ventured to offend the Howard family and the Numeral Society. He proposed the concept of combinatory magic solely to gain membership in the Magic Association, thereby obtaining the resources he so desperately required. Should his true identity be revealed, he feared an avalanche of troubles would ensue in reality. Moreover, the age-old adage that a common man is guilty simply by possessing something precious holds true everywhere. Chen Luo's current strength is still quite feeble. If someone were to set their sights on him, he could not possibly remain in close proximity to teacher Brittany at all times. Caution is the mother of safety, and having lived 2 lives, he values his existence more than anyone else. Furthermore, there lies another reason. This particular magic is rather ineffectual. Chen Luo could not guarantee that if a sorcerer were to spend a considerable sum to acquire it, they might discover they were unable to master it or, upon mastering it, find that the upgraded water spell lacked the potency of the fireball spell, potentially leading them to seek vengeance upon him. Chapter 52. Brady's Fury. After spending a while in the library, Chen Luo exited the Magic Association and sought refuge in a secluded corner. He donned the wizard's robe from his backpack, pulling the hood over his head and affixing the mask he had prepared earlier. In the Lauren Kingdom, masks have become a fashionable accessory among the nobility, worn not only at balls but also in everyday life as a form of adornment. With a hood ample enough to conceal his entire face and the mask in place, he deemed it unlikely that anyone would recognize him. This peculiar appearance garnered a few curious glances from the attendant at the entrance of the Magic Association, but no inquiries were made. Wizards possessed various eccentricities, and many who frequented the association preferred to remain incognito, as long as they posed no threat to the institution. It was their prerogative to choose whether to reveal their identities. Approaching a counter, he caught the attention of a plump girl in her late teens, her freckled face brightening momentarily upon seeing his black robe, which indicated he was an apprentice. However, her enthusiasm quickly faded, and she asked curtly, "What do you need?" Observing her demeanor, Chen Luo couldn't help but recall a girl named Jasmine, though Jasmine's smile was somewhat professional. Her attitude was infinitely more amiable than that of the girl before him. Not one to dwell on such matters. Chen Luo reminded himself that he was not at the Magic Association to admire smiles. Just as he prepared to articulate his purpose, the freckled girl's face transformed into a beaming grin as she dashed from the counter to a nearby wizard, eagerly inquiring, "Esteemed wizard, how may I assist you?" Chen Luo glanced over to see a silver insignia on the wizard's chest, indicating he was a novice mage. The girl, Bella, began to speak, but was quickly shoved aside by the freckled girl, who fawned over the novice, saying, "Esteemed wizard, my name is Bella. I have been with the Magic Association for 3 years and am well acquainted with this place. I can fulfill any of your needs." The other girl watched in dismay as Bella monopolized the novice wizardess' attention, letting out a soft sigh. Bella's uncle was a formal staff member of the Magic Association, and even though she had usurped their assigned wizard, they could only endure it unless they wished to jeopardize their hard-earned positions. However, managing a high-level wizard yielded greater opportunities for earning points, which were necessary to become a formal employee. If Bella continued to seize every high-level wizard, when would she ever ascend to a formal role within the Magic Association? Turning her attention, she noticed a wizard apprentice standing at Bella's counter, and she pushed her frustrations aside, hurrying over with a professional smile to ask, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Chen Luo, concealed beneath his robe and mask, offered a slight smile. Although he was not there to admire the young girl's smiles, it was certainly more pleasant than gazing upon Bella's round face. He looked at the girl named Jasmine and said, "I wish to certify a modified spell." Her expression momentarily froze at his words. Having held her position at the front desk for several months, she had encountered countless wizards, from apprentices to novice and advanced mages. Wizards visited the association to either consult resources, certify their magical levels, or accept tasks. However, it was her first experience with someone seeking to certify a modified spell. It was common knowledge that the people of the Divine Grace continent had mastered magic long ago, over hundreds and thousands of years. Both basic and advanced spells had undergone numerous refinements, rendering them nearly perfect with little room for improvement, even assuming such spells could be modified. Only powerful sorcerers or archmages possessed the ability to do so. It was inconceivable that a mere apprentice could make such claims. Chen Luo, noticing her hesitation, smiled and asked, "Is there a problem?" Jasmine hesitated, aware that, according to association rules, front desk staff were not to interfere with a wizard's decisions. Yet many had used the guise of modifying spells to deceive the association, resulting not only in their expulsion, but also a blacklisting that affected the staff. Perceiving her concerns, Chen Luo assured her, "Just tell me where I can certify this." Seeing his confidence, Jasmine felt somewhat reassured and replied, "Allow me to escort you." "Which type of magic are you modifying?" Chen Luo responded, "Water magic." "Then you should seek out Lord Brady. He is a novice water mage." "It seems the other staff are unavailable today," Jasmine explained with a smile, adding, "My name is Jasmine. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "Chen Luo," he replied. Chen Luo." Jasmine silently repeated the somewhat peculiar name, maintaining her smile as she extended her hand. "Mr. Chen Luo, please follow me." As Chen Luo and Jasmine ascended the stairs to the second floor, Bella, the freckled girl, descended, muttering, "Damn it, turns out he was just asking for directions." In a room on the second floor of the Magic Association, Brady, a mid-level water mage and assistant, looked at Jasmine with a furrowed brow. "You say someone wishes to certify a modified spell?" Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the elderly man seated behind the desk. Recognizing him as the same water mage present during his previous certification as a magic apprentice, Jasmine nodded, albeit nervously, and addressed Brady, saying, "Yes, Lord Brady, Mr. Chen Luo claims he has enhanced the water ball spell, significantly increasing its power." The mention of the water ball spell drew a cold laugh from Brady. Over the years, he had encountered many who attempted to use the guise of modified spells to swindle the association, and it was the first time he had seen an apprentice with such audacity. It was well known that compared to advanced spells, apprentice spells possessed the least power. With even a modicum of magical talent, anyone could cast them. In principle, anyone could claim to improve apprentice spells. Thus, apprentice magic had been refined countless times throughout its development, reaching near perfection. Despite being a mere apprentice spell, even a holy mage would find it challenging to make improvements. For a lowly apprentice to boldly assert that they could greatly enhance the water ball spell was not only an affront to all mages but also a direct provocation to Brady, a mid-level water mage. Brady turned to Chen Luo, his voice icy. "Boy, demonstrate your modified water ball spell on me now." Chapter 53. The Game of Geniuses. The intermediate water mage opposite him appeared quite irate, a reaction that Chen Luo had anticipated. Placing oneself in another's shoes. If he were Brady, he too would struggle to comprehend the situation. Apprentice magic is the foundation of all magic. Its very essence stems from the relentless efforts of countless generations, having been refined to perfection. The challenge of improving it far surpasses that of enhancing advanced spells. If someone were to approach the Magic Association claiming they could enhance the water ball spell, the likelihood of them being a charlatan would exceed 90%. Brady's restraint in not expelling him immediately spoke volumes about his self-control. Given this, Chen Luo did not intend to explain the principles of combinatory magic to him. Convincing an adult with firmly entrenched beliefs is a formidable task. No amount of persuasive words could compare to the impact of a well-placed upgraded water ball striking him in the face. Chen Luo possessed the ability to simultaneously cast both water ball and fireball spells, yet he chose to exercise a modicum of restraint to maintain the appearance of civility. After all, the communication of magical elements is a continuous process, and the difficulty in casting dual-element magic simultaneously is not significantly different from casting them sequentially. As Brady observed him, his expression softened slightly. Setting aside the audacity of this young mage, it was clear that he possessed some skill. His speed in casting spells was commendable, even among novice mages, indicating an extraordinary aptitude for communicating with magical elements. Nonetheless, the water ball spell he had conjured was nothing remarkable. After witnessing Chen Luo's water ball, Brady's thoughts began to shift. Initially, he had considered exposing him and adding him to the Magic Association's blacklist, prohibiting him from accessing resources or obtaining magic-level certifications. However, his anger dissipated. This young man displayed notable magical talent and an affinity for the water element far superior to that of ordinary individuals. To sever his magical future would be a loss for the entire magical community. As for the water ball itself, Brady regarded it with disdain. Recognizing that unlike the fireball, apprentice-level water magic lacked any real potency. He certainly was not like that reckless fellow, Andre, who might foolishly fall victim to an apprentice mage. Reflecting on a certain youth named Blair, Brady lamented that he was a true favorite of the gods, regrettably starting his magical studies too late. After a brief lapse in concentration, when Brady's gaze returned, he was astounded to see a red fireball hovering beside the water ball. The apprentice mage, Chunluo, was attempting to merge the two spells, water ball in his left hand and fireball in his right. After a moment of shock, a look of disbelief crossed Brady's face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" He had never witnessed anyone capable of simultaneously casting dual-element magic, even if it was merely two apprentice spells. This revelation fundamentally altered his understanding of magic and mages. Upon summoning the fireball, Chunluo merged it seamlessly into the water ball. In an instant, the fireball vanished, and the original water ball began to churn vigorously. "Go," Chunluo commanded. And the rapidly heating water ball struck Brady squarely in the face, much to the astonishment of Jasmine. Ack! A scream erupted from a room on the second floor of the Magic Association, filled with both pain and uncontainable shock. What happened? Is it Lord Brady's room? Has Lord Brady come under attack? Amidst the confusion, a fiery figure dashed into Brady's chamber. Andre, witnessing Brady's crimson visage, gasped, "Old man, what happened to you?" Chunluo stood still, observing the disheveled Brady. Had he not moderated the fireball's intensity, reducing the water ball's temperature significantly, it could have resulted in severe injury, rather than merely a painful experience. Brady, relieved to find himself unharmed, turned to Chunluo, his face still flushed, and incredulously asked, "How did you accomplish that?" "It's quite simple," Chunluo replied. "An apprentice mage can enhance the temperature of the water ball significantly by merging it with a fireball, thereby vastly increasing its power." Brady, having witnessed the spectacle firsthand, understood the principle behind the enhanced water ball. However, his inquiry was not about that. He waved his hand dismissively and asked directly, "How did you manage to cast dual-element magic?" As the fireball and water ball merged, the previously mundane water ball surged with intensity, far more violently than before. Chunluo regarded Brady and stated, "Just like this." In the room, Brady, Andre, and Jasmine stood in stunned silence. The seemingly innocuous scene of one hand wielding a fireball and the other a water ball shattered their preconceived notions of magic. The notion that a mage could simultaneously cast dual-element magic was unfathomable to them. In the realm of the divine grace continent, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Subconsciously, they deemed it impossible. Brady's eyes widened in alarm as he observed the tumultuous fireball. It was evident that his opponent had shown restraint. Had he been struck by the current water ball, his visage would have been irrevocably marred. Although his specialty lay in water magic, he was well versed in the apprentice spells of all elements. Yet when he attempted to summon a fireball, it failed to yield the same results as Chunluo's. The fireball he conjured extinguished the moment the water ball took form, and vice versa. Much like the incompatibility of water and fire, they could never coexist in casting. "How can this be?" Brady exclaimed in frustration, unable to fathom why something so easily accomplished by an apprentice mage eluded two intermediate mages. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to continue his experimentation. Not only Brady, but Andre, the fire mage, also engaged in relentless attempts. What appeared to be a simple task for the apprentice mage Chunluo proved elusive for them. After dozens of trials, both mages came to a realization. The root of the problem lay not in the magical elements but in their mental faculties. The methods of communicating with water and fire elements differ, yet the mental power belongs to the individual. It was not difficult to summon two fireballs simultaneously. Akin to writing Brady's name with both hands, most could manage that. However, conjuring a water ball with one hand while summoning a fireball with the other necessitated them to write Brady's name with one hand and Andre's with the other. It was evident that this was no ordinary feat, at least in the eyes of Brady and Andre. Multitasking was utterly implausible. It required a distinct talent, one unrelated to magical aptitude or mage rank. It was clear that Chunluo possessed this gift, while they did not. This was not magic that ordinary individuals could wield. It was a game for the gifted. Observing the two mages, who had fallen into silence after their numerous failures and seemed to question their very existence, Chenluo could not help but inquire. May I proceed with the certification? Chapter 54. The significance of the enhanced water sphere technique before witnessing the formidable power of the water sphere technique with his own eyes. If anyone had suggested to Brady that he could amplify its potency even slightly, he would have unhesitatingly dismissed them. Yet just moments ago, he had not only observed, but also personally experienced this upgraded water sphere technique. It was unequivocally clear that this new iteration of the water sphere possessed more than tenfold the strength of its predecessor. If wielded by novice or intermediate magicians, it could instantaneously inflict grievous injuries upon foes, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. Was this not a remedy for the combat inadequacies typically associated with lower-tier water mages? However, this new water sphere technique still bore the inherent limitation of relying on fire magic. In terms of raw power, it could not rival the direct casting of a fireball spell. Yet, under certain exceptional circumstances, such as when facing a fire mage, the enhanced water sphere would prove to be significantly more advantageous than the fireball. The implications of refining the water sphere extend far beyond mere augmentation. The apprentice magician named Chenluo may not have surpassed the apprentice level in magical potency, but his innovative thinking was unprecedented, truly revolutionary. His proposal encompassed not merely a singular new spell, it hinted at the emergence of an entirely new branch of magic, one founded upon the four elemental magics. A composite magic type. The pressing concern, however, lay in the realization that this form of magic was not accessible to all. Clearly, to wield dual-element magic concurrently, one must possess the innate talent akin to that of this extraordinary apprentice. Such a gift for simultaneous focus was virtually non-existent within the entirety of the APOC City Magic Association. This magic was custom-tailored for a genius of his caliber. At this juncture, Brady found himself unable to make a decision alone. He turned to Chenluo and stated, "Please wait here for a moment," after which he directed his gaze towards Molly, instructing, "Take good care of our esteemed guest." Taking a deep breath, Brady exited the room alongside Andre. In his eyes, Chenluo had transcended the status of a mere apprentice. He was truly capable of enhancing magic, particularly lower-tier spells. Such a talent rendered him a distinguished guest, not just within the APOC City Magic Association, but anywhere he might go. "Mr. Chenluo, please enjoy some tea." Chenluo settled into the guest seat within Brady's room. After Molly poured him a cup of hot tea, she stood respectfully by his side, awaiting his command. With her head slightly bowed, she occasionally cast curious glances at him. Within the Magic Association, instances of intermediate magicians being bested by apprentices were exceedingly rare. She had only witnessed such an occurrence twice before, the most recent being merely 7 days prior. This Mr. Chenluo had performed a feat akin to that of the previous Mr. Blair, achieving a remarkable miracle. The tea provided by the Magic Association was unexpectedly delightful, its flavor stemming from some unknown plant's leaves and stems, a taste Chenluo had never encountered before. Fortunately, the mask he wore obscured only the upper half of his face, perhaps a thoughtful design by the nobility to accommodate the needs of dining and drinking. He sipped the tea and turned to Molly, saying, "Miss Molly, please, take a seat." Chenluo was unaccustomed to being attended to, and having someone stand beside him felt somewhat awkward. "Oh, no, that's not necessary." Molly shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "Just let me know if you need anything, Mr. Chenluo." Despite his reservations, Chenluo felt a modicum of fondness for this polite young lady. He shifted slightly to offer her half of his seat, urging, "Please, sit down. It feels quite uncomfortable for me to see you standing there." Molly hesitated, but ultimately nodded, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chenluo." She settled in the corner of the sofa, crossing her long legs and placing her hands upon her knees, appearing somewhat constrained. "Are you also a magician, Miss Molly?" The two sat in a slightly awkward silence until Chenluo, taking the initiative, began a conversation. Although not naturally chatty, he found that Molly's gentle and courteous demeanor lightened his spirits. The warmth of Chenluo's demeanor helped ease Molly's shyness. She spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "My magical talent is not very high. I can currently only cast the water sphere and fireball." Pausing, she looked at Chenluo with a touch of admiration, adding, "Your magical aptitude is remarkable, Mr. Chenluo. I have never seen anyone capable of casting dual-element magic." Chenluo smiled, responding, "In truth, it has little to do with magical talent." With time to spare, he retrieved 2 quill pens from the pen holder on the table and pulled over a sheet of paper, holding a pen in each hand to write a few words. On the left side of the paper, he inscribed Molly's name, while on the right, he wrote his own. As Molly observed the 2 names on the paper, She took the 2 quills Chenluo had set down and slowly began to write. Her handwriting was meticulous, albeit slow. After a moment, the paper bore 2 additional names, Molly and Chenluo. She flashed a playful smile, revealing 2 charming canine teeth, and asked, "Is this correct, Mr. Chenluo?" In the Magic Association, Elton rose from his chair, gazing at Brady with incredulity. Someone has enhanced the water sphere, increasing its power exponentially? Brady, are you jesting? As one of the 4 vice presidents of the APOC City Magic Association and a high-level water mage himself, Elton could scarcely fathom the notion of improving the water sphere even marginally. Throughout history, countless Grand Magisters and even Holy Magisters had perfected foundational spells to an exquisite degree. Even a Holy Magister could no longer make improvements, let alone an apprentice magician. Brady had anticipated this reaction from the vice president, for his initial response had been disbelief as well. Then, he had been struck by the enhanced water sphere, leaving his face feeling somewhat scorched. Shaking his head, Brady explained, "He did not merely improve upon the water sphere, he combined it with the fireball." Brady reluctantly recounted the process he had witnessed, realizing that had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. Upon hearing his account, Elton's expression shifted to one of even greater astonishment. He fixed his gaze on Brady, asking, "Are you saying that someone can simultaneously cast dual-element magic?" The very notion of a magician casting dual-element magic was unprecedented. In comparison, Elton was more inclined to believe that the water sphere could indeed be improved. "Yes," Brady affirmed. Clearly impacted, he first summoned a water sphere and then called forth a fireball. "I witnessed it myself," and Andre can corroborate. Andre, standing nearby, turned to Elton, stating, "Lord Elton, what Brady mentioned is entirely true." Elton waved his hand dismissively. He would ascertain the truth of the matter by attempting it himself. He summoned a water sphere, then tried to focus on conjuring a fireball. However, as soon as the fireball was successfully summoned, the previously created water sphere collapsed due to a loss of mental control. Elton attempted to summon the fireball first, only to encounter a similar outcome. Either the first spell would disintegrate as he concentrated on the second, or he would be unable to devote sufficient mental energy to cast the second spell while maintaining the first. How could one possibly divide their focus? It was an unattainable feat. After numerous attempts, Elton ultimately abandoned his efforts and said to Brady and Andre, "Take me to meet the person you speak of." Chapter 55. Urgent summons. In addition to the 2 intermediate stewards of the Magic Association, there was another figure walking ahead of them. This individual was also an elder, clad in a blue robe adorned with 3 silver lines on the chest. Brady introduced him to Chenluo, saying, "Mr. Chenluo, this is Lord Elton, the vice president of the Magic Association in Yabo City." Everyone has their own aspirations. In the Divine Grace continent, not all individuals yearn to become great magicians. Some dream of being mathematicians, scientists, astrologers, or doctors. Even if they possess considerable magical talent, they may choose not to join the Magic Association. Take, for instance, Teacher Brittany, the 4 vice presidents of St. Donis Academy, or Calvin from the Mathematics Association. They are all high-level magicians, yet have not affiliated themselves with the Magic Association. Such high-level magicians are exceedingly rare, even within the association itself. Chenluo initially assumed that this individual was a senior steward of the Magic Association, but he was taken aback to discover that Elton was, in fact, the vice president. Furthermore, Elton emanated a presence that seemed even more formidable than that of the Academy's vice presidents in Calvin. Before Chenluo could speak, Elton directly commanded, "Allow me to see your improved water sphere technique." Without hesitation, Chenluo performed the upgraded water sphere spell once more. In disbelief, Elton watched as what he had deemed impossible transformed into reality. He muttered a curse under his breath, his expression mirroring that of Brady and Andre just moments before. After a brief pause, he regarded Chenluo, who stood 5 meters away, and requested, "Please use your enhanced water sphere to attack me. I shall personally authenticate your modified technique." Chenluo nodded and unleashed the improved water sphere toward Elton. He noticed that as he began to cast the spell, Elton's lips moved slightly, and the sleeves of his robe fluttered, indicating that he too was communicating with the magical elements. Meanwhile, the water sphere in midair began to cool gradually, eventually freezing into a solid block of ice that fell to the ground. Chenluo's gaze shifted. The ability to condense water into ice exemplified the prowess of a high-level magician. An apprentice magician would be utterly overwhelmed in the presence of a high-level magician. If the latter wished, they could render the former incapable of casting any spells. However, The most significant lesson from this experiment lay in understanding the time it took for high-level magicians to communicate with magical elements. When factoring in the time required for Chen Luo to execute a magical attack and the opponent's reaction time, he realized that 5 meters was a range where he could do little against a high-level magician. Within 5 meters, however, was his absolute domain. Elton stared at the shattered ice on the ground, lost in contemplation. There was no doubt that the improved water sphere was significantly more powerful than the basic version, even achieving a qualitative leap that met the standards for modified magic. Yet, upon further reflection, some issues arose. Firstly, it was not a pure form of water sphere. It relied on fire magic, and the casting time was longer. While its potency increased, it also introduced unavoidable flaws. The most significant drawback was that the enhanced water sphere could not be cast by everyone. If even he, as a high-level magician, could not perform it, how many other magicians could? Frankly, this magic seemed somewhat superfluous. Elton attempted to convince himself with this reasoning, but could not deny that while this magic might be deemed superfluous for ordinary magicians, for those capable of multitasking, it could open up a new avenue in magical practice. After a long silence, he turned to Chen Luo and stated, "Sir, I must apologize. Modified magic requires at least 2 individuals, apart from the modifier, to successfully cast it. Regrettably, none among us can wield your enhanced magic." Chen Luo understood this rule of the magic association, for after all, magic that cannot be learned by others offers no benefit to the association. This posed a dilemma for Chen Luo as well. Although teacher Brittany could perform dual-element magic, calling her would expose his identity, which contradicted his plans. Apart from her, there was another suitable candidate in Chen Luo's view. He turned to Jasmine and smiled, asking, "Miss Jasmine, would you be willing to assist me with a task?" Jasmine cast a timid glance at the others in the room before slightly nodding. I will try. Element of fire drifting through the world. Heed my summons. Element of water wandering the world. Heed my summons." After an elongated incantation, 2 spheres gradually formed in Jasmine's hands, one of fire and one of water. The water sphere was diminutive, and the fire sphere appeared unstable, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Such a basic level of apprentice magic could be surpassed by any other apprentice magician with ease. Yet, the fact remained that Jasmine's ability to conjure both a water sphere and a fire sphere was something even high-level magician Elton could not achieve. Elton, Brady, and Andre stood in place, watching the small front desk of the Magic Association manifest dual-element magic, their spirits suffering an unprecedented blow. Elton even regarded Chen Luo with a skeptical gaze, inquiring, "Lord Chen Luo, you are not concealing any techniques regarding this modified magic, are you?" No. Jasmine quickly interjected, "I didn't use any techniques. I just summoned a fire sphere first, then a water sphere. Summon a fire sphere first, then a water sphere." Elton found himself at a loss for words as he looked at the young girl. Her remarks seemed effortless, yet if it were truly that simple, the magical community would have already witnessed a revolution in combinatorial magic. If achieving such feats required no complex techniques, then undoubtedly, only a select few exceptionally gifted magicians could simultaneously communicate with dual-element magic. Otherwise, countless magicians throughout history would have discovered dual or even multi-element magic long ago, leaving no room for a mere apprentice magician. Elton turned his gaze back to Chen Luo, stating, "Please hold on a moment. I shall convene all the magicians of the Magic Association to verify this." The proposal of such combinatorial magic held epoch-making significance for magicians, far surpassing the importance of merely improving an existing spell, warranting Elton's attention. Chen Luo had already waited quite a while and was not in any haste. The hospitality of the Magic Association was commendable. As lunchtime approached, Elton arranged for staff to prepare food for Chen Luo. The tray was laden with roasted meats, cakes, fruits, and red wine, its opulence rivaling that of the previous evening's mathematical salon. Chen Luo gestured for Jasmine to join him, saying, "Miss Jasmine, please sit down and share a meal with me." Although Jasmine felt a pang of hunger, she shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I cannot. Please. Take a seat." Chen Luo smiled. "You have just rendered me a great service. Consider this my way of thanking you." Just as Jasmine was about to decline again, Brady, still in the room, seemed to sense something and gently cleared his throat, saying, "Since Lord Chen Luo has extended an invitation, you should sit down and dine with him." Jasmine glanced at Brady and slowly took a seat across from Chen Luo. She picked up her knife and fork, but only dared to eat from the food in front of her. She was uncertain why this enigmatic wizard was so kind to her, a sense of caution stirring within her. Before she left home to work at the Magic Association, Her mother had warned her that a girl must learn to protect herself when venturing out alone. Yet, deep down, she felt that this wizard harbored no ill intentions towards her. He reminded her of someone with whom conversation flowed easily and brought great joy. However, she quickly redirected her focus to the exquisite food before her. In all her years, she had never tasted anything so delicious. Meanwhile, as Chen Luo and Jasmine savored their meal, chaos erupted throughout the Magic Association. Vice President Elton had just issued a command. All staff members, from the senior stewards to the ordinary employees, were to cease their tasks and gather in the first floor hall. Even the receptionists were momentarily assembled. Among the crowd, Bella observed Vice President Elton's stern expression and the presence of senior stewards, usually unseen. The freckled, plump face of one turned pale as she murmured, "What on earth has happened? Where is Jasmine?" Chapter 56. Honorary Membership. I can't do it. I'm sorry, Lord Elton, this is beyond my capabilities. Simultaneously casting dual-element magic. How could that be possible? In the Grand Hall of the Magic Association, an unprecedented accumulation of fire and water elements filled the surrounding void. Under the command of Vice President Elton, all the stewards and staff of the Magic Association, including the receptionist who was familiar with apprentice-level magic, were engaged in the same endeavor. They were attempting to summon a fireball while simultaneously conjuring a water sphere. Fireball and water sphere spells were both considered apprentice-level magic. Seemingly simple tasks. However, among the dozens present, apprentices, junior mages, intermediate mages, and even a few senior mages, none could accomplish this feat. A senior steward looked at Elton, shaking his head. The communication methods of different magical elements are disparate. How could a mage communicate with one element while simultaneously engaging another? Elton had thought the same. Yet he had just witnessed someone achieve this extraordinary feat, even though one was merely an apprentice and the other a receptionist. After verification by numerous mages, Elton had to concede that the two possessed an exceedingly rare talent for multitasking. It was no wonder that, after so long in the development of magic, no one had proposed such a concept. It bore no relation to magical aptitude. Even a saint mage might not perform as well as an untrained young girl. According to the rules of the Magic Association, apart from the individual who improved the magic, any certified improvements must be successfully demonstrated by at least 2 members of the association. The receptionist barely counted as one. However, Elton could not find the second individual. Within the entire branch of the Magic Association in Yabo City, no one possessed the extraordinary talent exhibited by the two. This certification should be deemed a failure. Nevertheless, the proposal of such an improved magic undoubtedly revitalized a stagnant magical community. And Elton felt that missing this opportunity would result in greater losses for the Magic Association in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the assembly and returned to the previous room. The expansive robe of magic and the mask beneath his magical hat obscured the appearance of the apprentice, mage named Chen Luo. Elton approached him and said, "I have searched the entire Magic Association and found no one else capable of successfully casting the improved water sphere spell. However, I believe your improved magic has opened a new branch of magic with significant implications. Therefore, the Magic Association can make an exception and certify your improved magic." The certification of the Magic Association acknowledges the improvements made by a mage. While this does not affect the power of the spell, it can offer Chen Luo certain benefits he desires. Chen Luo nodded and replied, "Thank you, President Elton." "Of course," Elton continued, "in light of your contributions, the Magic Association formally invites you, Sir Chen Luo, to become an honorary member. Would you be willing to accept this invitation?" This was precisely Chen Luo's objective for seeking magical certification. After feigning contemplation, he nodded and replied, "It would be my honor. Just as the Mathematics Association has honorary scholars, so too does the Magic Association have honorary members." Whether or not he became an honorary scholar was of little consequence to Chen Luo. But becoming an honorary member of the Magic Association was a goal he was determined to achieve. Only by becoming an honorary member could he access the magical resources of the association. The greater his contributions, the higher his level as an honorary member, granting him greater access to resources. The accumulated knowledge and experience of the Magic Association over centuries could provide everything a mage needs. From apprentice to grand mage, a privilege even his teacher, Miss Brittany, could not bestow upon him. Elton nodded, then turned his gaze to the young woman named Jasmine and suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" Feeling somewhat flustered in the presence of the esteemed vice president, Jasmine replied softly, "My name is Jasmine." Elton smiled and continued, "Miss Jasmine, Would you be willing to become an assistant steward of the Magic Association? Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. As a mere receptionist, it had been her dream to become a regular employee of the Magic Association within 3 years. She had never imagined she could one day become an assistant steward. Elton nodded affirmatively. You are the only individual in the branch capable of casting dual-element magic. If Mr. Chinluo has any new improvements to his magic in the future, only you will be able to validate them. No one else can replace you. As the vice president of the Magic Association, Elton would not concern himself with a mere receptionist. However, this young woman possessed a remarkable talent that none of them had. And how could the Magic Association allow her to remain merely a receptionist? Brady, please assist Miss Jasmine with her onboarding process, Elton instructed Brady. Then turned to Chinluo and said, Sir Chinluo, please follow me. There are important matters regarding the improved water sphere spell that we need to discuss. Chinluo followed Elton into a more lavishly decorated room. The certification of improved magic was not merely about showcasing the magical effect to the members of the Magic Association. It also meant that the improver consented to the dissemination of the improved magic by the association, which was, of course, not without its costs. Although the technology of the Divine Grace continent was somewhat archaic, the awareness of intellectual property was remarkably advanced. The Mathematics Association, for instance, would impose severe penalties on scholars found guilty of plagiarism, stripping them of their scholarly qualifications and subjecting them to discrimination in any field thereafter. As for the improved magic of others, the Magic Association merely obtained agency rights. Any mage wishing to learn the improved magic must pay a certain amount of gold coins and swear an oath in the name of the gods that they would not disseminate the magic without the consent of the Magic Association or the improver. The people of the Divine Grace continent believed that magic was a gift from the gods and seldom violated oaths made in their name. Such oaths were deemed far more binding than any written guarantees. This approach significantly mitigated potential losses for both the Magic Association and the improvers. At the very least, the wealthier nobles were less likely to brazenly engage in unlawful activities. Of course, completely preventing the clandestine dissemination of improved magic was impossible. Even in societies with more robust copyright laws, piracy remained rampant. In an environment where free resources were readily available, moral constraints alone were insufficient. In the face of profit and greed, morality is often the first casualty. Countless unscrupulous mages continued to privately sell or teach the paid resources of the Magic Association. And once such actions were discovered, the consequences for those mages were often dire. The specific amount of gold coins required to learn improved magic was determined through discussions between the Magic Association and the improver. The resulting profits were then shared between the Magic Association and the improver according to a predetermined ratio. Additionally, the Magic Association would offer a one-time reward to the improver upon the first certification of the improved magic, as recognition for their contributions. For Chinluo's improved water sphere spell, the Magic Association granted him a reward of 100 gold coins. This once again made Chinluo realize how astute a decision it was to become an honorary member of the Magic Association. This choice was not solely tied to his aspirations of mastering magic, but also intertwined with financial considerations. For Chinluo at this moment, this sum represented an unfathomable fortune, one he could neither refuse nor find justification to decline. After all, he could not perpetually rely on Isabella. He was still youthful and had several more years to strive independently. Chapter 57. Jasmine's discovery. The reward bestowed upon Chinluo by the Magic Association was a one-time offer. Thereafter, he would have to rely on profit sharing. Nonetheless, the 100 gold coins were sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. Isabella covered the expenses for groceries, leaving him with minimal daily expenditures. After discussions with Elton, they agreed to set the price for the improved magic at 100 gold coins. This meant that anyone wishing to learn this enhanced magic would need to pay the Magic Association 100 gold coins, of which 50 would be Chinluo's share. Such a price is considered steep among all the improved or variant magics offered by the Magic Association. However, given the significance of this combined magic, both Chinluo and Elton deemed it a reasonable cost. Although it was merely an apprentice-level magic, it evidently applied to all water-based spells. What Chinluo proposed was a method rather than a specific spell. Teaching a man to fish is far superior to merely giving him a fish. It could be applied to the water apprentice spell, water sphere technique, transforming an ordinary water sphere into a boiling water sphere, thus dramatically increasing its lethality. It could also be utilized in intermediate water magic, the rainstorm technique. Originally an intermediate water spell designed to create obstacles for enemies within a certain range or to suppress fire magic, could, with adequate preparation, summon rain from the heavens, exponentially amplifying its power, requiring at most only a basic fire spell. Its greatest flaw lay in the necessity of possessing a certain unique talent to learn it. Elton looked at Chen Luo and shook his head, saying, "Such combination magic demands exceptionally high innate talent. I fear few would be willing to purchase it." Elton's words held considerable truth. The shortcomings of combination magic were substantial. If described too thoroughly, who would be inclined to waste their gold? Improved magic served as a lucrative avenue for the Magic Association. A lack of buyers meant no profits for them, and consequently, Chen Luo would not earn any either. After contemplating, Chen Luo turned to Elton and remarked, "I have an immature idea regarding this matter." Considering that overly detailed descriptions of such magic could divulge core secrets, Elton accepted Chen Luo's proposal. They refrained from elaborate descriptions of this type of combination magic, instead appending a note after the improved magic that significantly enhanced the power of water spells. This category of improved magic requires special talent from the magician. Please purchase with caution. No refunds will be issued once sold. The final interpretation rights belong to the Magic Association and Mr. Chen Luo. Elton regarded Chen Luo with admiration, exclaiming, "Your consideration, Sir Chen Luo, is truly commendable." The cunning glint in Elton's eyes gave Chen Luo a fleeting impression that they were conspiring with the Magic Association to swindle money. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He had introduced a new branch of magic, paving a path for magical advancement. He was a promoter of progress and a founder of combination magic. The significance of this could not be measured in mere gold coins. Eagerly, Chen Luo inquired about accessing the second floor of the association's library. "May I now peruse the materials on the second floor of the association's library?" Elton nodded affirmatively. As an honorary member of the Magic Association, Chen Luo could access the resources on the second floor, while higher floors required a superior membership level. Advancement in honorary membership was not achieved through monetary means but rather through contributions. For Chen Luo at present, however, a first-level membership sufficed. The certification of a magician's level required verification of identity, but the certification of improved magic did not. Many magicians preferred to keep their true identities concealed, and the Magic Association did not pry. Thus, Chen Luo currently held two identities within the association: the apprentice magician Blair and honorary member Chen Luo. Standing beside him, Jasmine smiled and said, "Sir Chen Luo, allow me to guide you to the second floor." Under Jasmine's lead, Chen Luo arrived at the library's second floor. The reading room on this level featured 4 shelves, noticeably smaller than those on the first floor, with far fewer books. Only a handful of individuals occupied the space. The first floor was designated for apprentice magicians, while only honorary members could access the second floor, where resources necessary for novice magicians could be found. Chen Luo bypassed the initial magic books of various schools, as his current abilities did not permit him to cast basic spells, rendering such readings futile. He encountered a method for compressing fireballs, a technique for transforming water spheres, 2 variant fire spells for rapidly enhancing mental strength. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the topmost row of a particular shelf. This layer was not open like the others. A transparent glass cover encased it, sealing the entire shelf. Jasmine stood beside him, explaining, "These are the improved spells and theories proposed by other magicians. Sir Chen Luo's improved magic will also find its place here in the future." While most resources within the Magic Association were freely accessible, the improved magic or theories certified by Chen Luo or other magicians could not be provided without charge, even by the association. Respect for intellectual property was imperative. Fortunately, Chen Luo's newfound wealth allowed him to dismiss the cost of a few gold coins. He casually pointed out several improved and variant spells that piqued his interest, stating, "I would like this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one." Jasmine counted them one by one, stating, "That totals 400 gold coins." None of these. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, pointing at the last 2 variant fire spells for rapidly enhancing mental strength, asking, "How much for this?" Jasmine smiled and replied, "That one is 50 gold coins." At last, Chen Luo understood why the Magic Association was so financially affluent. There were indeed many others like him who were equally avaricious. A mere conjecture was priced at 50 gold coins. His 100 gold coins might only suffice for 2 or 3 variant spells. Indeed, it appeared that monetary investment was the only path to strength. As magic had evolved to its current state, improving upon existing spells had become exceedingly challenging. Most new spells certified by the Magic Association were merely variant spells. For instance, transforming fireballs into animal shapes or water spheres into human forms were elaborate tricks. Fundamentally, They remained fireballs and water spheres with unchanged potency. However, each variant spell demanded a unique application of mental power and elemental control. Without understanding these distinct methods, a magician could only summon the ordinary water and fire spheres. With a sigh, Chen Luo declared, "I will take this one and that one." Ultimately, he selected only two, one concerning the two variant fire spells for enhancing mental strength, and the other related to compressing fireballs, paying a total of 90 gold coins. His previously filled purse quickly became deflated once more. It was evident that the essence of the Magic Association's resources lay beneath those glass covers. To obtain them, Chen Luo would need not only to continually enhance his membership level, but also to amass a substantial amount of gold coins. The prices at the Magic Association were exorbitantly steep, often reaching into the dozens or hundreds of gold coins. Relying on writing papers for the Mathematics Association was no viable path. Chen Luo needed to devise a way to acquire money swiftly. His greatest hope now was for his combination magic to be well received by the magicians. With each individual who purchased it, he would earn 50 gold coins. From 100 buyers, that would total 5,000 gold coins. This would bring him closer to realizing his dream of sudden wealth. At that time, he would no longer require Isabella's support. He could easily afford to support both her and teacher Brittany. Whether it is the method of compressing fireballs or the materials concerning the expedited enhancement of mental power, none may be taken beyond the confines of the Magic Association. After Chen Luo swore an oath before the deities of magic and paid 90 gold coins, he was finally granted permission to peruse the pertinent materials. Subsequently, Chen Luo lingered within the Magic Association for the better part of a day, committing all that he had learned to memory before he departed. The materials were not to be removed, but should he forget, he could always refer back to his notes for a review. As Jasmine escorted him out of the Magic Association, she smiled and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Chen Luo." He waved at her and replied, "Thank you sincerely for today." At the entrance of the Magic Association, Jasmine gazed at Chen Luo's receding figure, momentarily lost in thought, her expression gradually transforming into one of disbelief. As a receptionist at the Magic Association, it was her duty to serve these magicians, a task she accepted as a matter of course, as did they. Never before had anyone expressed gratitude to her. How could the esteemed magicians possibly thank a mere receptionist? Except for a boy named Blair. Except for Mr. Chen Luo. At that moment, the two seemingly unrelated figures began to converge in Jasmine's mind. Chapter 58. The shortcut. Jasmine stood in a daze at the entrance of the Magic Association, her mind conjuring an astonishing hypothesis regarding Mr. Blair and His Excellency Chen Luo. Despite their voices being distinctly different, they shared the same height, the same degree of gratitude, and that familiar feeling she sensed all along. This led her to intuit what visage lay beneath his magical robe and mask. She lingered at the door for quite some time before turning to enter the hall. Regardless of whether His Excellency Chen Luo was indeed Mr. Blair, he had bestowed upon her an indescribable kindness. As an assistant steward, she now received 2 gold coins each month, which significantly alleviated her family's circumstances. The position of assistant steward was a dream she had never dared to entertain before. Assistant steward Jasmine. How splendid. Congratulations, Assistant Steward Jasmine. Upon stepping into the hall of the Magic Association, she was greeted warmly by numerous acquaintances, both friends from the reception desk and formal employees who had previously overlooked her. Jasmine smiled and returned their greetings. When faced with the timid gazes of the 2 reception girls, she chuckled. "Eve, Connie, what's the matter? Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing her familiar smile and hearing her well-known voice, the 2 girls mustered their courage and rushed forward, chattering excitedly. "Sister Jasmine, have you really become an assistant steward?" An assistant steward is even more impressive than Bella's uncle. Hiki, with Sister Jasmine around, who would dare bully us again? Not far off. Bella hid behind the counter, her face etched with regret. She lamented having bullied Jasmine and the others, confident in her uncle's status as a formal employee. She regretted her haughty demeanor towards that magic apprentice. Clearly, Jasmine's swift ascent from a receptionist to a position even higher than her uncle's was due to that very apprentice. If she had been the one to attend to him, she would be the assistant steward now. The depth of Bella's remorse was beyond words. All she could do was hastily resign from her position and leave this place. In the Magic Association, the retribution of an assistant steward was something she, nor her uncle, could withstand. This visit to the Magic Association was quite successful, achieving its intended purpose. The only unexpected aspect was that even as an honorary member, one still had to continuously invest money to acquire further resources. Of course, for an ordinary magician, the resources provided for free by the Magic Association were more than sufficient. Each level of magician only needed to grasp one or two basic spells of the corresponding tier. Being overly ambitious would only squander time. The issue, however, was that Chen Luo was no ordinary magician. In recent days, Chen Luo had gradually come to realize a significant distinction between his spellcasting and that of the magicians of the Divine Grace continent. It seemed that the difference was not merely his lack of need for incantations and gestures. Rather, his independence from such formalities was merely a superficial appearance. The magicians of the Divine Grace continent executed their magic through incantations and gestures, akin to a ritualistic prayer, beseeching the deities for the ability to commune with the magical elements. In contrast, Chen Luo commanded. He had no need to plead with the gods. He could directly summon the magical elements at will, which fundamentally explained his independence from incantations and gestures. This conundrum had long perplexed Chen Luo. Was it truly because his soul was foreign, making him a more adept practitioner? For other magicians, while the magical elements were controllable, the process was far more arduous. This implied that for each new spell they learned, they expended considerable time and effort. Mastering the foundational spells of various tiers was already time-consuming, and pursuing variants and improved spells with marginally increased potency would be a futile endeavor. However, for Chen Luo, the magical elements were readily accessible resources. As long as he understood how to wield his mental energy, he could learn new spells in a relatively short time. Thus, without hindering his progression, he certainly aimed to acquire several spells. After all, in navigating the world, possessing a diverse skill set was invaluable, as seemingly trivial variant spells might prove immensely useful at critical junctures. Additionally, the methods Chen Luo had recently acquired for rapidly enhancing his mental energy were closely associated with these variant spells. The rate at which a magician's mental energy increased, aside from being influenced by talent, relied heavily on diligent meditation. Nonetheless, throughout the history of magical development, some magicians discovered that when learning new spells, the rate of mental energy growth surpassed that of meditation. This suggested that acquiring new spells could help magicians transcend the bottleneck of their mental energy. In principle, the advancement of a magician followed a similar pattern. When a magic apprentice's mental energy reached a certain threshold, to progress to an elementary magician, they had to learn at least one basic spell, during which their mental energy would experience a qualitative leap. This pattern continued for the progression from elementary to intermediate magician and from intermediate to advanced magician. This method for swiftly enhancing mental energy was grounded in the principles of magician advancement. While learning variant spells of the same tier did not yield improvements as rapid as those from advancement spells, it was still significantly quicker than mere meditation. Naturally, this method had considerable limitations. After all, learning magic was no simple feat. It could take years to fully master a single foundational spell, leaving little time to explore others. Moreover, learning multiple variant spells of similar potency proved less beneficial than mastering one foundational spell to its fullest. Ultimately, the evaluation of a magician's advancement hinged on the power of their magic rather than the quantity. Mastering 10 variant spells was far less advantageous than elevating a single foundational spell, such as the fireball, to its utmost potential. Thus, more often than not, magicians regarded this as an auxiliary method, resorting to learning variant spells only when their mental energy faced a bottleneck, hoping for a swift breakthrough. Once they overcame this hurdle, they would not squander time on variant spells, as thoroughly mastering a new spell was not an overnight endeavor. However, for Chen Luo, this indeed represented a shortcut to enhancing his mental energy. The magical elements that other magicians had to beseech through ritualistic prayer were akin to his own progeny, responding to his command with ease. In principle, as long as he understood the nuances of his mental energy's fluctuations, no spell would remain beyond his grasp for long. Uncertain of why, ever since leaving the magic association, he felt as though he had forgotten something. As he drew closer to the school, this sensation intensified. He had neglected to prepare a meal for Professor Branny. Surely, she would buy some bread for lunch, Chen Luo rationalized to himself. And as he lifted his gaze, he spotted two figures leaning over the second-floor balcony, peering longingly towards the school gate. Professor Branny and Isabella lay weakly on the balcony, and from a distance, they imparted to Chen Luo an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if they were eagerly awaiting nourishment. Chapter 59. The compressed fireball. As Chen Luo descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sound of Isabella's voice, which was filled with surprise, tinged with complaint, and a hint of grievance. He hurried back upstairs, and, seeing Brittany and Isabella, he said, "Teacher Brittany, Senior Isabella, I apologize. I will prepare the meal immediately." He felt a moral obligation to honor Isabella's golden coins, as it was the very essence of integrity. While Chen Luo busied himself in the kitchen, Brittany walked in and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Isabella quickly followed, exclaiming, "I'll help too." In truth, since the previous day, dining had transformed for her from a mere necessity into a highly anticipated event. After yesterday's prolonged consumption of plain bread, it had become increasingly unpalatable. Brittany was confident that Isabella shared her sentiments. Otherwise, she would not have come to school during the weekend. Ordinary food, when prepared by Blair, always possessed an enchanting and unforgettable flavor. With the assistance of teacher Brittany and Isabella, Chen Luo's cooking progressed swiftly. Today, he was preparing noodles, although Isabella still struggled with chopsticks and resorted to using a fork. During the meal, Brittany glanced at Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, where did you go during the day?" Chen Luo set down his chopsticks and replied, "I'm sorry, teacher Brittany. I went to the Magic Association to read and forgot about cooking." Isabella, engaged in a battle with her fork and noodles, looked up at Chen Luo, her expression complex. She had to admit that her magical talent paled in comparison to his, and her dedication was far inferior. Whenever teacher Brittany tutored them individually, he would complete his assignments and immediately practice magic. Each time Isabella sought him out during breaks, he was engrossed in magical texts, and even during weekends, he spent the entire day at the Magic Association. The pursuit of magic was an exceedingly tedious endeavor, and this was the first time Isabella witnessed someone so diligently studying it. Was his dream of becoming a saint mage truly not just idle talk? "It's all right," Brittany said, shaking her head upon hearing Chen Luo's words. "From now on, I'll just have some bread for lunch." Chen Luo expressed his regret, saying, "In the future, if something comes up, I will inform teacher Brittany in advance." In reality, considering Blair's current level of magical prowess, the most crucial task was to enhance his mental fortitude as swiftly as possible. Although the Magic Association housed numerous tomes, they bore little relevance to their current needs. Brittany regarded Chen Luo and suggested, "If you wish to expedite the growth of your mental strength, you might consider setting aside the fireball spell and exploring apprentice magic from other elements. It could yield unexpected benefits." Had Chen Luo sought teacher Brittany's counsel sooner and heard her words earlier, he could have saved himself 50 gold coins today. The notion of accelerating mental growth through the study of new magic was hardly a secret among high-level mages. Thus, Chen Luo's 50 gold coins merely afforded him two variant spells. One was a circular formation of the fireball spell, which Chen Luo had only found entertaining for juggling. And the other was the firebird spell, which transformed the fireball into a bird, though its utility seemed rather limited. He lamented the loss of those gold coins for a moment before turning to Brittany and stating, "I have already mastered magic from the other elements." Apprentice magic posed no significant challenge. Those with adequate magical talent could cast it on their first attempt. Brittany, unfazed, contemplated and said, "Later, I will teach you a few modified spells." Chen Luo looked at her, astonished, and asked, "Isn't this forbidden by the Magic Association?" When learning modified spells from others, one must swear by the name of the gods of magic, something the people of the Divine Grace continent took very seriously. Brittany chuckled and reassured him, "Rest assured, these modified spells are not from the Magic Association." Chen Luo understood that not all modified spells were contributed to the Magic Association. Some mages, disinterested in the association's rewards, preferred to sell their modified spells at exorbitant prices. However, he doubted that teacher Brittany could afford such astronomical sums. Nonetheless, he had faith in her abilities, her magical talent, even in Chen Luo's eyes, was somewhat formidable, making it plausible for her to propose a few modifications or variant spells without it being overly astonishing. After their meal, Brittany voluntarily assisted Chen Luo in washing the dishes. As a high-level mage of the wind and water elements, such tasks were mere gestures and incantations for her. Once the dishes were cleaned, Brittany placed several silver coins on the table and said, "Blair, take these coins. You cannot keep relying on Isabella's funds." Chen Luo understood that teacher Brittany's financial situation was not particularly favorable. Despite her capability to acquire substantial wealth through the Magic Association, she evidently preferred not to do so. He did not refuse her offer, knowing her well enough to realize that she would not comfortably accept such assistance, having even declined the Edwin Award. Half a year prior, Isabella had already become Brittany's student. After their meal, she changed into a loose-fitting set of pajamas from Brittany's bedroom, clearly not her first night here. He set aside the firebird spell and the circular fireball, conjuring a fireball from thin air, preparing to compress it with his mental strength. The compression fireball spell was another variant magic he had acquired today. It involved compressing the original fireball spell, serving as an exercise for mental fortitude. allowing one's mental strength to become more concentrated. Though the concept of compressing a fireball sounded straightforward, the execution was far from easy. Compression could not be achieved through mental strength alone. It required the mental fortitude to vibrate at a fixed frequency or within a specific frequency range. Indeed, communicating with magical elements, including various variant spells, operated on the same principle, under different vibrating frequencies of mental strength. Magical elements manifested in diverse forms, either compressed and condensed or expanded and diffused. It was somewhat akin to resonance, but more intricate. Chen Luo did not need to fully comprehend the essence of mental strength. He merely needed to follow the experiences of those before him and practice diligently. In comparison to composite magic, compression magic demanded more time. Although the power of the compressed fireball might increase, the lengthy preparation rendered it unsuitable for combat. It was more a means to hone one's mental strength. As time passed, the fireball suspended before Chen Luo began to exhibit signs of shrinking under his mental control. Simultaneously, he gradually sensed that as the fireball compressed, the once easily manipulated fireball spell began to present some resistance. The suspended fireball started to wobble precariously. When he aimed to compress it further, his mental strength encountered an obstacle, making the process exceedingly difficult. It was evident that during the compression of the fireball, Chen Luo's mental strength had reached its limits. This sensation only arose when he relaxed his mind and endeavored to meditate and commune with magical elements, confirming that the journey of learning new magic could indeed serve as a substitute for meditation. The discomfort of pushing mental strength to its limits was unpleasant, yet it was an experience all mages must endure. Chen Luo endured the throbbing pain in his head and continued with the compression of the fireball. At that moment, a faint voice drifted from his door. "Blair, are you asleep?" Chapter 60. A grand secret. Upon hearing Isabella's voice, Chen Luo ceased his magical practice, extinguishing the fireball, and said, "Not yet. Isabella, please come in." The door to Chen Luo's room was unlocked, and Isabella entered, surprised by the unusual warmth in the room. "It's so late. And you're still practicing magic?" she exclaimed. Dressed in her nightgown, she sat at the edge of the bed, maintaining a considerable distance from Chen Luo. "I have nothing to do. I just can't sleep and wanted to talk to you." Chen Luo felt a twinge of surprise. Although the initial animosity between him and Isabella had long dissipated, their relationship had not yet reached the level of intimacy that would warrant her sitting on his bed in the middle of the night. Isabella sat there, lost in thought for a moment before abruptly turning to Chen Luo and asking, "Blair, what are your plans for the future?" Chen Luo regarded her with curiosity. "What do you mean?" "In 2 years, you'll be graduating from the academy." Leaning against the headboard, Isabella inquired, "What do you plan to do after graduation?" This was a matter Chen Luo had indeed contemplated. Students at St. Donis Academy faced various outcomes after 3 years of study. Some would advance to prestigious institutions in the capital, such as the 5 renowned schools, to continue their education, undoubtedly paving the way for a glorious future. Others, while able to graduate from St. Donis, would not meet the admission requirements of these elite schools. Some would remain at the academy to start as assistants, with the possibility of becoming teachers later on, while the majority would leave to seek employment in society, leveraging their experiences from St. Donis to secure decent jobs. As for those like Toby and Blair, who would not even obtain a diploma from St. Donis, they would find themselves at the lower rungs of society, relegated to unremarkable jobs. Of course, Toby could inherit his father's estate after graduation, while the fallen noble Blair, if unable to find work, might end up as a vagabond. It was evident that being accepted into one of the 5 prestigious schools would be the most favorable outcome in the eyes of others. Yet Chen Luo held a different perspective. Although school life was satisfactory, it required attending many classes that felt meaningless to him, a considerable waste of time. The magical knowledge available at the academy was accessible through the Magic Association, and any knowledge that could not be acquired there could still be found through the same association. The 5 prestigious schools held no allure for Chen Luo. Staying by Professor Brittany's side was the most suitable choice for him. Chen Luo considered himself somewhat of a magical prodigy, but compared to Professor Brittany, such a notion felt somewhat disheartening. Despite her current status as a senior mage, by the time Chen Luo advanced to junior or intermediate mage, she might very well have ascended to the rank of archmage. By the time Chen Luo became a senior mage, she could already be a magic tutor. Thus, his path in magic appeared to be a smooth one, requiring only that he closely follow in Professor Brittany's footsteps. Regarding his future, Chen Luo had a clear plan. He glanced at Isabella and stated, "I plan to stay at St. Donis as a teaching assistant." Isabella had initially believed that Blair would undoubtedly choose the Royal Magic Academy. although the admission requirements were strict, necessitating a junior mage level to qualify. She thought that with Blair's talent, becoming a junior mage within 2 years would pose no challenge. However, she was taken aback by Blair's desire to remain at St. Donis as a mere assistant. Of course, what Blair chose to pursue in the future was of little direct concern to her. The issue lay in the fact that after a year, upon her graduation from St. Donis, she would no longer enjoy his delicious meals. This morning, she had instructed the chef at her home to attempt to replicate Blair's cooking methods, but the results were far from his distinctive flavor. Had Blair shared her aim of attending the Royal Magic Academy, she could continue living with him after a year, thus resolving the dining dilemma. But now, her plans were entirely disrupted. Why? Isabella looked at him, puzzled. Isn't your dream to become a divine mage? Shinluo countered. How is that related to being a teaching assistant? It certainly is. Isabella's gaze held intensity as she earnestly explained, at the Royal Magic Academy, you could receive a superior and more comprehensive magical education. By the time you graduate, you might even be a junior mage. Isabella's words only solidified Shinluo's determination to remain by Professor Brittany's side. She was an excellent potential partner, gentle, beautiful, possessing an impressive figure and a formidable strength. The two could engage in discussions about mathematics and explore the intricacies of magic together. In light of this, what compelling reason did Shinluo have to seek elsewhere? Looking at Isabella, he replied, I believe Professor Brittany can teach me much more. Isabella paused momentarily, rendered speechless. The fact that Professor Brittany was a senior mage at such a young age was indeed a rarity, even in the capital. With such a talented mentor, it appeared increasingly unnecessary for Blair to attend the Magic Academy. Furthermore, even if Blair were to go to the capital, the time they could spend together would only last 2 years. After that, she would graduate from the Royal Magic Academy, and it would be unreasonable for her to continue living with Blair. Even if they could, she couldn't possibly live with him forever. To savor those delightful meals every day, she would either have to make Blair her chef or marry him. Neither of these options appealed to Isabella. She opted for a third path. Relying on others was less desirable than relying on herself. With a year until graduation, she could assist Blair while he cooked, subtly learning his culinary techniques, thereby ensuring she could manage her meals independently in the future. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Isabella preferred not to do these tasks herself, even if it meant paying him. A tempting smile graced her face as she remarked, it's not just about learning magic. There are many beautiful noble girls in the capital. I could introduce you to them. Perhaps one of them is your type. Shenluo shook his head without hesitation. I don't like that type. Isabella glanced at him, saying, you haven't even met them. How do you know they're not your type? Do you perhaps already have someone you like? Shenluo saw through Isabella's little scheme. She merely wanted him to continue being her cook, attempting to entice him with those girls like her. He believed she underestimated him. To dissuade Isabella from harboring such thoughts, Shenluo nodded and declared, yes, I already have someone I like. Though Isabella had no knowledge of this person's identity, she immediately eliminated herself from consideration and curiously asked, is it Linda from your class, or perhaps Tress? Shenluo shook his head. Linda was too carefree, and Tress was far too cunning. He would prefer someone as sweet and innocent as Isabella. Neither of them. As Linda and Tress flashed through Isabella's mind, she realized that while they were decent-looking, they shared a common flaw. Suddenly, she turned to Shenluo and asked, do you like Alice? Not at all. You needn't guess anymore. Shenluo waved his hand and said, you could never guess, and I shall not reveal it to you. Isabella fell into contemplation. It was neither herself nor Linda, Triss, or Alice. Aside from them, were there any other females around Blair? At a certain moment, as if struck by a revelation, Isabella abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed on Shenluo, filled with astonishment. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Chapter 61. Confession. Shenluo refrained from practicing compression magic, recognizing the peril of depleting his mental energy. While such exertion could accelerate growth, moderation is essential. Many a magician has succumbed to madness or folly as a consequence of overexertion. After a brief ablution, he retired to bed, knowing that sleep would rejuvenate his vigor. Each night, following meditation, Shenluo experienced a slight drain of mental energy, allowing him to succumb to slumber swiftly. In the small bedroom, Shenluo was enveloped in profound sleep, while just a wall away, Isabella remained more alert. She had forsaken a promising future, opting not to attend the royal capital's magic academy, but rather to remain in St. Donis as a mere assistant. Such a choice was uncharacteristic of an ordinary individual. Unless there was an ulterior motive at play, Blair exhibited no interest in the noble ladies of the capital, and he had just confessed to having affections for someone. Could it be that this was the reason for his decision to stay in St. Donus? If so, the object of his affection must also reside there. The girls who had interacted with Blair, including Isabella and Alice, had all been dismissed by him, leaving Isabella perplexed. Her mind raced, piecing together various clues, leading her to a startling conclusion. Could it be that Blair was enamored with teacher Brittany? As this notion took root in Isabella's mind, it spiraled out of control, prompting her to recall many details. Whatever she and Alice possessed, teacher Brittany also had, and in some aspects, Brittany surpassed them. Isabella could assert that she was slightly more beautiful than Alice, yet when compared to Brittany, her confidence evaporated entirely. Moreover, at that academic salon, she had overheard Blair declare Brittany the most beautiful woman at St. Donna's Academy. This was not all. Blair had insisted on giving the coveted Edwin Award to Brittany, and when Brittany faced adversity, he had stepped forward to defend her. He even prepared delightful meals for her daily. One coincidence might be dismissed, but such patterns could not be mere happenstance. All these coincidences solidified Isabella's suspicions. Blair's enrollment as Brittany's student was undoubtedly not for the pursuit of mathematics or magic. Brittany had changed into her nightgown and looked at Isabella, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with a hint of surprise. "Sasha, aren't you going to sleep?" she inquired. "Oh, I'll be asleep soon." Isabella slowly nestled into her covers, stealing a glance at Brittany, her heart racing at the sight of Brittany's exquisite features and flawless figure. A bizarre thought crept into her mind. Were she in Blair's position? Encountering a woman like Brittany, she too would likely find no attraction to girls like herself or Alice. Since beginning her work, Chenluo had grown accustomed to rising early. Brittany had not donned her pajamas, but instead, like Isabella, was already dressed. Upon exiting her room, she gazed at the bountiful breakfast laid out before her and, feeling a bit shy, remarked, "Blair, you're up so early." "We had planned to help you. I'm accustomed to early mornings," Chenluo replied with a smile. "Teacher Brittany, senior sister Isabella, please sit down and enjoy your meal." The breakfast was consumed in silence, primarily due to Isabella's reticence and her furtive glances at Chenluo and Brittany. At one moment, Brittany could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Isabella, do you have something to say to us?" "No." Isabella decisively shook her head and focused intently on her meal. After breakfast, Isabella willingly took on the responsibility of washing the dishes, while Brittany beckoned Chenluo to the study table. "Regarding the 9 bridges problem, I have some thoughts. That night, I intended to discuss it with you, but I was sidetracked by other matters," Brittany said, looking at Chenluo. "In your resolution of the 9 bridges problem, you proposed a novel mathematical approach that considers only the positional relationships of objects, disregarding their shapes and sizes, thereby transforming real-world issues into simple geometric forms for resolution. This seems to be an unprecedented idea in the history of mathematics. In the realm of mathematics on the Divine Grace continent, the concept of topology was non-existent. In another world, it began to germinate in the 19th century, ultimately permeating modern mathematics and becoming one of its 3 foundational pillars." Brittany handed several drafts to Chenluo, stating, "This idea is ingenious. The 2 mathematical challenges posed by the Mathematical Society can be easily solved using this method. I believe it has the potential to form a new branch of mathematics." Chenluo examined the sheets filled with calculations, marveling at Brittany's brilliance. She often claimed he was favored by the goddess of wisdom, but if he was merely favored, Brittany was undoubtedly the goddess's own daughter. What Brittany lacked was merely foresight. In terms of true mathematical ability, Chenluo fell short in comparison. Before today, Chenluo had thought it wasteful for someone with her extraordinary magical talent to delve into mathematics. Yet now it appeared her accomplishments in this field could rival her magical prowess. Brittany gazed earnestly at Chenluo, stating, "I can sense the immense potential of this idea in mathematics. If it truly evolves into a new branch, you, Blair, will be its founder, becoming a great scholar whose thoughts will influence all future mathematical researchers." Chenluo sighed. "I merely resolved the 9 bridges problem. It is you, teacher Brittany, who has applied this idea to a broader domain. The true founder of this branch should be you." This time, he spoke from the heart. Although he possessed knowledge that no one else in this world had, the prospect of refining and establishing the topology branch was beyond his capabilities, as he was not a mathematics major. After a moment of silence, Brittany looked at him and asked, "Blair, why do you always defer such honors to me?" "Because of love." Isabella had finished washing the dishes and sat on the sofa, silently acknowledging this truth. With the realization of the possible connection, all her previous doubts were clarified, including Blair's choice to forego the Edwin Award and numerous accolades in mathematics. yielding them to Brittany. All of this stemmed from his affections for her. Chen Luo pondered for a moment before responding, because it was never meant for me. It belongs to teacher Brittany, your true dream SNT to become a great scholar, she said, her gaze steady upon him. To become a grand magus. Or even a Saint Magus. That is your genuine aspiration, ISNT it? You follow me not to learn mathematics, but to master magic, am I right, Blair? As their eyes locked, Chen Luo sighed. I'm sorry, teacher Brittany, I deceived you. Brittany regarded him softly. From this moment onward, you are no longer my student. Isabella, seated on the sofa, froze, her expression tense. She wished to interject, but held her tongue, recognizing that this was not her place to speak. Chen Luo remained silent for a moment, nodded, and said, Teacher Brittany, I'm sorry. I will move out by the end of the day. In the realm of mathematics, I find myself unable to impart any further knowledge to you. Brittany rose to her feet, her gaze softening as she addressed him, saying, Blair, would you be willing to become my student and embark on a journey to learn magic with me? Isabella leaped from the sofa, seizing Chen Luo's wrist. Her excitement palpable as she urged, quickly say that you agree. Chapter 62, The True Power of Combination Magic. What is happening? Isabella tightly grasped his wrist, prompting Chen Luo to quickly respond with a nod, affirming, I am willing. Brittany smiled at him and said, I will not force you to do anything you dislike. If you have a passion for magic, then follow me to learn it. Chen Luo had initially anticipated that Ms. Brittany would be angered. He had never foreseen that events would unfold in this manner. The true intent behind his proximity to Ms. Brittany was unveiled, yet rather than expressing anger, she was willing to guide him in magic. In that moment, Chen Luo profoundly understood that Ms. Brittany possessed not only a broad heart but also a generous spirit. Brittany gazed at him and inquired, Blair, what are your plans after graduating from St. Donis? Chen Luo paused for a moment before replying. I intend to remain at the school as a teaching assistant. With your academic achievements, you could easily attend the Royal Magic Academy, Brittany countered, shaking her head. As long as you can become a junior magician within 2 years, it should not be difficult for you. Chen Luo responded. Knowledge is not solely acquired within the confines of a school. I believe St. Donis is more suited to me. Brittany regarded him seriously and stated, if you wish to pursue a more systematic study of magic, the Royal Magic Academy is an excellent choice. There, you could receive instruction from grand magicians, even magic mentors. Even if you go to the capital, we can still keep in touch through letters. This time, Chen Luo did not acquiesce to Ms. Brittany's suggestion. Shaking his head and asserting, I still wish to remain at St. Donis. Isabella pursed her lips, recognizing that Blair's words were only half-truths. Had he replaced St. Donis with Ms. Brittany's side, it would reveal his true intentions. Everything Blair did was to draw closer to Ms. Brittany, and the astute Isabella had seen through it all. I respect your thoughts. Brittany ultimately refrained from persuading Chen Luo further and shifted her question. Blair, to what extent have you practiced your fireball spell? Chen Luo's lips moved, and after making several gestures, 5 fireballs of identical size appeared simultaneously in the void before him. Isabella's eyes widened. Just days prior, he could only conjure 4. How had he managed to condense a 5th fireball in such a brief span? Even Brittany wore an expression of astonishment. These 5 fireballs, similar in size, floated in the air, burning steadily. This indicated that his mental energy was exceptionally concentrated. More importantly, his speed in casting spells had already reached the level of a junior magician. Brittany had recognized Blair's magical talent, but had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. It was remarkable to note that just a month ago, he could not even conjure a single fireball. Your magical talent surpasses my expectations, Brittany remarked with a hint of pride in her voice. Before long, you will be able to conjure 10 fireballs simultaneously and attain certification as a junior magician. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Brittany and said, I have some thoughts on magic that I would like to discuss with you. He ultimately decided to share the concept of combination magic with Ms. Brittany. While this type of magic might seem trivial to other magicians, for Chen Luo and Brittany, it represented an entirely new branch of magic. The boundless kindness shown by Ms. Brittany made Chen Luo feel a twinge of guilt, prompting him to be forthright with her. Naturally, he chose to keep the matter of the blue fireball to himself for the time being. Brittany nodded and said, Go ahead. Chen Luo extended both hands, simultaneously summoning a fireball and a water sphere, asking, Ms. Brittany, can you also cast multiple elemental spells at once? Brittany glanced at Isabella, who wore a look of dejection, seemingly grasping something, and nodded. You always think of what most people do not. I had never considered this before, but now it seems that magicians should be able to cast multiple elemental spells simultaneously. although it appears that not everyone possesses this ability. Isabella's expression of disappointment deepened. Qinluo observed the fireball and water sphere in his hands, slowly merging them together. As the flames of the fireball extinguished, the remaining water sphere began to swirl. Qinluo manipulated the spinning water sphere, stating, "I have discovered that merging the water sphere spell with the fireball spell significantly enhances the power of the water sphere. If other elemental magics can also be combined in this way, similar enhancements could occur. For instance, wind magic could increase the casting speed of the other three elements. If a magician could simultaneously release wind and earth magic, they would possess both formidable offense and defense. Likewise, the fusion of earth and water ice magic could greatly bolster defense, while the combination of fire and earth could unleash even more powerful fire meteors." Isabella found herself bewildered by Qinluo's words. They were not easily comprehensible for a novice magician. However, Brittany's expression gradually transformed into one of profound surprise as she listened to his discourse. Just as Qinluo finished speaking, she exclaimed, "I have never thought of these possibilities. Blair, you truly are a genius." She hurriedly rose, saying, "Follow me." Qinluo trailed behind her as they exited the dormitory. Although he had numerous ideas swirling in his mind, he possessed only the abilities of a novice magician. Apart from a modified water sphere spell, he could not cast any higher-level magic. However, Ms. Brittany was different. She was at least a dual-element advanced magician. Most of Qinluo's conjectures regarding combination magic could be validated by her. Brittany led Qinluo and Isabella to the top floor of the dormitory, where a spacious platform awaited. Brittany looked at Qinluo with excitement, stating, "Blair, your ideas are truly innovative. If successful, it could lead to the emergence of a new branch of magic based on the four elements, yet distinct from them. You would be creating history in the realm of magic." Qinluo shook his head and replied, "These are merely my conjectures." Brittany smiled and said, "Let me help you verify them." She took a few steps forward, and after a dazzling display of intricate gestures that left Qinluo and Isabella bewildered, a wall of ice appeared before them. This was one of the advanced spells of water magic, the Ice Wall spell. Once a water magician reaches the advanced level, they can utilize their powerful mental energy to transform the form of water elements, unleashing even more potent ice magic. The Ice Wall spell requires an immense amount of mental energy and is considered one of the ultimate spells of advanced water magic. This scene indicated that Ms. Brittany was on the verge of becoming a grand magician. Before Qinluo could fully process the astonishment, he witnessed a faint arc materialize in the air. With a resounding crash, the ice wall split in two, collapsing outward. At that moment, Qinluo comprehended the nature of the arc. As the strongest offensive element among the four, the power of the advanced wind blade spell was truly terrifying. While Qinluo stood in stunned silence, another wall of earth began to coalesce in the open space before him. This was the Earth Wall spell, an advanced earth magic. Whoosh! Another wind blade sliced through, and it was evident that the earth magic's defense surpassed that of the ice magic. After sustaining a wind blade attack, the earth wall bore a deep gash, but did not shatter as the ice wall had. Ice wall, wind blade, earth wall. So far, Qinluo had witnessed Ms. Brittany unleash 3 advanced spells. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Just then, he saw Ms. Brittany performing several more dazzling gestures. And before them, a wall of earth began to coalesce anew. Upon closer inspection, this was no ordinary earth wall. Within its structure were shimmering, translucent ice crystals interwoven like the veins of the wall itself. Evidently, this is a combination of earth and ice wall magic. In the air, a curved blade of wind once again coalesced into form. Bang! As another wind blade struck the wall composed of dual elemental magic, it left merely a faint mark upon its surface. Qinluo took a deep breath. The elemental wall, forged from the amalgamation of earth and ice magic, possessed a defensive capability vastly superior to that of a singular element. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Before Qinluo could fully comprehend the situation, countless small holes suddenly appeared in that very wall. Both Isabella and Qinluo sensed something whizzing past them. When ice magic and wind magic converged, the ice spear technique attained the swiftness of a wind blade, rendering its might akin to that of a bullet. This encapsulated the true power of combination magic. The results of the composite spell were already manifest. Just as Qinluo believed that Teacher Branny would cease her onslaught, an immensely robust flame dragon abruptly materialized from the void, crashing ferociously against the elemental wall. This was an advanced fire magic, the fire dragon technique. Under the impact of the dragon, vast charred patches marred the elemental wall, yet it remained steadfast. Qinluo and Isabella stood at a distance, gazing at the chaotic scene ravaged by the four advanced magics, exchanging a glance before simultaneously swallowing hard. Chapter 63, Disturbance in the Early Morning. The teachers residing in the dormitory were abruptly roused from their slumber, while those already awake huddled in corners, trembling in fear. Just moments ago, the four elemental magical energies surrounding the dormitory had surged violently, reminiscent of a fierce battle among four high-level mages atop the building. The clash of such powerful sorcerers could easily reduce the entire structure to rubble. As the teachers hesitated, contemplating an early escape to avoid unwarranted calamity, the tumult on the rooftop suddenly ceased, restoring an eerie calm. Shortly thereafter, four figures emerged from different directions, almost simultaneously appearing on the rooftop. What transpired here? Such intense elemental fluctuations. Could it be that high-level mages were engaged in combat? The four vice presidents of the St. Donis Academy gazed upon the disarray atop the dormitory, their expressions grave. Vice President Urchill closed his eyes and murmured, "I sense residual fire elements. Someone has unleashed high-level fire magic here. Judging by the elemental traces, it must have been the Dragon Flame spell." Vice President Philip Howard, who specialized in fire magic, interjected, adding weight to Urchill's observation. Vice President Hill, a master of water magic, closed her eyes to attune to the remnants of magic and stated, "At least one water mage has cast ice magic here twice." The last vice president, named Ewan, extended his mental prowess and remarked, "There are also anomalies in the earth and wind magical elements. Based on the elemental traces, the spells used were Earth Wall and Wind Blade." Urchill's face displayed disbelief as he pondered aloud. Are we to understand that four high-level mages were battling here just now? The other three shared expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Even if high-level mages had indeed fought, why would they choose this location as their battlefield, and where had they vanished to? The ambiguity of their identities, friend or foe, along with the appearance of four high-level mages, particularly the Wind Mage, caused palpable tension among the four. After a prolonged silence, Urchill finally spoke. "The Academy has been rather unsettled of late. It seems prudent to inform the Dean post-haste." In the common room, Brittany was engaged in a combinatorial analysis of the various elemental magic combinations and the feasibility of their implementation. Chen Luo and Isabella sat on his bed, lost in contemplative silence. "Blair, I couldn't have been mistaken, could I?" Isabella broke the stillness, her tone laden with incredulity. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." Initially, he had presumed that Professor Brittany was a dual-element mage, specializing in both water and wind. Even so, her achievements were remarkable. At her age, even being a high-level mage in a single element would mark her as an extraordinary talent, though not entirely unique. Few could rival her within the entire Lauren kingdom. A 21-year-old dual-element high-level mage could etch her name in the annals of history. As for those who mastered three elements, such individuals were exceedingly rare throughout the history of magic. The notion of simultaneously mastering all four elemental magics by the age of 21, achieving high-level status in each, indicated not only an exceptional learning speed, but also a profound affinity for all elemental magics. She might very well be among the most gifted magicians ever to grace the continent of divine grace, akin to Euler and Gauss in mathematics, or Newton and Einstein in physics. A favored child of the divine, Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate her brilliance. Such talent seemed miraculous. She embodied the very essence of the goddess of magic herself. What an astonishing mentor he had found. Most unfathomable was that this prodigy, blessed with unparalleled magical aptitude, aspired to be a mathematician. This was undoubtedly a loss for the entire magical community, a notion both Chen Luo and Isabella struggled to comprehend. Yet simultaneously, an idea within Chen Luo solidified with unprecedented conviction. From this moment onward, he would be devoted to Professor Brittany. Regardless of what transpires, he would never, under any circumstances, abandon her. He would cling to her side tenaciously. The continent of divine grace had not seen a holy mage for quite some time. If there was anyone capable of becoming the next, it had to be Professor Brittany. If Chen Luo could not reach such heights himself, she would become the embodiment of all his hopes. Lowering his gaze, a look of hesitation crossed his face as he wrestled with a momentous decision. Initially, he had approached Brittany under the pretense of studying mathematics, merely seeking to learn magic under the guidance of a high-level mage to avoid unnecessary detours. Though his motives were less than pure, Brittany regarded him as a true disciple, providing him with not only shelter but also thoughtful care. After revealing his ulterior motives, she chose to forgive him and continued to impart her magical wisdom. Whether one deemed her naive or innocent, Qianluo felt a persistent guilt toward her. She had transformed from merely a teacher of magic into a beacon of hope, for the sake of Brittany as well as his own. He yearned for her to advance further and faster in her magical journey. With this resolve, Qianluo rose and walked out of the room. Brittany, deep in thought, noticed his departure and stood up, saying, "Blair, you've proposed a brilliant idea. It turns out these magical combinations truly wield extraordinary power. They might even serve as an independent system." She regarded Qianluo earnestly, adding, "Your current magical level is still too low. Once you attain the status of a high-level mage, you will understand the significance of your ideas for the advancement of magic. I initially believed your talent lay in mathematics. I did not expect your magical prowess to astonish me as well." Feeling a bit bashful, Qianluo smiled and replied, "Professor Brittany, I actually have another idea regarding magic." Brittany looked at him, somewhat astonished. The concept of combinatorial magic had already surprised her. What significant revelation could he possibly have now? Observing her expression, Qianluo continued, "Professor Brittany, have you considered that since the 4 types of magic can interweave, the magical elements and elemental impurities might also combine, thereby enhancing magical potency?" Brittany regarded him with curiosity, inquiring, "Blair, have you stumbled upon another important discovery?" Qianluo glanced around and said, "The space around us is filled with magical elements and elemental impurities. Mages engage with magical elements daily, yet they overlook the elemental impurities. Is it conceivable that the fusion of magical elements and elemental impurities could give rise to new forms of magic?" Brittany initially paused, then broke into laughter, saying, "So this is what you meant." Blair, her reaction took Qianluo by surprise. It seemed she was already aware of such possibilities and was entirely unperturbed by his suggestion. Looking at Qianluo, Brittany explained, "In the history of magic, elemental impurities were recognized long ago. Do you know why no mage has ever attempted to combine them with magical elements?" Qianluo shook his head. He had only skimmed the history of magic in the continent of divine grace, and such nuanced knowledge had eluded him. Brittany smiled as she clarified, "One reason is that most mages cannot multitask as we do. If they cannot even master 4-element combinatorial magic, they certainly cannot simultaneously engage with both magical elements and elemental impurities. Moreover, there exists an even more significant reason." Brittany continued without pause, elucidating that the essence of magical elements lies in the ease with which sorcerers can communicate and wield them. However, the communication of elemental impurities, while not entirely impossible, is a task rendered exponentially more arduous by hundreds or even thousands of times compared to engaging with magical elements, whether one is a mere apprentice or a revered archmage. The challenge of connecting with elemental impurities remains exceedingly daunting, for the gods have not bestowed upon humanity such an innate ability. Qianluo stood there, transfixed. As it was now his turn to be astounded, he did not perceive the communication of elemental impurities to be significantly more challenging than that of magical elements. In fact, he found the gathering of oxygen and hydrogen from the air to be far simpler than engaging with magical elements. If humanity, as a whole, lacked this innate talent, then what was he? Chapter 64. Isabella's decision. Brittany gazed at Qianluo, who stood frozen in place, and smiled. "It is quite impressive that you were able to conceive of elemental impurities. However, elemental impurities cannot be applied to magic, a conclusion reached through the extensive practice of countless sorcerers before us. You should focus your energies on magical elements moving forward." It was no wonder that sorcerers had never taken notice of the aberrant fireball. Theoretically, despite their lack of scientific understanding of the composition and properties of air, they should have gleaned some insight into elemental impurities over the years. Unless, of course, they were utterly incapable of controlling such elements. As he released magic without incantations or gestures, and was able to manipulate elemental impurities that eluded others, Qianluo increasingly felt as though he were no longer entirely human. This sensation intensified after he received the same conclusion from Isabella as he had from Brittany. Perhaps his hypothesis was correct. His soul, originating from another universe, was unbound by the rules of this parallel realm. The more he learned about this world, the more convinced he became that it was indeed a parallel universe. The planet of the Divine Grace continent shared the same calendar as Earth, with moons, suns, and myriad celestial bodies that, while differing in nomenclature, were fundamentally alike. This was a world governed by different temporal and spatial rules, where the abilities of Qianluo, hailing from another universe, manifested as divine powers. After Isabella's futile attempts to control elemental impurities, she gazed at Qianluo in bewilderment. Are you capable of easily controlling elemental impurities, Blair? How is that possible? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. Such a feat is beyond any individual's capability. He decisively interrupted Isabella's doubts. For if she were to learn of such unfathomable matters, how would she perceive him? What would Brittany think? He had no desire to be regarded as a mere subject for their experiments. Struck by the disparity in talent between herself and Brittany, Isabella made a decision that surprised Chen Luo. Without Brittany as a benchmark, Isabella's magical aptitude was commendable, ranking among the top at St. Donis Academy. Should there be no unforeseen circumstances, she would be the first among the students to successfully advance to the rank of junior sorcerer. Seated cross-legged on his bed in meditation, Isabella stealthily entered and perched at the foot of his bed, saying, "Blair, shall we discuss something?" Chen Luo opened his eyes to regard her, inquiring, "What is it?" Isabella replied, "I will be moving in here shortly. May I sleep in your room?" Chen Luo shook his head firmly, replying with conviction, "There are boundaries between the sexes. I am not so frivolous." "Isabella, you should abandon this notion at once." "Who said I wanted to sleep with you?" Isabella retorted, glaring at him in annoyance. "I meant to say, I want to sleep alone in your room. I am accustomed to sleeping alone." Chen Luo glanced at her, as if she were foolish, and asked, "If you sleep in my room, where shall I sleep? With Brittany?" Isabella paused for a moment, hands on her hips. "Well, Blair, you certainly." "Certainly what?" Isabella took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and continued, "What I meant is, you could sleep on the sofa. The sofa outside is quite large and comfortable." Chen Luo regarded her and countered, "If the sofa is so large and comfortable, why do you not sleep there? Blair, do you possess any semblance of gentlemanly decorum?" "No." This exchange concluded with Isabella's defeat. After all, Chen Luo was no fiki. Nor did he harbor intentions of courting her. There was no need to indulge her spoiled temperament by discussing gentlemanly conduct. Sleeping on the sofa could not compare to the comfort of a bed. Many would wish to share a bed with Brittany, and Isabella was insatiable. If given the opportunity, Chen Luo would gladly switch places with her. If ever Isabella or Brittany were to enter while he changed clothes, he would be at a loss as to how to take responsibility. Upon closing the door to his room, he shut his eyes and resumed his meditation. The path to becoming a saint sorcerer was inherently arduous. Chen Luo was not like Brittany, who could effortlessly ascend to the rank of a high-level sorcerer across 4 disciplines. His destiny and aspirations required him to achieve through efforts far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Learning magic posed no challenge for him, and he had discovered a genuine and feasible shortcut to enhance his mental acuity. By continually learning new spells and persistently pushing the limits of his mental capacity, his rate of advancement would far surpass that of others. The only obstacle he faced was the lack of sufficient funds. The modifications and variant spells offered by the Magic Association were neither free nor inexpensive, often costing dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. Those who offered enhancements were as merciless as. Yet, upon reflection, they were merely reaping the fruits of their intellect and labor. Thus, charging 100 or so gold coins was not unreasonable, for knowledge is priceless. As one of the enhancers, Chen Luo suddenly found their motives less reprehensible. A single Firebird spell, a series of fireballs, and a compressed fireball had cost him a staggering 90 gold coins. Given Chen Luo's pace of learning magic, he would soon master these 3 spells, at which point he would still need to stimulate his mental growth through the acquisition of new spells. This endeavor was far more financially demanding than mere sustenance, hence he needed to procure funds swiftly. Chen Luo nodded and said, "Understood, I will go shortly." The matter of Isabella residing at school would likely require explanations to Brittany and her family. Chen Luo had initially planned a visit to the market in the afternoon, conveniently delivering Brittany's thesis along the way. Inspired by the 9 bridges problem, Brittany had conceived a budding interest in topology, employing its methods to resolve 2 challenges posed by the Mathematics Society. While this was not a groundbreaking achievement, enigmas like the Rouse mystery and the 9 bridges problem were rare. Most scholars advanced through the gradual accumulation of such minor accomplishments. Not long after Brittany and Isabella departed, Chen Luo locked the door and left the school. Compared to the Magic Association, the Mathematics Society appeared rather austere, lacking the spacious ground floor hall, and its entrance was less impressive than the side door of the Magic Association. Upon entering, he found only a solitary counter, devoid of a charming receptionist. The dimly lit hall contained but a few figures. A young man slumped disinterestedly over the counter, who, upon noticing someone approach, lazily remarked, "Submissions or rewards? Leave your submissions on the counter. For rewards, proceed upstairs and take a left to find Steward Galen." Just as he was about to turn away from the Mathematics Society, the young man behind the counter suddenly lifted his head, incredulous. You were Lord Blair. The lethargy had vanished, replaced by a gaze brimming with admiration as he looked upon Chen Luo, exclaiming, "You truly are Lord Blair." Chapter 65, The Bounty Blair? The one who unraveled the Ross riddle? The solver of the 9 bridges conundrum? The discoverer of that number? The devil Blair? The young man's voice was far from quiet. Almost instantaneously, it stirred a commotion within the modestly sized hall. The few scattered individuals began to converge towards the counter. "Lord Blair, you are surprisingly young. Lord Blair, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lord Blair, do you have any significant discoveries to share with us?" Surrounding Chen Luo were individuals of varied ages, some in their 20s, others in their 30s or 40s, and even a few gray-haired elders. All seemed to forget the disparity in age, addressing Chen Luo with utmost respect and courtesy. In the realm of the Mathematical Society, age had never served as a measure of status. Rather, scholarly achievements held that distinction. Aside from his honorific title as a scholar, his role as a pioneer of the concept of numbers alone commanded the respect of all mathematicians, including the learned ones, although many referred to him as the devil. Since the discovery of that class of new numbers, all who studied mathematics would remember his name. Surrounded by the throng, Chen Luo felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Lord Blair, Vice President Audrey is upstairs. Allow me to escort you." A young man alleviated Chen Luo's immediate concerns, grasping the 2 papers he had placed on the table, parting the crowd, and guiding Chen Luo towards the staircase. Though many mathematical enthusiasts yearned to engage the young, honorific scholar further, they understood he had pressing matters and thus retreated. Due to the discovery of irrational numbers, Calvin had gone to the royal capital. And Chen Luo was unfamiliar with Vice President Audrey, only aware that he held the title of Vice President of the Yabo City Mathematical Society and was a mid-level mage. Initially intending to drop off his papers and depart, he was interrupted as a voice of surprise rang out from the staircase. "Lord Blair, do you have another discovery to share?" Chen Luo turned to see an elderly gentleman descending the stairs and replied with a smile, "Good afternoon, Vice President Audrey. I am merely assisting my teacher by submitting 2 papers." Chen Luo nodded, adding, "My teacher is currently refining this theory. I hope you all reach a conclusion soon." Audrey's smile broadened as he remarked, "Mathematics must be advanced by young minds like yours." Bounty. I had already taken half a step forward when Chen Luo turned back to inquire, "What bounty?" Audrey paused for a moment before explaining. The 2 problems solved by Miss Branny were put forth by scholars who requested the Mathematical Society to offer a reward. According to the rules, Miss Branny is entitled to 2 bounties. Whenever you have time, remember to collect them from the Mathematical Society. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "I just remembered that this matter is not urgent. By the way, where can the bounty be collected?" Moments later, gazing at the 30 gold coins in his hand, Chen Luo finally comprehended that it was not that the scholarly profession lacked profitability, but rather that he had not sought the right direction. The minimum bounty for problems posted by the Mathematical Society was 10 gold coins. The 2 problems solved by Miss Branny had a bounty of 10 and 20 gold coins, respectively. Some mathematical scholars or enthusiasts, unable to resolve their own pressing questions, would post bounties through the Mathematical Society, with the minimum reward being 10 gold coins, which would be wholly awarded to the problem solver. Should a problem remain unresolved for an extended period, scholars might even add to the original bounty. The Mathematical Society had even designated an entire wall covered with posted challenging problems. Chen Luo turned to Audrey and asked, "Is there a bounty for the Ross riddle?" Audrey shook his head, stating, "There are too many scholars studying the Ross riddle. Over the years, it has been deemed unsolvable. So no scholar is willing to put forth gold for a bounty." Unwilling to give up, Chen Luo inquired, "What about the 9 bridges problem?" Audrey replied regretfully, "Although the 9 bridges problem has a generous bounty, the condition is that a scholar must find a method to cross the 9 bridges without repetition. Lord Blair has proven the 9 bridges problem to be unsolvable, thus no one can claim that bounty." Though Chen Luo felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not overtly express it. After bidding farewell to Audrey, he turned to leave, but his path did not lead toward the entrance of the Mathematical Society. Instead, he walked straight towards a wall. The Magic Society resembled an endless abyss. To obtain useful resources, Chen Luo would have to continuously invest money into it. However, as a financially struggling student, apart from being somewhat supported by the wealthy Isabella and Alice, he had little means to procure such funds in a short time. Moreover, given the exploitative nature of the Magic Society, even if Chen Luo were to simultaneously court both Isabella and Alice, he would likely drain them of their gold in no time. Determined to provide for himself, Chen Luo did not wish to choose comfort at an age where he ought to strive. Furthermore, he had already discovered a path to financial gain. He halted before the wall, gazing upwards. It was plastered with an array of mathematical problems, and after a cursory glance, he estimated there to be over 20. The problems displayed on the bounty wall of the Mathematical Society undoubtedly possessed a certain level of difficulty, yet with the multitude of scholars in the society, most would soon find solutions to them. What remained were the accumulated challenges of the Yabo City Mathematical Society over the years, problems that had yet to be resolved or proven by any mathematical researcher, either due to their inherent complexity or insufficient conditions, which had allowed them to persist on the wall. As Chen Luo surveyed the wall, he noted that most of the problems were geometrical in nature. Indeed, early mathematical research predominantly centered on geometry. Aside from geometry, most branches and achievements of mathematics were established only in more modern times. Chen Luo's eyes slowly traversed the wall, while a few problems left him without immediate insights. He could readily provide solutions or proofs for the majority of the remaining ones. Many queries that had baffled scholars of the Divine Grace continent would eventually be named theorems, and numerous mathematical methods unknown to them would become second nature to future elementary students. Beneath the bounty wall, the mathematical researchers maintained their distance from Chen Luo. Although they harbored many questions they wished to discuss with the honorific scholar Blair, it was evident that Lord Blair was deep in thought. Interrupting a scholar's contemplation is deemed highly impolite, for inspiration often strikes in an instant, should their interruption cause Mr. Blair to lose a precious insight. They might find themselves condemned by history, needing to apologize to all mathematicians. A young man named Gal approached the bounty wall quietly, eventually standing not far behind Chen Luo. He made no attempt to disturb Chen Luo but remained ready to heed any of his commands. A faint murmur emanated from the front, and Gal, believing the esteemed Lord Blair was solving a problem, could not help but hold his breath in anticipation. The next moment, he heard the youngest honorific scholar of the Mathematical Society whispering, 10 gold coins, 20 gold coins, 40 gold coins, 80 gold coins, 500 gold coins. It's a fortune. Chapter 66. The path to wealth. The Magic Association is a bottomless pit, requiring astronomical sums of gold coins to fill. Just moments ago, Chen Luo was still troubled by the matter of gold coins. However, upon gazing at the mathematical problems affixed to the wall, he realized he might have stumbled upon a novel avenue for financial gain. He turned to the young man behind him and inquired, "Your name is Gao, is it not?" Gao, standing behind Chen Luo and momentarily perplexed, heard a familiar voice and immediately lifted his head, responding respectfully, "Yes, how may I assist your excellency?" Blair. Indeed, for a scholar of honor, this request was not unreasonable. Gao promptly nodded and said, "I shall fetch it for you at once." Although both bread and steamed buns primarily consist of flour, and while many find bread more palatable, Chen Luo still had a preference for steamed buns. As for teacher Brittany and Isabella, should they find steamed buns unpalatable, there was bread in the refrigerator. Besides the steamed buns and porridge, Chen Luo prepared just 2 small side dishes, as it is advisable not to overindulge during dinner if teacher Brittany or Isabella were to gain weight from his feeding. They might blame Chen Luo in return. Women are exceedingly conscious of their figures, often to the point of being unreasonable. Should teacher Brittany develop a belly, Chen Luo could not be certain she would still regard their mentor-mentee relationship fondly. As for Isabella, her propensity for unreasonable behavior was even greater. As lunchtime approached, teacher Brittany and Isabella timely appeared at the door. Isabella had minimal belongings, having only packed 2 bundles. She tossed her bundles onto the sofa and eagerly took a seat at the dining table. Teacher Brittany and Isabella's acceptance of steamed buns exceeded Chen Luo's expectations. Though they had never tasted such food before, it did not hinder their willingness to learn from Chen Luo how to tear the bun apart and stuff it with vegetables. Observing Isabella and teacher Brittany adeptly using chopsticks to pick up food, Chen Luo found himself pondering whether, a year hence, they would still be using knives and forks. Recalling something, Chen Luo retrieved the reward for the 2 mathematical challenges from the Mathematics Association and said, "Teacher Brittany, here's the reward for those 2 difficult problems. You should keep it." Brittany shook her head, replying, "You should keep this money, Blair. It was originally meant for you to buy ingredients." Isabella chimed in, "Did we not agree that I would purchase the ingredients?" Chen Luo refrained from echoing Isabella's sentiments to dissuade teacher Brittany. Having spent considerable time with her, he had come to understand her temperament well. She was a strong-willed individual, somewhat stubborn, and would not easily alter her decisions, so Chen Luo chose not to press further. After returning to his room, he first installed the lock he had purchased that day on his door to prevent any sudden intrusions from Teacher Brittany or Isabella. He decided not to disclose to them the matters concerning the Mathematics Association's bounty problems, nor would he utilize Blair's identity to accomplish them. Regardless of whether it was the 9 bridges problem, the Larson conundrum, or irrational numbers, it could all be attributed to his clever reasoning. Any scholar might achieve the same results, but if he were to solve all the problems offered by the Mathematics Association, he could not possibly explain how a mathematical novice, after merely 2 months of study, had acquired superior mathematical abilities compared to all scholars. Moreover, such a sweeping success would be too ostentatious. Chen Luo desired to earn money discreetly, wishing to avoid attracting attention as he had in the past. Additionally, he harbored numerous secrets that must remain undisclosed. An undisturbed personal space was of utmost importance to him. Having secured the lock on his door, Chen Luo retrieved several sheets of paper from his drawer, which contained the unsolved challenges from the Mathematics Association. Earlier in the day, he had already perused these problems, selecting those he had ideas for and setting aside those for which he lacked insight. He then took up a quill and began to write fervently. In his eyes, although Blair possessed the flaws of being avaricious and lacking in gentlemanly conduct, these did not overshadow his greatest virtue, an extraordinary dedication and diligence. Isabella had never encountered anyone as industrious as Blair. He scarcely allowed himself any respite from studying magic, even utilizing his days off to visit the Mathematics Association, often forgetting to prepare meals for the beloved Teacher Brittany. Such a person would hardly retire to bed right after dinner. It defied reason. Curiosity piqued, Isabella quietly approached Chen Luo's door. She positioned herself at the threshold and gently pushed the door, but it did not yield as she had anticipated. Instead, it remained steadfastly shut. The look of confusion on Isabella's face deepened. Blair's room had never been locked before. The night had only just begun to fall, and he had secluded himself within, securing the door. Surely, he could not be engaged in any nefarious activities. Isabella knocked lightly on the door. Moments later, Chen Luo opened it, gazing at Isabella standing at the entrance and asking, "Isabella, is there something you need?" Peering into the room, Isabella inquired, "Blair, what are you doing all alone in here?" Chen Luo replied, "Today, I discovered several mathematical problems at the Mathematics Association that I found quite intriguing. I thought I might attempt to solve them." "What mathematical problems?" "Let me see." Isabella stepped into Chen Luo's room, as it was still too early for her to retire, and she felt a bit bored, seeking someone to converse with. With only 3 individuals present, Teacher Brittany's role as an instructor made Isabella feel somewhat restrained in her presence. Even though Blair might be somewhat tedious if given the choice, Isabella would prefer to converse with him. The only downside was that spending time with Blair caused her pocket money to deplete rather quickly. She casually picked up a geometric problem Chen Luo had transcribed, settling at the edge of the bed to read it. Chen Luo made no comment and returned to his desk to continue solving problems. Isabella was indeed quite clever. At the prestigious St. Donis Academy, she was considered an exemplary student, often achieving perfect scores in mathematics under Teacher Brittany's guidance. However, her ambition to solve that particular geometric problem was somewhat unrealistic. That seemingly simple geometric proof required several methods for validation. Yet the most straightforward approach necessitated the drawing of 8 auxiliary lines and the application of a geometric theorem unknown to the mathematical scholars of this world. To prove this problem, one would first need to independently validate that theorem. The proof problem from the Mathematics Association was not inherently difficult. Rather, it was the convoluted process that posed a challenge. The hidden theorem was the crux of the problem's difficulty. Chen Luo paid her no mind, organizing the solution process for the problem and placing it in the drawer before transcribing it anew, contemplating deeply. In comparison to the 9 bridges problem, these challenges were more formidable for Chen Luo. Yet he was fortunate to possess a wealth of knowledge and insights that surpassed the mathematical community by many years. Solving these problems merely required a bit more time. Time passed without his notice until Brittany knocked on the door and entered the room. Glancing at the bed, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Isabella sleeping here?" Chen Luo replied helplessly, "She was just sitting at the edge of the bed." Brittany shook her head and lifted Isabella from the bed, saying, "Blair, you should also retire early. There are classes tomorrow." Even without Teacher Brittany's reminder, Chen Luo was already preparing for sleep. Casting spells is remarkably exhausting, and he must ensure he gets ample rest. Moreover, Isabella has already warmed his bed, and the blankets still retain her body heat. To forego sleep while the bedding is still warm would be to squander her thoughtful efforts. Chapter 67. Doubt. Last night, Chen Luo had an unsettled sleep. After being with Isabella, his bedding was imbued with her fragrance, which kept him awake for a long time. However, he had to rise early in the morning to prepare breakfast, and after eating, he had to attend classes. This high school routine was something he hadn't experienced in quite a while, and for him now, it felt like a waste of time. He pondered that if he could dedicate the hours spent on those trivial classes to meditation or martial arts practice, his skills would surely improve rapidly. After breakfast, Chen Luo and Isabella departed together, parting ways at the classroom entrance. Upon entering, he found that many students were already present. He settled into his seat and resumed working on the problems before him. Even for someone like him, tackling the challenging problems from the Mathematics Society required considerable time. Chen Luo nodded, choosing not to elaborate. If Toby decided to become a warrior as a friend, Chen Luo would do his utmost to assist him in enhancing his magic and teaching him combat skills. Yet, if Toby merely wished to inherit his father's estate and live a mundane life, that was his own choice, and Chen Luo would not interfere. Just before class commenced, Linda and Triss, seated in front of Chen Luo, arrived fashionably late. Both Isabella and Professor Brittany had inquired about his future plans, and while calculating, Chen Luo replied without looking up, "I suppose I'll stay at the academy." "Ah?" Linda expressed surprise. "I thought you would attend the Royal Magic Academy. With your grades, you could easily gain admission." Chen Luo shook his head dismissively, casually stating, "I prefer it here." Linda exchanged a glance with Triss before looking back at Chen Luo. The Royal Magic Academy is home to many young and beautiful noble ladies. They are both graceful and polite. Don't you consider this, Blair? Not at all, Chen Luo replied, fully aware that Triss was likely harboring aspirations of attending the Royal Magic Academy, using Linda to probe him. However, the allure of noble ladies held no appeal for him. Neither Isabella nor Professor Brittany lacked beauty or grace. Why seek distant charms when he had such proximity to them? Beautiful noble ladies, graceful, polite, Toby murmured, staring ahead, before suddenly turning to Chen Luo. "Blair, I've decided I want to become a warrior again." Ultimately, Toby had changed his mind, aspiring to be a formidable warrior. Although his magical aptitude made his chances of entering the Royal Magic Academy slim, he still had a strong possibility of gaining admission to the Royal Knight Academy as a powerful fighter. Of course, in Chen Luo's heart, neither the Magic Academy nor the Knight Academy could compare to St. Donis. It was the presence of Professor Brittany that made it a sacred place for him to learn magic. In the following days, apart from studying martial arts with Professor Brittany and engaging in daily meditation and magic practice, Chen Luo devoted the majority of his energy to problem solving. In just 5 days, he mastered 3 variant spells, the Firebird spell, Fireball Barrage, and Compressed Fireball, significantly boosting his mental power in the process. By last night, he had managed to stabilize the release of 6 fireballs simultaneously. At this pace, perhaps he could advance to the rank of junior magician alongside Isabella, provided he could acquire enough variant spells. Having tasted the sweetness of rapid mental growth, Chen Luo found the slow pace of meditation intolerable. The gold coins he earned from solving problems became an urgent necessity for acquiring more variant spells. Consequently, he stayed up late the previous night, determined to solve all 23 challenging problems from the Mathematics Society before sleeping. Although the mathematics here was rather primitive, the problems offered by the Society were not easily solvable. Having remained unaddressed for a long time, it took him nearly a week to resolve over 20 problems, some of which were particularly difficult, forcing him to toil late into the night to find solutions. The next day was a rest day, and Chen Luo rose early to prepare breakfast for Professor Brittany and Isabella, taking only 2 buns with him as he left the school. At the Mathematics Society, Gal yawned as he descended the stairs and opened the large doors, allowing the eager mathematicians who had arrived early to enter. These individuals sought the bountiful rewards offered for solving problems. If successful, they not only earned substantial compensation but also gained a measure of fame. Compared to the slow accumulation of results through diligent study, this was evidently a quicker path to recognition, enticing many mathematicians to pursue such shortcuts. Every day, people lined up outside the society, waiting for the doors to open in hopes of discovering new problems to tackle, perhaps even solving them by chance. However, to Gal, these individuals seemed utterly foolish. The owners of the challenging problems were seasoned researchers with a profound interest in mathematics. The questions they posted were never simple. Before being publicly announced, these difficult problems were first attempted by several scholars, including the presidents of the society. Only those they could not solve would be made public. The ones capable of answering these problems were typically renowned scholars or even honorary scholars, certainly not those merely seeking an easy way out. Gal paid little mind to these people. After opening the society's doors, he stepped behind the counter, yawning and dusting the surface. He had only cleaned half when a figure approached the counter. Clad in the robes of a magic apprentice, the individual wore a wide-brimmed hat and a mask, obscuring their true identity. Despite having encountered countless individuals, Gal rarely saw such eccentric attire. He couldn't help but glance at the newcomer again and said, "Are you here to submit a paper or to claim a reward? If it's the former, please leave your submission on the counter. If it's the latter, please wait a moment. Steward Garen has yet to rise." Gal straightened up and bowed to Chen Luo, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed scholar?" Chen Luo came the reply. "Ah, Lord Chen Luo," Gal responded promptly. "How may I assist you today?" Chen Luo placed a thick stack of papers on the counter, pointing to the wall on the left. "These are the answers to the 23 challenging problems. Please have them verified quickly and settle my reward." Staring at the substantial stack of papers, Gal was momentarily taken aback. The problems posted by the Mathematics Society had first appeared on the wall several years ago. Even the most recent one had been introduced 2 months prior by an honorary scholar. These challenges had withstood the test of time, remaining on that wall, and it was rare for a scholar to solve even one at a time. It was particularly uncommon for a newly honored scholar like Brittany to solve 2 at once, occupying an entire issue of the journal. Yet here stood someone claiming to have resolved all of the society's challenging problems. Chapter 68. The God of Mathematics, the Apollon branch, a mere offshoot of the Lauren Kingdom's Mathematical Society, harbored few honorary scholars. However, when considering the broader scope of the entire Lauren Kingdom, other realms, and even the 4 great empires, honorary scholars were hardly noteworthy. In such a small branch as Apollon, it was improbable for even the most humble receptionist, let alone their president, to be acquainted with all the honorary scholars of the Divine Grace continent. The task of verifying whether someone was a thief or a fraud was far beyond the capabilities of a mere receptionist. Gal glanced at the thick stack of papers, casting a complex look at Chen Luo, and said, "Please, Sir Chen Luo, wait here for a moment while I summon Vice President Audley." Before long, Chen Luo saw Vice President Audley hurriedly descending from the upper floor. He approached Chen Luo directly and inquired straightforwardly, "Have you solved all the prize problems of the Mathematical Society?" Chen Luo remained silent, instead handing over the stack of papers. Upon receiving them, Audley's eyes eagerly scanned the contents. Although Gal's claims were somewhat incredulous, he would soon ascertain whether this honorary scholar was indeed a fraud. Mathematics allows no room for deceit. The answers Audley sought were contained within the substantial pile of papers. The first problem he encountered was a shortest path question, one that had long perplexed the society's scholars. Many had proposed solutions, yet none could demonstrate that the path they found was indeed the shortest. In essence, this prize problem, valued at 20 gold coins, had been solved with remarkable ease. Audley cast a glance at Chen Luo and turned to the next page. The second page presented a more intricate geometric proof, a conjecture posed by a senior honorary scholar from the capital a year prior. Countless mathematicians had attempted to prove this conjecture over the past year, only to fail. Many had concluded that the conjecture was erroneous and unprovable. Now, Audley understood why no one had successfully established it before proving the conjecture. One needed to know a particular theorem. The sum of the distances from the circumcenter of a triangle to its sides equals the sum of the circumradius and the inradius. This was a theorem Audley had never encountered before. The proof of this theorem was neatly attached at the bottom of the page, with steps clear and flawless. With this theorem in hand, the conjecture could be easily proved. This problem was valued at 50 gold coins. Standing at the counter, Audley eagerly turned to the next page, which contained 2 divine grace problems. Chen Luo, of course, did not merely stand idly by. It took him a full week to resolve the 20-odd problems, even following his train of thought. Reviewing the solutions and proofs would require considerable time. Gal's doubts about Chen Luo had long dissipated. Seeing Chen Luo head to the sofa in the resting area, he proactively offered tea and pastries, standing behind him, awaiting further instructions. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Vice President Audley, who was slowly turning the pages, occasionally lost in thought, sometimes slapping the desk in surprise. Clearly, if Sir Chen Luo were a fraud, Vice President Audley would have already shown him no mercy. The only logical explanation was that he had genuinely solved those challenging problems. This revelation stirred a tempest within Gal. Such an extraordinary feat, was beyond even the greatest scholars. While it was true that not every problem could be solved by the highest-ranking scholars, it was unprecedented for someone to comprehensively resolve the accumulated challenges of the society in one fell swoop. Surely, only a god of mathematics could achieve such a feat. As Gal's mind swirled with astonishment, Audley finally turned to the last page of the papers. How could this be? How could this be possible? These problems had been attempted by several esteemed scholars, yet even they had not provided answers. To solve even one of these questions was remarkable. To solve two indicated extraordinary mathematical talent, and to solve three denoted absolute genius. To resolve 23, this transcended Audley's comprehension. Since the establishment of the Mathematical Society, no such genius had ever emerged, not even among the highest scholars. This was something that scholars from the Loren Kingdom, the Osti Empire, and the Divine Grace Continent had all failed to accomplish. Such an individual could only be deemed divine, the god of mathematics. Mathematics diverges from the hierarchy of mages. Strength of level corresponds to power. Mathematics relies on talent and inspiration. Problems unsolvable by grand scholars may well be unraveled by emerging mathematicians, a common occurrence in the mathematical realm. Moreover, grand scholars are not omniscient. They each have their own areas of expertise, wielding immense authority within those realms, yet their capabilities remain limited in others. The prize problems posed by the Mathematical Society span various domains. Solving one might be mere chance. Solving two could be considered coincidence. Solving three could be attributed to good fortune, but resolving 23 is unequivocally a testament to skill. Apart from divine beings, Audley could find no other word to describe it. Furthermore, not only had he solved these 23 problems, but he had also proposed and proved 11 new theorems. After Audley's verification, astonishingly, all were correct. Audley cast a gaze filled with profound dread toward the resting area, took a hesitant step, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. He had stood too long, and his legs had gone numb. He had been so engrossed in the world of mathematics that he hadn't realized it. Gal rushed over to assist Audley, asking, "Vice President Audley, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Due to the numbness in his legs, Audley's expression was somewhat pained, and he could hardly stand unaided. With Gal's support, he slowly made his way toward Chenluo. When Audley reached Chenluo, he had just finished the last piece of cake. Chenluo rose, looking at Audley, and asked, "Vice President, how did the verification go?" Audley gazed at him with utmost reverence, replying, "Esteemed Sir Chenluo, your exquisite solutions have left me in awe." In that moment, Audley harbored no doubts about Chenluo's identity. Such a person, far surpassing even the grand scholars, could not possibly masquerade as a mere junior honorary scholar. In Audley's mind, Chenluo had become synonymous with divinity. Beside them, Gal wore a dazed expression. Vice President Audley was a senior honorary scholar. He had never shown such deference even before grand scholars. Could it be that this enigmatic individual was of an even higher status than that of a grand scholar? Chenluo looked at Audley and inquired, "Were all the results correct?" Audley nodded, affirming, "Not a single flaw." "Then let us settle the payment," Chenluo stated. For the 23 prize problems, the total reward is 535 gold coins. As this is our first collaboration, I shall graciously request 530 coins. Rounding off one of the amounts, Audley's face displayed a look of utter astonishment. These 23 intricate challenges and 11 new theorems represented invaluable treasures within the mathematical community. Could they truly be measured in gold coins? Was this esteemed scholar motivated by monetary reward in solving these problems? Upon hearing the mention of the bounty, Audrey fell into silence. Chenluo, realizing that he had perhaps been a tad too eager, clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely find these problems intriguing, not motivated by gold." Audrey exhaled with relief and remarked, "Your esteemed contributions to mathematics cannot possibly be measured by a mere few hundred coins." Chenluo gazed at him and inquired, "Are you suggesting that there is potential for the bounty on these problems to increase?" Audrey fell silent once more, and after a moment's contemplation, it seemed he grasped the situation. He gestured to Gal and instructed, "Immediately assist Lord Chenluo in claiming his bounty. Not a single coin shall be spared." Chapter 69. An unexpected encounter at the association. The Mathematics Association is renowned for its credibility. 23 bountiful problems, with a total reward of 535 coins, were all gathered in a black cloth bag before Chenluo. Although he had not counted them, the weight and volume suggested that the coins could only be more than less. Audrey discreetly signaled Gal and earnestly inquired, "Sir Chenluo, would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver these coins to your residence?" Naturally, Chenluo resolutely declined this offer from Audrey. Blair's identity was not to be exposed. The chaos he had already stirred in the mathematical community regarding irrational numbers was enough. If he were to create another scandal, his days would be forever unsettled. Seeing him refuse without hesitation, Audrey felt a pang of anxiety. He knew that the person before him was undoubtedly a luminary in the field of mathematics. If this opportunity were missed, he would be deemed a sinner in the Apollo City branch, perhaps even in the entire Lauren Kingdom's Mathematics Association. Yet, this esteemed scholar seemed disinclined to forge further connections with him. In a moment of desperation, Audrey bit the bullet and asked, "Esteemed scholar, may I inquire if Chen Luo is your real name?" Chen Luo lifted the bag filled with coins and asked, "If it is not my real name, can I not claim the reward?" In principle, Chen Luo was indeed his true name. Based on Blair's exceptional mental acuity, he should have perished by now. No. Of course not. Audrey hastily shook his head, asserting, "Regardless of your identity, or whether you are an honorary scholar, this is rightfully yours." Audrey's spirit lifted, and he continued, "Please forgive my impertinence, but may I ask from which nation you hail, Sir Chen Luo?" Chen Luo, still holding the bag, inquired, "Is this of great significance?" Audrey nodded solemnly, replying, "It is of utmost importance to us." "Lauren Kingdom," Chen Luo declared. Gal swallowed hard and looked at Audrey, saying, "Lord Audrey, I shall immediately look into Sir Chen Luo's background." "No need for that," Audrey interjected, shaking his head. He understood that Gal would uncover nothing. Since the individual preferred to keep his identity concealed, it was clear that Chen Luo was not his true name, and the Mathematics Association would be unable to ascertain it. His voice was deep, suggesting he was of considerable age, which narrowed down the possibilities significantly. However, the issue remained that he was not necessarily a scholar from Apollo City, making the task of uncovering his true identity nearly impossible. Moreover, should the Mathematics Association insist on revealing his identity, it could provoke his ire. For Audrey, the identity of this enigmatic figure was not paramount. What mattered was that he was from the Lauren Kingdom, an honorary scholar of the realm. In other words, the god of mathematics from the divine Grace continent dwelled within Lauren. Upon this realization, he turned to Gal and commanded, "Have those problems retracted immediately. I must depart for the royal capital at once." The resolution of all the problems posted as bounties by an individual, alongside the introduction of 11 new theorems, was a monumental event for the mathematical community. He felt compelled to report this personally to the headquarters of the Mathematics Association in the royal capital. On what began as an ordinary weekend, several mathematics researchers arrived early at the Mathematics Association in Apollo City. Here, they could engage in discussions while keeping abreast of new developments in the field. Vice President Lord Audrey had been standing at the counter for quite some time, clearly deep in thought. Although the others wished to greet him, no one dared to interrupt. What transpired next was even more astonishing than they had anticipated. First, the esteemed Lord Audrey displayed utmost respect towards a mysterious figure. Then, that individual seemingly took something from the Mathematics Association. After which someone began to violently tear down the bounty problems posted on the walls. What is happening? Why are they being torn down? Has the Mathematics Association rescinded the bounties? Gal, perched atop a ladder, ripped down the last piece of paper and proclaimed, "These problems have been solved. Everyone may disperse." Solved? When did this happen? Did someone truly solve all the problems? If so, he has claimed all the rewards. I know now. It must be that mysterious individual. It has to be him. He solved everything and took all the rewards. Is he a great scholar? Even a great scholar could not accomplish such a feat. The usually tranquil Mathematics Association began to stir with excitement. At that moment, Chen Luo, clutching a heavy black bag, had already appeared at the entrance of the Magic Association. Over 500 coins represented a significant fortune. Yet it belonged to Chen Luo only temporarily, as it was soon to be taken by the Magic Association. The best course of action would be to exchange them for the resources he required within the Magic Association. As Chen Luo entered the Magic Association, he scanned the counters but did not see Jasmine. It then dawned on him that the young lady was now an assistant deacon and no longer engaged in such reception duties. He also did not spot the freckled girl who had a habit of looking down on others. He was unsure if she was on leave or had resigned. Approaching one of the counters, a young woman behind it looked up, her face adorned with a professional smile as she asked, "Good sir, how may I assist you today?" Blair. Chen Luo was about to speak when a familiar voice suddenly called from behind him. Instinctively, he turned around, realizing he was in trouble. He was Chen Luo now. Not Blair. Not far ahead, a striking figure was approaching him briskly. Isabella was dressed in her favorite black lace gown once more. adorned with a lace-trimmed hat. And with her long legs, she quickly arrived before Chenluo. Recalling that his magical robe's hood was down and that he was also wearing a mask, Chenluo composed himself and lowered his head, speaking in a subdued tone. "My dear lady, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I apologize." "Oh, I beg your pardon," Isabella stammered as she momentarily froze upon seeing him. She quickly began to apologize, but just as she intended to leave, she suddenly seemed to recall something and looked back at Chenluo, asking, "Could you please repeat what you just said?" Although the voice before her was different from Blair's. Something about the phrase "my dear lady" struck her as oddly familiar. As she spoke, Isabella leaned slightly closer, as if attempting to discern the face beneath Chenluo's hood. The mask concealed only half of his face. While someone unfamiliar might not recognize him, Isabella had shared a bed with Chenluo for an extended period. He was uncertain whether she would identify him through the mask. He lowered his head further and reiterated, "You have mistaken me for someone else." Isabella shook her head, insisting, "No, it was the previous statement." Chenluo glanced at her, but chose not to respond. At that moment, Isabella realized that her request was somewhat peculiar and embarrassing. Just as she was about to leave, her steps faltered, and she took a step closer to Chenluo, suddenly inhaling deeply through her nose. Seeing her do this made Chenluo's heart race. Ever since Isabella moved in with him, they often studied together at night, and she would inevitably snuggle into his blankets. Although he would wake her up to make her sleep in the adjacent room, his bedding inevitably carried her scent. Sensing the familiar scent that belonged to her, Isabella raised her head, furrowing her brow as she gazed at him. "Blair, what is the meaning of this? Do not think that donning clothing and concealing your head will prevent me from recognizing you." Just as she reached out to remove the hood of Chenluo's robe, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, interposing themselves before Isabella. With a smile, they addressed Chenluo, saying, "My lord Chenluo, this way, please." Jasmine looked at Chenluo, her smile unwavering. "Lord Elton has instructed me to escort you to him." Chenluo nodded slightly, not even casting a glance at Isabella, and followed Jasmine towards the second floor of the Magic Association. Isabella stood rooted in place, momentarily stunned, before softly spitting in disdain and murmuring, "A man using a fragrance of lily." Chapter 70. A new era. Isabella ultimately dismissed the doubts that lingered in her heart. Although the silhouette of that individual bore a striking resemblance to Blair, he had never worn perfume, not even a men's fragrance. His pleasant scent stemmed from his constant companionship with himself and their mentor, Brittany. A young girl approached from a distance, gazing at Isabella with curiosity, and inquired, "Sister Isabella, what are you doing here?" Isabella had come to accompany her cousin for the magical apprentice certification, but had mistakenly identified someone. She waved at the girl and replied, "It's nothing. I mistook someone. Let's go." At the second floor of the Magic Association, Chenluo followed Jasmine up the stairs, finally exhaling in relief. It had been a perilous moment. He had nearly been caught by Isabella. Chenluo's identity must remain concealed, and it was imperative that neither Isabella nor Brittany discovered it. There were secrets he could share with Brittany, but others he intended to keep buried deep within his heart. Upon reaching the upper floor, Jasmine turned to him, blinking her eyes, and asked, "Was that beautiful lady mistaken in recognizing you?" Chenluo nodded. "It seems so." Jasmine smiled and remarked, "I know a Mr. Blair as well. You truly resemble him. No wonder she made an error." Chenluo chuckled. "Is that so?" He couldn't shake the impression that Jasmine's smile was less professional than before. Her natural grin was lovely and comforting, yet it carried an enigmatic undertone that Chenluo could not decipher. Jasmine did not delve further into the topic and asked, "May I inquire why you have come to the Magic Association, Lord Chenluo?" Chenluo replied, "I wish to certify several combination spells." Most of his hypotheses regarding combination magic had already been validated by Brittany, proving that his conjectures were indeed correct. The combination of different magical elements resulted in higher offensive and defensive capabilities than single-element spells. With the principles of the upgraded water sphere technique now public, combination magic was no longer a secret. Even without Chenluo, other mages could easily conceive of it, rather than waiting for others to profit from his ideas. He preferred to outline all possible combinations of magical elements and thoroughly present combination magic. Over the past few days, aside from addressing the Mathematics Association's bountiful problems, he had been refining the concept of combination magic. There were 6 combinations for dual-element spells, 4 for tri-element spells, and 1 for all-element spells. Dual-element magic was inherently challenging, while tri-element and 4-element combination magic posed an even greater challenge, as few possessed the ability to multitask effectively, let alone manage 3 or 4 elements. However, these considerations were not for Chen Luo to ponder. The theory of combination magic was plausible, and whether his theories could withstand practical validation depended on the mage's innate talent. In later generations, some complex and esoteric disciplines were entirely realms reserved for geniuses. The only complication was that while Brittany seldom engaged with matters of magic, the advent of combination magic would undoubtedly stir significant ripples, and she would inevitably learn of it. Chen Luo could fabricate an excuse, claiming that it was a concept conceived by others before him, but he had no intention of doing so. Brittany was the person he trusted most. Aside from his origins and extraordinary talents, there was little he couldn't share with her. He simply had yet to devise a suitable method to articulate it. Revealing his identity at the Magic Association would also expose his ties to the Mathematics Association. The notion that a scholar he admired was actually a student he interacted with daily might embarrass Brittany. Chen Luo needed to contemplate how to soothe her when the time came. He could afford to neglect Isabella, but Brittany was dear to him. Embodying his hopes, she must be appeased. Jasmine led him to a lounge, offering him tea and pastries, saying, "Lord Chen Luo, please wait here for a moment while I inform Vice President Elton." Elton soon entered, accompanied by Jasmine and another individual. To be precise, it was Elton leading the way for a middle-aged gentleman. "Lord Angus, this is Lord Chen Luo," Elton introduced him, before turning to Chen Luo with a smile. "Lord Chen Luo, this is President Lord Angus." Upon hearing Elton's introduction, Chen Luo's heart raced. Although the ABO City Magic Association was merely a branch of the Lauren Kingdom's Magic Association, the president of such a branch wielded no less than the power of a Grand Mage. The stern-faced middle-aged man before him was the first Grand Mage Chen Luo had ever encountered. "You are the extraordinary mage," Angus said, looking at Chen Luo's figure beneath his magical robe, and let out a hearty laugh. "This time, I must sincerely thank you." Chen Luo regarded him with surprise. However, unlike the meteor spell Chen Luo was familiar with, the meteor summoned by Angus was enveloped in a thick layer of flames, its extreme heat causing the surface to appear as though it might melt. This was not merely a meteor spell, it was a combination of fire and earth magic, a new form of magic that Chen Luo referred to as fire meteor. This combination spell boasted even greater offensive capabilities and significantly mitigated the vulnerability of the meteor spell to ice-based magic. Chen Luo lamented that mages had never invented combination magic, not due to a lack of ability, but rather a lack of awareness. Once he had opened the door to combination magic and liberated the minds of mages, they would certainly generate far more ideas than he could conceive alone. It was evident that President Angus also possessed the talent to multitask. Elton looked at Chen Luo, smiling as he explained, "Lord Angus, through Lord Chen Luo's combination magic, has derived an improved meteor spell. 2 days ago, he successfully eliminated a spy from an enemy nation who was an ice mage, making a tremendous contribution to the kingdom." Chen Luo was not surprised by this outcome. Earth and ice magic were balanced in terms of offense and defense. 2 mages of equal rank in earth and ice magic would not differ significantly in capabilities. The defense of ice's super-tier magic was formidable enough to withstand Earth's meteor spell, unless the ice mage, concealed beneath the ice layer, was unaware that what fell upon him was not an ordinary meteor, but a fire meteor. Fire and water magic counter each other, even if the meteor spell infused with fire elements could not melt the thick ice layer. It could still considerably weaken the ice magic. In a life-or-death struggle among high-ranking mages, such a minute oversight could lead to death multiple times over. This magic, transcending the understanding of ordinary mages, could, if used at the right moment, decisively eliminate an equally ranked adversary. Angus regarded Chen Luo, a hint of trepidation in his expression, and said, "That enemy mage was even stronger than I. Had it not been for your inspiration, I fear I would not be standing here to converse with you. Lord Chen Luo, you saved my life." Chen Luo smiled and replied, "I cannot contend with a grand mage. It was you, Lord Angus, who saved yourself. This favor I shall remember," Angus said, gazing at Chen Luo with kindness. "I heard from Elton that you have new combination magic to certify." Chen Luo retrieved the items he had prepared from beneath his magical robe and handed them to Angus. With Chen Luo's prowess, certain aspects remain unverified. However, according to the principles of combinatorial magic, their feasibility is assured. Angus directed his gaze towards the first page before swiftly turning to Chen Luo, exclaiming, "So? It turns out that you have long contemplated the concept of fire meteors." Chen Luo merely smiled, refraining from verbal response. Elton and Molly stood silently to the side, equally maintaining their reticence. Elton's attention was entirely fixated on Angus, while Molly's gaze occasionally flickered towards Chenluo before swiftly averting. The room descended into a contemplative silence, punctuated only by the sound of Angus meticulously turning the pages. After an indeterminate passage of time, Angus finally concluded his perusal of the last page. He set down the document, exhaling deeply, and cast a gaze filled with complexity towards Chenluo, slowly articulating. My lord Chenluo, you have ushered in a new era of magic. Chapter 71. Care ever since the gods imparted magic to the ancestors. It has undergone countless innovations. The most primitive forms of magic have been continuously refined and improved by subsequent sorcerers, gradually establishing the current magical system. However, despite the great improvements made by these illustrious magicians to fundamental magic, they have not transcended the confines of the four elemental schools. Today, Angus observed the nascent emergence of the fifth school of magic on several sheets of paper. Following earth, fire, wind, and water, a fifth branch of magic has surfaced. Although combinatory magic remains fundamentally rooted in the four elemental elements, its potency is significantly amplified, shattering the barriers of sorcerer rankings and transforming the once impossible into achievable feats. Since the inception of magic on the continent of divine grace, there has never been such a monumental advancement. Angus, having personally experienced the might of combinatory magic, recognized with his grand wizard's insight that magic is on the brink of a new era. The enigmatic sorcerer, Chenluo, has unveiled this new epic with merely these slender pages. In this moment, he is not just a humble apprentice, he is the pioneer of combinatory magic, the mentor of a new age. Chenluo smiled at Angus and remarked, "It is not as grave as you suggest, my lord. This is still a utilization of the four elemental magics, albeit with certain limitations. The majority of sorcerers will find it beyond their reach. The new era initiated by Lord Chenluo belongs to the realm of the prodigies." Angus regarded him with a smile and inquired, "An era has never belonged to the majority, has it?" The comprehensive theory of combinatory magic is worth an immeasurable sum compared to the upgraded water sphere technique proposed by Chenluo previously. Under Angus's command, the senior clerks of the Magic Association and the two vice presidents are currently engaged in the authentication and evaluation of his combinatory magic theory. Apart from President Angus, none of them possess the aptitude to wield dual-element magic. Even Angus, whose primary focus is the earth element and secondary is the fire element, can only validate the combination of fire and earth magic. Yet, Chenluo has introduced a novel concept within the framework of combinatory magic. If a single sorcerer cannot cast dual-element magic, what about two or three? Although a sorcerer's mental energies are mutually exclusive, it is impossible to summon a fire meteor simultaneously through collaboration. Different sorcerers can first cast their respective fire and earth magics and then merge them. While this method may be time-consuming and less potent, it suffices for validation. Combinatory magic is poised to establish a new magical system beyond the four elemental schools. Such a level of authentication is beyond the purview of the ABO City branch. After their preliminary validation, it must be sent to the capital's Magic Association headquarters for final authentication. Once the Magic Association grants its approval, Chenluo will be recognized as the founder and architect of the combinatory magic system. This contribution should elevate his membership level significantly, allowing him access to higher-tier resources. Due to this document concerning the combinatory magic system, the Magic Association has suddenly become quite busy, with President Angus being the most occupied. He not only oversees all operations of the Magic Association, but also bears the responsibility of practically validating all combinatory magics and their variants proposed by Chenluo. After all, apart from Jasmine, he is the only one capable of simultaneously casting dual-element magic. Jasmine, an apprentice who can only cast fireballs and water spheres, cannot validate those advanced magics. She remains by Chenluo's side as they return to the second floor of the library. Previously, Chenluo was financially constrained and could only select the two most beneficial variant magics. Today, having just received a substantial sum from the Mathematics Association, he is now ready to procure everything he previously desired. Approaching the row of shelves, Chenluo pointed and said, "This one, this one, this one, and this one." Jasmine glanced at him and tentatively asked, "You don't want these?" "I want all of them," he replied. Jasmine was momentarily taken aback before softly saying, "These will require a great many gold coins." Chenluo set down the heavy pouch and declared, "No matter. I wish to acquire all of these until I exhaust these coins." Blair's identity lacks any source of income. His funds originate entirely from Mistress Brandy and Isabella. Moreover, every time he purchases groceries, Chenluo keeps meticulous accounts, allowing Isabella and Mistress Brandy to monitor his remaining balance. Thus, even a single extra gold coin poses a potential dilemma for him. The staff of the Magic Association worked swiftly, and soon Jasmine approached him, presenting a small pouch. "My lord, everything you requested has been acquired, and there are still 15 gold coins remaining. Please keep them safe." For the former Chenluo, 15 gold coins represented a considerable amount. However, now they bear little significance, insufficient even to procure the cheapest items at the Magic Association, potentially becoming a source of unexplainable funds. Chenluo waved his hand, saying, "Consider these as a commission for Miss Jasmine." Jasmine quickly shook her head, insisting, "These are merely my duties. I cannot accept your commission." Chenluo pondered for a moment and realized his earlier gesture may have seemed presumptuous. 15 gold coins, merely a reward for solving a problem, could represent half a year's salary for her as a lowly assistant clerk. His generosity might lead the young lady to misconstrue his intentions. After some thought, he suggested, "Then let the remaining gold coins be deposited with Miss Jasmine for now. If anyone purchases improved magic or if the Magic Association rewards come through, please keep those coins on my behalf. I can offer a modest fee for the safekeeping." A hint of hesitation crossed Jasmine's face. No sorcerer had ever made such a request of her. She could discern President Angus's regard for combinatory magic, and the rewards from the Magic Association would undoubtedly be substantial, potentially more gold than she had ever seen in her life. If she failed to safeguard them properly, and something went awry, it could cost her dearly, perhaps even more than what Lord Chenluo could afford. She looked up at him and asked, "Lord Chenluo, would it not be more convenient for you to keep it yourself?" Chenluo nodded, responding, "It is rather inconvenient." Jasmine regarded him, seemingly realizing something, then lowered her head and whispered, "Very well, I will take good care of it for you." Chenluo smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Jasmine." On this occasion, Chenluo expended 500 gold coins at the Magic Association, procuring over 10 variant magics, each encompassing different elemental schools. While they may only possess the potency of apprentice-level magic, each represents a novel challenge and experience for his mental faculties, likely sufficient for him to advance to the rank of junior wizard. Although he cannot remove these materials from the Magic Association, they will be recorded, allowing him access to review them at his leisure in the future. Angus was particularly busy today, yet upon learning of Chenluo's impending departure, he personally came to see him off. "Your Excellency, the combinatory magic you have introduced has initiated a wholly new school, requiring recognition from the headquarters of the Magic Association. This process may take some time, at least 2 months. If you could provide me with your address, I shall ensure you are informed of any developments." Angus gazed at Chenluo, seemingly eager to glimpse the face beneath the mask. After a lengthy pause, he smiled and said, "Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Lord Chenluo, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Receiving such a promise from a grand wizard is Chenluo's greatest unexpected fortune of the day. He nodded and replied, "I thank you, Lord Angus." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "There is indeed a small matter I would like to request your assistance with." Angus gazed at him and said, "My Lord Chenluo, please speak." Chenluo glanced behind and remarked, "Deacon Jasmine is quite commendable. I hope you, Lord Angus, can take good care of her in the future." Angus cast a meaningful glance at Chenluo and replied with a smile, "It is but a trifling matter. You need not worry, my Lord Chenluo." After exchanging a few more casual words, Chenluo departed from the Magic Association. Through several encounters, he had developed a favorable impression of Jasmine, who had been of considerable assistance to him. Slightly improving her circumstances within the Magic Association was merely a matter of a few words for Chenluo. Jasmine stood at the entrance of the Magic Association, watching Chenluo leave. Upon seeing Angus approach, she immediately exclaimed, "President Angus." Angus regarded her and inquired, "You are Jasmine, are you not? Now serving as the assistant deacon?" Jasmine nodded, puzzled by why President Angus would suddenly ask for her name. Although the titles of assistant deacon and junior deacon differ by only 2 words, their statuses are vastly distinct. The former merely assists the junior deacon, alleviating some tasks when the latter is overwhelmed, while the latter constitutes the true management of the Magic Association. Angus waved his hand and said, "There is no need for gratitude. If anyone should be thanked, it is my Lord Chenluo." Chapter 72. Isabella's Doubt After Leaving the Magic Association. Chenluo navigated through 2 alleys to ensure he was not being followed before finding a secluded spot to change back into his own clothes. Teacher Brittany had just discovered topology and was currently refining her theories at her desk. Qinluo greeted her briefly before heading into the kitchen. Every encounter with Teacher Brittany left Qinluo feeling somewhat disheartened. What astounded him most about her was not merely her extraordinary magical talent, but rather the fact that she had not exerted herself significantly in the study of magic, yet managed to master all forms of magic. A truly astonishing feat, thankfully. Having Isabella around provided a point of comparison. Living in the shadow of Teacher Brittany daily significantly undermined his confidence in learning magic. However, just as he was about to close the door to his room, Isabella walked in from outside. She stood at the doorway, gazing at Qinluo, in feigned casualness as she inquired, "Blair, where did you go this morning?" Qinluo could easily detect Isabella's probing inquiry. He would never reveal that he had visited the Magic Association. Maintaining his composure under her scrutiny, he replied, "I went to the old house to check if I had forgotten anything." Isabella pressed on, "You didn't go to the Magic Association?" "No." Qinluo shot her a glance and replied, "Why would I go to the Magic Association? It's not on my way." Isabella's gaze was tinged with suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly said, "Say something. Let me hear your voice." "Say what?" "This lovely lady must have mistaken you for someone else," Qinluo said, looking at Isabella. "Isabella, I know you're beautiful, but there's no need to flaunt it." Isabella frowned and insisted, "Stop with the nonsense and speak quickly." Qinluo shook his head firmly. "It's too embarrassing. I want to say it." Isabella glared at him, then suddenly stepped closer, quickly inhaling through her nose, and confidently declared, "It smells just like that." As she attempted to confirm her suspicion, Qinluo deftly took a step back, creating distance between them. Isabella advanced again, and Qinluo continued to retreat. With each step forward from Isabella, Qinluo would take 2 steps back. Eventually, as he reached the edge of the bed, he had nowhere left to retreat. Isabella took a large step forward, and he found himself unable to escape, being directly knocked onto the bed by her. Isabella's body lost its balance, landing atop Qinluo. Her usual delicate lily fragrance was replaced by a more potent masculine scent, leaving Isabella momentarily stunned. Just as Brittany stepped into the room, she froze at the sight, then turned away, saying, "I'm sorry. I will definitely remember to knock in the future." The principle of levitation magic is quite simple. One merely needs to summon wind elements to envelop the object they wish to float. Isabella's mental acuity had already reached impressive heights, and I will teach her some techniques shortly. Achieving this is not difficult. Not long after dinner, Teacher Brittany commenced her small magic class atop the dormitory building. Seeming to find the previous topic too awkward, she refrained from mentioning the incident she had unintentionally interrupted between Qinluo and Isabella. Isabella's mental prowess had reached the pinnacle of a magic apprentice, majoring in wind magic. She was on the brink of certification as a junior wind magician upon mastering the levitation spell. Once her mental strength was sufficient to lift herself, she would be just a step away from becoming a mid-level magician. Levitation, as a junior wind magic, demands a significant level of mental strength. Although Qinluo could conjure a fireball in one hand and a water ball in the other, and even produce a formidable blue fireball when pressed, his current mental capacity was insufficient to levitate a stone the size of his fist. Brittany taught Isabella the nuances of the levitation spell, allowing her to practice while she approached Qinluo. "How's your fireball technique coming along?" Qinluo simply executed a fireball spell, conjuring 6 fireballs of equal size that floated steadily in the air, burning brightly. "You can already summon 6 fireballs," Brittany remarked, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. "Blair, your mental growth is truly remarkable." Isabella watched from a distance, her heart racing as the magical gestures transformed more rapidly. She felt the urgency to master the levitation spell and achieve junior magician certification. If Blair surpassed her in advancing to junior magician status, she would feel utterly ashamed in front of Teacher Brittany and herself. "Your fireball technique is already quite proficient. Just continue to enhance your mental strength," Brittany advised Qinluo. "You've likely realized that learning new magic greatly benefits mental growth. Since you have already mastered apprentice-level magic in 4 schools, I will teach you 2 variant spells." Brittany summoned a fireball, allowing it to float quietly in the air. This spell is called Explosive Fireball. As her words echoed, the fireball suddenly erupted without warning, scattering sparks in all directions, instantly covering a vast area except for the space where Qinluo and Brittany stood. Qinluo gasped in astonishment. This was the true nature of a power-enhancing variant spell. Compared to the Explosive Fireball, any technique like Firebird or Chain Fireball paled in comparison. This was a transformation of a singular fireball into a spell capable of inflicting area damage. while individual fireballs could be dodged. An abruptly exploding fireball left no room for evasion. Once fire elements clung to clothing, they would ignite, and a single explosive fireball could effectively seal off all escape routes for an enemy. If Qianluo's blue fireball were to explode upon contact with the fire elements, he would be preparing for the worst. The explosive fireball had not been mentioned at the Magic Association, and Brittany seemed entirely unconcerned about any repercussions, indicating that this spell did not originate from the association. It was more likely her own creation. With the ability to devise such a variant spell, Qianluo had every reason to cling tightly to her. Brittany instructed him on the method of casting explosive fireball, cautioning, the attack range is considerable, but it is also easy to injure oneself. Remember not to be too close while casting. Qianluo nodded. Unlike teacher Brittany, he lacked the elemental control to cast explosive fireball at close range without endangering himself. You can begin practicing explosive fireball when you are able to release 9 fireballs. Brittany continued. I will teach you one more spell, the whirlwind spell, which is a variant of basic wind magic. As your mental strength increases, the power of the spell will vary according to the magician's level soon. Under Brittany's demonstration, Qianluo witnessed the manifestation of a small artificial tornado. His only wind magic was a gentle breeze spell, primarily used to sweep dust in a fixed direction. The whirlwind spell, as its variant, created a self-spinning tornado, which required significantly more intricate technique. Brittany commanded the whirlwind to move as she wished, but Qianluo struggled to accomplish this. After several failed attempts, he managed to produce a whirlwind, yet it seemed to possess a mind of its own, darting swiftly in a specific direction. Not far away, Isabella, holding down her lifted lace skirt, revealed a glimpse of her smooth calf, glaring at Qianluo in fury. Blair, where are you directing that wind? Chapter 73. The goddess of Luo. Qianluo temporarily set aside his practice of the whirlwind spell, intending to revisit it when he was alone. At present, his mental prowess was insufficient to wield the winds effectively. Reckless usage of wind magic could easily lead Isabella to mistake him for a lecherous rogue, lifting skirts under the guise of magical practice. Currently, Qianluo's mind was teeming with nearly 20 variants and modified spells, yet upon reflection, the most formidable among them were the 2 recently imparted by teacher Brittany. Most variant spells from the Magic Association are rather trivial, offering little enhancement in power compared to fundamental spells, and in some cases, even diminishing their efficacy. Their sole purpose is to assist mages in breaking through the bottleneck of mental capacity. However, the Explosion Fireball and Whirlwind spell are exceptions. The Explosion Fireball transforms a single fireball into a wide-area offensive spell. The detonation radius of a single fireball is already considerable, and when 10 or even dozens of fireballs explode simultaneously, it becomes an unparalleled weapon in group combat. Such extensive area attack spells are typically within the grasp of advanced mages. As for the Whirlwind spell, it is not merely a variant of the Wind Apprentice magic. Its power escalates with the mage's level, varying from individual to individual. Qianluo's Whirlwind spell was merely capable of lifting skirts, while teacher Brittany's version could summon a formidable tornado capable of obliterating a town if unopposed by a wind mage. What kind of magical talent must a mage possess to create such a variant spell? This thought further solidified Qianluo's resolve to cling to teacher Brittany's teachings. With this in mind, Qianluo's gaze inevitably drifted towards Brittany, who was conversing with a female teacher, standing over 7 meters tall. Brittany's long legs imparted an extraordinary aesthetic appeal from a distance. The other female teacher, while not short and possessing a slender figure, appeared to have shorter legs when standing beside Brittany. This disparity underscored the issue of body proportions. Indeed, the gods are unjust, bestowing certain individuals with not only exquisite beauty and enviable physiques but also extraordinary magical and mathematical talents. Such individuals are truly the favored children of divinity. Isabella stealthily approached from the side and inquired, "Isn't teacher Brittany beautiful?" Standing in Qianluo's position, she glanced in a certain direction and inwardly cursed Blair for selecting such a prime spot. From this angle, Brittany's flawless figure was undeniably on display. This weekend, aside from his morning visit to the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association on the first day, Qianluo spent the remainder of his time at home. The new spells he purchased from the Magic Association were sufficient for an extended period of study, not to mention the knowledge imparted by teacher Brittany. For at least a month, there was no necessity for him to return to the Magic Association. Observing Isabella's slow progress with the floating spell, it was evident that her stagnation at the apprentice level stemmed from her penchant for frivolity. Had she exerted the same effort previously, She would likely have attained the rank of junior mage by now. While Chen Luo felt a twinge of envy, he remained unperturbed. He had already discovered his own path in magic. Becoming a junior mage was merely a matter of time. And even aspiring to the rank of grand mage was not beyond the realm of possibility. As the new week commenced, Chen Luo rose early as usual to prepare breakfast. After their meal, he and Isabella made their way to the classroom. Isabella had overslept that day, and Chen Luo waited for her a while, arriving almost last to class. Upon entering, he found Toby and others gathered in fervent discussion. "Blair, you're quite late today." Toby greeted him before turning his attention back to Triss, urging, "Now, continue with your story." "I don't know what happened next," Triss replied, shaking her head. "For the past couple of days, the mathematicians from Yabo City have been searching for this person, but no one has managed to find him." Triss' grandfather served as a steward at the Mathematics Association, making her the most informed regarding developments in the mathematical community. Taking his seat, Chen Luo caught Toby's gaze as he asked, "Blair, have you heard? Something big has happened at the Mathematics Association." Chen Luo shook his head, replying, "No, I haven't." Toby leaned closer, saying, "I heard someone solved all the challenging problems that the Mathematics Association had put forth as a reward." Chen Luo remained expressionless, asking, "Is that so?" "It must be true," as Triss mentioned it. Toby mused, stroking his chin. "Do you think he might be a grand scholar?" But Triss said none of the grand scholars could solve those problems, which implies that this person is significantly more capable. Chen Luo casually noted, "Grand scholars are not omniscient. They too have their share of unsolved problems. Such comparisons hold little merit." Toby's face lit up with realization. No wonder they call him the goddess of Luo. They say that his feats are only achievable by a deity. Chen Luo waved dismissively, asserting that he was merely somewhat more adept than the grand scholars, and calling him a god was an exaggeration. Toby nodded in agreement, saying, "I also believe he's not a god but rather a monster. His mind must be fundamentally different from ours." Chen Luo regarded Toby, asking, "Have you practiced the movements I taught you?" Toby shook his head, replying, "Not yet." "Then make sure to practice diligently. If you don't master it today, you won't be eating." It became evident that Chen Luo's suspicions were correct. In the world of academia, one must prioritize self-preservation. The prospect of the substantial bounty offered by the Mathematics Association made it unnecessary for him to place himself in danger, given the fervor of those mathematical researchers. Had the feats been attributed to Blair, the St. Donis Academy would have been besieged by mathematicians by now. Moreover, should his identity be exposed, it would certainly draw the attention of the grand scholars. Chen Luo understood the principle that the tallest tree catches the wind. Yet, the moniker goddess of Luo struck him as somewhat effeminate. However, recalling his other nickname, he quickly found solace. After all, when compared to the devil, this new title was not so hard to bear. The term god may be a bit grandiose, but if someone were to resolve all the long-standing challenges in a particular field to the researchers within that domain, he would be indistinguishable from a deity. The actions he undertook under this alternate identity did not incite much commotion within the classroom, aside from Triss, who treated it as exclusive gossip. Few paid attention to the happenings in the mathematical realm. Their interests lay elsewhere, revolving around the latest rumors about Senior Isabella or the measurements of Senior Alice. With even some individuals indirectly inquiring about Chen Luo's second question. Those asking such questions were utterly ridiculous. While he was aware of Isabella's and teacher Brittany's measurements from an accidental glance, he was unfamiliar with Alice. After school, clutching the mathematics assignments he collected that morning, Chen Luo entered the large office of the mathematics teachers from various grades, where he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The typically boisterous office was now eerily silent. With school having concluded, no one had yet departed. Including teacher Brittany, everyone was deep in thought. As Chen Luo stepped into the office, someone finally broke the silence. "So, this problem needs to be solved this way. This method is simply unheard of." In an astonishing demonstration of intellect, he not only posed but also proved two new theorems, each of which bore greater significance than the original problem at hand. 23 problems. 23 in total, he astonishingly resolved them all by himself. Chen Luo, could he truly be a deity? The expressions of bewilderment and shock were evident on the faces of all the mathematics instructors, as this recently unveiled revelation sent ripples of astonishment through them, far surpassing even the emergence of irrational numbers. It led them to ponder the very existence of divinity. No one could accomplish such feats. No individual could single-handedly unravel the enigmas that had perplexed the annals of mathematics in recent years, not even the greatest scholars. Except for a god, the god of mathematics. Chen Luo quietly placed his mathematics assignments on Ms. Brittany's desk, ensuring not to disturb her, as he prepared to slip away unnoticed. Isabella, clutching a stack of mathematics papers, stood at the doorway, her brow furrowed in surprise. Chen Luo, that name seems vaguely familiar. Where have I heard it before? Ah, Blair, what are you doing? Chen Luo pulled her outside and gestured for silence, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see Ms. Brittany is deep in thought?" Chapter 74. The mystery of identity. Isabella soon realized that the atmosphere in the office was somewhat unusual. Ms. Brittany appeared deep in thought, while the other teachers engaged in serious conversation, suggesting that a significant event had occurred. She cautiously placed her assignment on the desk and then slipped out, looking at Chen Luo and asking, "What is happening?" Chen Luo shook his head and replied, "I don't know either," as Isabella listened to the discussions inside. A look of confusion reappeared on her face as she murmured, "I have definitely heard the name Chen Luo before. Where could it have been?" At a certain moment, a look of realization crossed her face, and she exclaimed, "I remember now. That masked person at the Magic Association. The one with the hat covering his head was named Chen Luo. I almost mistook him for you." "Chen Luo? Who knows Chen Luo? Where is he?" Isabella did not intentionally suppress her voice, and immediately after her words, a clatter of overturned desks and chairs echoed through the office, as Isabella was surrounded by the crowd. The astute Chen Luo had already made a hasty retreat. Brittany nodded and said, "The mathematical problems that were under reward, including those tackled by esteemed scholars, remain unsolved. How could anyone achieve such a feat? Could he truly be the embodiment of the goddess of wisdom?" Cough, cough, cough. Brittany glanced at Chen Luo, who was choking on water, and consoled him. "Blair, do not feel disheartened. That mysterious scholar has surpassed countless esteemed scholars and stands at the pinnacle of mathematics. There is no need for us to compare ourselves with him." Chen Luo nodded, saying, "I understand. Mathematics is, after all, a field studied by a select few. And most people in Yabo City are unaware that a mysterious scholar named Chen Luo has already achieved a legendary status among the mathematical researchers there. Simultaneously, countless wizards across the Divine Grace continent remain oblivious to the fact that, under the leadership of the Osti Empire, a remote branch of a small principality's magic association is witnessing the emergence of fifth-tier magic." Angus, seated behind the desk, set down his materials and let out a gentle sigh, murmuring, "Is he truly just a magic apprentice?" The enigmatic magician named Chen Luo had provided the Magic Association with materials on combinatorial magic that had already been largely verified. Thus far, no errors had been discovered. The unverified aspects merely stemmed from the fact that even he could not simultaneously cast 3 or 4 types of magic. This did not indicate a flaw in the other party's theory. It was hard to fathom that such groundbreaking ideas, capable of transforming the magical landscape, could have originated from a mere magic apprentice. This only served to highlight his greatness. Although Angus's voice feigned solemnity, it was evident that he was not of advanced age. The fact that he harbored such remarkable thoughts while still an apprentice left Angus astounded at the prospect of him eventually becoming a high-level magician, a grand magician, or even a magic tutor, a great grand magician. This was beyond Angus's imagination. He momentarily suppressed his astonishment. The proposal of combinatorial magic was a monumental event in the magical realm, and he must immediately set off for the capital's Magic Association headquarters to report this matter. As the president of the Yabo City branch, he had played a significant role in this development. Angus smiled. He indeed owed a considerable debt to this Lord Chen Luo. A figure approached Angus's door, knocked gently, and said, "Lord Angus, there is something I believe you would find intriguing." Angus looked at the intermediate steward standing at the door and inquired, "Steward Baron, what is the matter you wish to discuss?" The steward named Baron entered and stood opposite Angus, saying, "It concerns Lord Chen Luo." Hearing Chen Luo's name, Angus's spirits lifted, and he asked, "Have you uncovered his identity?" Baron shook his head, responding, "Not just us. Many others in Yabo City are searching for him, but with no success. It appears that Chen Luo may not be his real name. He has concealed his true identity from us." Angus was not surprised by this and nodded, saying, "It is not unexpected that he would not want to reveal his face, and it is not strange for his name to be false. What precisely do you wish to convey? Just a few days ago, a mysterious scholar solved all the reward problems posed by the Mathematical Association, taking away a bounty that amounts to several hundred gold coins." As Baron spoke, a look of disbelief crossed his face. "This is simply incredible. The problems offered by the Mathematical Association are unsolvable even by esteemed scholars." Angus understood that Baron was a steward of the Magic Association with an interest in mathematics, but he clearly would not mention the mathematical association without reason. As if realizing something, he suddenly stood and looked at Baron, saying, "Are you suggesting?" Baron nodded. "On the same day, Mr. Chen-Luo, spend over 500 gold coins here to acquire over a dozen variant magic spells. And the scholar who received the bounty from the Mathematical Association is also named Chen-Luo. I suspect they are one and the same." Angus's face exhibited surprise. He is knowledgeable in mathematics? Not only knowledgeable, but he holds a high status among mathematical scholars. Baron's expression was complex, revealing an indescribable emotion as he said, "Lord Angus may not be aware that what he has done holds significant meaning for the mathematical community." Angus smiled lightly and casually remarked, "Could it be more significant than combinatorial magic for wizards?" "Far more so." Baron inhaled deeply before slowly stating, "Mathematical researchers refer to him as a god. In the Divine Grace continent, a god is regarded as the supreme being. Wizards worship the gods of magic, and scholars revere the goddess of wisdom. Using the term god to describe a human signifies that he has reached the pinnacle of a certain field, beyond compare." "A god?" Angus's expression turned solemn as he questioned, "Do you also believe this to be true?" Baron remained silent for a long time before finally sighing, "Though it is hard to accept. I must concede that the scholar's appraisals of Lord Chen-Luo are not exaggerated in the slightest." Angus opened his mouth, yet found no words to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, he resumed his seat and said, "Please summon Steward Jasmine." A moment later, Jasmine knocked softly and entered, bowing her head as she spoke in a gentle voice, "President." Angus gestured toward the chair opposite him, saying, "Please, take a seat." Jasmine sat upright, and Angus regarded her, asking, "What do you know about Lord Chen-Luo?" Jasmine paused momentarily, then slowly looked at Angus and tentatively inquired, "Is there an issue with Lord Chen-Luo's certified magic?" "No, Lord Chen-Luo's ideas regarding combinatorial magic are exemplary." Angus smiled and added, "I merely wish to learn more about him. It seems you are quite familiar with him. He specifically asked me to take care of you when he last departed, so I wanted to inquire about him." "Take care of me?" Jasmine was taken aback for a moment, then fell into thought and slowly remarked, "Lord Chen-Luo is different from other magicians. He is very gentlemanly, polite, and quite wealthy." Angus nodded and further questioned, "The name Chen-Luo does not seem to be his real name. Do you have any insight into his true identity, Steward Jasmine?" Jasmine looked at Angus, her face displaying confusion. "Ah, does Mr. Chen-Luo have another identity?" It appeared that Steward Jasmine was also unaware. Angus smiled slightly and said, "Very well, Steward Jasmine. You may return to your duties. Should Lord Chen-Luo visit the Magic Association in the future, please personally attend to him. Furthermore, if you encounter any difficulties within the association, you may always seek assistance from me or Vice President Elton." "I understand." Jasmine nodded gently and said, "Thank you, esteemed President." After Jasmine slowly exited, Angus stood once more, walking to the window, a profound look of bewilderment etched across his face. "Heavens, Lord Chen-Luo, who exactly are you?" Chapter 75. Alice's invitation regarding the matters deemed divine by the populace. Chen-Luo humbly declined the honor. Certain mathematical conundrums posed during the ancient Greek era remain unsolved even in the 21st century. Chen-Luo ought to be grateful that the challenges of angle trisection, the duplication of the cube, and the squaring of the circle have yet to be contemplated. Otherwise, not even Euler in his prime or a resurrected Gauss would stand a chance. In truth, each of those 20-odd problems possesses considerable merit. The reason no one, including esteemed scholars, has unraveled them is not due to a lack of ability, but rather their relative youth. Given another millennium or two, when the theorems and formulas of modernity emerge, even Isabella would be capable of resolving these issues. However, in a certain sense, Chen-Luo has inadvertently propelled the advancement of mathematics. Although his intentions were far from noble, as he pursued solutions solely for monetary rewards, the theorems and formulas he presented are indeed valid. They can significantly aid scholars in circumventing many detours, essentially placing mathematical principles that might not be discovered for centuries directly before them. This act, for mathematicians who are still painstakingly groping their way through years of research, is nothing short of miraculous. Of course, such actions have serious repercussions. Teacher Brittany has never revered anyone, yet she has mentioned to both Chen-Luo and Isabella repeatedly over the past 2 days that in mathematics, she will never surpass the scholar named Chen-Luo. The mathematicians of Apollo City are frantically searching for him. Countless individuals congregate daily outside the mathematical society, and the number of masked figures donning magical robes has surged in this scholarly circle, adorning masks and pulling the hoods of their robes over their heads. This trend has rapidly become fashionable. For Chen Luo, this development is fortuitous. The next time he presents himself in his true identity, he will attract far less attention. People may merely perceive him as an ardent fan of cosplay rather than the genuine Chen Luo. His only concern lies with Isabella and teacher Brittany. The last encounter at the Magical Association nearly resulted in Isabella unraveling his true identity, while she has largely dismissed her suspicions in recent days. A recurrence of similar events could amplify her doubts. Teacher Brittany poses an even greater challenge. She is aware of the combination magic. And although she doesn't closely follow the affairs of the Magical Association, once she learns of it, she may inevitably connect the dots regarding Chen Luo. If she discovers that her esteemed deity is, in fact, her own student, how will they maintain their relationship moving forward? Chen Luo regrets not having established an additional pseudonym at the Mathematical Society, which would have mitigated the significant risks he faces now. As Brittany instructs them in combat techniques, she notices Chen Luo's scattered thoughts and inquires, "Blair, what occupies your mind?" With a gentle smile, she adds, "In the entire Lauren Kingdom, there exist numerous distinguished mathematical scholars. The nominees for the Edwin Prize are not limited to us. Everyone must undergo the rigorous scrutiny of the judging committee. These matters are beyond our control. Focus your thoughts on magic and strive to advance to the rank of junior mage as swiftly as possible." Chen Luo nods in acknowledgement, stating, "I understand." The certification for improved magic at the Magical Association requires a considerable amount of time. Thus, he need not fret about his identity being exposed at present. His true concern is that after exhausting the monetary rewards from the Mathematical Society, he will soon find himself troubled over gold coins once more. The transformative magic purchased with the more than 500 gold coins will enable Chen Luo to ascend rapidly to the rank of junior mage. However, the costs of both improved and transformative magic exceed those of apprentice-level spells, and with the Mathematical Society's resources thoroughly depleted, he has effectively severed his financial lifeline. Based on his estimations, the profits from the Magical Association are unlikely to be substantial. After all, geniuses capable of multitasking are exceedingly rare. Initially, the allure of combination magic may attract a handful of curious mages, but once they realize that such magic cannot be learned by ordinary individuals, it is improbable that anyone would foolishly squander their coins. Apart from improved magic, the Magical Association offers quicker avenues for financial gain. The association maintains a close relationship with the kingdom's officials, frequently releasing tasks tailored for mages. By completing these tasks, mages not only receive corresponding monetary rewards, but also earn points to elevate their honorary membership levels, gaining greater privileges. Chen Luo has perused the task listings of the Magical Association, and while the rewards are indeed enticing, the most lucrative tasks typically entail significant risk. For instance, providing information on a mid-level mage who is reselling resources from the Magical Association yields 50 gold coins and 50 points. Capturing a kingdom fugitive of high mage rank rewards one with 1,500 gold coins and points. Eliminating a great mage-level spy from a rival nation offers a staggering reward of 10,000 gold coins and points. Such endeavors are hardly reasonable pursuits. Though 10,000 gold coins are more tempting than Alice's offerings, the associated challenges are far greater, and the risks to life render them temporarily outside Chen Luo's considerations. Resources from the Magical Association can be obtained not only through contributions in gold coins, but also via another means. Once a mage from the Lauren Kingdom ascends to the rank of Saint Mage, all resources from the Magical Association will be granted to them free of charge. This stipulation, established by the higher-ups of the Magical Association, seems rather misguided. Chen Luo's objectives are clear. He must prepare for the future. He anticipates reaching the rank of junior mage by the end of this semester at the latest, and at that point, contemplating ways to earn money would be rather belated. In the classroom, Alice observes Chen Luo lost in thought and gently reminds him, "Blair, have you found companions for tomorrow's extracurricular practice?" Students in their second year and above at St. Donis Academy engage in an extracurricular practice each semester, which serves as a true test of their mastery over magic. This practice involves a certain degree of danger and necessitates that students work in groups of 3. Normally, such combinations require at least one third-year senior. But teacher Anthony has endorsed Chen Luo's magical prowess, allowing their team to be an exception. Chen Luo has been preoccupied with other matters lately and has not sought companions. However, Toby is certain to accompany him. The final member of their trio is intended to be Linda, as Toby has begun to court her ever since he perceived Isabella and Alice as Chen Luo's interests. Chen Luo, reluctant to refuse Alice, glances at Toby and inquires, "Have you found?" "No," Toby responds without hesitation, shaking his head. "We still lack one companion." Chen Luo looks at him in surprise and asks, "Haven't you already invited Linda?" Toby gazes at him in confusion. "Linda? What Linda? That name sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I have heard it somewhere." Alice, observing Chen Luo, smiles and asks, "Just so happens I haven't found a companion either. May I join your group?" Chapter 76. Brittany's Dilemma. Alice, the senior, not being able to find a partner for extracurricular practice is the biggest joke at St. Donis. Whenever she expresses a need for a companion, admirers line up from the school gate. Her proximity to Chen Luo is merely a desire for his mathematical prowess. Interestingly, Isabella shares a more natural rapport with Chen Luo than Alice does. If not for the influence of their families, how would the cherished daughter of St. Donis, the goddess revered by countless students, with her striking beauty, ever approach a mere impoverished boy like him? While Isabella may be straightforward, she lacks cunning. Otherwise, Chen Luo wouldn't manage to swindle money from her so effortlessly. In other words, Isabella is far more innocent than Alice. Chen Luo is disinclined to expose Alice's facade. Tomorrow marks the day for extracurricular practice, and Isabella has not sought him out, indicating she has likely secured a partner long ago. According to the rules, each small group must have at least one upperclassman, and although teacher Anthony granted him privileges, it is prudent to adhere to the academy's regulations. Beyond Isabella, the only upperclassmen Chen Luo knows are Alice and Fiki, leaving him with limited options. Nodding, Chen Luo welcomed Alice into the group. Alice smiled in response, saying, "Then, Brother Blair, see you tomorrow." Chen Luo waved, "See you tomorrow." After Alice departed, Toby looked at Chen Luo and said, "Blair, you owe me your gratitude." Chen Luo shot him a glance. "For what?" Toby retorted, "How could Alice not find a partner? Her closeness to you indicates her affection. I created this opportunity for you too." Chen Luo regarded him skeptically. "Isn't this all for your own gain?" Toby slapped the table in frustration. "Blair, I sacrificed Linda for you, and you dare to doubt my intentions." Chen Luo replied coolly, "If you don't clarify your motives, there may not be a chance left." Toby immediately added, "Once you start dating Alice, could you introduce a few friends to me?" Just as Toby finished speaking, Isabella walked in. Toby instantly straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. Isabella approached Chen Luo, stating, "Blair, tomorrow's magical practice requires 3 people. Remember to find another partner." With that reminder, she promptly left. For Isabella, Chen Luo is not just a junior, but her beloved sibling, sharing a bed and a table with him daily. The magical practice involves a collaboration between the second-year Class 5 and the third-year Class 1, and if Blair chooses not to team up with her, could it be that he would prefer the annoying little fox, Alice? Observing Isabella's swift departure, Chen Luo grasped her implicit understanding that he would inevitably team up with her, a notion that seemed entirely reasonable. To choose Alice over Isabella, who was so closely related, would be an act of betrayal, unforgivable. Yet, the reality remains that Alice arrived first. Isabella would hardly entertain his explanations or the concept of first come, first served. Chen Luo felt a headache coming on, regretting his hasty agreement. Being with those 2 women felt like navigating a battlefield. However, he had already committed to Alice, and although he had not agreed to Isabella, she provided him with no option to refuse. At that moment, Toby sighed dramatically, patting Chen Luo's shoulder gently. "Blair, I might have a stomachache tomorrow. I probably can't attend the magical practice." Toby had devoted much of his energy to learning combat recently, making little progress in magic. Even if he participated in extracurricular practice, he would merely be a bottom dweller. Chen Luo wished he could feign a stomachache too, for he would rather tackle a multitude of mathematical problems than confront both Alice and Isabella simultaneously. When they are apart, they are the goddesses of St. Donis. But when they meet, it ignites a divine conflict. Yet, avoidance is futile. After all, Chen Luo had promised Alice, and moreover, he found the upcoming practice quite intriguing. 3 participants it shall be, and he could simply keep his distance from them. After lunch, Chen Luo accompanied Isabella and teacher Brittany to the market to buy groceries. On a whim, Isabella and Brittany decided to try their hand at cooking, and Chen Luo did not object, as it would alleviate his burden. However, he overestimated their culinary talents. While teacher Brittany's magical aptitude is unparalleled and her mathematical skills remarkable, her cooking leaves much to be desired. Eating her food is less appealing than gnawing on bread. As for Isabella, her dark cuisine was unpalatable even to the dogs at school. The two wasted a significant amount of ingredients, and it was ultimately Chinluo who took charge to satisfy their hunger. From that day forth, neither teacher Brittany nor Isabella ever mentioned cooking again. Isabella had initially intended to learn cooking from Chinluo, but that plan never materialized. Had it not been for their excessive waste, Chinluo would not have needed to venture out to buy groceries today. As they walked, Isabella recalled the upcoming practice and inquired, "Blair, who have you chosen as your additional partner for tomorrow, the chubby one sitting beside you?" Noticing a change in his expression, Isabella pressed, "Not the chubby one." "Then who?" Chinluo replied, "Guess." Isabella shot him a glance. "As long as it's not Alice, you can choose anyone." In that moment, Chinluo felt like a scoundrel straddling two boats. He awkwardly looked at Isabella and said, "What if it really is Sister Alice?" Isabella paused. And during the brief silence, Chinluo sensed the temperature around him drop. Gritting her teeth, Isabella declared, "Blair, you traitor." From Isabella's perspective, Chinluo's actions amounted to betrayal. Just as she had abandoned him to team up with Fiki, Chinluo undoubtedly felt displeased. Clearly upset, Isabella walked ahead, leaving Brittany and Chinluo to walk side by side. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she turned to Chinluo and asked, "Blair, if you had to choose a girl to be your wife, would it be Isabella or Alice?" This was a veiled inquiry about his preferences between the two. However, children often make choices. Adults, on the other hand, might wish to have it all, though they rarely have that luxury, as neither the beautiful girls nor the shapely ones are within their reach. Isabella, the daughter of the Lord, possesses nobility, beauty, and wealth. Alice hails from a scholarly family, known for her wide circle of friends, elegance, and decorum. Isabella draws near to Chinluo for sustenance, while Alice seeks companionship. Unfortunately, teacher Brittany offered him no such option. "I choose neither." Chinluo shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Just as teacher Brittany dedicates herself to mathematics, I have long decided to devote everything to magic." Brittany chuckled softly, "But you will eventually need to marry." Chinluo retorted, "Isn't it true that teacher Brittany has yet to marry?" Brittany remarked, "I am in no rush." Chinluo replied, "Neither am I." At that moment, Isabella, who had been observing them from a distance, displayed a knowing gaze that suggested she had seen through it all long ago. Chapter 77, A Gathering of Attention in the Continent of Divine Grace. While the populace generally possesses the ability to wield rudimentary magic, it is only upon reaching the realm of advanced sorcery that the true potency of magic begins to manifest. For the majority of magic apprentices, magic is not a viable means of combat. Their lengthy incantations and gestures result in but a sluggish fireball, hardly more effective than engaging in physical combat. In an effort to further cultivate the magical abilities of students and to bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application, St. Donis established extracurricular practical courses. These practical sessions take place on a mountain located just outside the city of Aber. This mountain, having been acquired by the Academy from the kingdom, is entirely the property of St. Donis, encompassing every blade of grass and creature within its bounds. The sanctity of private property is an inviolable law recognized by the four great empires and various kingdoms of divine grace. Although the Academy does not prohibit others from entering the mountain, activities such as logging or hunting are deemed unlawful. St. Donis purchased this mountain expressly for the purpose of serving as a venue for student practical exercises. Each month, the Academy organizes sessions for second and third year classes to engage in these practical activities. Today, Toby was absent due to a leave of absence, while the rest of the students arrived at school half an hour early, guided by several teachers to the temporary campsite at the mountain's foot. The leading instructor for Chinluo's class was their magic teacher, Anthony. Upon their arrival, he provided a detailed explanation of the safety precautions necessary for this practical exercise. He emphasized that while the primary focus is on safety, the secondary aim is to enhance their magical prowess. This is particularly important, as they were no longer within the confines of the school. Although most dangers had been mitigated by the Academy, some minor risks remained unavoidable. The Academy assured that students would not encounter ferocious beasts such as tigers or wolves within the designated areas. Yet the complex terrain of the mountain could pose risks such as sprained ankles or collisions with trees, which were beyond the Academy's control. Additionally, he elaborated on the rules of the practical session and the tasks assigned to the students. Noticing the distracted expressions of the students, Anthony furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you all comprehend what I just explained?" Compared to the monotony of sitting in class day after day, this practical experience was evidently far more engaging for them. As a teacher, Anthony was acutely aware of their lack of focus. Apart from Blair, Nearly all the students' thoughts were elsewhere. Regarding Blair, Anthony felt a mixture of admiration and apprehension. He appreciated Blair's exceptional talent, as evidenced by his outstanding performance in both theoretical and practical examinations, which was the highest in the entire second year, a remarkable achievement for a Forsaken one. Anthony could only imagine the effort Blair exerted outside of class. However, he was also wary of the peculiar questions Blair often posed, such as why incantations and gestures were necessary to communicate with magical elements, or why humans could not communicate with elemental impurities as easily as animals did. As Anthony spoke, Chinluo listened attentively. He had always approached matters of magic with seriousness. The purpose of the practical session was to enhance students' combat capabilities in magic, not merely to enjoy a picnic. They were tasked with collaborating to accomplish a specific objective, capturing rabbits. While this task might seem peculiar, it posed a significant challenge for magic apprentices. In the continent of divine grace, magic is not an exclusive gift of humanity. Many creatures capable of conjuring fireballs exist. Not only rabbits, but numerous animals in this world possess the ability to communicate with magical elements. Humans can interact with 4 elemental magics, whereas animals, due to certain limitations, generally communicate with only one. According to Chinluo, species within the Leporti family seem particularly attuned to the fire element, enabling them to conjure fireballs akin to humans, albeit limited to that singular action. The fireballs produced by these creatures are relatively weak and slow-moving, easily evaded even by an ordinary person. If a magic apprentice possesses sufficiently refined mental acuity, they can effortlessly seize control of the fire element from these rabbits, rendering them immobile and vulnerable. Of course, not all animals are as feeble as the Leporti. The magical capabilities of animals typically correlate with their size. Some large carnivores can rival advanced sorcerers in ferocity. The Academy's practical site, however, is devoid of such formidable beasts, populated instead by docile rabbits to facilitate the students' mental refinement. Chinluo had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena. Rabbits capable of breathing fire no longer shocked him. What he found perplexing was why these animals, including rabbits, could cast spells without the need for incantations or gestures. After all, even highly intelligent beings such as humans required these means to communicate magic. In a sense, it seemed that the most powerful sorcerers of divine grace were not as adept as a mere rabbit. Most frustrating to Chinluo was the implication that, based on observable evidence, humans and animals were not so different. He felt more akin to the latter. Approaching Anthony, he expressed, "Professor Anthony, I have a question regarding magic." Upon hearing this, Anthony's heart skipped a beat, but as a teacher, he could not refuse. Casting a glance at Chinluo, he hesitantly asked, "What is your question?" Anthony had just stated that humans were favored by the gods, possessing a greater magical aptitude and broader potential for advancement than animals. Yet, Chinluo queried, "Why do we require incantations and gestures to wield magic while animals do not?" Chinluo's inquiry resonated with the surrounding students who paused, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and contemplation. The question, though seemingly odd, carried an underlying logic. They needed incantations and gestures to cast spells. While rabbits could conjure fireballs with ease, how could they be inferior to a rabbit? Several students approached, their gazes fixed on Anthony, awaiting his explanation. Anthony, wishing to silence Chinluo, thought to himself that this hardly constituted a valid question. After all, did rabbits possess hands to perform such motions? He too found himself curious as to why rabbits could wield magic without the need for incantations or gestures. Spotting a group approaching from a distance, Anthony quickly pointed in their direction, saying, "Your senior classmates are arriving. Hurry and choose your partners." Although rabbits lacked combat prowess, the Academy aimed to ensure students formed groups of at least 3, with at least one senior student present. Additionally, several teachers would patrol the woods to manage any unforeseen circumstances. Upon the arrival of the third-year students, the first-year students quickly shifted their focus from the question of rabbits to the prospect of pairing up with attractive and well-endowed senior classmates, eager to prevent others from getting ahead of them. Even if a romantic development with them seems implausible, this is indeed a rare opportunity to engage closely with the goddesses. A few confident young men have extended invitations to the 2 esteemed ladies of the Academy, Alice and Isabella. However, before they could finish their words, they fell abruptly silent. Isabella, without even glancing at her suitors, strode in a determined direction. Alice offered a polite smile of apology to her companions before following suit in the same direction as Isabella. Wherever they went, Alice and Isabella remained the focal point of attention, drawing the gaze of nearly 100 onlookers as it shifted toward a singular path. In this moment, Luo found himself under the collective scrutiny of the crowd. It was Blair. Both Isabella and Alice had chosen him. Damn it, that Blair. Having Isabella was not enough. He also sought to claim our Alice. Feeling the palpable hostility emanating from some onlookers, Luo instinctively stepped behind Professor Anthony, suddenly pondering that perhaps this weekend, spending time at home with Professor Brandy, chatting and cooking, might be a far more appealing choice than chasing rabbits with Isabella and Alice. Chapter 78. A rivalry between two women in the extracurricular practice. Each team is required to have at least one senior student, either a junior or a senior. If second-year students fail to arrange this beforehand, the teachers will assist in assigning partners. Naturally, the number of third-year students is comparable to that of second-year students, and some teams may consist of 2 or 3 seniors. Isabella and Alice approached him, and Luo could no longer hide, forcing a smile as he greeted them. Isabella huffed softly, remaining silent, clearly still upset with him. Alice, upon arriving, realized that their other companion was not the chubby second-year student but Isabella. However, she refrained from mentioning it, instead smiling at Luo and saying, "I thought our final teammate would be that classmate Toby." Clearing his throat, Luo replied, "Toby is ill and did not come today." Isabella shot a glance at Alice and said, "You can still regret your choice. After all, many are waiting for you over there." Alice smiled back. There are plenty waiting for Isabella too. Their eyes met in the air, sparking an invisible tension. Luo sighed inwardly. These two women were like fire and gunpowder, sparring the moment they encountered each other. Teaming up with them was a torment. Those oblivious to the situation envied him, but compared to them, Luo would rather partner with Toby. He was disinclined to involve himself in their rivalry, choosing instead to stand quietly and observe. After exchanging barbs, Isabella and Alice ignored each other, yet the smoke of conflict between them did not dissipate. Vice Dean Archil stood at the forefront, raising his voice. "Once you have found your partners, you may proceed up the mountain. Please ensure your safety, and teachers, be responsible for your designated areas and protect the students therein. The Academy places great importance on the safety of its students. For every extracurricular practice, they arrange several teachers, all of whom possess at least intermediate magical proficiency, and a vice dean supervises the event. Each of the 4 vice deans of St. Donis is a powerful sorcerer. The dean, whom Luo had never seen before, was said to have already ascended to the rank of a grand sorcerer. After Vice Dean Archil's announcement, Luo began his ascent up the mountain. Though he had little interest in catching rabbits, this was an excellent opportunity for him, a chance to validate many of his thoughts. Archil observed the groups of students heading up the mountain, with several teachers following closely behind, except for Teacher Anthony, who remained in place, seemingly deep in thought. Luo approached him and asked, "Teacher Anthony, do you need anything?" Anthony looked up and said, "Vice Dean, I have a magical question I wish to discuss with you." Anthony was merely an intermediate sorcerer, and Archil, who had lingered at that level for over a decade, assumed he had a magical issue to address, casually responding, "What is it? Speak." Anthony inquired, "Vice Dean, must one communicate with magical elements through incantations and gestures?" Archil looked at him in surprise. "Teacher Anthony, are you serious? Communicating with magical elements certainly requires incantations and gestures. This is common knowledge for any magical apprentice." Anthony gazed at him, asking, "Then why do rabbits not need to?" Archil fell silent for a moment before saying, "Teacher Anthony, you should go protect the students." Under the Vice Dean's reprimand, Anthony left in embarrassment. Archil stood there, a deep look of confusion gradually appearing on his face as he murmured, "Why is that?" The area purchased by St. Donis Academy encompassed a considerable mountain, and with only over 100 students from 2 classes, they inevitably dispersed as they chose different paths upon entering the mountain. For their safety, it was imperative that they did not wander aimlessly. Thus, the school not only defined the students' activity range, but also divided the area into multiple sections, each patrolled by teachers to handle any emergencies. Generally, extracurricular practices do not encounter unforeseen incidents. The Academy had long eliminated potential threats to students from surrounding wild beasts. The strongest creature in these mountains was likely a fire-breathing rabbit. Not only magical apprentices, but even ordinary individuals would find catching them challenging without sustaining harm. For exemplary students like Alice and Isabella, who were but a thin veil away from becoming junior sorcerers, the extracurricular practice held little significance. However, for those lacking the mental fortitude to control basic spells like Fireball, this was a rare opportunity. Luo, having sufficiently honed his mental acuity through daily practice, did not require such methods for enhancement. His primary motive for participating in this extracurricular activity was to validate some of his hypotheses, those he could not conveniently test on Toby. As he walked alone along the narrow mountain path, Isabella and Alice trailed him closely. At one moment, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the grass on his left. Soon, a fluffy white creature darted out from the underbrush. Seeing someone ahead startled the rabbit, which promptly unleashed a fireball towards Chunluo in defense. Being a member of the rabbit family, these creatures are inherently timid, positioned at the bottom of the food chain in nature. In self-defense, they instinctively expel fireballs when frightened or confronted by an enemy. Although they conjure magic quickly, their power is minimal, and their fireball attacks are slow enough for a sorcerer to communicate with the fire element and strip them of control over it. With his back to Isabella and Alice, Chunluo made a few symbolic gestures, easily seizing control of the fireball. The rabbit, terrified by its own creation being commandeered, froze in place. Chunluo dissipated the fireball, finally understanding why the Academy had chosen rabbit catching as an extracurricular endeavor. High-level sorcerers can strip lower-level sorcerers of elemental control, and there is no tier lower than that of a magical apprentice. Their weak mental strength allows them only to bully lowly creatures like rabbits. Chunluo did not capture the rabbit. Upon dispersing the fireball, the creature turned and attempted to flee. Chunluo swiftly positioned himself in its path. Bang! True to form, the startled rabbit expelled another fireball. This time, Chunluo refrained from controlling it, instead summoning a wall of nitrogen gas before him. He opted for nitrogen over carbon dioxide due to its higher atmospheric prevalence. Though nitrogen is less dense than air, Chunluo's mental control compensated for this, allowing it to become the most effective fire-extinguishing agent. Chunluo's gaze remained fixed on the fireball as it entered the nitrogen wall, silently extinguishing itself. The reliance of fire elements on oxygen was more profound than he had anticipated. Their combustion would extinguish instantaneously in the absence of oxygen. The success of this experiment confirmed that he had discovered a more convenient method to counter fire magic. Currently, Chunluo could only influence the composition of the air in his immediate vicinity, but as his mental strength grew, so would the range of his control. Faced with fire mages, he would be able to easily create extensive fire barriers, turning the area he could cover into a forbidden zone for fire elements. At that point, he would become a true nemesis of fire magic. After completing the fire-extinguishing experiment, Chunluo proceeded to validate his next hypothesis. He picked up the rabbit, which had been rendered utterly bewildered, and used his mental power to extract the oxygen from the air surrounding it. Within a brief span, the rabbit's breathing became increasingly rapid, and soon its vitality waned, its struggles gradually slowing until it lay utterly still. Only after Chunluo accumulated a substantial amount of oxygen around it did the rabbit slowly regain its composure, though it lacked the strength to resist. Even when placed on the ground, it did not flee immediately. Had the subject been human, the effects would likely have mirrored this scenario. In an era when the understanding of oxygen was not yet widespread, Chunluo had managed to accomplish all this surreptitiously. Through this rabbit, he conducted experiments that he deemed inappropriate to perform on Toby. While the combination magic was referred to by Angus as the fifth branch of magic, it still fundamentally relied on the four elemental magics. In contrast, the magic Chunluo employed was the genuine fifth magic, unique to him alone. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Mine is bigger. Clearly, it is mine. Yours is the smaller one. Yours is the one that is small. Turning around, Chunluo beheld Isabella and Alice, each cradling a rabbit, embroiled in a dispute over whose rabbit was larger. The poor creatures trembled under the formidable mental pressure of the two women, both nearing the status of junior magicians, unable even to conjure a fireball. Isabella and Alice had been rivals for years, competing in appearance, physique, magical aptitude, academic performance, and now, to the extent of comparing the sizes of their rabbits. Chunluo averted his gaze, wishing to remain uninvolved in their quarrel, yet it was evident that Isabella and Alice were not inclined to let him off so easily. Blair, Isabella called out, hastening toward him with her rabbit in arms. Tell me, whose rabbit is larger, mine or Alice's?